60 minutes. 8 subjects on one sheet, and a dark-haired instructor with purple eyes made sure every student in that lecture hall understood exactly what was on the line. She held up the printed test with a sharp rustle. Solve it within the limit, work with your teammates, and the sheets were coming out right now. Which is when the trading fiend whipped her head around and barked, "Everyone listen up, because this study squad had a plan and she was running it." Kami piped up first, volunteering her share and claiming hematology and toxicology like a girl picking her favorite weapon off the rack. Our boy Simon locked in summonology and magical combat, the two subjects that basically defined him. And Dick slotted into darkness dynamics and defense against the holiness, grinning like a guy who'd already passed both in his sleep. Her rule was clean: star what you don't know, pass it down the line. But the trading fiend wasn't done. She walked them through her whole marking system, from checking question 1 to marking unsure answers with a triangle, turning a panic study session into a battlefield operation. The plan was set. Kami got her marching orders: toxicology next, no breaks once hematology was done. The trading fiend had the whole squad slotted: summonology and magical combat for Simon, defense against the holy for Dick. And Simon, man, took it with a grin, the most questions, and they were counting on him. Our boy sat there with his collar loosened, and that quiet, loaded smirk, the kind that said he'd already cracked the first 3 problems before the ink was dry. Professor Jane stepped up to the podium, gold aiguillette catching the light, and gave the room one shot across the bow. The assessment started now, 60 minutes on the clock, no mercy. The clock started ticking. 100 pens hit paper at once, the whole lecture hall dropping into war room silence. Simon grabbed his collar, locked in, and flipped the first page now. And just like that, he was gone into the test. Across the room, the blue-haired girl was already scribbling furious notes, and even she'd clocked it. He'd clearly studied hard, because the Simon Valencia she remembered wasn't moving that fast. But don't let that fool you. She remembered the Cyclops fight too, and the bet he never walked back. She might go easy on him this round, but the score at the end, that debt was still on the table. Simon's pen froze mid-scribble. Cancel the bet entirely and walk out looking cool. Wait, no. That was a terrible idea, and he knew it. Across the room, the trading fiend watched him with a smirk that spelled trouble, and Dick was already panicking for help on his darkness dynamics paper. Because Dick couldn't crack a single question and was about to drag everyone down with him, a problem the blue-haired girl decided to solve with both hands. He felt it too. And the tall arched window blazed with 5 minutes of sunlight left before the bell, which meant every star-marked gamble had to pay off right now. Silence from the room. Then Dick's desperate voice again: just put 5s and finish the last short answer. 3 minutes on the clock, and Malin snapped into focus like she'd been saving that speed for exactly this moment. Dick's pen hovered, teeth clenched, while his seatmate sat frozen in the quiet dread of the final stretch. Beside them, the trading fiend glared ahead like a hawk, and Erzabet glanced sidelong, both holding on for 1 more minute. And the bell didn't ring. The professor's voice cut through the room instead. Neftis's mom, Professor Jane, barked the command: "Pens down, hands above your heads, and don't even think about cheating." She wasn't finished. The rest of class was spent grading their own work and hunting their mistakes, and the real results wouldn't drop until after midterms. The room exhaled. Students slumped forward in surrender while Dick lunged for his paper, and the professor scooped up the stack, satisfied. Which meant the only thing left was group therapy. One classmate leaned back with a grin and proposed they grade each other's answers together, and the trading fiend agreed without hesitation. Red ink bled across their pages as they compared. And then the dark-haired boy's jaw hit the floor: 84, 8 points higher than last time, a number that meant he might actually survive the year. The trading fiend nearly dropped her pen in shock. Even she hadn't seen that jump coming. Somewhere across the room, Simon heard the news and couldn't help but grin, genuinely amazing. The trading fiend's own hematology had jumped too, and she could feel her plan slipping sideways. Erzabet's eyes went wide at the news: an 89, the trading fiend crowing the score like she'd just closed a deal. But Dick Haywood's smile had gone stiff, because somewhere in the room a voice wanted to know what happened with defense against the holiness. Because the dark blue-haired boy had bombed 3 questions in a row, and Erzabet was already rounding on him, with the fury of a disappointed tutor. Which meant the trading fiend was free to pivot, grinning that Professor Jane's questions were surgical, and if they just reviewed the paper, upper rank in the class was on the table. So she leaned on a graded paper heavy with red corrections, told her study group to keep that disaster away from rival classes, and promised to loop in the class president. The trading fiend's jaw dropped. Because the kid she'd just thrown under the bus fired back wide-eyed and yelling, "Innocent," he claimed, daring her to audit her own sins. The trading fiend smiled warm and wrapped it up. A battle evaluation waited tomorrow, so everybody take care tonight. But before they scattered, a warning drifted Simon's way. The golem trick was out in the open now, so he better be sharp tomorrow. Our boy took it easy, cool amber eyes steady. He already knew, which meant the kid had a plan cooking, and tomorrow's fight just got interesting. Somebody laughed and called him confident. The dark-haired boy grinned and scratched the back of his head. Same as usual, he said, but he'd fight for the upper squad tomorrow, win or bust. So that's where the real pressure lived. Every hand on that desk was reaching for a rank, and losing meant the bottom of the class. A breath between beats. And a promise, get through tomorrow's evaluation, then the rest of the semester was theirs. 6 hands stacked on the desk in a huddle midterms it read. Pink sleeve, dark cuffs, fists piled together. Let's do this, the room answered. Blue sky opened the day, and out in the arena, Simon's name was called. First-year Class A versus Class H, Simon Valencia against Jessica Cannoner. The crowd leaned in. Crowd buzzed through the stands, some kid floating a petty text bubble at Simon mid-stride. Yeah, sure, I'll pencil you in. But across the sand, a purple-haired summoner was hiding behind his tome, flanked by 2 grinning skeletons in blue armor, one with a staff, one with a scythe, and he was not about to let this fight go down without a scrap. The green-haired boy from Class A stepped up first, flaring a glowing green pentagram behind his palm, and dropped the arena into a hissing cloud of poison fog. Simon barely blinked as the green mist rolled over his boots. Then the realization landed. This guy was a full toxicology major, and that fog wasn't scenery, it was a ticking stamina meter. Some slick floating text quipped about his stamina draining away, and honestly, it had a point. Fog filled the load bar, Simon's eyes sharpened, already reading the counter like a midterm question. He cracked open his rune book mid-poison and grinned, because nothing revs a toxicology student up like getting the exam's most asked hazard thrown straight at his face. Blue-haired girl's fury was a flash in the stand's quiet rage, ready to unsheath. But the trading fiend wasn't waiting around. Green poison magic coiled around her boot, hissing to life, and her fury had a name. She refused to be Simon's midterm tutor. The whip cracked across the arena in a bright green arc, a slash that said everything her shout did. She was not signing up for extra lessons. A diagonal blur of green and black tore through the air. Poison whip and bone exploded on contact. Fear's rancor shattered under the strike, scattering across the arena floor in a spray of white fragments. But then the orbit shifted. Blue-haired girl was lecturing from the stands, rattling off the key points of poison whip like a professor, and Simon just snapped his fingers with a grin. The textbook counter was almost insultingly simple, 1 darkness arrow to the magic circle's fixed coordinate, and the whole trick collapsed. A dark green-haired fighter stepped over a glowing green circle, weapon raised, channeling that exact counter into a sweeping strike of dark energy. The hidden read on the poison fog confirmed it, Kabara venom, the kind that eats a skeleton's darkness permanently and leaves half its bones unrestorable. Fear twitched on the ground, scattered and shaken, because he'd gambled everything on Simon not knowing his tricks and lost. The green-haired fighter's weapon swept clean through the air, a finishing arc aimed at the broken magic circle. The dark green-haired fighter planted his boot and launched with everything he had. Because in the academy arena, hesitation meant second place, and he wanted blood. Which meant he was already dead the second his knuckles left the ground. Simon's rune book snapped shut, the counterspell already loaded. Acceleration using the darkness was yesterday's trick. The purple-haired student barely twisted aside, book clutched tight, her fist cutting nothing but the air she'd occupied a heartbeat ago. And Simon's voice cut clean across the arena, his course wasn't changing. The impact landed before she could finish her thought. Because that opening was all Simon needed, 1 strike, and the girl rocketed skyward on a burst of crimson force. But up was exactly where he wanted her. Chapter End. Over the red haze of the arena, Simon's original technique took its name, Bone Nail, and the crowd would remember it. A streak of white shot forward, and somewhere behind the chaos, a voice cracked. He was so damn annoying. The green-haired opponent's jaw tightened, eyes watering with the kind of rage that comes from watching someone else play your game better. The hit landed clean, a wham that echoed through the whole arena. The crowd barely had time to gasp before the announcer sealed it. The match was over, and Simon Falencio of Class A had won. But the broadcast had one last message, a warning to whoever faced him next. And our boy, he just stood there smiling, holding up his PA booklet like he'd already known the outcome from the first second. Crisp collar, red tie, skull pin, the uniform of someone who'd made this look routine. The midterm was finally over, and Simon and Dick were two wrecked cadets slumped on a bench, already trading war stories about which question wrecked them hardest. Dick cracked one eye open, and Simon started talking, something honest finally slipping loose. Growing, learning, pushing themselves past the rank they started at, that was the whole game, he said, eyes closed and grin settling in. Because that's what midterms were for, and every paper on that table proved it. When Malin walked over and asked how it went, Simon clasped his hands and beamed like she'd asked him his favorite meal. He loved it. Dick sweated behind him, dead silent, deeply unsettled. Kami tagged along behind Malin, and the cheerful striker asked Simon how summonology treated him, because if he bombed it, there wouldn't be anyone left from their circle in Kizan to wave at. Over on another bench, the dark-haired Golem Corps buyer, Simon's nervous study group recruit, got the same Kizan question, and only managed a long, haunted exhale. He'd sworn he could claw 10 points back in a month. That confidence felt like a punch in the face now, and Malin stood over him, sweat drop forming, too polite to twist the knife. The blue-haired boy's forced smile said everything. Summoning wasn't the breeze he'd bragged about. And Malin fired back before he could spin it, insisting she'd still pulled it off despite the struggle, which only made the contradiction louder. Their nervous banter cracked wide open with a startled yelp from her. Turns out the real exam score hadn't been the only thing spooked today. Because Malin wandered over to the bench where Simon and Dick were collapsed, asking what the group was even doing the day before a weekend. And Dick, lounging like he owned the academy, casually announced he planned to eat monster meat, which earned exactly the reaction you'd expect from anyone sane. Then the floor dropped out an announcement. Every first grader might be shipped to an island next week. Simon's eyes went wide, Malin froze, and Dick barely blinked. Dick leaned forward with a grin and pointed upward, fully intrigued. Island survival, his favorite kind of curriculum. Kami leaned over the bench to confirm it, and Dick nodded like he'd just been told recess was canceled in the best way possible. 4 days, no supplies, just a first grader and whatever they could kill. Simon stared at the illustrated island like it had just been dropped on his lap, and Kami beside him looked like she'd swallowed the same bad news. 4 days alone on a monster island. Kami nearly squeaked it loud enough to wake the bats. Dick's hand shot up, 2 fingers out, the universal signal for a brain that just caught up. Points. That was the whole game. Hunt the monsters, fight the other kids, earn the points, or pack your bags and get expelled. Kami's face went pale, sweat beading along her pointed ears, because one question had already formed in her head. Simon leaned over the desk, fist clenched, jaw working on a word that didn't quite come out yet because he already knew his answer. Dick was sparkling, actually sparkling, eyes gone full Shounen protagonist mode at the mere mention of an island full of monsters and 0 adult supervision. Malin stood behind him with the flat, dead expression of someone watching a golden retriever sign its own death warrant. Malin crossed her arms and grilled him on the intel. Where exactly had Dick heard this? Kami hovered right beside her, half curious, half terrified. Dick just shrugged, grinning because apparently camping in the woods back home counted as relevant combat experience. Malin reached out, palm flat, the universal gesture for hold up. 60 to 70% sure wasn't sure at all. Dick leaned in with a conspiratorial finger raised, dropping the real intel. Kizan servants were quietly confiscating tongue pads across campus, while off-duty professors meant a massive teleportation project was eating the entire next week. Malin tapped her chin, the pieces clicking together. If the faculty wasn't teaching, it was because something enormous was about to drop every first grader onto monster-infested ground. Back on the bench, the group finally asked the obvious question. What did they even need to prepare? The answer settled over them like a weight: fighting power first, survival skills second, and 4 days to learn both. Only monsters lived on that island, which meant every soft classroom skill had a brutal wilderness equivalent: building shelters, butchering creatures, foraging whatever wouldn't kill them. Which meant Malin and Kami had to face the queasy truth together. They might actually have to eat the things they hunted. The weekend restaurant crawl was suddenly research, not indulgence. Malin lunged at Kami, grabbing both her hands, crying that she remembered the dish they shared with Professor Hungpeng. Dick brought it up at the campsite, and Kami lit up. That Hungpeng dish had been incredible, no question. So the group toasted mugs around the fire with Erzibet, already nostalgic for a meal that turned out to be far less innocent than it sounded. Then the twist dropped. The whole thing was monster meat. Which meant one of them was about to write Professor Hungpeng begging for the recipe, and both girls' heads snapped around in pure, unfiltered horror. Somewhere off-panel, Malin was already declaring Simon the best for reasons he absolutely did not ask for. But the map said they'd arrived. This was the location. All 4 of them huddled around the spread, and those massive tracks ahead, definitely Nuzlocke. Their hunch was right. 2 gray-furred Nuzlocke squatted on the forest path, red crests glowing, one proudly showing off its red bottom like a baboon. Match confirmed. The midterm ended, and so did the waiting. A reply arrived from Professor Hungpeng, and the hunt was on. Dick leading with blade drawn, Malin flanked by skeletal shields, Simon and Kami bringing up the rear. Let's hunt them. Back at the shelter, Kami read the letter aloud. Hungpeng would gladly hand over the recipe for a price: specific monster meat. So that was the bargain. A photograph of a tusked, red-patched boar beast, and the whole island survival arc suddenly smelled like dinner. But this wasn't just any hunt. The Nuzlockes were breeding out of control, devouring Roke Island's ecosystem whole, and the professor wanted the boss itself. Malin looked up at the towering boss looming behind her, dead serious. They needed to bring it down without wrecking the meat. Malin laid out the plan on the fly, Dick enchanting, Simon tanking, her and Kami picking them off at range. Small fries first, then the boss. Simon in fear stood ready while Malin watched the tree line tense, already clocking that the real fight was trickier than the briefing. Got it, and that was all the breathing room anyone was getting. Dick reached for the first one barehanded, magic already flaring, shouting the enchant into a gray ape that dropped out of the canopy like a bad omen. Which meant Dick ate dirt, hard, forehead bleeding, skull ringing, 2 skeletons bracketing him while something massive detonated behind his back. That was a low-diff ambush, and Dick was the diff. Kami's hematics had already shredded the ape off him, and Malin was screaming his name before the dust settled. Dick, flat on his back next to the corpse, gave a shaky thumbs up. Yeah, thank Kami. Dick dragged himself upright with his skeletal escort just as 3 more charged in screaming, and the call went out for Simon to step in before they got chewed through. Simon drew, and the bowstring sang. Fear's volley opened the line, silver-armored archers and the hooded reaper pouring arrows into the gray horde, each shot punching through with a wet crack, red bursts painting the trees as the beasts dropped mid-leap. Simon pulled and fired alongside them, volley after volley catching the monsters in the air, but the swarm kept pouring in. So Malin got the call to fall back before the next wave turned a skirmish into a massacre. Because retreat was never really on the table, Malin spun, palms raised, and let a pillar of golden-orange flare erupt skyward. That was her answer to every Nuzlocke in the tree line. So the 3 of them planted their feet and braced as a wall of roaring flame came crashing back toward them, scorchingly bright and absolutely lethal if it caught. The blast tore into the rocky cliff face and came away dripping. Which meant the fire did its job. The monster on the branch above them was roaring in fury, flames crackling at its feet, while Dick shouted the one warning that mattered: Malin, behind you. But Kami was already moving, bat wings flared, and the ambush died in the air. Malin turned just in time to see the beast lunge from her blind side, jaws wide, those red orb eyes locked on her throat. She stepped back, fist clenched, and something struck the creature mid-leap, detonating it into a spray of dark blood and splattered bone. Erzibet was already reaching through the smoke, voice tight with worry, checking on whoever she'd just saved. and Kami threw herself into a sobbing hug, promising Malin she'd protect her, with Erzebet caught right in the middle of the embrace, the three of them laughing through the tears while Simon watched from the side, quietly satisfied the whole crew was still breathing. But the relief didn't last. An off-panel voice warned that more were probably closing in. The forest was still burning behind them, so someone had to ask the obvious question. Were they just going to leave the fire? The answer came back stranger than expected. The flames were darkness elemental, artificial, and they'd burn themselves out. Dick let out a flustered laugh, half embarrassed, half defensive, because of course the kid who knew everything else didn't know that one, and Simon wasn't about to let him live it down. Erzebet froze, mouth half open, caught somewhere between a retort and a blush, and our boy in his hood just stood there. Even the floating thought bubble got in on it, teasing that their excuse sounded textbook perfect, because of course it did. Somewhere else in that scorched forest, the dark blue-haired boy turned to Kami and asked if she was all right, because she just folded forward like her strings got cut. Kami panted against his shoulder, eyes wide, fangs bared in a wobbly grin, too many hematic bullets. She'd burned herself dry and the world was spinning. He tried to answer, started to say he was fine. Then she dropped into his chest and the word died in his throat. His arm went around her shoulders on reflex, holding her steady, and he asked again, quieter this time. She was paler than the moonlight through those trees. Kami sagged against him, mouth open, barely upright, the kind of weak that looks more like a warning than a symptom. Then a voice cut through the forest, shouting for them to come look, and both of them startled, heads snapping toward the sound. Their target had bolted, and that massive print told the story. It was here just moments ago, close enough to chase. But Kami wasn't hunting monsters right now. She was burning up, hand clamped over her face, whispering what the hell is wrong with me. And chat, you already know what was wrong with her. Half vampire, half shy and freshly caught by a boy who looked way too good holding her. The blush was catastrophic, the bat wings twitching and her brain had fully flatlined. And Simon started to insist he was fine, but the words never quite landed. Because Kami came tumbling into his chest mid-step, all startled weight and warm pink sweater, and his arm caught her before either of them could think. She buried her face against his shirt, fangs out, brain fully offline, the kind of flinch that says she hadn't meant to get this close at all. A beat of silence hung between them, and Kami scrambled onto his back like a reflex, clinging there in full chibi panic while somewhere behind them, someone absolutely lost it. The moment passed and the forest swallowed it, which meant the next thing on anyone's mind was a fresh three-toed imprint pressed deep in the dirt, bioclass footprint, Boss Nuzlocke, right there in the loam. Kami peeled her hand off her flushed cheek, squared her little wings, and volunteered to chase it down, already running on pure adrenaline and stubbornness. She told herself she had this completely under control, and her blushing cheek disagreed loudly. Which left our boy standing there in the green-filtered light, wondering, in his own quiet way, why being near her always made his chest do something stupid. His white shirt hung still against the trees. Back at camp, sausages squeaked on their hooks in the afternoon breeze. And Neftis was already there in the hall, folding a spare uniform into the dark blue-haired boy's arms before he could figure out what she wanted him to do with it. The dark blue-haired boy froze, sweat beating, every nerve tuned to something behind him. Neftis beamed like their survival project was already a medal ceremony, and the kid could only manage a flat, cornered, I see. He clenched his fist, swallowed his nerves, and answered the professor with all the composure he could fake. But Kami's voice cut in more tracks close, the boss Nuzlocke barreling toward them. Dick dropped to a knee, Malin clasped her hands tight and the whole team locked in. Yeah? Simon grinned, flipped a gold coin skyward and called it a good plan. But a bare hand slammed down on the dirt and smothered the coin before it could spin again. Speak of the devil, because a massive clawed foot just crunched a fallen branch behind them. The boss Nuzlocke answered with a guttural roar, red eyes blazing through the trees. It stomped once, twice, then charged the clearing like a battering ram made of fur and tusks. Kami threw up a glowing circle and ordered Simon to focus on the golem. She, Malin, and Dick would hold the line. She thrust her palm forward and lit the beast up with a barrage of red blasts. Red magic slammed into the beast's flank, a violent crimson burst that lit up the clearing and sent fur flying. The onlookers behind Simon could only stare. But Dick trailed off mid-thought and Malin cut him down with a shout. That wasn't the moment to admire the hit, the thing was still coming. The boar surged forward on outstretched claws, jaws split wide in a killing roar. Malin answered with a blazing flare, and the ground beneath its hooves detonated. It barreled straight through the blast, leaping clean over the burning brush, and that fire was supposed to be dinner. Kami's panicked voice rang out from somewhere behind the chaos, begging them to stop torching their food. Two figures stood by the roaring flames, Kami waving the others off, exasperated that they were squabbling over the cooking while a boss charged. She pleaded with closed eyes and a nervous smile, begging them not to fight, not now, not while the forest was still trying to kill them. The beast planted a massive furry leg and launched itself skyward, the impact shaking the canopy. It came down hard through a gap in the leaves, and Kami's voice cut after it. That was a joke. Would they please just focus? Dick stepped forward, golden eyes sharp, volunteering himself before anyone could name a job. His boot kicked up dust beside a violet glyph as a red rope net unfurled downward, and the same voice confirmed it, always. He seized the rope in one hand, the enchantment humming to life beneath his grip. The net snapped wide and the boss Nuzlocke slammed into it mid-leap, roaring as the cords bit into its fur. Focused. Perfect. Dick hauled hard, every muscle in his arms burning as the roped monster fought the pull. It thrashed inside the net, purple aura crackling off its hide, jaws snapping at nothing caught, furious and running out of sky. Then the thud, the beast slammed into the earth, and the clearing went quiet. Dick hauled the glowing purple net tight, and the boss slammed into the dirt, finally caged. Except the beast wasn't done. It thrashed against the mesh, tusks frothing, every muscle in its gray body fighting to rip free. And those muscles were winning. A strand snapped, then another. The enchantment was fraying faster than anyone wanted to admit. Then it broke through entirely. The net shredded, purple energy crackling, and the bloody boss rose with a roar that shook the clearing. Dick scratched his head, sheepish as hell. His blue-haired classmate did not share the mood. She unloaded on him for letting the monster loose. But the boss wasn't standing its ground to gloat. It bolted, dust kicking, hauling its bleeding body toward the tree line, and Dick screamed the obvious. Only it wasn't running. It spun mid-stride, face twisted in fury, and swung a rock-sized fist straight at them. Three kids scattered, wings flared, hands over heads, legs pumping, but that beast was a freight train and the gap was closing fast. Then a detonation split the air black and crimson, catching the boss clean mid-leap and blasting it ragdoll-style back into the forest. Blue sky, quiet breeze, a calm voice drifting in like nothing had happened. And there he stood, Simon, arms crossed, grinning easy in front of a stone titan with a glowing reptilian eye, right on time as always. Someone off-panel called it great timing. Nobody argued. A first-year newbie versus a Kaizen TA with 5 years on him, and our boy Simon was the one who asked for the spar. Spirit, yeah, survival odds, murky at best. The TA crouched low, boots chewing dirt, ready to uncork. He launched himself straight at Simon, fist raised, pale eyes locked on, and our kid planted his feet and raised his guard, bracing for the impact. Simon lunged to meet the charge, barking the red mid-motion, left straight punch incoming, until his own amber eye went wide. Because the punch landed clean across his jaw, hard enough to contort his whole face and rattle bone. And the TA didn't stop. Smack, whack, punch, layering blows and daring Simon to do something about it, jacket flying open mid-combo. Simon just ate it, teeth gritted, sweat pouring, the gap between sparring partner and veteran yawning wider with every hit. What? His heels dragged backward across the dirt, the ground stealing another inch of ground. The TA smirked tight, that smug, amused disbelief of a man who knew exactly how far above his pay grade this rookie was. Inside, one incredulous loop kept spinning, this guy, beating him really. Dazed, bruised, a hand fisting his hair to hold him up, Simon hung there, unfocused, every reason he'd asked for this fight draining out of him. A first-grader newbie, and the next challenger, a shaved-head noble heir in training for a lordship, was already skidding into range. He thought he could win against a Kaizen TA with 5 years of experience. The newcomer's strike detonated white-purple against Simon's guard with a thunderous thwack. The shaved-headed noble heir hauled both fists overhead, purple energy crackling between his knuckles like he was calling down divine punishment. He brought them down with everything he had, and the dirt cratered under Simon, a rose-purple shockwave splitting the air, because if this kid was getting a direct disciple seat, then the heir's pride demanded blood first. Another swing carved blue-purple fire through the haze, the noble screaming that he'd cure this kid's arrogance once and for all. His eyes burned white with conviction, half his face swallowed by shadow and fury, purple energy writhing off his shoulders like he meant every syllable. But a hand found his ankle, fingers dug in hard, and the air's whole momentum locked up cold. Simon slid past him at knife range, ghosting through a gap that shouldn't have existed, and the noble's jaw slackened because his target just wasn't there anymore. Spinning through the clearing with a purple flare licking his trail, Simon caught that massive brown boot mid-swing and let the air's own weight plant it into the dirt, kicking up a dusty crater where Simon had stood a heartbeat ago. Wheezing, mildly impressed, Simon asked if the man had been a fighter before Kizan, and the heir admitted, between clenched teeth, that he was just training to inherit his father's lordship. He'd only considered one thing, and one thing only, his birthright, and that blindness was about to cost him, because while the noble flexed, two skeletal soldiers with cyan-green rib flames landed beside the dark blue-haired boy, and an off-panel voice screamed that it refused to believe what it was seeing. Then Erzabet exploded from behind, arms locking around the blue-haired boy in a desperate grapple, because she only needed one clean hit to end this. Which was exactly the opening Simon wanted. He flipped behind the boy in a single breath and unloaded a purple-black flare point-blank into his back. Feet hammered stone, purple-black fire washing the ground, the follow-through already loaded. And Erzabet caught the backlash, launched backward through the air by a violet-black slam that turned her body into a projectile. She hit the wooden floor face first and slid. A gray-haired man in a brown coat touched down behind the carnage, silent and stern, reading the wreckage. Erzabet's skeletal legion opened fire, and a purple-black flare screamed past the gray-haired instructor's jaw, close enough to taste. His eyes went wide as he stumbled clear, the floating thought hanging over the field like a verdict. Where did such a monster come from? But this man had already figured it out. He leapt back through the shaking tree line, the pieces clicking together. Professor Hung Peng's interest in the boy suddenly made a lot more sense. He understood wanting to take him as a disciple. That part was obvious, watching the raw power on display across this clearing, but something else was gnawing at him as the forest groaned and cracked around his feet. What a total freak, his own mind spat, and then a sickening split and crunch ripped through the trees beside him. He snapped his head toward the sound. Because something enormous had just snapped in half. A tree trunk the size of a battering ram, the wood grain splitting open right in front of him, and that single word kept echoing, freak. A skeletal warrior from Fear's battalion waded into the clearing, double-bladed axe already raised, and the gray-haired man finished his own thought aloud. He had been fighting alongside this nightmare the whole time. Then a grinning mouth split the chaos with two words, "Let me put an end to this," and a figure came crashing down from above, purple energy streaming off his legs as he slammed into the earth hard enough to wring the bones. Simon watched it land. The impact landed like a hammer on an anvil, purple flare bursting outward. And Simon's sneaker ignited. But the blow that followed wasn't aimed at Simon. The gray-haired instructor caught a flare-powered strike across the jaw, head snapping back with a sound like a slamming door. Nothing but motion blur. And then the man was airborne, launched backward through the trees trailing blood, a crimson slash carving through the air behind him like a signature. Our boy slammed into the dirt from the sky, and the landing knocked the breath clean out of him, because that much height was never supposed to end with him standing. Across the clearing, Brad staggered with a thigh gash wide open, staring at the wound like reality itself had betrayed him, because up until 10 seconds ago, he was supposed to be teaching this kid a lesson. Simon locked eyes with him from behind a barricade of nailed logs, the mist curling between them, and neither of them spoke, because whatever was about to happen next, words had already failed. Fear stood among the trees, jaw hanging open, because the pattern he'd been watching for the last minute had just clicked into place. Planted from the beginning, every injury, every blow, every gasp was a setup, and the bald TA had walked into every step. Brad hunkered on the ground, trembling because the footsteps closing in were the worst sound he'd heard all night. Then the air itself screamed. Simon came down from above in a high kick, leg whipping toward Brad's head at full force, because this was the finish. The impact cratered his face. He landed in a stance and let the words land with him. I won, so there'd be no excuse left for anyone watching. Not the TA, not the professors, not the kid he used to be. Simon stood there, flushed, dust floating around him, catching his breath like he'd forgotten how. Then Brad hit the dirt at his feet and started laughing, hollow and broken, because sometimes the body laughs when the mind can't. But the purple-black flames kept climbing, curling higher behind the crouching figure, hungry and alive, and the whole forest felt it watching. Brad dropped to one knee inside the purple-black firestorm, bound by a wager he couldn't wriggle out of. But Simon's face was already burning red, his glare locked on like a man who'd just been cheated of his prize. He threatened to thoroughly destroy Brad right here, a promise he'd regret for the rest of his life if he walked it back. Because a broken deal meant nothing to someone like Brad, and the dark armor around him was already answering for him. So Brad pulled the black suit out against a first grader, and even the taunting voice in the crowd couldn't hide how far beneath him this had sunk. Simon just exhaled through tight lips, tired of the whole circus. Which meant he was done playing along, patience spent. He grabbed Brad's shirt and told him to get into position already. Simon met it with closed eyes and dirt on his collar, daring Brad to just throw the punch and end it. Brad's fist answered with clenched fury, and the air between them went sharp as a blade. Then a voice cut the clearing in half, Brad, shrill and unmistakable, ringing off the trees. Brad's smirk twisted into something else, the red in his collar flaring like a warning. Because heavy boots were already crossing the grass toward them, and Professor Hung Peng didn't walk anywhere by accident. The forest went quiet, because the woman striding out of the trees wore combat boots and murder in her eyes, and every student on that clearing knew exactly who she was. Professor Hung Peng had arrived. Brad tried it on, stammered that it was a misunderstanding, that the kid had asked for it, that none of this was his fault. Classic Brad move. Save face, shift blame, pray the professor buys it. She didn't buy it. Her orders had been simple, bring the students to her, not pulverize one. So her hand moved before the excuse finished leaving his mouth, and Brad ate a slap hard enough to blur the air purple. And Simon's crew felt the temperature drop, because that purple-black swirl matching Erzébet's signature wasn't the professor's. It was Lorraine, coiled and watching with wide crimson eyes, ready to step in if this went further south. Hung Peng didn't ask nicely, she didn't have to. One eye blazing down through the dark, voice flat as a coffin lid. Explain, now, what is going on here? In chat, somebody was about to talk. The professor's order to bring the students had just been answered, with a fist wreathed in blue cutting energy, swung hard. But the ponytailed woman's hand ignited, purple-black flames coiling around her knuckles while Simon watched, stunned and burning red. Somebody was about to learn a lesson. And a furious girl with a red headband demanded to know exactly what was happening here. Because the air itself had changed. Then the forest cracked open, and a towering faceless figure rose, a black-bodied giant with a red diamond seamed down its back, and the professor's voice cut through the trees. Turn around and stay in the most painful posture you can manage. Simon barely got out a shocked yes. By painful posture, Simon stammered. He didn't want to finish the thought. The giant flinched, sweat already beading on its smooth black frame. Right now. The ponytailed woman turned to Simon, both of them frozen, and the ground thumped beneath whatever was happening. A boot pressed hard into the dirt. Then darkness itself slithered around two dark-trousered legs suspended midair, billowing smoke curling like a living thing. And the realization hit. Holding that stance was burning through both stamina and shadow just to stay upright. Sure enough, the muscular figure hung upside down, drenched in sweat, red vein markings straining across its body, trembling under its own impossible pose. Simon barely had time to breathe before Erzébet lunged, grabbing him by the shoulders. Zimin, are you hurt? He told her no. That wasn't enough for her. A protection bracelet from the sparring, she wasn't even listening. Which meant the hands-on inspection began right there in the dirt. Erzébet pawing at every bruise she'd helped earn, swearing his face looked swollen and poking at parts of him Simon wished she'd leave alone. He stood rigid, sweating, eyes screwed shut. But Simon finally got the words out, stop it, and she only grinned wider. Because the punishment scene was still very much live. So the dark blue-haired boy cleared his throat, trying to drag the moment back to dignity. Which meant Lauren didn't miss her opening. She leaned in with a grin and reached for Simon's shirt, fully intending to inspect every bruise herself. And the fabric slipped before he could protest, because of course it did. The blue-haired girl beside him went scarlet, caught somewhere between scandalized and trying very hard to look anywhere else. So Nefty's mom shoved a hand into the frame and shoved the whole moment aside. Voice flat with sleep, deal with the TA first. Because Ta Brad was still inverted 20 feet away, and the professor's voice cracked across the clearing like a whip, deeply disappointed, maintain that handstand posture for 20 hours, no excuses. The suited figure flinched hard and barked a frantic, "Yes, Professor," into the dirt. Which meant 20 full hours of upside-down penance, because Nefty's mom muttered a very reasonable "Isn't that too much?" and got the same crisp, "Yes, Professor," back, now with a return to the posture. The blue-haired girl sweated through the entire exchange. Then the professor's final orders sealed the scene shut. No one speaks of today, not even to himself, and everyone acts natural starting tomorrow. As if any of them could. The upside-down masked face blinked in genuine disbelief at that apology, and frankly, chat, who could blame him? The professor's next words floated down clear enough. Pretend nothing happened, full stop. Nefty's mom, still gripping a death glare, promised that just thinking about another scrap with Zimin would be enough to make her rip someone to pieces. The dark blue-haired boy startled, the realization hitting him like a slap. Nefty's mom leaned in close, crimson eyes blazing, and delivered the kind of warning that leaves no room for negotiation. She would not tolerate it a second time. Tension coiled in that shoulder, ready to snap. Simon straightened up, voice steady and respectful. Yes, Professor understood, and that was that. Daylight broke soft and ordinary over the academy, like nothing in the world had happened. And under that calm sky, the next chapter of the legend began. But the forest didn't sleep. A flash tore through the dark canopy. Kami burst through the tree line, breathless and flushed, calling his name and apologizing for the late arrival. Simon stood waiting, calm as ever, and told her the TA never showed either. He mentioned the Nusluk corpses, and Kami's eyes went wide. Corpses. Because the worst part of this night hadn't even started yet. Because the kid had asked the TA to stash Nusluk corpses for his undead research, and Kami grinned at the hustle behind it. So when night fell and the firewood was ready, a voice asked how prep was going, another answered the kindling was set, and a third offered to strike the flame. A column of orange and yellow fire ripped upward into the starry dark, crackle and snap echoing through the trees as the kindling caught. The bonfire sat lit and steady in its stone ring. Stacked logs glowed beneath the flames against the purple sky. Nefty's perched on a stump nearby, chin in her hands, eyeing the neat square stack and asking whether it really had to be arranged like that, or whether they could just pile the wood instead. Kami piped up wondering why leaves went in first, and Simon explained, bare logs took forever to light, so the leaves caught fast and passed the flame upward to the rest. Dick and the blue-haired girl sat nearby with their chins on their hands, raising the smart worry. What if the island didn't have fallen leaves? Mushrooms, pine cones, or birch bark would have to do. Then a bright voice hailed Professor, and the reply landed eager and ready, shall they begin right away? Nefty's mom beamed at the gathered class, red poncho bright against the dusk, greeting the off-panel instructor with a sunny smile that hid nothing about what kind of teacher she actually was. She launched straight into the lesson. Monsters came in all shapes, but the basic butchering process was almost the same across them all, so could he show her the Nusluk he'd caught? A student's voice rang out across the cabin roof under the stars. Yes, here it was, Professor, ready for display. The night class was about to begin. The brown-haired tutorial leader knelt beside the carcass, gloved hands steady, and walked the group through the first cut, slice the neck, let the blood run. Blood came pouring down in a thick red sheet, and Kami, small bat wings folded tight, clapped both hands over her eyes like the sight might stain her. But the blue-haired girl only scribbled faster, murmuring the steps under her breath as she copied every motion into her notebook. And with that, the lesson clicked into place. The leader rolled straight into the next unit, cleaning fish, and the blue-haired girl lit up all in. A breath between beats. Simon stood beside Nefty's with a quiet grin, the elf-eared girl flushing pink beside him as the demo wrapped. Onward, trimmed cuts of red meat and a clean fish fillet sat arranged on the pale board, tomorrow's island rations, prepped and waiting. And the leader held up a tiny cork jar of spice with a warm smile, because out in the wild, a little seasoning was the difference between a meal and a mercy. And that was the warning drilled into every one of them. Monster meat had to be cooked through, all the way, or the parasites inside could turn a lesson into a body count. Which was exactly what the whole circle shouted back, because nobody wanted to be the one face-planting in front of the professor. Malin finally let her shoulders drop, and Dick leaned in from behind with the one question that broke the tension clean. Wasn't she wound just a little too tight? The Nefties' mom, yes, that mom, cracked open a bottle of something strong and floated the offer around the fire, and even Chibai Dick lost his mind cheering her on. But Kami's tiny blushing face in the corner said everything. She was remembering last night's bite, not the menu. And that's when Simon's name got tossed across the circle. Somebody wanted to know where Brad had run off to. Because Nefties' mom had quietly set a thick grilled steak on Simon's lap with her own hands, explaining she'd told the boy who helped cast the teleport to swing by and grab a bite. Everyone settled in around the table, raw steaks laid out, knives and cloth ready, and Simon slipped into the seat beside the dozing Kami, her head already nodding. Because word came that someone had gone home feeling rough, so the circle raised a quiet hope he'd bounce back quick, and the stars wheeled slow overhead. But Kami was out cold, slumping against Simon's shoulder, so he tapped her gently and murmured to the professor he'd carry her into the cabin. Kami stirred just enough to mumble permission, her eyes still closed, and Simon gathered her up while Dick crowed that the drinking games had just begun. Laughter erupted as a professor declared she and Malin were keeping the party going, and somewhere a voice worried she was overdoing it. Behind them, Nefties' mom called out that she wanted in on the toast too, watching Simon carry the sleeping pink-haired girl toward the warm glow of the cabin door. Inside, Kami was tucked into white sheets, her pointed ears peeking out above the blanket as careful hands smoothed the bedding over her. Simon lingered a moment in the dim blue-lit room, leaning close to whisper goodnight, just her first name, soft enough that only she could hear. Except something caught his eye as he straightened up, a pale hand reaching toward him from the dark, and he leaned closer to see who it was. Fingers clenched into the bedsheet in a sudden grip, and every alarm bell in the room rang at once. Something slammed hard against the wall panel. Simon flinched back against the pillows, heart pounding, and then pink hair spilled into his line of sight from the dark. Kami stood over him on the bed, close, quiet, her hand pressing into the sheet, and started to speak his name. Her knuckles went white against the blue fabric, the whole frame leaning in. Because the light caught her different now, silver lavender hair, glowing violet eyes, and she echoed her own name back at him like she wasn't sure which one to be. Her collar caught the blue light navy bow, white trim, and the bed weighted beneath it. Kami leaned over Simon in that dim stone room, tally marks climbing the wall behind them, her face too close for comfort. Those slit-pupil eyes locked on him, purple and predatory, and Simon realized he was the only prey in the room. He flinched hard as her hand reached for his chest, every instinct screaming this was a terrible idea but his body frozen in place. Kami grabbed him before he could bolt, whispering his name like a warning to herself. Her mouth hung open, fang glinting, drool catching the light as she hovered over his torso, hunger and restraint tearing her apart at the seams. She slapped herself across the face. Kami squirmed against him and Simon groaned through gritted teeth, completely lost. Clutching his shirt, Kami gasped that she couldn't bite him, her voice cracking on his name, and Simon finally asked the question neither of them wanted answered. He flinched, heart hammering, and the question he'd swallowed finally broke loose, hold back because of him. Kami curled against his chest, drifting off mid-squirm, a sleepy ngh the only answer she could manage. She was out cold before he could blink. "Good night, Kami." He smiled down at her, soft and aching, starlight bleeding purple around the edges of the world. But peace never lasts in this academy, and a new day dragged an announcement through the doors. Professor Jane stood at the lectern, heels sharp against stone, and dropped the bomb. In 2 days, every first-year ship's out to Kira Island. The room ignited. Nearly 1,000 students hyped for 4 days of jungle, danger, and glory, Simon's seatmate practically vibrating beside him. Order returned when the teacher turned back to the board, chalk clicking, and began laying down the rules. 961 first years, classes A through N, scattered to random coordinates the second the timer hits 0. The professor tapped her silver wand against the island diagram, and 4 days of survival became real. Every pawn on the map pointed inward, toward the red flag at the center, and a simple question hid inside: who would reach it, and who would be picked off before they tried. But surviving wouldn't cut it this time. A new point system had been bolted onto the test, turning every monster on Kira Island into a moving scoreboard. And the payoffs climbed with the danger: a single kill worth 1 point, a juicier one worth 20 or more. Floating reference cards laid out the targets: a two-headed serpent, a hairless rat thing, a hulking furred wolf beast with claws like sickles, each one a different tier of risk, each one a different payout. Once the 4 days ended, every point fed straight into the final grade and rank. Scoring came courtesy of a bioartifact called the tongue pad, a dark ring carved with a fanged bone mouth, slipped on like a promise. Hold it near a fresh kill, and the skeletal teeth sniffed out the leftover magic, droplets of essence already drifting toward the bone. Then the carved mouth gaped wide, bit down, and crushed the monster's lingering power between its teeth, every drop of essence converted into points on the spot. Because every monster's worth varied by type, a purple-uniformed girl held up a dissolving lizard as the tongue pad's readouts appeared, and her voice named the number in the mana language itself, the only common tongue between hunter and beast. Hunting wasn't optional. It was mandatory for points, for food, and for the mana beads left behind in every corpse. Combat between students was fair game too, and the rules made that crystal clear, earning a black-haired girl's frantic question about whether they'd actually have to eat those monsters. Dick watched the explanation unfold with his chin on his fist, already calculating the math, because when a barrier gauge hit 0, the tongue pad released every drop of mana it had collected. So the real prize was stealing another student's haul outright. Win the fight, take their mana, a brutal economy dressed up in chibai sparkle, where every classmate walking out was worth more dead than alive. And at the island center sat the one sanctuary from all of it, a white mansion, fountain out front, where no attack could land and stepping inside earned 200 points. 200 for a single step inside, and a blonde girl nearly choked on the math, because earning the top score meant hunting a dozen monsters minimum, and the guidebook's tricky details hadn't even started yet. The instructor stepped back from the podium and handed the floor to guest lecturer, one Edward Buckbeck, whose name alone carried weight. And there he was, a silver-haired veteran in a dusty safari jacket, laughing like a man who'd seen every ruin on the continent, hat in hand and zero shame about it. Dick recoiled like he'd been slapped, mouth open, sweat popping, because the rest of the class knew the name: more than 10 ancient ruins, the best treasure hunter alive. Dick could only wheeze out a stunned "yeah," while the legend's resume kept stacking up around him. But our blue-haired classmate, resting her cheek on her hand, staring flat, apathetic, Buckbeck's whole humble origin speech was bouncing right off her. Buckbeck scratched his head and laughed it off, then offered to skip the small talk, because he'd been to every corner of the Dark Alliance. Simon cut in sharp. The kid wasn't wrong. Buckbeck had crossed the whole continent, and that deserved a nod before the lecture swallowed it. Every eye in the room swiveled toward the professor at the front. Buckbeck waved off the flattery with a gloved hand. No powerful magic here, just a man who'd lived long enough to stay alive. Maps spread flat across the desk, green landmasses ready to devour anyone who misread them. Because textbooks were worthless without a voice who'd actually walked the ground. So Buckbeck pinned the chart behind him, named the evaluation site Kira Island, and walked them through every neighboring shoreline he'd trekked, cross-referencing the vegetation against the glossy handbook he'd handed out. Flora charts, terrain samples, and color swatches filled the pages, everything a student might need to not die out there. But the lecture never got its chance. Something slammed into Buckbeck from the side, a wham cracking through the classroom as he drove shoulder first into the wall, his lesson cut short mid-sentence. His warnings about the island's environment died against the green panel, gloves still braced against plaster. But Buckbeck wasn't done. His annotated map promised island secrets. A hand shot up, asking the obvious. Kira was split into smaller islands, right? A grin creature sketch marked the fauna. Back in the classroom, Simon froze on one page, A bandaged skull wreathed in dark flame stared back unsigned. The skull pin on his blazer flared blue, and a voice from nowhere demanded to see that photo closer. Simon blinked. "Oh, Fear, I didn't realize you're here." But then the real hit landed. What was an ancient bandaged monster doing inside an academy textbook? No, because Simon recognized the grinning skull instantly. That was an ancient undead general from his father's battalion, and he was starting to panic. But the book had sketched a ghost, and Fear had answered from the shadows with a single, startled breath. Because Kami had blurted out a name, Richard, while the blue-eyed Reaper clutched his skull and asked the one question Simon could never dodge. Did he remember his father's sin? Their mother was a priest, and this ancient undead had bled for her. So Erzabet filled the silence, voice tight, because the Dark Alliance had been desperate enough to hunt their battalion to the bone. Which meant the retreat had been brutal, a younger Simon clutching a wounded woman in white, sword in hand, cliff edge at his back, Erzabet bleeding beside him. And one undead had stayed behind to buy them their escape. That towering, bandaged giant looming in the photo was the one who never walked away, the reason the rest of them were still breathing. Fear named him without flinching, Vikram. The general, leader of the battalion's giant troop, and the ghosts that rose blue-lit and grinning around his armored bulk were the proof of what he had done to keep them alive. Closer still, the segmented plating, the floating spirits, the cold of an old war that had never really ended. And looking up, that epic, armored titan still standing tall above the trees, undefeated by anything Simon had ever seen. Dark tendrils pulsed, purple fluid bleeding through the cracks between them. But the skeleton in the tattered robe knew a different kind of loyalty existed, one that didn't rot, one that chose to die for the people beside it. So this ancient undead burned itself down on purpose, betting its existence on everyone else walking out alive. Which meant the speaker had already buried this one in memory, until word came back that the dead don't always stay gone. Simon stood against the blue sky with something sitting wrong in his gut. Something was off. His father's undead, at the exact spot where he'd be tested. That wasn't coincidence, that was a thread someone had pulled on purpose. Even the little skull floating in its brass frame tilted sideways, too good to be true, but not impossible either. If you trace the chain of islands inward from Kira, you hit the seaport where Vikram vanished mid-battle. Simon sat with his chin on his hand, running the math, and landed on a request. Since the undead belonged to his father's battalion, he'd take it himself. A pale finger tapped the purple tome once and a laugh slipped out. Of course, they had nothing to lose by trying. Simon smiled, half-profile catching the light, already reaching for the gamble. Whoever this was used to be a pillar of the battalion, bring him home, and the whole formation gets heavier on its feet. But Fear's hooded skull turned the easy win into a warning. Years had passed, personalities warps, citing a certain pink-haired commander who'd lost her way before Simon pulled her back. The comparison landed like a slap on whoever was listening nearby. Fine, the Academy would scan every bag in subspace before teleport, forbidden items got flagged clean. So Simon offered the only play that beat the checkpoint. He'd go in solo, find the lost undead himself, and talk it home. The little sculpin version of his Reaper sputtered in protest, but Fear's taller self just folded its arms. Kid wasn't walking into this one unsupervised. He leaned back at his desk, eyes still closed, reading off the rest of the rulebook with a grin, no food, no extras, nothing that wasn't strictly survival gear. Reclined with his arms behind his head, Simon grumbled that it was a hassle, then his thoughts drifted straight to the ruins and to Urs. Behind him, Malin fired one last question about spices before he vanished for the day. Because that meant his commander had plans for the evening and word reached Erzabet first. She lit up like fireworks, hearts blooming around her as she called for Simon, while Fear stood rigid beside her with grim news. Erzabet had started to spiral, come quick. The scene cut away before the reply could land. 2 days of prep before the survival drop, and Simon's face said the rulebook had just reminded him how thin the margin was. Kami's invitation to lunch bounced right off him. Simon told her to go ahead without him. He had something to take care of, and the vice-chancellor watched him slip out, murmuring her thanks. Kami bolted for the door anyway. Edward's poor blonde classmate dragged behind her by the autograph-hungry mob, while a bystander warned she was one stampede away from landing on Professor Jane's watch list. Kami clasped her hands and whispered that it was okay, but the way she watched him leave said she already knew he wasn't coming to the cafeteria. Up in the tower, a hesitant voice called out to the vice-chancellor, and whatever Simon was running toward, the academy was starting to notice too. And Roke Island had a rule for anyone who wandered in uninvited, no entry without Kizan's official permission. A sweaty treasure hunter in a safari hat learned that the hard way, begging the vice-chancellor for 2 hours on a mythical island he'd waited years to see. Her counteroffer landed like a guillotine, 6 minutes and 40 seconds, which was already shrinking. Every second he spent bargaining, she spent counting down. He stammered about a Professor Bahil willing to teach Class B, maybe that bought him time. Her voice came back flat, 6 minutes and 23 seconds. And somewhere just out of frame, a pale hand flinched hard around a cane. Simon had heard every word. His expression went cold as stone while the vice-chancellor sweated beside him, and the answer he'd been hoping for was clearly not coming. So Simon turned his back on the man and gave an order like he owned the whole island. Bahil, his office now. The vice-chancellor stammered for a reason to give, and a passing student stood there, jaw dropped, watching a first-year command a Kizan authority figure. But Simon wasn't negotiating. His voice dropped into something that made the air itself feel heavier. 10 minutes, or he came to Bahil himself. Somewhere off-panel, a frantic messenger was already sprinting. And the vice-chancellor learned exactly what kind of man he was dealing with. One barked order, one trembling yes. The vice-chancellor snapped orders at 3 subordinates along the fence, ordering every teleport team member to her office by 6, Edward included. Then she turned to the safari-clad man and bowed, hand to chest, informing him his return would be delayed about 10 minutes. Kizan's apology, not hers. 10 minutes? The safari man's internal monologue nearly shattered. They were giving them hell over a 10-minute delay. So he stood there, small and trembling against a black sky, nodding so fast his neck hurt. Yes, 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 of course he'd stay put while she handled it herself. Once she vanished, the silver-haired hunter slumped against the metal fence, cigarette dangling and a voice cut through. Hello. A student from Class A just sat through his lecture, wanted a word. Our boy stepped into frame, purple book in hand, smile easy and warm, and told the exhausted hunter it had been such a great lecture. The hunter looked up from the uniform's crest, startled, then laughed it off and started to ask the kid's name. Simon wasn't here for an autograph, though he wouldn't say no. He'd come to ask a question about the lecture. The hunter leaned in, pen ready, smiling. He flipped the book open and pointed to one monster without a name. Any facts on that one? The hunter's face fell. He flipped through the pages mid-sentence, and his face went slack. He hadn't even checked every photo he'd thrown into the lecture pile. One shot in particular had caught his eye that day. A bandaged thing grinning through fog and crows, unidentified, unstudied, and now sitting open between them. And that admission hit Simon like a sucker punch, because the hunter wasn't describing a stray monster. He was describing something he'd seen roaming this very island. Simon pressed him on it, playing dumb, and the hunter drifted back to the memory. A fog so thick it swallowed the tree line, and his mana camera clicking once before the creature reacted. Because the moment that shutter fired, the thing towering over the forest shrank down to something almost human-sized, which meant the photo on the page was the small version. So if the shrunken version was slightly taller than a grown man, then the original had been big enough to blot out the clouds overhead, a shadow over the entire island. The memory kept scaling up. A pale ghost of a face hid in the storm clouds, and a curving neck swept through the mist like a continent leaning over the water. And then the world just fell. Something colossal slammed the earth with a thump that buckled the floorboards, and off-panel a voice called the hunter Hector. Everyone was waiting next door, and they had no idea what had just knocked on the island. Moore stood with his back bared, sweat still cooling on those sculpted shoulders, and barked the order flat, tell them. The island's survival evaluation was about to become Simon Falench's funeral. And the man's frame said everything his words didn't, a body carved for war, planted and daring anyone to flinch. But his fist clenched around a single word. Class, because Class A answered directly to Vice-Chancellor Kizan, and controlling it mattered more than anything on that island. Even so, something in those red eyes suggested Moore wasn't done sharpening the blade. The dark-haired classmate in the corner watched, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek, already wondering aloud whether this whole grudge ran deeper, some old feud between the Moors and the Falenches. Later, alone on a moonlit railing, Moore brooded under the weight of a name, Falencia, like a debt his family had been collecting interest on for years. Somewhere along the academy wall, footsteps echoed through the dark. A cloaked figure stalked the dirt path beside that wall, patience already fraying at the edges. And back in Simon's world, the shadows behind him had grown teeth, a colossal reptilian maw yawning open around the kid, hungry for the first boy who'd ever owned his own power. And a dark-haired boy in academy trim was smirking down at Simon like the fight was already over, warning that borrowed power would never be enough to beat him. But Simon wasn't hearing any of it, because in his own head a single name was echoing like a countdown, Simonfollentia, and behind that name the weight of everything it carried. Except the hooded rival's forearm was glowing with a dark rune spreading across his skin, and somewhere in his racing thoughts a desperate plan was forming. Win Professor Bahil's favor this evaluation, because the stolen power fueling him was almost spent. So when a mechanism clicked in the stone room around him, the hooded man snapped his head sideways, every nerve lit up. A flash of blue tore through the dark, a clawed gauntlet crashing down, and a white feather drifted where the air had split open. Another feather fell, slow and deliberate. Then a whole storm of them came swirling down, swallowing the hooded man whole, and all he could do was throw his arms up and ask who was there. The feathers kept swirling as his cloak whipped around him, and a voice offered to lend a hand. Under that blue hood, a blonde stranger smiled with one finger pressed to their lips and promised him an offer he could never refuse. Back at the gathering, a blonde classmate laughed over some autograph, and Simon stood beside him sweating through the awkward small talk. The day before the island survival trial, Cammy stood at the gazebo with both hands clutched tight, admitting she was a little nervous, and our boy Simon was right there beside her. He gave her a warm smile and told her she'd do great, but she squeezed her eyes shut and threw the fear out there. What if she got separated from everyone? And then the real terror hit. Would she actually have to butcher monster meat and eat it? That landed like a bomb. Blue-haired girl went arms crossed, Cammy gasped wide-eyed, and Dick Haywood leaned in grinning at the disaster she'd just confessed. Her entire survival resume was, "I practiced fishing once." The chibai plan that followed was pure cope. Cammy figured she'd just grab supplies and eat whenever she got hungry. Blue-haired girl pointed out that wouldn't be tough enough, and Simon poked his head in asking the obvious, wouldn't that be tough? But Simon pushed past the joke to the real problem. Hundreds of students would be gunning for that same special artifact too, and there was no way 3 kids with a fishing rod were walking away with it. Cut to Malin Villine standing in some grand hall, sweating bullets, because if their group landed the artifact it'd be a real edge, but the unspoken worry hung over the room like smoke. Leave it to Malin, and she'd probably burn the supplies down along with everything else. Die, the thought alone was enough to make someone yelp it out loud. Yeah, that survival trial was shaping up to be brutal. Simon flashed a grin and called it time to move. Beside him, Kami begged the others not to wander past the safe circle. But Dick Haywood's voice cut in sharp, waving Simon's attention towards something off-panel. The dark-haired boy startled at whatever his teammate had spotted. And the camera answered, a tall, suited figure with a red-eyed glare and a jaw sharp enough to cut glass, murmuring that a meeting with them meant a real fight. Dick Haywood's chibai face just sighed through a sweat drop. One exhausted, hang in there, for a boy getting way too much attention. And Simon himself, overwhelmed by the fuss, wore that same stressed sweat drop like a man about to snap. So his classmate planted her feet on the glowing circle and refused to let him die stupid, survive, regroup in Kajun, that was the deal. The blue-haired girl grabbed him one more time, voice rising, avoid the lowest points or don't bother coming back, and he just grinned and promised he would. Because that was the thing about Simon. The moment the gate kicked him into light, he was already glowing with it, moving forward like the world owed him a front row seat. The teleportation flared white, the blue streaks bled out, and the trial's title card hung in the silence Necromancer School and the Summon Conjure. Then the jungle hit him all at once, palm trunks towering, canopy thick, and our boy craning his neck like he'd walked into a fever dream of green. His jaw dropped a little, caught somewhere between awe and the slow grin of a man realizing he'd just been handed his battlefield. Yeah, that wide smug, I belong here smile, game on. Blue sky over Kira Island, palm canopy swaying, birds scattering like loose change, and our boy standing there grinning at it all. This man was born ready. Of course he hadn't forgotten the objective, Vikram, the points, the whole survival game. His companion was checking, but that grin said everything. He remembered all of it. Confident to the last, that sharp little pose against the speed lines. Simon Valencia did not come to play defense. So the snacks came first, some smoking little wisp creature yanked out of the grass by its spiky hair, grimacing all the way. Cammy watched her boy hunt for jungle roadkill and wondered what she'd signed up for. But the jungle had other ideas. Sparkle-eyed and fist-clenched, Simon stood in a clearing like a kid who'd just been handed the keys to a candy store. Arms thrown wide, whip in hand, he crowned the whole island his stage. From the tree line, someone had the decency to call it what it was, crazy guy behavior, fully unlocked. Prepared for everything, he'd said, right up until a centipede the size of a subway car came sliding through the undergrowth to disagree. Kami and the blonde, pigtailed girl pressed against a tree trunk, recoiling at an orange and black insect clinging to the bark like it owned the place. Screams, onomatopoeias, the whole soundtrack. Because that wasn't the only one. Two boys clung to the same trunk 6 feet off the ground, shaking like leaves, while a brown centipede writhed right beneath their shoes. Even our boy froze, forced smile, sweat beading, the jungle suddenly less candy store and more survival horror. He'd seen the stats, he'd planned the route, but seeing it in person, his legs had other opinions. Two kids named Hector and Malcolm Randolph, special cases number 10, were already scrapping over supplies somewhere in that jungle, proving the rest of the island was moving just as fast. Back in Simon's group, Malin was paying for that smug grin she'd worn onto the island, dizzy spirals spinning around her head as she groaned and forced herself upright. She cracked her knuckles and shoved the nausea down, because a striker who couldn't stand was no striker at all. Somewhere overhead, the sky cracked open with jagged white light, and 3 classmates looked up at the same instant, asking the only question that mattered. Simon answered with a puffed cheek and a knowing grin. That jungle was already talking to him, and he liked what it was saying. He had the rope, he had the wood, he had fear watching his back, and whatever was lurking out there, the Legion commander was coming for it. Other students were already begging for his number, shouting to recruit him, because the kid with the rope and the skeleton had the kind of eyes that made strangers want to follow. 2 blazer-wearing boys shoved past each other to pitch their team, promising they'd handle the fighting if he just joined up. Simon waved them off without breaking stride. Alone was the only way to move today. And just like that, he was cheerful and approachable again, rope and stakes and all, striding deeper into the trees with fear at his heel. The would-be recruiters stood there, dust settling, wondering what had just hit them. New scene. Somewhere deep in that tropical canopy, our boy Simon pressed on. He'd gone off hunting Vikram, sure, but even he could feel the pull. They were drifting dangerously far from the heart of the island. Fear just grinned from his badge, promising he'd close the gap in a single bound tomorrow, a bold claim when the beach sat on the far side of the map. And the little skull already had a plan. Until a construction site appeared through the palms, and an authority voice demanded to know what students were doing in a restricted zone. Simon pushed deeper into the jungle alone, uniform smudged with dirt, sticks, and rope on his back, the warning still trailing off behind him. Leave immediately. And the gray-haired instructor wasn't asking twice. That man wanted every student out immediately. Then the blue-haired whip-wielder swung into frame, mistaking the hand in the tactical glove for another duel. Just took a wrong turn, no thanks. Simon kept walking with his eyes shut and a smile on his face, telling his unseen company to carry on while he tracked something only he seemed to sense. One more step, and a tiny green spark blinked against the leaves. Because those thorny white vines weaving up the tree trunks were exactly what he'd been hunting for found it. The prize sat in plain sight, a silver spatial bracelet tangled in a web of glowing vines, dropped by some unlucky student and ripe for the taking. Our boy checked the treetops first, because this jungle had eyes everywhere. Fear nudged him through the mental link, no observers, and Simon reached for the bracelet with a grin. A little surveillance pod hummed overhead, marked Unit 4, its big red lens panning the canopy. These were the Academy's eyes, and if one caught him snatching contraband loot, that was an instant expulsion. Somewhere off-panel, an urgent voice whispered his way, "Now's the time, kid." Simon rolled his cuffs back like a man about to commit a crime, and the smile on his face said he was absolutely fine with that. Fear materialized in full, hood flaring, cyan flames licking his ribs, a line of skeletal warriors at his back. The legendary Reaper was back in the field and laughing about it. Simon waved the bracelet open and gestured for his commander to hop inside, because hauling a 7-foot skeleton through a public evaluation was, not subtle. Fear's reaction was immediate. Absolutely not. A drone floated past overhead. "Eye scanning, move now, talk later," before an instructor catches a skeleton walking around in broad daylight. So Fear dissolved into shadow instead, his green-eyed silhouette melting into the undergrowth. Clean exit, 0 witnesses. But the stakes were real. Instructors and professors prowled these woods, and getting caught with a smuggled spatial bracelet was grounds for expulsion on the spot. The stern gray-haired instructor's gaze swept the tree line, sharp and hunting, looking for exactly the kind of rule-breaking our boy specialized in. Simon broke into a nervous sweat with Fear's skull floating right behind his shoulder. Of course that too, because nothing on this island was ever simple. And floating somewhere above the canopy, a voice called the kid by his real title, the Legion Commander. Back on solid ground, the stern gray-haired instructor was suddenly all heart eyes and banter, leaning in like a proud uncle. The pink-haired girl, Erzsébet in chibi form, beamed and squeezed her cheeks, lapping up the affection. Which meant the punchline was her showing off, a transformation ability proudly presented for his approval. But the warmth didn't last. Fear loomed over his master the second the card titles faded, skeletal jaw set, eye socket blazing. The most dreadful moment of his entire undead life, and the kid had earned every syllable of it. The day before the island's survival, in a grassy clearing at sunset, a gray-haired man hunched on a stone called out to the figure standing over him. And the kid looking down at him, purple hair, academy blazer, that infuriating calm, was Simon Valencia, reminding Brad of the promise he'd made the week before. The wish was simple. Brad would become his pawn from that moment on. Simon froze mid-breath, because Brad's reaction was about to make or break him. Brad exploded in outrage at the audacity, a first-year trying to collar a TA, but Simon didn't flinch, just shrugged and played his real card. Professor Hungpeng never found out the real reason behind their sparring. And Simon pressed the knife in, voice dropping low. Because if she ever did find out, Brad knew she wouldn't stop at one punishment, and the color draining from his face said he knew it too. His teeth clenched. Which meant when Brad finally caved, asking what Simon wanted, the answer was cold and transactional. The subspace bracelet first, lay low through island survival, stay invisible. Simon had this whole game mapped out before the sun went down. Something off-panel shifted. Simon blinked, because Brad was already reading him like a playbook, calling the impersonation angle before he could even voice it. Because proxy doubles were standard Academy currency, and Brad had clearly done it before. Brad capitulated, knowing full well the blame would land on Simon's head, not his. Which meant Simon already had a better angle, a foolproof one, and a fresh dark disc with a pink mark to prove it. But that kind of gratitude belongs to a different reunion entirely. Because Buzzcut had been faithfully counting the seconds since his last order, and he came in arms wide, expecting a hero's welcome from his commander. Erzsébet, meanwhile, was busy being precious about it, and Fear was begging her to stop before his skeletal frame gave out. Then the TA who played the student Dika card swaggered in, proud as ever, while Simon could only sigh. Brad was milking it, triumphant, arm over his heart, swearing his acting had fooled the entire island. Simon stared back with the flattest look his Brad body could manage. Because Fear, towering behind him in that ragged black hood and cyan rib glow, begged him not to make that face in that body. He redirected the moment. Vikram was next, and that was the target. Brad lit up instantly, volunteering to come along, flowers practically blooming around him. The blue-haired boy didn't even open his eyes before shutting it down cold. Which landed like a hammer, because if Brad walked away from his post, the whole disguise unraveled. And the verdict was final. Fear and Simon had this. Nobody else needed to play hero. Fear backed it up from the mist, calling Brad an eyesore and telling him to turn around. The rejected man could only pout a soft, complaining sound, because even his commander had sided against him. So he gave in with a grumble, shoulders sagging, and started the slow walk back. No choice, he muttered, fear and the blue-haired kid both trailing off into silent dots of shared relief. And as he went, one last little whine slipped out, because he wanted to see Vikram too, and nobody had even pretended to consider it. But Simon couldn't speak, and the silence hurt worse than words would have. Because the commander was holding it together, telling himself he was a grown-up undead who wouldn't cry. Which meant fear, ever the loyal master, stepped in with the obvious play, reward the one who'd carried the mission. Praise your soldiers, that's a commander's job. He doubled down with the simplest argument, none of this worked without Urs, she earned it. So Simon called out to Urs, asking her to shift back for a second, and fear nudged him further, pointing out he already knew what she liked. Simon admitted he did. Fear glanced over his shoulder, caught off guard, and simply said, "What, okay?" Then Urs shimmered back into her true form in a swirl of mist, hair whipping, asking what was wrong. Simon opened his mouth and nothing came out clean. He faltered, reaching for her, and she just looked at him with flushed cheeks and a quiet question mark. His hand found her waist, the gesture carrying every word his mouth couldn't land. And in that breath, the commander realized exactly what the moment called for. He pulled her in and held her close, roses blooming faint in the air around them, while she stared up at him in wide-eyed shock. A frame of pale pink blossoms, soft and wordless. Then the words finally came, thanking her, calling her Urs, telling her the whole thing worked because of her. Her heart hammered so loud it filled the panel, pressed against him, blushing deep as anything she'd ever felt. His order cut sharp across the clearing, revert to Brad, get back in place and don't blow the cover. He pushed her away a beat too fast, told her not to make the others suspicious, and got nothing back but a small, lost O. So he stood there in the quiet, smudged with dirt, and let out a single, unsteady okay. His hand was gone, but the warmth of it stayed, and her heart hammered like it had ideas of its own. He closed his eyes, flushed clear to the ears, and swallowed every word he actually wanted to say. Night rolled in fast over Kira Island, and the forest filled with the steady thwack-thump-crack of skeletons building in the dark. Logs lashed into a tight A-frame, tarp pulled taut, and a single proud announcement, "It's done." The blue-haired kid planted his hands on his hips and sized up the finished shelter while fear loomed beside him, tool still on his shoulder, ready for the next order. Except the kid dropped to his hands and knees and crawled straight inside, one word, sleep, while Chibai fear nearly popped out of his skull. The little reaper lost it, rattling off excuses about searching the area, but the kid was already flat on his back inside, smiling, red tie tucked across his chest like a blanket. Early to bed, early to move, and one quiet ask tucked between the lines, "Stay on the tie today, fear." The little pin face on the tie was losing its mind, spluttering at the sheer indignity of being pinned to a rope. So Simon hung his red tie over the shelter's ridge and told the furious skull on it to keep watch. That tiny pin trembled and sweated against the night sky, raging about the disgrace of being used as a night guard. Achibai Simon smiled up from below and without a shred of mercy, asked for a dawn wake-up call. And somewhere in the bright morning light, a skeletal skull wept at being demoted to alarm clock. Morning broke over Kira Island, and Simon stretched on the rooftop with the easy energy of a man who actually slept. Fear materialized with a clenched teeth grudge, red aura crackling. Simon just sweated through a nervous smile and promised reinforcements once the gold rolled in. The grudge thawed fast when money entered the equation, and Fear asked what came next. Simon fisted his hand down with a grin and declared he was heading for the center mansion right now. 4 skeletal soldiers crouching gripped a bundled log raft tight, and Simon told them to lift on his mark. Fear, bone hands wrapped around a wooden beam, clarified the plan in his flat reaper voice, "The central mansion." And just like that, the frame went blank, because the story hadn't ended, it had only just learned to breathe. A weathered map unfolded between them, Kira Island, one big central landmass ringed by 4 smaller ones, threaded by rivers so narrow most folks treat the whole thing as one piece. Simon's eyes went wide at the layout. Because those 5 islands together weren't even the whole of Kira, and that meant whatever waited at the center, Simon was about to hit it first. Simon dropped the answer like a gauntlet on the table. One island sits at the heart of the chain, he declared, and four more huddled around it like vassals around a throne, a jagged magical projection blooming behind him to prove it. Fear had given him the lay of the land, but Simon had already locked in his destination. Only the center mattered. Geography lesson over. This whole mess was called the Kira Islands, not one land but five, laced together by saltwater. Where their little camp sat was one of those outer islands, he explained, sketching the picture for the skulls pulling his cart behind him, and water ran between every chunk of land like veins connecting them to the mainland. Looked like a river from here, sure, but Simon knew better than to trust the obvious. Palm trees tossed in the breeze, turquoise waves slammed the rocks below, and way up on that cliff edged two skeleton porters and a boy in a dark blazer were tiny specks against the sky. Salt spray, open ocean. This was no river. It was the sea wearing a narrow disguise. And the current, Simon realized, ran straight where he needed to go. So that rickety A-frame the skeletons had built last night wasn't shelter for nothing. It was a waypoint, planted exactly where the water would carry him home. Fear's narration box landed the accusation like a quiet verdict, and Simon's grin said everything. Yeah, that was the plan all along. Fear's skull agreed, the little crown flickering with impatience, ready to move, ready now. Our boy was thrilled. But across the island, Dick Haywood wasn't thrilled about anything. Three students crouched on a rocky riverbank where a wooden suspension bridge hung in ruins, and the brown-haired boy put his hands on his hips and laid out the bad news plain. Whatever was on the other side had already claimed that crossing, and a spear grip tightening on blue hair said nobody was keen to test the replacement. Their slim hope of crossing had just died with the bridge. Then Dick caught movement downstream. Something was drifting toward them through the rapids, and whatever it was, they needed to see it before it saw them. And there he was, standing on a raft like he'd built the whole river just for this. Dick squinted through the brush while his buddy leaned in for a better look, both of them squashing flat against the bank. Recognition hit like a lightning bolt. Dick's whole face lit up, because that was no random drifter riding those rapids. So like you, he called out, grinning at the river. Simon rode the raft straight over the lip of a waterfall in a spray of white water, jacket snapping in the wind, looking like he'd been doing this his whole life. Somewhere far ahead on the waterway, an off-panel voice cackled. The air was fresh, the path open, and they figured they could just keep cruising. Our boy Simon was right there riding that raft through the chop, smirking like he owned the river beneath a sky full of cliffs and cloud. A voice trailed off into nothing, swallowed by the white. Then his amber eyes narrowed, a hand shading his brow, something ahead had snagged his attention, and the whole day just shifted. Up on the cliff edge, a small cluster of academy uniforms were already murmuring, squinting down, asking if anyone could make out what they were seeing. And the answer came back sharp. Someone was coming in on a boat. Two students snapped around on instinct, the taller one with a bun and his shorter, sweating friend both pivoting hard. Dick Haywood lunged forward with a shout, that eager grin already breaking across his face because the distraction had finally landed. Because of that raft down below, every eye on the cliff was locked on Simon, which meant the rope bridge behind them was wide open for a quiet crossing, exactly as planned. The window was now or never. Cross it. Dick Haywood's grin went feral, streaking blue behind him as he hollered at his crew to run. Four blazers hit that suspension bridge at a dead sprint, Dick barking at them to ignore the chaos across the water and just book it. But the pursuers caught on. A dark-haired boy pointed at the bridge screaming the alarm. A spear-wielding kid ordered the chase, and a light brown-haired student had a purple magic circle already spinning to hand. Simon flinched as a sudden orange flare roared up around him, and honest, on his face because nobody was supposed to be aiming at him. Then a blazing projectile screamed across the water, and whoever had fired it had just turned a distraction into a duel. Heron trailed behind on the cliff, watching that fireball streak across the water, and had to admit out loud, whoever was on that raft had real skill. A boot slammed down with a burst of purple energy, and a sharp voice barked the order to eject. Because Fear's signature skeletal hand was already in motion, a green object rocketed over the blue water with a hungry whoosh, which meant the giant skeletal hand came swinging down toward Simon's little raft with a violent swoosh. So Simon launched himself off the raft on instinct, the wood about to die behind him. The green payload smacked the water with a F-whoom and reduced that raft to splinters, and somewhere off to the side, a stunned voice could only manage a what the, because that same skeletal boot stomped onto the dock and steadied the throw, like a sniper confirming his mark. But Simon was already gone, feet pounding the water's surface in a blur of jump, dash, leap, racing clean through every attack fear threw at him. One last desperate dash carried him over open water, cyan glowing underneath, which left Dick Haywood crouching on the busted scaffolding in pure panic, shrieking that the kid was lily-padding across the surface. And that was exactly the kind of nonsense only Simon would pull. Silence, just the white panel letting the moment register. So Simon landed wide-armed on a shattered, water-slicked rock, soaking wet and grinning, while Dick watched from high above on the bridge and cursed, because of course Simon had another new trick. Except gravity only wins for a second, and Simon tipped upside down through the sky, bound by some purple energy curve snapping him off course. The empty blue sky held nothing but the fading streak of his interrupted trajectory. And two students nearby flinched hard as a jagged spike of blue water erupted between them, reacting to the chaos with wide eyes. Because in that same breath, two suited students collided up close, one throwing a fist into a swirling mass of water and light. He thrust his hand forward and barked a single command: restore, rebuild, finish the job, because stopping now meant leaving his skeleton stranded mid-summon. But the chaos didn't discriminate, and two nearby students took the brunt of a sweeping arc of water, knocked clean sideways before they could even register the hit. A blink of motion, gone before anyone could track it. Then a purple energy whip carved upward through empty sky, trailing nothing but a thin clatter of aftermath. He landed low among his own raised skeletons, bones snapping and grabbing under his boots, but he was already past them, using the chaos as cover to slip through the bone line at full tilt. One black boot slammed earth and launched him forward into the next stride. The clearing opened up, his skeletons threw their arms up in a ragged cheer, and two boys, a blonde and a brunette, stood frozen in the foreground wondering what the hell they'd just stumbled into. He blew past the man-bun kid and his friend in a dark blur, calling me too, over his shoulder like he was joining a race nobody else had signed up for. Dick Haywood gaped in the foreground while the brunette and man-bun hollered for somebody to grab him, but our boy was already gone, tossing a smug goodbye over his shoulder as he vanished into the chaos. Dummies, he'd called them, and the black hem of his jacket disappeared with the word. The man-bun kid, Heron, whipped around with wide eyes and sweat on his brow, the realization hitting a beat too late. Except somewhere else on that island, a darker game was already underway, purple-black flames looming in the foreground, while a red-haired figure went flying backward through a sky that had turned the color of fresh blood. Malin's back, wreathed in those same cursed flames, told the scared figure curled beneath them not to move. Two boys flanked Malin as he brushed them off with a flat, whatever. Then the camera found his face, green eyes blazing under that headband, surrounded by an aura that meant business. Simon, still catching his breath, sweat beating at his temple, told the stunned crowd to carry on without him. Something else had just taken priority. Malin turned and walked into the green tree line, purple-black flames trailing off his shoulder like a second cape, each step landing heavier than the last, and the real hunt had just begun. Simon exhaled in relief as the last skeleton fell, the timing landing exactly how he'd hoped, which meant he'd already won before anyone realized the fight had started. Fear gave a slow rattle of approval. The boys' instincts were sharper than expected. The bridge ahead was a choke point, and choke points meant blood, so waiting it out was the smart play. But Simon already had one boot crunching into the undergrowth, hunting for something only he could see. Traces were useless here. Vikram was the kind of beast that swallowed its own footprints, though fear pointed out the chaos of students brawling elsewhere would send the ancient general into a frenzy, and a frenzy would make him impossible to miss. Threats made him grow, so anger made him loud, and loud meant spotted. Better to let the forest soften him up first, and strike once the wound was fresh. Simon squinted up at the sky, sweat beading. Every duel happening across the island was fuel on that particular fire. Forward meant crossing, and crossing meant a climb he wasn't thrilled about. He and Fear stood at the base of a towering gray cliff, their spears catching the last of the light. His eyes swept the dirt, hunting for a handhold, something, anything to give them the high ground. The last whisper of a sentence faded against the green. Fear's jaw dropped with a startled click, which meant Simon had spotted exactly what they needed. Beyond the ridge, a palisade camp came into view, and two tiny green shapes patrolling its walls. Kira goblins, claws gripping crude steel, chittering their tribal nonsense, easy marks, unless they sounded the alarm before the ambush landed. So many Kira, way more than any sane person wanted to count. And the weight of that number hit them both like a wall. He stared at Fear, dazed. There was no way around it, that camp was a problem. Yeah, a lot of goblins was underselling it. He pivoted at a rustle in the brush, and two skeletons with blue-lit eyes came shambling out of the leaves, spears raised, which made the ambush problem a whole lot more immediate. Until a silver-haired kid burst through the bushes grinning, some kind of ally calling out that he had backup, and the whole situation tilted on its axis. Which left Simon a decision he didn't love making. Fear warned him solo was suicide, even for the prodigious kid, and Simon, after a beat, asked the only question that mattered, together. Dick Haywood stepped up animated, pointing out the rest of their class was right behind him, ready to move. Simon politely waved them off and headed in alone. While Fear watched, Dick protested it was a team challenge, and the skeletons just stood there. He considered joining forces, weighed it, and decided cooperation now was fine. Leaving them later was the real plan, and he was already walking. Sun poured through the canopy as Dick's voice floated after him. Yeah, that guy was actually going solo. Dick laughed to the group lounging in the grass that this dude was something else for trying it alone. A blonde classmate sobered them up fast. Clock was ticking, and the island wasn't going to wait for them to finish goofing. Simon said okay, calm as anything, already gone. Dick Harron and our boy took off sprinting into the trees. They crested a slope and found the ambush waiting, shadowy shapes, pointed ears, weapons ready. Goblins, a whole hunting party of Kira tribesfolk, shrieking their war cries against the firelight. Simon and a pale blonde classmate spun up violet circles at the same instant, magic charging, the air rumbling toward something big. Then the ground shook, and every head in the group snapped toward the sound. Simon braced a girl on his back while the others gawked. Two students flinched as a jagged purple shape cratered between them, and they had no idea what just hit the island. Even the goblins froze, mouths hanging open at the thud. Up on top of whatever had landed, Simon, sitting cross-legged on a giant fleshy dome like it was a throne. And the brown golem's golden eye filled the sky, slamming down with enough force to shake the whole forest. And there he was, Simon, purple hair catching the breeze, beaming like a kid on a carnival ride. His old line echoed back, loving every second of this freefall. The golem tumbled through the air with him, riding it like a skateboard, while his classmates below screamed about what kind of madman brings a golem to stealth mission. The goblins bolted screaming, their ambush broken by one cheerful sociopath and his ride. Two students locked in a staring contest when the world split itself down the middle with a sound that froze their blood. Tiny green goblins shrieked beneath the impact because something huge was coming, and it was coming fast. Simon hadn't planned on a mount. He was sitting cross-legged when the ground itself rose up under him, one giant golden eye staring back, and the wordless question of what in the world he'd just woken on. The golem didn't care what he thought. Brown stone thundered forward, each footfall a small earthquake, and Simon just held on because there was nothing else to do. Students scattered as the creature burst through the tree line, a rolling boulder with one eye, carrying a passenger who had absolutely not asked for this ride. Malin and the pale-haired boy could only watch it slam through their fight and keep rolling. But where the golem passed, its wake did violence. A single punch from one of Simon's classmates put a goblin down cold, and the rest scattered screaming. And Simon, the kid, got launched off his own stolen mount. He pinwheeled through the air, ate dirt, and slammed into a slab hard enough to rattle his teeth. Except the goblin shaman wasn't laughing. She rose on her perch with her bone necklace rattling, screaming war cries that made the smaller ones below her straighten up, because a route only stays a route until the boss decides otherwise. And decide she did. Staff raised high, the shaman called down something old and ugly from above, her wooden rod catching the light with a sparkle that meant very bad news for everyone still standing. The golem didn't wait to find out what. It charged straight through the shaman's ranks, crushing anything in its path, and Simon rode it like a man who'd already accepted his terrible luck. By the time the dust settled, the beast was thundering down the valley road with its rider, leaving goblin screams fading behind it, and one brown-haired boy standing there, realizing the chaos had just walked away with his classmate. Simon slipped off into the grass and turned back, confused, because the little green pests were still shrieking at something, and it wasn't him. Their screeches carried a different kind of panic now. He'd banked 127 tongue pad points from monsters tonight, which meant the scoreboard was his whether anyone liked it or not. So why were the goblins still worked up? Something else had just walked into their territory, and he hadn't seen it yet. 2 days of monster hunting on this island, and the kid had stacked bodies like a true necromancer, tongue pad points climbing with every corpse. But goblin kills alone wouldn't cut it. If he wanted the upper ranks, he'd need something messier, a real fight against a real student. So he tracked the overgrown ruins and waited. Somewhere in this jungle, a target worth fighting was coming to him. 2 or 3 more to go. So when movement finally cracked the canopy, Simon answered with everything, a massive flare detonating from his palm, the kind of burst that announced to the whole island that the crow had picked a fight. Except the sky answered back with falling stars of its own, flaming meteors screaming down on his position, and the magical signature was unmistakable. Blast Blaze crashed into him like a verdict. The heat swallowed his silhouette whole, and Simon braced for everything it had. He came out the other side bloodied, sleeve torn, planted in a crater that still smoked but breathing. And across the inferno, Malin's eye went wide, shocked that her opening salvo hadn't ended it. The fire licked at his boots with a sizzle and a hiss, and the realization hit him mid-burn. That wasn't some random challenger. That was Malin's magic, the girl from his own team, come to collect a ranking. There she stood, wreathed in her own flames, sigil still glowing in her palm and a grin that meant she'd finally found her target. Malin, the Ivory Tower's fallen heir, Group 7 striker, and the one classmate stubborn enough to hunt the crow down. The island just turned into a duel. Malin stared across the burning trees at the one student she had trusted since day one at Kizan, checking on him like no enemy ever would. He stared back, sweat on his cheek, remembering every team-up and every shared grind that had built this bond. But something sharper lived behind her eyes, the same question she had been swallowing for months. A crimson sigil screamed into existence between them, and Malin finally asked it out loud. Who is stronger between the two of us? Simon could only blink. She had her answer ready. This was their chance to throw everything into a real fight, and Simon knelt in the wreckage knowing she meant every word. Malin raised a fist wreathed in flame, smirking like a striker who had waited her whole life for this invitation. But Simon's own itch answered hers. He had figured he'd scrap with her eventually, and a chance like this didn't come often. He charged straight into the inferno, fists up, roaring to meet her head-on. A wall of orange fire answered him, crackling and spitting, daring him to keep walking into it. It was still hard to believe she was actually gunning for him, that the teammate who had his back was now trying to climb over him to the top. 3 fireballs screamed through the ash toward him, and Malin's voice cut through the heat, asking if he was just going to stand there and take them. The blast caught Simon dead on, and the word that echoed with it said everything: devastating power, the kind that rewrites a fight's math in a single hit. He hit the ground inside a ring of fire, every breath costing him, and the academy assessment hung in the smoke. Tremendous ability. In every category, Malin was a flawless student. That was the truth burning around him. His hand clenched tight against his uniform, taking the hit, because conceding this girl's resume wasn't even a question. Off to the side, Kami raised a finger and made the obvious call. Sure, Malin was loaded out perfectly, but that didn't close the book. Because Malin's overwhelming fire wasn't just an offense, it was a wall in disguise. Any clumsy attack would die before it ever reached her. And in raw striking power, she sat at the top of every classic Kizan, which meant a head-on slugfest was a death sentence. So Simon didn't slug. He caught the staff up in a clean arc, steel screaming against steel, and gave her the verdict. He was still in this. But the way through a wall of fire isn't through it, it's through one pinhole. A pinpoint strike, aimed at exactly the right seam, and don't forget, he'd studied this girl as hard as she'd studied him. He rose up from below with his staff braced in one hand, and his other arm pulling back a darkness-wrapped arrow, the bowstring of shadow stretching taut as he told her flat out. He knew her just as well as she knew him. Malin answered by slamming a wolf seal into the air and screaming back, "You really think that gets through?" Because fire erupted beneath her and the whole arena turned into a furnace. But the dark arrow was already loose, tearing through the heat in a streak of purple-black, and it slammed into Kami's position with enough force to hurl the shadowy figure clean through the air. Kami barely had time to register the hit before the violet-black shape blew past her and crashed deep into the wall of orange flame behind her, and all she got out was a stunned exclamation. Then Malin staggered, a dark spear buried clean in her thigh. The hex burst at the wound glowing cyan as the pain hit her, because that pinpoint strike had found its seam. An arrow tipped with darkness, that was what had broken her guard. But Malin wasn't done being the strongest at Kizan, because she roared his name and answered with a pillar of fire so big it swallowed the sky, blasting Simon backward through the smoke in a single cataclysmic boom. He lunged forward, purple-black fire licking at his heels. Then she came from above, Malin dropping out of the smoke with fire coiling around her fist, and the kid barely got his guard up in time. Magical combat on top of everything else. This was not a low-diff duel. That crimson sigil kept climbing, a pillar of dark flame promising the finishing blow the second it finished charging. The message was clear. One hit, and the duel was over. But Simon wasn't watching the sigil anymore. He was looking somewhere else entirely, and his jaw had tightened. A black lance punched clean through Malin's thigh and burst into cyan shrapnel. The shock on her face said it all, that had not come from the kid in front of her. Another one slammed into her ribs before she could process the first, tearing blazer and skin, and she was reeling now, bleeding from two sides with no idea where the fire was coming from. Because Simon had 3 skeletons under his command, and one of them was drawing a bowstring right now, aimed from a direction she wasn't watching. She finally looked up and understood what was happening to her. And the skeleton archer. He already knew her weakness, long range from 4 angles, and was lining up the next shot. Our boy pulled the bowstring to his cheek, eye locked on the target, because 3 skeletons meant 3 angles, and the horn-headed archer was just the closer. But Malin bit down on the pain and refused to fold. She'd catalogued every weak point in her own body, and she wasn't about to let a 4th arrow prove her wrong. The horn-headed skeleton loosed another shaft, streaking in from yet another angle, and this time aimed to finish what the first 2 had started. Somewhere beneath the chaos, a foot slammed a rune-carved circle, and cyan flame screamed to life. Ice answered back, a jagged wall of it erupting skyward with a crack that split the air. Simon braced behind that frozen barricade, blade up, teeth set, because whatever she just triggered behind it wasn't done with him yet. When the shards settled and the dust thumped to the ground, he let the sword hang loose and exhaled. The immediate threat was over. So he slung the bow over his shoulder and smiled the nervous smile of a man who knew his window to vanish was closing fast. Except someone in that crimson dark wasn't ready to let this be a one-round fight. A pale hand punched upward through the ice, conjuring a rune-etched crimson circle, and a howling column of red-black fire roared out of it, answering his retreat with a very clear no. Why the hell does she want this so bad? That was the only thought running through his head as Kamibarez burst from the tree line, wings flared, eyes blazing, demanding they throw down together right now. Right here. Right now. Because Kami's timing had boxed him in, and the only play left was tactical retreat. He'd cut a lane through Malin's flank and ghost before the fire caught up. But 2 voices cut through the dark before he could knock another arrow, one shouting his title, the other screaming at him to move, because something far worse than either student was coming, and it was already close. So the rune circle wasn't a retreat, it was a trap. Malin had locked herself midair beside a burning red sphere, and whatever she'd unleashed left our boy visibly lost on what she'd just done to him. Then the ground itself answered, a clawed stone hand punching through the debris like it owed somebody money, and the name that followed landed like a verdict, Itis Vikrom, which meant the ancient general had found his opening, and Malin was already airborne from the first exchange, flung backward by a force no first year was built to take. Simon saw it happen in real time, his face drained, his mouth already tearing open to shout the one name he could still reach her with. Emayawayan. She hung there, eyes wide, debris drifting around her like the world had paused, not unconscious yet, but clearly past the point of dodging whatever came next. Malin stood her ground, one arm raised against a falling pillar, the debris raining down around her. Simon saw it happen, and the shock on his face said everything. That girl from his own team was about to be crushed. Her name tore out of him like a reflex, Malin. She caught the shape of golden energy lunging at her and froze, blue eyes wide, because her teammate was charging straight into her line of fire. Dark flames licked up around his boots, and he burst forward without a second thought. He sprinted through the wreckage, arm outstretched, shouting, and somewhere off to the side, a student wondered what this guy thought he was doing. Malin's own spell was half-cocked overhead, her dark flame already aimed at the exact spot he was running into, because her brain couldn't reconcile the math in time. A pale hand hovered over a glowing crimson pentacle, fingers trembling, someone hesitating, weighing the cost. Malin's eye went wide, a dark streak running down her cheek, and the truth landed like a gut punch. Simon would die if she didn't stop. She lunged and grabbed him by the shoulders, wrenching him to a halt mid-stride, her own crimson spell still blazing above them both. Somewhere off in the trees, Loring was screaming at Malin, "Run," but our girl never moved. Instead, she took Simon's hit full in the chest, and a column of fire blasted him off his feet with a sound that rattled the whole clearing. Loring crashed into her, hauling her back through the smoke, and Malin's eyes were shut tight because she knew she had just chosen him over the kill. Simon hit the dirt on the far side of the blast, curled around the pain, every breath a fight to keep his ribs inside his chest. But then a single boot stepped forward, wreathed in dark flame, and the ground itself flinched. Before either of them could recover, Malin was airborne, leaping onto his back as purple-black flare kicked them both skyward like a launched round. Because the thing that stepped forward was no student. Above them, a colossal gold-scaled serpentine horror coiled across the broken sky, swallowing the horizon. It answered with a blade of force that carved the dust open, and Malin barely twisted clear of the impact. Simon clenched his teeth and said a flat chat. He was naming the nightmare. That right there is the former general of the battalion's giant troop, Vikram. Vikram roared, a single burning red eye flaring to life inside that horned helm, and swung his weapon in a wide arc. Malin caught the shockwave clean and went flying backward through the debris. They were both plummeting now, two teammates, tangled in dust, dropping toward whatever Vikram had planned next. Vikram's fist came down like a hammer on the world itself, and the ground simply surrendered. Two teammates hit the dirt face first, the wind knocked clean out of both of them, pride and dark flare forgotten in the dust. Then Malin saw the opening, the giant was turning, already moving off, and she threw herself forward in a desperate slide, screaming that the thing was trying to escape. Simon grit his teeth and hauled himself up after her, her name ripping out of his throat like a curse. A hand clamped down hard on cloth, knuckles white, refusing to let go. Somewhere above that carnage, he was dangling off a cliff by one arm, and the blue-haired girl from class was swinging from his grip, her weight all that stood between her and a long fall. He barked for fear to track Vikram through the chaos, and the only answer was a mountain of dust where a giant had just cratered the earth. When it cleared, she was limp against his chest, barely breathing, completely out. Malin let the silence hang, and her fanged slime clicked its teeth. Then something soft drifted down and caught in her hair, a single white feather, impossibly out of place, and Simon could only blink at it. His fingers reached for it, slow, like the answer to a question he hadn't asked yet. The feather fluttered at his touch, and the quiet little "oh" that escaped him said everything. A raindrop snapped against his nose and his eyes flew open, the sky suddenly alive with weather. Wind howled through the trees, they needed shelter and fast. Even the forest knew this hunt had reached its limit, dark clouds swallowing the valley, rain falling hard, and one stubborn order ringing in his skull: find shelter. Somewhere behind those clenched, trembling fists, a voice gave up on him. No more high hopes, no more patience, just the quiet verdict of someone who'd expected better. The blue-haired classmate's face went pale, really, as the words landed like a blade between her ribs. Through the cracked-open doors, she watched a hooded silhouette deliver the killing stroke. A new successor had already been chosen, and her name wasn't on the list. Against a bruised black sky, she stood frozen, cloak damp, eyes hollow, the future she'd been promised ripped clean away. Somewhere back on Kira Island, the dark-haired boy woke gasping, head in his hands. What an irritating dream. his fingers still twitching like he'd been clenching them in his sleep. His first fumbling reach confirmed the nightmare's leftover riddle. These aren't his clothes, and nothing about his own body felt right. Across the cave, a light blue-haired girl in a too-heavy cloak lurched upright, blinking at the firelight. "Wha? Where are we?" "A cave," and spotted a shape in the shadows. That shape was shirtless Simon, half-turned by the crackling campfire with rain streaking the cave mouth behind him. "You're up," genuinely not expecting company. Her reply was half-scream, half-brain shutdown. "Simon, your clothes," all the syllables colliding in her throat at once. Hand flying to her collar, eyes blown wide, she couldn't even finish the accusation. Malin yanked the stranger's cloak shut like her life depended on it, fury barely covering the panic underneath. Simon apologized so fast his voice cracked, and the floating narration helpfully confirmed his excuse: wet clothes, liability of catching cold. Her retort echoed off the cave walls, because nothing says innocent like a clothesline strung up in the dark. She screamed his name loud enough to wake every monster on the island. He hissed back that this was exactly why he'd told her to keep it down. Malin loomed over a kneeling, shirtless Simon, trembling with rage while he swore on his life nothing happened, eyes shut from start to finish. She couldn't even process what she was hearing. A pot hissed over the campfire. Somewhere in the dark, both of them were still fuming. She stood there clenching her fist under that too-big hood, whole frame shaking with leftover outrage. He hovered beside her, nervous as a kid caught red-handed, and neither of them had cooled off yet. So she dragged a hand down her face and finally asked what actually happened. Simon lit right up, fists clenched, grinning like a golden retriever about to explain the whole thing. And somewhere past the rocky wall, dust drifted down while the truth finally sank in. So they settled by the fire, her hugging her knees in that borrowed cloak, him sitting close enough to feel her glare, both of them finally breathing again. Until she told him to turn around so she could change. He peeked back over his shoulder, confused, because apparently the night wasn't done with him yet. Malin's voice came out flustered, half-lidded and reluctant. "Just turn around already." Simon lit up, oblivious, like she just handed him a puzzle he'd finally cracked. Fabric rustled behind him while he stood there grinning, suddenly aware he'd maybe picked the wrong cave to be a gentleman in. She dropped beside him in a heap, flat and done, and couldn't believe he was the one acting more nervous, shirtless, flustered, the guy who just stared down a titan, suddenly a sweating mess over a wardrobe swap. She called him out sideways, blushing harder by the second, reminding him she'd been the one buck naked. He closed his eyes, turned pink to the ears, and swore he wasn't nervous. Nobody in that cave believed him. So he did the only thing a flustered necromancer could: fed her. Ladle into the pot, stew bubbling over the fire, a wooden bowl offered like a peace treaty. She took it, steam curling past her face, and the first thing out of her mouth was his name. Back turned, voice quiet over the firelight, she asked the question that had been sitting in her chest since the fight: why save her? She'd swung first, and Simon, sitting across from her, just answered easy: no worries. But she kept pulling the thread, almost apologetic. She hadn't actually meant to finish him, and the weight of that half-meant swing hung between them with the steam. She drew a breath, and the answer finally came. Simon tilted his head back, a small knowing smile breaking through, and said the thing that pinned her. He could tell she'd hesitated. She couldn't stand it. The gratitude sat heavier than any grudge ever had. So she dumped every point she had on him, all but one kept as a thank you, and the kid short-circuited watching the numbers tumble down around him in a glowing cascade. Before he could spiral, she grabbed his wrist with a grin, that little fanged slime of hers snaking along her hand like a punctuation mark, and told him 2 days was plenty of time. 260 points banked, and she wore that sneaky, blushing grin like she'd already won the whole island. He touched the band on his wrist thinking, then asked her something, one question, carefully. She paused mid-blow on her stew, brow raised, listening. She grinned over the bowl and cleared the air fast. Anything he wanted, so long as it wasn't weird. But the question that came wasn't easy, and silence hung in his throat. 2 silhouettes, a fire between them, rain tapping the cave mouth, and he finally asked why she ran so hard for first place, a question heavy enough to fill the quiet. Somewhere deep in Kira Island's mist-soaked forest, a team was hunting targets and slowly losing their minds looking for them. 3 days in, Harren's squad was moving under a leader nobody respected, and everybody was feeling it. The redhead was fed up, and the blonde with the sharp grin was already calculating how this fragile little alliance was going to crack. Then Malcolm Randolph finally stepped into frame, special admission number 10, smirking like he'd already won. Harren snapped at the complaints, daring anyone who didn't like her command to walk, and the redhead bristled right back. Not far off, the special admission number 1, the blue-haired girl, caught that name and went pale because Simon was standing right beside her. Dick Haywood was crouched low in the tall grass, smirking at the circus unfolding ahead. And then someone actually said it out loud, a glowing endorsement of Harren as leader, dripping with sarcasm nobody in camp dared to question. The blue-haired girl was already running the math, asking if black magic coercion existed and whether Malcolm had just used it on Erzsébet. Malcolm grinned at the accusation and admitted the magic existed, but a first grader like him couldn't possibly wield something that strong. Which meant the lavender-haired girl was the one to step forward, fists clenched, demanding to know the real secret behind Malcolm's hold on Erzsébet. And Erzsébet, bound, coerced, playing her cover role to the teeth, gave a quiet, resigned fine. Then she turned and addressed Malcolm directly, with the blonde, sharp-toothed boy watching from the foreground like he'd just been handed front-row seats to a tragedy. Then a hand clamped that girl's wrist, and someone hollered Emily's name across the dark. Malcolm leaned in close, voice low, spilling every dirty secret he'd ever been handed just to keep her bought. But the pressure was already turning inward. Harren's name dragged out of a teammate's mouth like a confession nobody wanted to give. Erzsébet smiled bright as a knife, and the answer was out. Harren was leader, whether the squad liked it or not. Which meant our boy had just made his opening move, and Erzsébet blinked at him in raw confusion. The script she'd been handed didn't have a next page. So she dropped to her knees and groveled, apologizing to Harren like she'd finally seen the light, a flawless little performance with nobody buying it. But Malcolm's fist was already clenched, and somewhere in those trees, feathers were about to fly. Erzsébet exhaled against the darkening sky, every ounce of patience she had already spent keeping this squad's leash taut. So she turned on Malcolm, her voice cutting through the gloom. Someone needed to clean up this mess, and it wasn't going to be her. That off-panel order hit Malcolm like a slap, and he bristled because being dismissed by a stranger after all his careful scheming was its own kind of insult. But the real wreckage lay somewhere else entirely, Malin flat on her back, ponytail spilled across dirt, the word scumbag still hanging in the air like a verdict. And the unseen victor was already moving on, raining cyan streaks down over 2 broken bodies in the dusk, and declaring that this whole encounter had been a waste of their time. Malin hit the ground, and the cruelest cut came in the form of a question. Why was she so obsessed with first place? Later, in the emberglow of a quiet fire, she finally answered. There was someone she needed to defeat, and that single sentence held the whole weight of her ambition. But she couldn't finish the name before the campfire crackle swallowed it whole. She nodded at the name he threw out, Cern Eindark, right, even though her reaction had already given it away a beat ago. Simon remembered mentioning that name when the group first formed, no idea what weight he was dropping on her shoulders. She laughed and owned it. Yes, she had dropped the name back then, and Simon leaned in with a grin that came out a little too sharp for comfort. She was laughing now, told him his smile used to be scary, and underneath that ease was a confession nobody else had ever heard. She used to be the official successor of the Ivory Tower. A childhood decree, made when she was small, the whole tower coddled her, and she remembered being a proud little kid soaking up all that bowing. She'd been too young to feel the weight of it, and Simon sat there absorbing that quiet truth with a face that said he understood heavy titles better than most. Then she said the part that cracked her composure wide open. The tower's master adopted a daughter, Cern, and a world built around one little girl got a rival overnight. That had to be Cern, the new daughter the master paraded in as Malin's direct rival, a move the elders didn't even bother to dress up as coincidence. The word Foster landed like a slap, and Malin's composure cracked for half a second before she caught herself. Bloodline was the lifeline, and because Cern wasn't one, everyone told her the successor seat was still hers to keep. But Cern was a genius. A child prodigy, already reaching toward things the tower's heirs weren't supposed to touch for years. No, a monster, Malin would later correct herself. A week, that's how long CERN needed to master what had taken him half a year, and she was 7. By the time she was climbing ladders to write formulas no adult could parse, it was already over for everyone else in the room. The ivory tower prized bloodline above all, and Malin had been born into it, heir by name, secure by right, until CERN arrived without a drop of that blood and rewrote the math. Family gatherings became showcases for the prodigy, and every adult in the room learned the same humbling truth. Their expectations meant nothing in front of CERN's talent. And Malin got left behind. The grown-ups kept comparing them, and she let herself shrink into the gap, allowing CERN to outshine her, because surely, once CERN grew up, the tower's old glory would be restored. But the elders didn't wait for CERN to grow up. They revised the tower's law itself and crowned her official successor. Her servants, her friends, even her own parents, all of them turned toward the brighter star. When CERN turned 17, she walked into Kiezen on a special admission pledge between the academy and the tower, and Malin was the last person anyone still expected anything from. A classmate knelt in the dim cave and admitted the obvious. He'd studied solo and clawed his way in on the entrance exam. Because that was how the ivory tower worked. Proximity to the air was everything, and Nephthys understood that better than most. So when the cavern answered with a splash and a startled grunt, the quiet finally cracked open. Someone wanted to fight over it. The dark blue-haired boy laid it bare. The blue-haired girl was special admission number 1, ranked above CERN herself, and he'd attacked hoping a win would buy him ground closer to the prodigy. She clenched her fist until the knuckles went white, refusing to quit. Impossible, maybe, but she'd claw back everything CERN stole. And floating hexlight framed her profile, jaw set, eyes burning. A girl who'd been compared and discarded her whole life deciding she was done shrinking. He'd been right, and he wanted her to hear it because he'd watched CERN up close for years. So if she crossed that prodigy's path, she avoided her at all costs. Studying her, sitting near her, drinking in every detail, he'd done that for years and walked away convinced. She really doesn't seem human. She let the warning land, then finished his own thought for him like a human being. That was the point, and the chill in the cave said she understood it. Morning broke through the cave mouth, snow-capped peaks rising over a green ridge like the island had other plans for them. And then, wah! She was already bundled in her cloak, dreaming of skewered meat. She hadn't planned to team up with him anyway. A folded note tucked against the log, sorry, had to leave early, rooting for you. Nephthys blinked at it from the other side of camp, just as surprised to find herself reading the same words. Her smile softened against the glow of the coals. Still, be careful. The rest of the sentence trailed off into silence, and she let it stay unfinished. Somebody called his name through the jungle canopy, and Simon froze mid-step. That split-second sweat drop giving away everything, because our boy was not expecting a friendly face out here. He glanced down at his own crest like the uniform had just betrayed him, a quiet, what's slipping out before he could stop it. Then the smirk came from the tree line. It was the blue-haired girl herself, leaning against a trunk with one hand and a smile that meant trouble, because catching the special admission number 1 lurking in a dark patch of forest was exactly the kind of leverage she lived for. She pressed closer into the bark, letting the question hang there like a blade. Something swept across the stones. Our boy stood over the cracked floor, dust still rising, and wondered if the creature they were tracking had a weakness to fire. Then a chill crawled up his spine, and the name slipped out: fear. The Reaper drifted in shadow, dismissive. Nothing, he insisted. But nothing had a way of becoming something, and our boy crouched on the cliff edge, voice tightening. If this thing bore him a grudge, this was about to get very bad. A breath of silence. His mouth opened to speak, and that's when the whistle cut the air. He snapped his head toward the tree line, and a figure was already there, watching. Sweat broke across his temples, that face, that hair, no way. A hand pressed to the bark, a smile hiding behind the trunk. Silver-white hair, side ponytail, a cross-shaped clip catching the red shimmer of the aura. Ellen stepped out from behind the tree, smiling soft as poison. Our boy's voice cracked on her name. She drifted past him serene as ever, and he lunged for her sleeve. Wait. Nephthys stood deeper in the green, hands clasped behind her back, glancing back like she'd been listening the whole time. Our boy didn't care. He screamed the name into the canopy, ELLEN. And Kami Ursula came crashing through the canopy, bat wings flaring, arms thrown wide in pure bewilderment. Wait, the Holy Federation's Ellen here. What the heck is going on? He grimaced as blue light flared across his face, the world refusing to stay still. The boy's echo faded into the trees, but Ellen's name died with no answer, just the forest swallowing his confusion whole. Which meant when that scream split the air behind him, it hit like a trap snapping shut. Somewhere deeper in, a brown-haired kid was already on his knees in the dirt, clawing forward on pure terror. And Simon caught the edge of a blade before it caught him, a red streak screaming past his skull, close enough to taste. He spun toward the sound and found the brown-haired kid already on the ground, cyan embers fizzling out of a fresh corpse. Except that wasn't the only body. A whole field of them, pinned by floating swords, bleeding blue light into the mud. One survivor was still begging at the base of a tree, a glowing blade hovering over his head like a verdict. Chains snapped tight around his throat, and his scream choked into a wet, broken gurgle. Then a purple leash yanked another man forward by the head, and Simon could only watch, stunned, as the puppet dangled. The victim hit a blood-splattered cross and hung there screaming for a savior who wasn't coming. His pleas kept spilling out, broken and desperate, into the dust. Simon stared at the crucifix and the pieces started connecting. Whoever was doing this had a message, and it was written in bodies. Somewhere above, two ornate blades clashed hard enough to shatter the sky itself. And a black cross slammed into frame on a wave of blood, the screech of metal sealing whatever ritual had just begun. The bound man hit the ground with a wet thud, neck opened wide, and Simon stood frozen over the aftermath. One white feather drifted down onto the corpse and settled there, soft as a signature. Lorraine offered it like a footnote. The victims aren't really dying, and the bad memories get wiped clean, so what's the fuss? Simon stood in the dirt, trying to parse how ritual murder could sound like a favor. Because that was the part that didn't fit. Something in his chest went very still. Except the blonde in the trees didn't even bother hiding her smile, just a soft, almost curious why, at a man already nailed to a cross. And Simon could only echo the word, because the honest answer was the one none of them wanted to say out loud. So when a pale hand slipped between the bark and whispered for someone to come, Simon peeled himself out of the trees and went, because a new voice beat staying here with this. She was waiting for him at the center of a palm grove, blonde and green-eyed and crisp as a recruitment poster, a white feather tucked into her hair like a signature. Her shoe pressed into the sand. And she started talking like she already knew how this conversation was going to end. Dick flinched behind the trees, every syllable landing somewhere it shouldn't have. Her eye narrowed, the recruitment poster's smile slipped, and the real one underneath was something else entirely. She named him not the boy, not the cover, but the 7th Battalion commander, and looked down at Simon like a cat with a cornered mouse. His heart slammed once, loud enough that he was sure she heard it. Dick cut in from the shadows, voice tight, a warning about Elizabeth and where this was headed. She pressed a finger to her lips, patient, amused, nowhere near done yet. Simon stood there, teeth gritted, every cover he had just laid bare, and not a single line ready for the reply. Dick threw up an orange barrier around the three of them, cutting the world out so they could finally talk, and Simon demanded to know how a stranger had just peeled the mask off the most dangerous identity at Kizan. She didn't need to speak. That smile alone was an opening move, calm, deliberate, and aimed straight at a secret that should have stayed buried. The conversation shifted back to missions and teleport circles, first graders and academy assignments, small talk with teeth underneath. Simon listened, jaw tight, a bead of sweat catching the light while the room tilted around him. His mind jumped to a ruin he'd knelt at months ago, hand hovering over a magic circle when the alarms tore the silence open. She'd seen him there. She'd been watching from the tree line that whole night, and he never had a clue. The memory pulled deeper, the first time he'd touched Fear's head in that dark forest and been told, flat out, that he'd inherited command of a battalion. A promotion he never asked for, handed to a boy who wasn't ready. She smiled at the mention of Elizabeth like it was obvious, like the Spider Commander was just another piece on her board. A chandelier-lit room flickered behind his eyes, him in a black coat, her in a cloak, and the quiet admission that Elizabeth had been deployed to his home fiefdom just to observe him. She sat with crossed legs in lantern light, still listening, still letting him talk until every hidden thread unraveled. Then she clapped once and asked for more, cheerful as a child wanting the next page of a bedtime story. A grayscale memory surfaced, a girl in a white coat with her arms raised in the forest, joy she hadn't earned back, a face he was supposed to let walk away. His fist clenched tight enough to hurt, a single broken thought burning through him. That priest had to live long enough to face what was coming. He'd chosen the treaty over revenge once, swallowed the kill, kept the peace, and the cost had followed him straight to this room, standing behind a blonde girl who knew every receipt. Her hand lifted against the dark, palm open, and the word landed like a verdict. You. First-degree treason, she said, eyes sharp as a green blade over that bloody red backdrop, every compromise he'd made reframed as evidence against him. She reached forward with a quiet smile, offering something he hadn't agreed to take, the kind of hand you couldn't refuse without losing everything. Outside in the trees, a brown-haired man in a black suit stood with his back turned, and she waited for him with her arms crossed, patient as a trap. Same blonde, same smile, same patient calm, like she already knew how this ended before he walked in. Simon held his ground, steady, waiting her out. So she named her price out loud. "Ivory Tower," she said, "come join us, Simon." And the way she said it wasn't a question so much as a door she'd already unlocked from her side. The offer had already landed. A blonde girl with a feather in her hair, eyes sharp as a recruiter's, inviting our boy to join the Ivory Tower. She smiled like she'd already won, one hand resting at her chin, waiting for the answer she clearly expected. But Simon threw it back at her, "Me, join the Ivory Tower." And the invitation suddenly didn't sound so simple. He followed up cold, naming what was really on the table, the tower's wealth, the tower's power. She blinked, a bead of sweat catching the light, and pivoted, tracing Keezen's reach into every corner of the realm. Her real question slipped out soft. Had he ever wondered how one academy ruled half the continent? Fingers danced over a chess pawn like a puppeteer working strings, and the metaphor was the whole pitch. 17 of 20 royal knights traced back to Keezen. The board was already theirs. Simon looked up at a forest of white-tipped pawns closing in, ministers of general affairs, foreign affairs, defense, all of them Keezen's pieces. He placed the white king down himself, finishing the picture. Even the prime minister sat on their side of the board. She leaned on that black king like she owned it and dropped the real question, Dresden or Keezen, which meant, who's really running this kingdom? A lone white pawn stood its ground, and Simon's reply came slow and deliberate, piecing the whole picture together. So what it boiled down to, in his own words, obey the Ivory Tower. She clasped her hands together, delighted. "You're smart. I like how fast you caught up." And the recruitment pitch just turned into a job interview. That little giggle told our boy everything she'd already won in her head. His eye locked on, calculating what that smile actually cost. She stood there radiating warmth like a girl inviting a stray cat in from the rain, every part of her performance polished to a mirror shine, and Sekni had to wonder, which part of this was the trap? His teeth clenched, because the offer sounded a lot like a leash. So he tested the chain with a single question, the one promise that actually mattered. Her answer came wrapped in sweet ceremony. She, the successor herself, swore the tower wouldn't swallow his battalion. Sekni bought it long enough to play along, extended a hand, gave his name like a signature on a contract neither of them trusted. Then the breath he'd been holding finally slipped out. She called him Sekni with that same honey-warm smile, posture open, voice pitched to sound like an ally, and our boy saw the chessboard laid out beneath the pleasantries. So he called it, flat, unafraid, because that kind of naked sincerity from someone running a continental power play, that was a tell. That little smirk said he'd figured her out, or thought he had. And just like that, her composure cracked. "What do you mean, bad at politics?" Because nobody in her circle had ever pushed back. Then silence, just the dust and the weight of what came next. Then Sekni laid the trap of his own, voice low. Everyone else just said yes or no to her, because that's what happens around a successor nobody's allowed to contradict. His eyes dropped to her lap, where her hand rested above a single black chess king piece, and the metaphor wrote itself. He'd been the only piece on the board allowed to talk back. Still facing away from him, the Ivory Tower successor let his words land, because she already knew she couldn't talk her way out of this one. So there they stood, back to back, arms folded, with a rook between them like a wall neither of them owned. But a little voice in Simon's head piped up, "Don't forget, or Malin will end him." And Simon just smiled, asking who she really thought was inheriting his battalion. The answer came wrapped in a memory of Nephti's, her hand gentle on his head, the woman who'd first put this seat beneath him, and the reason no one else could take it from him. A white king lay toppled on the board. The blonde looked up, calm as anything, as a hand reached down and made its move. A pale finger flicked a black piece aside. Simon leaned in, grinning, his black knight planted right next to the fallen king. Check. A blue blade screamed down through the dark. And fear answered, that skeletal reaper carving through a wall of bone, his swing sending a blue shockwave rippling across the field. Simon stood in the crackling dark and finished the thought for her. That little power play of hers was not going to work. The successor's composure finally cracked, a sweat bead rolling down her cheek as she muttered that the board had been checked against subspaces. Simon had already turned his back on her, silver blade drawn and gleaming, while she watched from below. He glanced down, voice flat, that was another mistake. And he kept talking, because the move after this one was already made. The skull-faced watcher tilted its head at a snowfall it hadn't ordered, and those white feathers drifting in were a language it didn't speak. The ivory tower girl just smiled, sharper than the falling feathers, and chose to play. She stepped forward through the swirl, uniform crisp, crest catching the light, and a hand reached down from somewhere above as if plucking her out of the page. Across the field, Malin and another ally squared up against something massive, a red-eyed titan thrumming with a magic circle screaming above it, and the system flagged what came next. Special skill, unlocked. She held a single white feather out like a card she hadn't yet flipped, calm as someone who'd already won the hand. And the world held its breath, waiting on Simon's answer. Power that lives outside holy, outside dark, outside the neat categories the Academy teaches, that's what she'd just drawn on. Feather blooming wide behind her like a wing, she brought the sword down in a cut the air would remember. Simon met it. Blades collided in a white-red burst that said louder than any argument, "This is what you get for underestimating the commander." Feather and metal screamed apart in shrapnel, and something precious broke under the pressure. Cheek split open, teeth clenched on a sound that wouldn't come out, the cost of catching what he shouldn't have. Badum. Two hands locked on the same blade over cracked, glowing earth, one gloved, one bare, and the weight of it pushed both of them toward breaking. And then GH. He panted up at whatever had just rewritten the rules of the fight, cut on his cheek and sweat on his brow, asking what had just hit him. Someone sharp had urgent words for Simon, and they came out like a whip crack. The ivory tower successor stood among drifting feathers and asked if those tough feathers were all it took, while fear loomed beside a kneeling Simon, sword in hand, not retreating an inch. A single feather stood buried in cracked stone like it had been forged from it. That was fear's claim, and he meant it as a lesson. Because feathers weren't just weapons. They were vessels built to hold whatever the wielder was feeling and crush it into something real. Simon peeked over his shoulder at the mass behind him, every instinct telling him this was about to get worse. He coughed into his fist, head down, trying to answer and failing halfway through. Any emotion worked: delight, anger, joy, fear, the rush of a kill, even the ache of going numb. Drop a feeling into a feather and it became whatever that feeling was, solid and waiting. And the field stilled, waiting to see what they'd feel next. The blonde successor smiled, pale fingers curling around a bundle of fresh feathers, hungry for the next taste. Her red eyes found Simon through the storm of white, playful and inviting, a dare wrapped in a smile, asking if he wanted a little taste of that power for himself. Simon stood watching her, coat drawn, deciding nothing yet. Feathers kept falling around his boots, soft and sharp at once, and the question hung unanswered in the air. Simon bowed to the towering armored specter and accepted the worst. Some fights you can't walk away from. Fear loomed ahead, and from the tree line a blonde in a dark blazer watched the whole standoff unfold. But Simon wasn't alone. A dark blue-haired boy roared the charge, and a whole legion of skeletons erupted from the dirt behind him, because a commander answers steel with bone. The ancient undead answered with a charge of its own, A single massive swing meant to end the argument early. Above the chaos, a giant white-feathered wing descended, slow and deliberate, and the blonde girl barely blinked. She was already sizing up the ancient horror in front of her, realizing her island vacation had just escalated into a relic war. Across the battlefield, a blue-haired Valencia barely had time to gasp before a skeleton spear came flying at her face. The blonde didn't hesitate. She fluttered down through the falling feathers, dropping straight into the skeleton line like she owned the field. Pale fingers reached forward, catching loose feathers as they passed. She dropped into the bone line and punched clean through a skeleton's skull, shattering the blade and the soldier holding it in one strike. Bone dust and broken steel rained across the ground. Fear materialized through the carnage, a dark shape resolving out of nothing with a sound like a scythe clearing its sheath. And from the flank, a spider came streaking in small, red-eyed, and absurdly fast. The blonde landed squarely in the middle of a swarm of those spiders, dusted herself off, and let one dry verdict hang in the air. She had enough power to call herself a commander, and now everyone on the field knew it. Cern carved through the spider mid-leap, her feather blade ripping across its segmented body in a single clean slash. The creature buckled under the strike, its chitin peeling apart as glowing blue energy tore straight through. She fended off that many undead at once. She does more than just contain emotions in those feathers. A single white feather drifted loose against the crimson sky. Then black tendrils bled off it, and the whole thing dissolved into a swirling field of deep blue energy. Somewhere off-panel, an annoyed voice griped, "What a hassle." A blonde girl walked through pink circles with her hands on her hips, feathers drifting around her like she owned the battlefield, and a POOM rippled out behind every step. Simon recognized what he was looking at, and the blood drained from his face. That was multiple incantations stacked into one array. Dark Flare, she named it, casual as a sigh. Her profile sharpened into a smirk, red eye narrowing as the pink glow around her cranked higher. Pink feathers spiraled tight against her collar as the light kept climbing. Then the sky split open. She floated above a void and let a torrent of yellow-orange hellfire crash down with a scorch that shook the world. Dark Flare tore across the void in blade-like streaks, a storm of yellow-orange hellfire that refused to stop climbing. It crashed over Simon and he braced behind one arm, burning, because a first year shouldn't be able to conjure anything close to this. The blonde feather-haired successor stood stoic while fear materialized at her back, skull face lit with that cold cyan core, sword drawn for war. One sharp breath. Fear launched skyward, trailing a roar of blue flame. Malin dropped her head and rode the wind down. She pivoted mid-fall with murder in her eyes and flung herself back up at him, feathers whipping around her like a storm of white blades. The Reaper met her in the air, and steel screamed against feather. He loomed in silhouette and gave her the only compliment he'd ever meant. Malin gaped at him, feathers still drifting between them because the words landed harder than the swing. Her Mary Jane planted hard on the planks. Then Blue Flame answered back. Because to fear, praise and execution were the same motion, and he hurled her through the air with a single sweeping strike. Caught her anyway. 20 feathers embedded like needles in the ancient bone. Feathers of lethargy, 20 of them, and Malin named each one like she was taking attendance. But fear wasn't standing anymore. Cyan flames guttered low in his ribs, feathers drifting down around the Reaper like a burial shroud. Originally, Cern explained, her powers wouldn't touch the undead at all, but a skeleton who'd walked the earth for centuries had started thinking and feeling like a human, and that made him vulnerable. She smiled, reached out one finger and tapped his skull with a gentle tap, because lucky for her, he was an ancient undead, and ancient meant human enough to sleep. His head drooped sideways, and the Reaper who'd never bowed to anything went limp. She turned to face Simon, the tall shadow of the commander framed behind her. "What's your next move?" Sealed, Simon echoed, the scratch on his cheek still fresh, his best card, his Reaper fast asleep behind the blonde girl who put him there. She didn't flinch, only in your dreams her counter landed clean and final. She stood over him, framed by that cyan-bright ribcage she had put to sleep, owning every inch of the gap between them. But the shadow laughed through it, feathers torn and flung aside, and roared back that he sure as hell had feelings, and they weren't up for debate. 2 feathers drifted down to the sand, and he scoffed at the idea they meant anything. They kept falling through his column of blue-purple flame, while his silhouette stood wreathed in cyan and steel. His will was not that weak, he bellowed it, swords ringing around him like a verdict. And the question hung there in the dark, how could he shake off 20 feathers? Simon stared, fist raised to his chin, stunned that pure willpower had done it. So the shadow clenched a black-gored fist through the violet haze and declared he was done going easy. Every strike from here was lethal. Fear lunged for the kill, jaws snapping open on a ragged die. Simon answered from behind, his whole body catching cyan fire as the dark flare climbed his spine. Then a pillar of blinding white-blue light punched down through the dark, streaked with sparks and ruin. The beam held, full-formed and descending, and the frame could barely hold its weight. The beam caught Fear dead on, blasting through his cloak and snapping his frame backward under the weight of pure dark energy. That column of light just kept pouring down, widening and scattering sparks across the shattered dark. He didn't let up. The pillar held its vertical line, dense speed lines screaming its descent as Simon's willpower fueled every inch of that crushing, sustained assault. Then the ground caved. Stone and debris exploded outward in a green-blue burst, and Simon's voice cracked through the chaos, a raw, desperate call for the one summon he couldn't afford to lose. But a ghost of a line drifted through the dust, a reminder. You can't really kill her. She's the successor of the Ivory Tower. The kid swung hard, fist raised, voice tearing out, and Fear's skull icon sneered back, calling him a bundle of nerves right to his face. Except those words were aimed at the sky, where white-feathered wings unfolded with a sharp flutter, and a voice cut through. That one's a monster beyond imagination, and she isn't dying from this. The wings filled the frame, blinding white against blue, feathers so massive they swallowed the horizon. And there she stood, arms crossed, smiling like she'd already won, golden hair catching the light as those impossible wings spread behind her. Legs lifted off the ground. Wings, no one had warned them about wings. So Simon dropped to his knees, Fear looming at his side, and laid the plan out plain. Draw her attention, let Fear hit her with whatever he just unleashed. Because if she was truly the Ivory Tower's successor, they needed everything. She just grinned back at them, cheerful as anything, a cracked barrier flickering behind her like she was already 12 moves ahead. But the boy was running out of room. Fear warned him getting caught wasn't the problem now, and Simon barked the order to pull back to subspace before the drones buzzing overhead boxed them in. Fear loomed over the kid, skull burning blue, warning that her feathers could erase him entirely. But the blonde kept her back turned, that horned archer still in her grip, and offered to leave subspace open so Simon could judge for himself and act if she ever needed him. Fear gave a quiet grunt of acknowledgement, careful out there, boy, and the sand swallowed the rest. Then the skeleton began to fade, his cyan ribs dimming into white mist while Simon watched, color rising in his cheeks. The last option he'd offered hung in the air, half-heard. Standing alone under open sky with those weird drones circling, Simon felt the weight of it settle. Kizan was watching now, and he couldn't pretend otherwise. Which meant Cern's threat was real. Push her too far and she'd flunk him out, then erase the memory of it ever happening. But there she stood in the clearing, calm as a Sunday, smiling faintly as a single white feather drifted down to rest above her open palm. Because that feather landing soft on the dirt beside her boot was the promise itself, the most painful school life Kizan had ever handed anyone. Cern's pitch landed clean and brutal, unexplained failures, broken evaluations, teammates turning on him, professors abandoning him entirely, because expulsion was always her backup plan. Two shadows flanked Simon at the chest, gloved hands closing in like a verdict. The full picture clicked into place. Fall from every professor's grace, then she'd find him after Kizan spat him out, and she delivered it with a smile, asking how it sounded. A quiet ellipsis from the blonde, then a soft cutting aside, "You're pretty." Simon raised his hand and pushed back, calling her approach out for what it was, a guaranteed way to stack enemies who wouldn't follow her rules. A cold little smile, and the word lectures dropped from his lips like a dare. That hit a nerve, and Cern's feathers bristled as she snapped the word back at him, voice sharp with disbelief. Because the next master of the Ivory Tower doesn't take instruction from cadets, and she wanted him to understand exactly who was talking. The boast landed huge, the one who'd split the continent in three and forge a new era. Which Simon answered the only way he could, blade first, feathers scattering as he cut straight through her jacket. feathers still whipping wild around him. Simon stood flushed and furious, fist clenched, because nobody talked down to him like that, and walked away. And somewhere off in the distance, something interesting caught someone's ear just as the world went up in fire. A cold crescent moon earring caught the light as someone off-panel demanded the only question that mattered: who's getting expelled from Kizan? Because Loring cut in before the silence could settle, defending Simon, flushed and certain she had the right. Her words landed like a shield raised on his behalf. That shield cracked fast. Whoever this woman was, she had no love for Ivory Tower loyalists, and the contempt in her crimson eyes made it personal. And then Loring was on the ground, smoke curling through a torn blouse, embers smoldering across her ribs. The hit had landed clean. The defender stepped forward with his chest puffed, volunteering to speak for Simon in the evaluation, like that was a flex and not a red flag. Loring's eyes went crimson with contempt, and she pinned him with a single venomous title: Ivory Tower's lapdog. The hit landed harder than any feather, because the lapdog had been wounded in the fight, and she was letting him see the blood. Bias in an official evaluation. The question hung there like a blade waiting for an answer. Because the blonde girl in the clearing had been shielding her work behind a barrier, and Loring intended to drag that into the light. The comeback sliced deeper. That smug arrogance had been inherited from someone the speaker already despised. She didn't flinch. Arms crossed, feather gleaming, she reminded Loring she was just another student with no rank to lord around. So Loring cut the game short and went straight for the throat, demanding answers while her uniform smoldered from the last exchange. And the blonde girl fired back a single word: refuse. Loring didn't flinch, promised she'd drag the answer out by force, then smiled like she'd been hoping for that. But first she told Simon to clear out, stay safe, while she handled this one. Simon clenched his fist in protest, because walking away while Loring walked straight into those blazing sigil circles wasn't something he could swallow, but she cut him off. Go. He might get caught in between. He gritted out an okay, hating every step of that retreat, which left Loring alone with the blonde, trading opening salvos, a volley of darkness arrows streaking through the air. The blonde barely blinked, one finger to her chin, and dismissed the dark barrage as adorable. Loring stepped right up behind her, shoulder bared and grinned sharp. Between the two of us, she said, there was no need to be humble. And the sky answered with a deafening boom. The blast caught Loring square and hurled her backward through a storm of light and debris. The blue-haired boy stood with his back to the settling dust, and a muffled voice in the cloud griped that he'd been scared half to death. Because if he'd stayed any closer, he figured, that same blast would have killed him 5 times over. Through the haze, the blonde was already walking to the cliff's edge, hair streaming in the wind, welcoming the escalation like she'd planned it. Loring hauled herself up the crumbled stone toward her, calling out for the girl to come down and finish this. She stood at the cliff's edge like the blast was a breeze, and Loring dragged herself up the rock face beneath her. One step and the wind screamed. A boulder tore loose into the sky, trailing feathers like a comet's tail, because every pebble she threw came wrapped in that smug, impossible magic. And then the world went quiet and white, because she wasn't standing on the cliff anymore. She hung in the open air, blonde hair pouring around her, loose stone and feathers tumbling past like the sky itself was her throne room. A challenge cut up from below: what if I refuse? Loring caught it clean, a jab about her noble tongue aimed to sting. But she'd heard worse from worse, dust crumbling off her wrecked jacket, and her answer was the only one that mattered. Stop joking, they were finishing this today. The blonde smiled back, wide and toothy, fingers curled into her lapel like she was savoring a secret. A breath between blows. Then the cruelty landed soft, a reminder that some absent he would have loved this performance. Loring took it in the back, hair whipping in the wind, and felt the insult lodge where it was meant to. Her eye went wide, because the next line finished the thought: to a boy you care about, and a blade of red-black intent split the air between them, sharp as a verdict. Loring's gaze locked downward, fury banked behind those crimson eyes. Then a hand clamped her hip, stopping her cold mid-charge. And the whole sky split open with a sound like bone breaking. Because behind Loring, something jagged and dark unfurled, a monstrous silhouette rising against the crack, feathers raining down through smoke and shattered air. Except at the cliff's edge, the blue-haired girl stood waiting on bare feet, a soft laugh in her throat. Because twin red eyes blazed in the void, announcing a power that tears open the devildom itself. And those unblinking eyes promised nothing short of ruin. So the blonde drew a blade across the frame and dared Lorraine aloud, mocking the conspiracy she and her mother had stitched together, as if the fate of the whole world were gossip. Then a swarm of crimson eyes buzzed from the darkness, and Lorraine's own voice cut back, because fighting each other was inevitable now, one way or another. Steel sang, and the blonde went flying backward through pink-lit air. She tumbled through a bloom of crimson light, gasping that it didn't look great from the outside. Which meant the moment belonged to a blonde man wreathed in red-pink flame, mouth split wide in something between a laugh and a war cry. He moved through the storm like he'd lit it himself, hair ablaze in the violet wash of the burst. He fell backward through the maelstrom, still grinning, because looking great from the outside was never the point of this fight. So Lorraine turned her back on the chaos, reached one hand toward the demon flaring behind her, and declared the inevitable aloud, as red beams lanced the sky and her flare ignited. Those claws came down like she meant to carve the sky open. Side by side, Lorraine and Malin planted themselves in front of a demon skull the size of a cathedral and threw their futures into the wind together, because one day, the ruling of Kizan and the ivory tower would be theirs. Then she landed, armored legs wreathed in pink-red flame, and the ground answered the impact. Lorraine rode that fiery mount back into the storm as red beams tore across her, shouting that if they fought here, millions of innocents would pay the price. Which meant the blonde girl went down hard, thrown backward into the dark. Flat on her back against the wall, the air of the ivory tower had finally hit the floor. Even Malin couldn't believe it, mouth open in a raw shout as something with molten eyes erupted from the blast beside her, the sky itself going boom with the weight of their clash. Far below, in the canopy, a blue-haired boy watched those glowing orange projectiles streak overhead, and his tiny companion dismissed the whole show as trivial. The skull told him he was a battalion commander too, and that one day he'd reach their level. Our boy just sweat-dropped at the ceiling fear had set for him, doubting he could ever climb that high. But fear laughed it off and kept running with him through the trees, promising he'd catch up if he handled things one at a time. So the kid made the call, let the big names sort their own mess out, because he had a hunt of his own to finish. With all that noise overhead, Fear reasoned, Vikram would have no choice but to finally show himself. The dirt path buckled under a boot, and the rumble beneath the forest floor told our boy everything he needed to know. His quarry was coming up to meet him. It didn't just arrive. It erupted, a colossal green and black serpentine horror lunging out of the earth in a kaboom of purple-black fury, stone and red lightning screaming in every direction. The blue-haired boy threw his arm up against the blast, grinning through the shock. He knew it. Because the creature that towered above the shattered tree line was a relic of war, a green serpentine beast wreathed in smoke and dark aura, roaring down at a boy who barely reached its claws. Watching from the tree line, Simon's face went white, and he snapped the skull off his chest in a single desperate motion. Fear rocketed upward on a streak of cyan, his tiny skull tearing into the sky screaming the giant's name at the top of whatever lungs a skull had. But the bandaged horror lunged forward, filling the whole sky, and Simon went flying from the shockwave alone. Down it grinned, all jagged teeth and ember-red eyes, and named Fear the way a grave names its dead. From the dirt, Simon cupped his hands and shouted for the subspace. 1 minute, maybe 2, that was all they had. Except someone else got there first. A dark-cloaked figure wreathed in cyan-blue flame grabbed the giant by the head and demanded to know what Vikram was doing on this island. And from the dark, a voice answered, "The battalion is reborn." Fear hung frozen in the sky, the word battalion echoing through him like a bell he thought had been buried for good, and the thing below invited him to come home. The grin cracked wider, and a single whisper dripped out of the dark. Battalion. The word swelled like a wound reopening, and from the green bandaged horror poured a dark, red-eyed tide. If this was a fake, it had brought the whole army with it. The swarm kept swelling, a tide of red-eyed shadows pouring from the replica like a wound that wouldn't close. And the bandaged beast felt every single one of them pour out, because they had all come from inside him. Fear hung frozen beside the blue-haired boy as the creature bloated past anything natural, dark fluid weeping through its wrappings. And then something cracked. Fear's single glowing socket locked on, and the verdict dropped like a blade. That thing wearing Vikram's face was a costume, an elaborate fake built to look like the general. The replica screamed in agony, because the army inside it had turned on its host, shredding the puppet from within. Fear's voice cut clean through it. That's an elaborate fake. One red eye glared through the bandages, wild and cornered, as the shadows kept chewing. The jaws clenched around a howl that hurt to hear. The imposter crumpled under the weight of its own stolen battalion, Vikram's replica crushed from the inside out. But the answer to one monster was a bigger one, yellow and black, roiling with shadow flame, rumbling forward like an answer nobody wanted. And its first target was already in reach, a cloaked figure alone on a wooden platform. Fear came out swinging, the towering mummy grin wreathed in black aura, the sky itself shaking with his rumble. Chat, this man had zero chill left. But Lorraine and Simon needed him gone before the observer's eye caught a skeleton summon standing tall in the open. Lorraine barked, and the chamber of death folded itself shut. Something massive slammed the earth so hard the ground screamed, and the voice beneath it was crying out that the battalion had heard it. A replica, realizing too late it was the prey. The panic in that voice was raw, childlike, a creature learning in real time that it was being unmade. Then the second blow hit Fear point blank, and even the Reaper howled. The so-called replica was beating the wrong target. Simon hit the stone hard, dust swallowing him, and could only spit back the obvious. How the hell was he supposed to know why? The mummy Fear reared back with a halt ringing off his skull, the narration box screaming at Simon to duck, because the ancient general was about to go into overdrive. Another shuddering thud and the warning landed. The replica was still growing, still climbing, and Fear strained to hold the line. From the tree line, Simon watched the impossible happen, a leg the size of a tower stomping down, the forest floor cracking under each impact like the world was being rewritten. Our boy with the dark blue hair caught it first, eyes wide, voice catching. That way was wrong, that direction was death. But he was already sprinting, jacket flaring, screaming back at whoever was listening. They had to stop Vikram, and the only direction was forward. Lorraine barely flinched as a red streak screamed past her skull, someone shouting her name across the chaos, the warning arriving a breath too late. She turned toward the jungle and saw everything go wrong at once. A tiny figure waving in the distance, and at her flank, a demon in pink and orange flame roaring that they had a problem. Red streaked across the sky like a flare of war. Something was wrong. Because Lorraine's mount reared and screamed, and the fire in its veins ran wild. And the alert hit her like ice, a supersized monster in overdrive, stampeding straight at the students. Lorraine kicked the beast into a gallop, hooves churning purple flame. Which direction? She demanded, jaw tight. South Island, the answer came back, and every second meant more bodies. Then our boy dropped in from above, calm as you please, and told her she was funny. But help was already in play, because Simon was working every angle, and that meant calling in Cern, the blonde ivory tower heiress herself. She froze mid-smile, feathers in hand, caught completely off guard by the ask. So she refused, hovering in a swirl of white feathers. Nonsense. Why should she lift a finger for him? Because someone unnamed just called in a favor. Let's say I owe you one. Then the fire kicked up and the moment broke wide open. Except Cern's political instincts had already been called out by a floating voice, and that taunt lit her fuse. 3 crimson sigils bloomed in the air and rocketed forward with a shriek. And somewhere in the jungle, a pale hand flinched hard, like a telltale heart. Which meant even the sky had opinions now. A spiky bubble warned her, your way only makes more enemies. Cern just laughed. But the taunt stuck, and now she stood with her back to the world, replaying those stupid words in her head like they meant something. Because they did. And Cern stared forward, silent, the feathers at her temple catching the light, and something behind those green eyes had just shifted. Sky stretched empty and waiting, the eye of the storm nobody saw yet. Nephthys' mom rode pillion with Simon, their armored flamesteed surging skyward, trading height for time while the forest swallowed everything behind them. A voice cut in from nowhere, asking Lorraine if she'd heard from Nephthys lately, and the timing made it land like a warning shot. Lorraine glanced back over her shoulder, red eyes narrowing, asking what exactly she was supposed to have heard. So Simon laid it out. Nephthys never told Lorraine about his battalion, but his class got a special lecture on the monster tearing through their survival exam right now. The lecturer had stumbled on it himself, which meant nobody on this island was supposed to know what was coming. Loring caught the implication fast: an artificial monster, foreign to Kira Island, planted here for a reason no lecturer could explain. She didn't get to finish the thought, because the jungle exploded behind them. A colossal bandaged golem punched through the canopy in a roar of dust and splintered palms, and the rider on the flaming beast pointed up and shouted, "There it is." The thing landed like a hammer dropped from heaven, grinning through its wrappings, dark aura bleeding off its shoulders as the trees buckled under the impact. Students scattered, Dick Haywood screaming alongside the rest, academy blazers and red ties disappearing into the tree line as the monster ate the sky. But before any of that could land, Elizabeth was already on her knees and screaming purple-black death raining down on her position. A massive bandaged mummy reared over the clearing, fist cocked and ready to cave the ground in, and the air itself cracked with the weight of it. She was pinned against the dirt wall, petrified, begging the sky not to let her die. Simon slammed a fist into the floor and launched himself skyward. The kick came down like a hammer on an anvil. Our boy landed between Elizabeth and the monster, planting a heel square into the thing's center mass. The green mummy reeled backward, bandages whipping through the smoke and debris. It staggered but didn't drop, snarling, one arm thrown back, daring him to try it again, because if he hadn't shown up, Elizabeth swore she owed him her life. Simon straightened, shoulders squared, a low hum, rolling out of him like he'd just remembered she was there. He reached down toward her, palm open, and Elizabeth's eyes went wide, the kind of wide that had nothing to do with the monster anymore. He pulled her in against his chest and told her flatly to step back to safety. It was dangerous out here. She squeaked an okay and pressed closer. And that chat was apparently not how Brad usually acts, because Nefty's nearly collapsed right there in the jungle, hands on her cheeks, fully convinced the man was gorgeous. But Simon's communicator crackled to life mid-rescue, a clipped voice demanding Brad report on the monster, and the timing could not have been worse. The call finally clicked. The monster, our boy reported, was hunting on sound. Every scream a kid let out was a dinner bell ringing. That's why the bandaged titan kept tearing toward the loudest clusters. And somewhere in that jungle, the real Brad was sweating bullets because the operator had just called him competent, and Brad had absolutely not done anything competent today. Simon had. But Brad cleared his throat, scrambling to hold the cover story together, because there was another little problem he hadn't mentioned yet. Brad stalled, swallowing whatever confession came next. Meanwhile, Simon and Loring were already riding a flame-wreathed mount through the canopy, the mummy thundering behind them, "Hold tight." It crashed into the jungle with enough force to shake the palms flat. Red slashing beams carved straight through its torso, the sound ripping through the trees as debris and shredded bandage flew in every direction. They'd carved themselves an exit, bursting clean through the wound, the two of them hovering over the green canopy below, breathing hard but alive. Just smoke and shredded cloth where the body had been. Simon stared down at the carnage and felt the dread sink in. Its wounds were already knitting closed before their eyes. Loring's hand clenched at her chest. This thing regenerated like it had nothing better to do. The mummy stood fully revealed, grinning, bandaged, and wreathed in black flame that bled off its arms like open wounds. It came for them in one stomp, that black claw crushing the canopy flat as their little mount scattered through the palms. Something fast ripped across the sky above the jungle. Then both of them were airborne, tumbling, thrown, one of them biting back a grunt as the drake spiraled beneath them. He spotted it first and screamed her name, warning Loring to her left, and she caught the threat a heartbeat too late. That segmented green claw filled the dark, cyan-lit, enormous already mid-swing. Loring rode the drake through fire and shadow, already wheeling back toward it. The slash came down in a single green-gold streak, splitting the air wide open behind them. He threw himself over her, taking the black claw's full weight as it crashed through them with a sound like breaking bone. Loring screamed his name and reached for him, but he was already gone, swallowed in purple-red flame and falling. Plummeting through open sky, Simon's back erupted in a burst of white, not blood, not bone, but wings, great feathered things exploding from his shoulders as the fall dragged a storm of feathers with him. Down past the canopy he went, shoe and feathers spinning toward the green. And above him, Something massive and terrible descended through the blue, a silhouette dense enough to swallow the sun. He hit the feather pile like a miracle, soft, white, impossibly cushioned, and for one breathless second the boy who'd just been swallowed by a god was alive. Feathers everywhere, soft and enormous and still warm from whatever saved his life. A hand pushed into the pile, and a voice asked the obvious, were these actually feathers? Because nothing this gentle had any business being here. Simon looked up, amber eyes wide, and a fistful of white plumes swept past his face on a wind that had no source, just a rush of silk and impossible flight. And then he saw the thing those feathers had failed to stop, a colossal green serpent coiled against the sky, gold-plated and far too close. How annoying, the monster seemed to think, rearing up in a mesh of glowing white lines, while a dangling boot confirmed someone had already been punted sky-high. From somewhere across the canopy, Cern's name tore through the jungle, shouted by a classmate who just watched the heiress's feathers get brushed aside like nothing. Simon sat up in the pile, gave a thin yeah, and Lorraine was already there beside him on a black bull wreathed in orange flame, gripping his arm and asking if he was okay. Overhead, the action committee's flat, official voice rolled across every student's tongue pad. An unidentified monster on the southern island, mandatory random teleport incoming, no exceptions. Simon stared at the announcement and felt the universe personally picking a fight because of course that was great. Of course it was. The second box finished the ruling. 5 minutes of damage immunity after teleport, and anyone who wanted to stay and die could press the refusal code on their tongue pad. Simon already knew which one he was picking. Lorraine raised her device against the bright sky. The white wings still fanned in the foreground and pressed it, a single beep that meant goodbye. An off-panel voice screamed his name and demanded to know what he thought he was doing, and Simon's only answer was that he had a reason to stay behind. He didn't look back. Below the canopy, Fear reached one bony arm toward the sky and howled Simon's name as Lorraine rode the flaming horse higher and further away, and Simon shouted it back, watching her go. She looked down at him through her bangs, sweat on her cheek, and listened to him ask her to buy him some time, just a fragment of his voice, promising he'd come back. Seriously, she thought. He was impossible. A hand dropped from nowhere and landed a small green ear-shaped device on his shoulder. Whoever tossed it already betting Simon had a plan, and telling him to take it along. Lorraine rode the flame Pegasus through a sky full of drifting white feathers, her voice carried on the wind. That little green thing was a mana communicator, nearly drained, meant only for when he truly needed it. He hung there midair, one hand raised against the feathered sky, surprised but already certain, a quick, simple confirmation that he'd carry it. Then the teleport snapped him sideways, dark shoes slammed onto a wooden platform, speed lines cracking through the frame, and a cheerful little TADA popped against a wash of pink flowers like the universe was laughing at him. Fear, in his grinning green-jacketed human form, had already scooped him up piggyback with a blush and zero respect for the moment, cheerfully calling it a horrible sight at a horrible time, which earned a miserable, sweaty hiss from Simon telling the Reaper to shush, while a floating voice cut in to address Urs directly and keep this short. Fear kept his arm around Simon in the Durten grass clearing, breaking the news to Urs that what they were facing wasn't the real Vikram, a fake, and it needed handling before it could cause any more harm, which lined up with the crawling dread Simon had felt all along. Somebody started to speak, but the words got swallowed before they could land. And then the fake Vikram answered for itself, a towering green mummy with a too-wide toothy grimace and one burning red eye bursting up through the jungle canopy, pink laser fire stitching the air around it as Fear's floating voice promised Urs the boy, and he already had a plan set up. Because of course it grew and regenerated, and the dark laugh underneath said they both knew exactly how bad this was about to get. Nothing landed yet, just empty red between the chaos. So Simon closed his eyes and let the dark purple-blue flame bloom across his chest with a bone-deep clunk, and the only question left was whether the boy was really ready to do this. The answer came back easy, wrapped in that deep blue aura. All right, let's do this, boy. He thrust one hand forward, and a column of dark purple-black flame punched skyward, cyan runes racing down its spine like a key being turned. The frame disappeared into roaring blue and purple fire, dark silhouettes writhing inside it. And then it was just one amber eye through blue bangs, and a fist driving forward through the churning purple-blue blaze, every knuckle lit with promise. A cyan narration box blazed across the sky. Let's make that crazy plan of theirs come true. And below it, Simon's answer was a pillar of blue-purple fire that ate the whole world. So our boy stepped forward behind the sword, amber eyes locked in cold focus, and the flames answered his will. Darkness coiled through the inferno, shadow and fire becoming one. Simon stood wreathed in blue and dark flame, blade in hand, roaring at the only ally who could answer. Let's make that crazy plan work. His hand thrust forward through the fire, commitment already made, the sword blazing beside him like a promise. He rode the flaming mount along the giant serpent's arm, the words still burning in his chest. How do you kill something that won't stay dead? Fear manifested in torn black robes, blue fire in his ribs, and offered the one answer he'd been hiding because it was nearly impossible. Simon caught the word and went still against the sky. Fear was offering the sword itself. That blade hovered in purple flame, runes crawling its edge, carrying a single law. Direct contact meant no regeneration, no recovery, no coming back. Living things touch it simply ceased to live, a weapon designed to end what refused to end. He caught the catch with a cold sweat. Fear couldn't step out while the whole island watched. And the sword was part of Fear's body, a spirit blade only its master could lift. But a skeleton doesn't need to step out whole, just a hand, just an arm, enough to swing what no living thing could. Fear rose into view, skeletal and shrouded, a dark blade raised against the violet haze. Then the plan took shape, Simon gripping that spirit's sword, his forearm already fusing into bone armor. Quiet fell for a beat. And then the plan was blessed, Fear's reluctant it could work. Loring tuned in on the communicator, and our boy charging and calling himself nuts. But Loring was already racing across the sky on her flaming mount, the feather-wielding Cern at her side, because that green monster was turning back toward Central Island. Loring leaned in, sweat on her brow, voice tight but steady. She'd cracked it, a weapon that could shut down a regenerating monster. But she'd have to wield it herself, which meant buying time, 5 minutes of holding a titan still. Cern had to be in on this. Loring shot the order sideways, hand to her cheek, and the blonde girl floated in the feather-streaked sky with arms crossed like she'd already decided this was beneath her. Which made Cern's outrage almost funny. How dare the crow boss her around? Did Loring actually buy what he was selling? Loring, perched on her flame-wreathed mount, didn't flinch. Yes, one word, no hesitation. She trusted Simon no matter what, a quiet, immovable declaration, her hair whipping in the wind like a flag planted on a hill. So Loring picked up her end of the rope and named the terms. Cern takes the other side, and the kill belongs to her. Cern stalked off across the canopy, feathers peeling off her like shed armor, a laugh still hot on her lips. What a bunch of nonsense, she muttered into the bright sky, already done listening, already moving, already on her way to prove Loring wrong. 2 cadets sprinted across the sun-bleached sand, the buzz-cut boy in black bringing up the rear while the blue-haired kid charged ahead clutching a scroll. More enemies closing in, and the clock had already started. But across the sky, Nephthys was losing the sky itself, a ring of white feathers scattering around her as she tumbled, crying out at whatever had torn her balance away. Below, a colossal yellow serpent crashed into the ground with a sickening thump, and someone was screaming Erzabet's name. The buzz-cut boy planted his feet against the dust cloud, palms up, barking that he'd handle it, then hollering for backup as the beast's bulk loomed. His ally answered with a weapon raised high overhead, teeth bared, pouring everything into one downward swing. Cyan runes split the air, and the crack of impact split the beast. And on top of the monster, a single black shoe wreathed in dark purple flame. Our boy Simon launched himself skyward and came down with the runed blade, slamming it into the serpent's hide with a roar. Black smoke curled from the wound, the scales screaming under the slash. Green vines snapped around the beast's body, tightening, binding, holding the thing in place. Simon skidded forward with Loring at his side, drove the glowing sword into the green surface, and caught the bald man's warning just in time, something above him fast. Loring's eyes flashed red, magic bursting across her cheek as she read the same threat. Simon smirked through it, dodging whatever had come down because the kid had a message. Keep hurting it, reduce it down, and the kill was theirs. Simon and the bald man sprinted along the monster's massive thorn spine, and Simon barked back that he understood, keep the pressure on, keep the attack stacking. But the writhing tendril writhed faster, a jagged shadow of a clawed hand reaching down from the pale sky above them. Except that wasn't a claw at all. A grotesque bandaged arm burst straight out of the beast's stomach, and the impact rattled the whole frame. The bald man lunged forward with a roar, volunteering himself as the wall between Simon and whatever came next. Which meant the yellow-veined claw caught him first, slamming against his crossed arms with a crack that split the air. That was when the armored giant's voice cut through the chaos, shouting at his commander to look up, danger coming from above. Simon turned, and the slash caught him across the chest before he could even raise his blade. A horned girl he knew by face screamed his name through the burning wreckage, telling him to run, and Simon felt every soul fighting beside him pressing him forward. Kami's boots landed on the monster's armored knuckle, blood freckling the frame as she took her perch. He went tumbling hard across the beast's flank, weapon still gripped, wind and wings filling his ears. Purple energy coiled around those massive fingers like a whip, winding up for a sweep that would clear the sky. Kami unfolded her bat wings from her perch and unleashed her chain of 1,000 feathers, pink circles blooming around her as every ally converged on the same target. He locked both hands around the hilt and pulled it tight against his chest, every tendon in his grip begging the blade to hold, because backing down wasn't in his blood. But something ripped that resolve wide open, because his eyes went wide, teeth bared, and the whole sky behind him turned to screaming orange. Whatever he just sensed had no business being in this fight. Somewhere in the chaos, a voice cracked on the same impossible question: how is he still doing this? Because he was dragging himself up that monster's body by the blade itself, fist over fist, refusing to fall, and Cern watched from above with a look that couldn't decide if it was anger or awe. A leg that should have given out scraped upward anyway, willpower the only thing keeping him off the ground, climbing a throat of thorns with nothing but stubbornness and a blade. His fingers found the ledge and clamped down, and the old question surfaced: can the necromancers back home even do this? Back at the stands, Cern watched the impossible and questioned whether any of them could even come close to mimicking what this kid had just pulled off. His legs betrayed him, a foot slipped on the grass, and he went down hard with nothing but a grunt to show for it. His arms quivered under the weight of the blade, sweat pouring down his face as he planted it just to keep from collapsing outright. A feather drifted across his vision, and Cern's voice cut through the ringing in his ears. Even she couldn't believe he was still standing. She asked if he wasn't the one who promised to make it happen, and he forced his battered frame upright to answer her. Fear slammed into his back, bat wings flared, and told him she'd give him the shove he needed, so he ran like his life depended on it because it did. White feathers exploded across the frame, and the world slammed into motion. The golden mummy roared, chest heaving, and a small dark shape carved straight through its torso, blue light screaming the slash across the creature's body. A boot slammed down hard enough to crack the ground beneath it. And there he was, dangling from a wire high above the monster's skull, gravity about to make his promise very, very real. Fear, he called for her, because the strike that needed to land next was hers to deliver, and the golden beast was already reeling from the hit he just put on its back. He hauled the blade high overhead, both hands locked on the grip, and brought it down with everything he had left purple-black fire screaming behind the swing. And the sword answered him back, its spirit flaring alive with a cold cyan whisper. Their eyes met his amber against that single burning red, the mummy's jaws unhinging for another kill, and our boy refusing, flatly refusing to look away. One heartbeat, then the strike landed home. The blade carved a column of white cyan light straight through the monster, splitting the sky behind it open like a wound. That silhouette behind the beam, that was Simon, holding the line until the energy had nowhere left to go. The mummy shuddered, dark blood spraying skyward from a wound it would not walk off, and Fear's cackle rolled over the battlefield like a death knell. But the victory cost the last thing Simon had to spend, and the boy came apart at the seams, tumbling backward through open sky with a grin still glued to his face. Down in the canopy, the horned girl caught the shape of him falling, a fire trail screaming past, and her voice cracked on his name. She dove after him, blouse torn, ribbon streaming, pink red flame blazing at her back, reaching for him while he reached back, bleeding from the mouth, the crazy plan paid for in full. The golden titan reared up and roared, all teeth and dark purple fury, and our boy stood silhouetted against it, one kid against a god-sized problem. Then the air split blue and white as something hit so hard the sky itself flinched. The titan swatted him across the heavens like swatting a fly, and Simon ragdolled through the clouds on the end of a whip-crack trail. But Simon's counter wasn't a blade. It was a chain of purple-black ruin that wrapped the giant's chest like a sentence, and the caption spelled out exactly what he was. Blood sprayed across the sky, and a blonde girl in academy trim watched in mute horror. Simon Valencia, wreathed in dark flare and gripping his rune-carved sword overhead, bellowed the words, because in a duel of this scale, the only way to make a god flinch was to name yourself first. Split second. Simon's amber eye locked tight, Josette, every muscle a drawn bow, while beneath that golden helm, one red eye stared back and neither blinked first. Then the titan grinned, blood on its fangs, wide as a coffin lid. And that's when fear answered. A column of cyan blue light punched upward through the speed lines, skeletal and grinning at the bottom of the frame. Tattered cloak, cyan green core burning inside that old ribcage. The Reaper rose like an answer to a prayer neither of them had spoken. Somewhere below, a single green eye caught the light wide and shining, watching the impossible happen. But Lauren wasn't watching. She was diving, horns glowing red, jacket slipping, terror on her face, because Simon was falling with his rune sword and his back turned, and she would rather break the sky than let him hit the ground alone. Lauren's eyes snapped wide, horror flooding the red. She slammed her fist into a writhing thorned pillar, snarling through her teeth, and forced the green mass to break, because the man she dove for was somewhere inside it. Those vines and dark matter coiled upward like a cocoon eating him alive, and the onlooker's gut screamed the question no one wanted answered, was his body coming apart? So Lauren threw herself onto a flaming greatsword and carved through the construct, screaming his name into the sky. But fear hovered steady on his blade, cyan fire flickering in his empty sockets, and told the blonde girl below not to worry. She sat perfectly still on her floating sword, pink sigils orbiting her in calm circles, and answered that she wouldn't get hurt, completely unbothered while everything around her came apart. Lauren stood against a bruised sunset, jacket half off her shoulder, and offered a single quiet word of thanks. Except the blonde girl with the feather in her hair did not appreciate it, her face twisted, asking why she was being thanked at all. Lauren could only blink, stunned into silence, because she had no idea what she'd just stumbled into. Back on the forest floor, a dark blue-haired boy lay crumpled in the grass, face scratched, completely out. The fight had cost him everything. And standing over him, calm as anything, a red-haired young man with a long braid smirked against a tree, surveying the wreckage like he owned it. A hand tugged a red tie loose from a dirtied collar. The red-haired kid tensed up, white feather clutched tight, because a blonde woman in a white hooded cloak floated at his back wreathed in purple light, and her voice rang out the name of Serene. His face went pale, a sharp gasp stuck in his throat as he stared down through the canopy, because someone was calling up at him from below. Dick Haywood crashed into the canopy, shouting for Hector, but the red-haired kid had his back turned, and the dark blue-haired boy lay groaning in the grass at his feet. Hector flashed a nervous grin and extended a hand, offering a deal to the blonde man who just hunted him down. The unconscious boy twitched in the dirt, lips barely moving as he tried to push out words nobody was listening for. Hector leaned in, trembling, selling himself beat Special Case 1, and the whole academy would hear the red-haired kid's name by morning. Dark-scaled claws closed around a bare arm against the purple haze, and the victim yelped in disbelief, because the so-called negotiation had just become a takedown. Dick Haywood exploded forward in a blaze of motion, clashing head-on with the red-haired figure and snarling through his teeth, impact lines, and a magenta streak cracking the air between them. The scaled fist connected clean with red hair, and the kid buckled under it with a sick grunt. Dick watched gray-clad legs cartwheel through the sky as someone screamed his enemy's name, and the blonde made it clear, casual as anything, that he was the one dealing with this. In the sunlit clearing, Dick stood over the wreckage and gave the order plain, "Get him out of here," while Lorraine and the demon horse flanked the red-haired kid crumpled in the grass. Lorraine was already moving, quick steps across the turf. She screamed his name in pure panic, and Dick Haywood walked right past her, eyes shut, expression unreadable, like the whole thing barely touched him. One crimson eye locked on. She dropped to her knees in the grass, cradling the fallen body, voice cracking as she asked if he was okay, while Dick vanished into the trees behind them. The forest breathed, particles drifted. Dick Haywood stood alone among the trunks, fists tight, not moving, the kind of stillness that meant a storm was still loading. And somewhere deeper in the trees, the red-haired kid was already sprinting back, cursing under his breath, desperate to reach his other self before it was too late. The kid bit down on his teeth, some voice in his head telling him to quit, and he refused, because quitting was never how he'd stayed alive. Pain answered for him, splitting red across his face. But the forest wouldn't let him recover. Some fresh horror was already slicing toward him, and his only thought was a raw, furious curse at the timing. And what he'd just stumbled into was worse than anything he'd fought, a massive, red-eyed wolf beast, jaws still dripping with someone's blood. Except the beast was already dead, slumped in its own pool, and the only other soul in the clearing was a bandaged, blood-spattered kid who couldn't believe he'd killed a monster that dangerous alone. Which meant two wounded boys, a corpse between them, and a silence that pressed down like a held breath, both of them reading the other, neither willing to blink first. So the redhead grinned through the fear and called it an opening. He flicked a white feather between his fingers and stepped closer, ready to gamble everything on one wild swing. The strike came fast, a blazing slash tearing across the clearing in a wash of red light, every ounce of desperation packed into the cut. Kajin didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't lift a hand to defend. The blade hit him square across the back and he took it standing. And Kajin's face split open across the cheek, blood fanning out, and the redhead called it perfect. But the redhead wasn't done. He leveled a finger, dark magic curling off it, and told Kajin to get ready for round 2. Then Kajin finally turned, and the redhead's bravado cracked, because the guy standing in front of him didn't look like a scared kid anymore. Kajin's profile was a ruin of blood and bandages, white feather still tucked behind his ear, and he looked so calmly, terribly ferocious that the redhead could only stare. Those bandaged fingers closed tight around the feather, and Kajin gave the order, follow or fall. So a name finally cracked the standoff, the bandaged, blood-soaked youth calling himself Kajin, and the redhead about to trade his in return. He roared his surname into the clearing like a war drum, Valencia, demanding Kajin hear it. But the blood-soaked youth atop the slain beast was done listening. Case 1, Simon Valencia, hadn't he made himself clear? Red hair plastered with sweat, Hector stood his ground among the corpses, jaw tight, refusing to back down an inch. Kajin sank low over the feather, ribbons of red soaking his torn coat, and spoke like a man who'd already lost everything once today. Then, quiet as a blade being sheathed, he offered Simon Valencia a bitter apology through bloodied teeth. 2 wounded boys squared up across the clearing, and the names finally landed between them like thrown knives. A dark aura swelled behind Hector's glare, and the standoff turned into something neither of them could walk away from. Kajin held his ground among the dead wolves, and Hector gave him nothing but a flat refusal. The bandaged boy drew himself up and claimed the only role that mattered to him, just his roommate, nothing more. A grab to the chest, a hissed order to let him get expelled. Hector's eyes went wide in shock. Blood splattered and pale as paper, Kajin's voice cracked around the words "if Simon gets." And the clearing swallowed his next sentence in a blast of sound and static. Mile away in the mansion's no-conflict zone, Kami lingered by the tall windows, wings tucked, watching students laugh at nothing. But something with white and red eyes was already breaking through chains of black smoke, watching too. Half-vampire Kami watched through the barrier, hands clasped tight, terrified for the people she couldn't reach. The mansion of Bolter sat behind a crystal-clear no-conflict zone, and Kami stood at the ornate door, calling Simon's name into the empty hall. Behind her, a voice asked if she was that worried about him. Kami pressed her palms together against the crack-webbed barrier, her bat wings folded tight, and Kami's worry was naked on her face. He just killed a fake ancient general and dropped from the sky bleeding. Malin smiled through the glass and slid a mug forward, telling her not to worry too much. Hot chocolate, the universal bribe for anxious half-vampires. Kami blinked at the mug, surprised, because Malin's logic was airtight. A 200-point prize meant Simon would absolutely come back for this place. but Kami also held the paper confirming a crowd of students was already clogging the entrance. The conversation kept flowing, half a thought at a time. A swarm of classmates blocking the door meant the real obstacle wasn't the mansion itself. Outside those walls, a brown-haired boy with his arms crossed stared up at the suited man in charge. If it was Simon, surely he'd find a way through. The tail end of that thought hung in the air, unfinished. And somewhere quieter, Malin laughed with her eyes shut, remembering the dual evaluation. Yeah, that was exactly right, when a one-eyed little creature bobbed between the two girls' midrimanis. The red-haired captain went pale at the entrance, because the woman walking in was Alyssa Sellen, Special Class 7, and that name carried weight. A title card confirmed it, Alyssa Sellen Special Class 7, and she wasn't hiding. 1 hour left on the survival evaluation clock, and the mansion needed every blade it could get. The captain turned to Malin and Kami in the hall, calculating fast. The outsiders had racked up too many points, and if they all stormed the mansion, the home team would lose on score alone. But she already knew what that meant. Malin sipped calmly while the captain spoke, because she'd heard the same rumor everyone had. Alyssa held a bridge early and banked a fortune in points, and a prime minister's daughter didn't rack up that kind of lead on luck alone. Then a voice cut in from behind Malin, a red-haired classmate calling her Malin, startled and urgent. Malin turned and offered the girl a cup, polite as anything. Just one more body on the defense line would help, she said. The red-haired girl fired back her title, first place in Class A, like a shield held up between them. And then flatly turned it down. She smiled through the refusal, calling back a debt from last time, when Malin chewed her out for begging to see the vice principal's exam paper, and asked, sweetly, if Malin really wanted to push that grudge. Malin brushed it off as small-mindedness, but Kami stood at the edge of the scene with question marks practically floating over her head, cup in hand, catching none of it. Selfish, prioritizing her own interests, the accusation landed clean. And the captain's response, a sharp, unapologetic what, like she'd been waiting for someone to say it. Too self-centered, people aren't pawns, the verdict cut deeper. Which meant Kami was suddenly the one being dressed down, a blue-haired figure, back turned, laying into her for treating people like pieces on a board, refusing to expect obedience from anyone who hadn't earned it. The blue-haired girl glanced back over her shoulder, all defiance against a darkening room, the kind of look that said she meant every word and would mean them again tomorrow. And the red-haired officer, smug beneath her white cap against the starry dark, almost laughed it off. Oh, really? Like none of it landed. Which left everyone else standing there, with question marks hovering over their heads. But Simon was already walking away down that chandelier hallway, coat trailing behind him, boots hitting stone like the conversation bored him. And the blue-haired girl turned to Kami with arms crossed, demanding to know if provoking Erzabet had really been necessary. His answer drifted back flat, it's fine. Because those kind of kids only understand when you cut straight to the point. Kami stood behind the stained glass, frozen, a silent, stunned little nothing escape, watching him go. And just like that, the moment dissolved into the next. But the gossip had already spread faster than fire in dry grass. Up the long path toward the academy, 3 students moved with one name burning on their lips. Simon was coming back, and Serene was at his side. And there she was, Class C Serene Adark, the Prime Minister's own daughter, wearing that quiet feather-soft smile like she'd already won something nobody else had noticed. Because to the crowd watching, that smile looked like proof of exactly what they feared: Simon, tangled in a spider's web of her design. 2 of the onlookers froze behind cracked glass, the boy shouting what everyone was thinking, that couldn't be right, that absolutely couldn't be right. Except the dark-haired boy didn't get to finish the thought, because somebody's fists found him first, and the rest of his sentence dissolved into a blur of motion. Meanwhile, Kami just smiled, wings half hidden, baffled why her friend looked so lost. And then Serene's voice rang out across the marble, a proposal aimed straight at Special Class 1. But the answer didn't come from them. A red-haired captain stood her ground atop the white stonework, cape snapping, and called across the plaza. Her side had no intention of fighting, only offering 3 captives their freedom in exchange for help against what waited behind the mansion. Neftes's mother turned at that, glancing back toward the mansion, because the captain's words had just named the thing she sensed lurking in the dark behind them, which meant somebody was still watching from the tree line, and the dark-haired boy among them leaned forward, peering down at exactly what had been spotted. Two kids crouched behind a trunk trading looks, because the mansion alone handed out 200 points just for stepping inside, and they weren't invited. But Serene wasn't buying it, a points bargain tossed aside like a feather in the wind. That dismissal landed on Kami like a slap, her bat wings flaring as glowing green eyes snapped forward. Nobody tells her group what to do. Lauren rose to meet it with a grin and a dare, red eyes daring whoever was speaking to repeat themselves. She was already moving before the echo died, jacket flaring as the whole standoff shifted from talk to motion. Which meant nobody was ready for what came next. A ghost ship tore out of thin air above the mansion, summoned through a violet circle the size of a courtyard. Torn sails and shattered masts filled the sky, and a student went tumbling off the hull with the debris, because that vessel was Alyssa's ghost ship, the legendary necromancer's ride, and it had just parked itself over the battlefield. On the ground, the crowd recognized it instantly, spirits and darkness for fuel, the onlookers breathed, so this was full necromancy, genuine class, staring down at them from above. An aspiring necromancer, the verdict landed, and even the skeptics could only nod, because a ship that flew on its own wasn't something you argue with. Alyssa herself leaned over the railing to rewrite the rules. Anyone who tried the mansion got swept away, and every point they dropped would be split evenly among the defenders, turning the whole standoff into a shared bounty. Her name on the promise, her honor on the line. Then the order ripped across the rooftop. Attack, every mage now, and the mansion lit up in a storm of red and violet, because the defensive had just gone live. Lauren was already in the air, and the others didn't hesitate. 3 of them launched together, Lauren's crimson eyes blazing, the dark-haired boy right behind her, and a blonde girl shouting to follow, the whole platform erupting under their feet as they charged the rooftop. Red beams screamed back at them from the roof, suppressive fire, nasty and fast. But the dark-haired boy landed on the cannon itself and refused to stop, and a voice over the chaos was begging the others to stick with him. Which meant it was time for Simon to answer, bone magic ripping from his hands, the technique he reserved for moments like this. The bone nail applicator slammed home, and a violet-black barrier of raw bone exploded across the rooftop like a wall. Dick Haywood caught the full thing and went down hard, flat on his back, bones raining around him. And then his own name came flying back at him. Simon Polentia shouted loud enough to turn his head. Dick Haywood was on his feet and across the battlefield in seconds, wanting to settle an old grudge right here, right now, on the 9th wave, and the timing couldn't have been worse. He answered with everything he had, mouth wide, a swirling green infernal breath tearing out of him. The fireball screamed across the panel, green gold and enormous, enough to end a fight on its own. But the fist came first. It caught him clean across the cheek, and the green-yellow fire blew apart against the impact. Dick's head snapped sideways from the force. Before he could recover, a stone golem slammed down in front of him, dust and debris swallowing the whole lane, and his gauntleted fist clenched around nothing. Dick went down hard, blood speckling the air, but the blonde enchanter wasn't done, fury burning in his eyes. He surged forward into a red-line charge, every muscle loaded for payback. Dick hit the shattered crater and tore through rubble hunting the prize he'd bet the whole fight on, but the core wasn't there, and that single missing piece cracked his certainty clean open. Because Simon had it the whole time, golden sphere cradled in his palm, snarling a curse at the enchanter who just learned he'd been played. Dick's face was a mess of debris and disbelief, a green fireball already kindling at the corner of his mouth. He let it loose regardless, a jagged crimson blast roaring outward with enough force to swallow the courtyard whole. But Simon wasn't alone, not anymore. He crouched low and called for Kami, and Malin answered from the balcony above, pledging to shield him from incoming fire while a hooded stranger watched from a higher ledge. Kami raised her hands, pink magic trailing from her fingertips, screaming at him to run before the blast closed the distance. From above, the hooded figure pointed down and ordered a shot taken, and Kami became the wall between that aim and Simon's spine, earning a furious hiss from whoever had the bead drawn on him. Back at the ship, Elizabeth stood wreathed in a blazing seal, daring whoever was stupid enough to touch her people to finish the job. She shifted, staff in one hand, fire roaring from the other, and told them plainly to get lost or get cremated. And from a balcony railing, a girl's voice dropped the line he'd been warned about earlier, a reminder none of them could afford to forget. On the burning ship, Erzabet's spider officer stepped forward with a fury all his own, telling them flat that his crew weren't pawns to be spent, while orange flame erupted near the mast. He meant it literally. A fireball swallowed the rigging whole, and his threat hung in the crackling air over the deck. Planks and metal blew apart across the sky as the officer's voice finished the sentence. Anyone who got between him and his friend would be removed, by any means necessary. Somewhere across the chaos, a captain watched the mansion burn and cursed the timing, because everything she'd built was about to come crashing down. And before the smoke could settle, the real mess arrived. The mansion's upper floors had become a pillar of fire, debris raining into the courtyard as our boy sprinted through the front door toward the inferno. Boot hit tile. System confirmed. Simon Polencha, Class A, inside the building. The hunt was on. He burst through the grand doors panting, relief cracking across his face. He was finally inside, finally past the fire and the bodies. But Lauren was already there, waiting over him with her hands on her knees, smiling that quiet smile. The question in her voice had teeth. Why was he late, and what had cost him so much? The chandelier above them swayed, still settling from the shock. Simon slumped on the floor, catching his breath while Lauren watched the doorway, and that's when a third pair of legs strode into frame, dark skirt, dark hose, deliberate steps. A new player had entered the board. It was Serene Adark, Class C, daughter of the Prime Minister of Dresden, and she walked in with feathers still clinging to her uniform and 3 boys slinking away behind her with the same feathers stuck to their backs. She'd used them like tools, like slaves, to waltz inside unchallenged, and the floating text overhead already named her crime, hurting fellow students instead of earning entry on her own strength. Some brown-haired bystander stumbled into the aftermath utterly lost, and Serene didn't even blink. She tossed him a breezy dismissal, called it a fair use of her abilities, and when pressed, dared her accuser straight-faced to have her own mother expel her. That was the kind of leverage a prime minister's blood bought. Then Lauren stepped in, red eyes blazing against a dark wall of fury, and Serene leaned into her smirking. If she wanted into Kiezen, nothing short of expulsion would stop her, and she wanted the world to know it. Lauren's refusal came fast and hot, but the standoff was only beginning. Caught between Serene's smirk and Lauren's killing stare, the blue-haired classmate could only laugh, because nobody sane picks that fight. Kami came tearing down the stairs the second she caught his name in the air, and she looked ready to burst. She grabbed Simon by both hands and squeezed like letting go was physically illegal. Simon smiled the soft, embarrassed smile of a boy who never learned how to take a compliment, hand pressed to his chest. Behind him, the blonde girl with the feather clip stood beaming, arms crossed, savoring the moment she'd clearly engineered. 4 kids on the marble floor, all tangled up in the same chaotic reunion. But the blue-haired girl saw the scene and launched herself forward at full fury, because that blonde brat had her hands all over her favorite disaster of a classmate. Open palm, clean contact, the slap landed like punctuation. She jabbed a warning finger at the blonde and told her to stay far, far away from him, then demanded to know why the 2 of them had even been together in the first place. The blonde answered by locking her in a side hug, so tight it looked like a hostage situation, hearts practically materializing in the air around them. Kami stared, Simon's buddy stared, even the background lost its mind. The blue-haired girl had hit her limit. She seized the blonde by the collar and shook, screaming that someone had clearly slipped a love spell into the girl while she wasn't looking. Kami asked the dark blue-haired boy if those 2 had actually fought. He shrugged it off as sparring, then quietly swore he'd blame that blonde brat no matter who the real culprit turned out to be. And through it all, the featherclip girl just smiled, tapped her cheek, and radiated pure unearned innocence. Lauren burst out laughing from across the hall, because watching Simon's life implode in real time was, apparently, the best entertainment on campus. The blue-haired girl had the blonde pinned flat, raining blows down like she'd been bottling that jealousy all week. Which was exactly when Rick kicked the door clean off its hinges, and Rick Haywood was not here to play peacemaker, because he came in screaming Serene's name like she'd just stolen his wallet and his dignity. The blue-haired girl towered over her rival, fist raised, calling Serene some brat who didn't even know Simon's grade, which, honestly, was a much sharper insult than the punches. Serene only lowered her head, calm as ever, while Rick filled the doorway with pure murder energy. His jaw clenched so hard you could hear the enamel crack. So Rick crossed the room in 2 steps and cracked her across the face, yelling at her to shut up and chat. That slap was earned, paid for, and overdue. Serene crumpled to her hands and knees on the floor, while the blue-haired girl watched the whole thing land. And that blonde just propped her chin on her hands, blushed, and trailed off mid-sentence with the most unbothered smirk in the building. Which was when our boy Simon finally stepped in, grabbing Rick's shoulder and telling him flat out to stop it. Rick froze mid-motion, sweat crawling down his temple against that purple haze of pure hesitation. His eyes went wide and panicked, the look of a man who just realized his best friend might be siding with the enemy. Except Simon's gaze had already slid past Rick to Lauren standing in that grand white and blue hall behind him, giving him exactly one shot at this. Just this once, continue. And her eyes cut out of the dark red shadows like 2 red coals. What are you looking at? Continue, she said, and that was not a request. Lauren's uniform hung sharp, and still while Rick's eye blew wide against a blood-red wash, his whole body going rigid with the dawning realization that he had just picked the wrong fight in the wrong room. Simon cursed under his breath, and Rick bolted for the ornate door, daylight waiting like the only exit left in his life. Behind him, Serene had already moved on, now butterfly-clipped and smiling wide, sliding her hand into Simon's and thanking him for saving her, as if the last 30 seconds had never happened. She still had his hand, pressing her luck with one question, even now, right? Simon stood frozen, face smudged, sweating through the silence, every nerve on fire from the chaos that just walked out the door. Serene smiled up at him, hand drifting toward his chest like she owned the conversation. Then she tossed a cheerful goodbye, see you later, Malin, while the blue-haired girl gagged in disgust from the doorway. Somewhere deeper in the hall, Nefty's mother smiled back over her shoulder, watching the fallout with quiet interest. Kami popped into the frame with a bright, oblivious grin. 3 classmates were huddled together waiting, Kami, the dark blue-haired boy and the blue-haired girl, and a tiny Rick floated overhead asking where he was. The blue-haired girl got her answer when a red-haired captain came slamming through the door. Top half of the split was fury, the captain's face twisted in rage. Bottom half was pure smug victory from the blue-haired girl, grinning against the dark. She stood arms crossed, watching the captain storm off in a huff, savoring every step. Kami's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped, completely lost in the drama unfolding around her. A beat of nothing, just a rooftop line against empty sky. Then the blue-haired girl spotted a stranger's back in the doorway and gasped. Rick was still missing, and this idiot was testing everyone's patience. A hand pushed through the bushes outside. 5, 4. Someone was sneaking up with a countdown running. The blue-haired girl grabbed Kami and clamped down tight, both of them shaking. 3, 2, terrified of whoever was about to walk through. A black shoe crossed the threshold, and the system confirmed it. Class A's Rick Hayward had entered the mansion. Dick Haywood leaps into frame with both fists in the air, grinning like a maniac, pure relief, the kind that hits after you survive something you weren't supposed to. The blue-haired girl stomps forward inside the grand hall, fists clenched, demanding to know why the stragglers took their sweet time getting here. An official announcement cut through the room, teleportation out of the mansion was starting, and once that circle was drawn, nobody steps outside. Dick Haywood winked and jabbed both index fingers forward, bragging that all that delay had been some kind of calculated power move, and somebody below him was already groaning. Our boy threw both fists skyward and cheered, finally going home, because his brain still ran on pure joy before the correction landed. But the word hadn't even settled before a muscular blonde with scale-marked skin turned on the stairs, calling out Simon Polentia, and both boys froze. Up close, the man was erect, dark spots crawling across his neck, sweat pouring, chest heaving, red eyes glaring through sheer exhaustion. Simon glanced sideways with a quiet smirk and told the man to think whatever he wanted, because whatever was eating him alive wasn't Simon's problem to solve. An extreme close-up on that cracked, spotted cheek, sweat sliding past scales that pulsed like they were spreading, the corruption crawling while the man just endured it. Kami, Dick, Simon, and the blue-haired girl stood silent in the grand hall, watching this stranger tremble under his own skin, and the room learned what it was like to feel sorry for a monster. So how had Simon's attempt at persuasion gone? Nephthys stood with her back to the window, hands laced behind her head, and delivered the verdict flat. It failed. Because he's not just special class 1 for nothing. Her palm slid down the glass with a soft smile, and whatever she was really thinking about Simon, she kept it where he couldn't reach it. A crystal ball sat on its stand in some shadowed office, and through it 2 voices traded a joke that wasn't really a joke, one begging the other to stop, the other laughing off a threat to Ivory Tower's future. Nephthys was the one laughing. She leaned over the glass with that teasing half-smile, carrying the bit like she'd been waiting all week to spring it. But somewhere off-panel, someone was not laughing at all, a voice cutting through, begging her to reconsider, because Ivory Tower's whole future was the punchline and nobody told them it was funny. A pale finger tapped the glass, and the real talk came out. If Simon Polensha couldn't be turned into their ally, he'd be made into a corpse before he got any stronger. The window fogged with intent. So Nephthys settled back onto her blue chaise, legs crossed, one hand draped on her knee like a cat who'd already eaten. And from that couch she delivered the line, cold, lazy, and aimed straight at Simon Polensha. She looked forward to his future, every word a dare. Her bare feet swung slow above the dark floor, glitter drifting in the dim light, and the crystal ball kept on glowing like the threat hadn't already left the room. Simon crouched in a quiet clearing, picking through a mound of shattered bone like he could read the answer in the fractures. Professor Lang dropped a verdict, and our boy's whole face cracked wide open. The man's tone stayed level, arms folded like a man who'd said hard things 100 times and had zero intention of softening them now. So Simon put everything into it, bones and stone ripping skyward on a column of violet-black fury. A few days after the survival evaluation ended, the Academy's towers cut sharp against an orange sky, the island trial already fading into memory, the routine of daily life rushing back to fill the space it left behind. And just like that, the chaos got shelved, classes, meals, complaints, back to the grind. Some classmates buried themselves in review, the dual tests, the island trial, cramming like the next round of suffering, would ignore anyone who didn't prepare. Simon understood the want, the hunger to get stronger, to get ahead. But bones kept breaking against the dirt, and purple flashed red, and the gap between wanting and doing stayed painfully wide. Then the prof's voice cut back in through the trees. "You failed." Simon lunged for the scattering fragments, hand blazing violet, reaching for something that was already gone. So he tried the new toy, a gauntlet of dark armor wreathed in purple flame, mostly a defensive piece, but he squeezed it anyway because any edge was better than none. Lang clarified the gauntlet's shapeshifting was the whole point of it. And the lesson moved on, quiet, ordinary, almost forgettable. Simon caught him off guard with a question, and Lang nearly choked on his coffee. Lang tossed him a bone shield test, casual as anything. "Try it out," he said, like it was homework. Which meant the calm was about to break. Simon steadied himself, palm out, and locked in for whatever came next. A little chibi fear popped up like a sticker, hyped and ready to throw hands. 2 icons flickered: armored bone frame, clawed gauntlet, the toolkit he was about to learn. Lang crossed his arms, dead serious now, and started walking him through the real lesson. Because full-body bone armor meant fusing 2 skeletons minimum, that was the floor. So Simon stood beside his 2 skeletons in the clearing, then watched the bone armor click together, silver plate, round shield, his own arm sheathed in that purple-black flare gauntlet. The pieces were finally in play. Steel met steel in a blur of purple and red, the 2 armored frames colliding mid-strike with every ounce of flare magic Simon could pour in. And the new summon rattled to life on cue, shield raised, blue eyes blazing, tiny Simon losing his mind beside it. Fear cracked his knuckles in the bubble like a proud, terrifying sensei, while Lang watched flat-faced, unimpressed. Because the real cost was the joints. Coordinating a full skeleton body meant balancing every single hinge at once. And right then, staring at the bones of the foot, the failure finally made sense. The foot bones finally clicked, every joint, every tiny bone balanced at once. Delicate work, and the difficulty had just gone vertical. Sunset bled across the forest. Hours had folded into that one lesson, and now the light told them it was done. Simon bowed to the brown-haired man on the bench, grateful for the partial pass. Even partial was a breakthrough. Bone armor with a flare gauntlet had actually held together. Professor Lang's parting advice was blunt. No mission he liked, just wait quietly. The kid nodded, still absorbing the full-body balancing trick from minutes ago. A breath of silence, the forest held still. Confused, Simon tilted his head. That sounded like a hint, and not the kind handed out for free. Nephtes cut in from the tree line, profile lit gold by the dying sun, advising him to put his title to better use. A hand settled on a bag. Whatever came next, Nephtes had come prepared. They walked the sunset path together, Nephtes suggesting they head back. Simon latched onto the idea like a rescued man, finally, a real next step. Nephtes glanced over his shoulder, something sharp behind the smile. Mission briefing, he confirmed, and an off-panel voice approved. Simon lit up against the blue, asking what mission. The that came back meant Nephtes had already picked one. His own mission was simple and honest. Stack enough gold for ingredients. The hungry thought bubbles said it all, a broke student with ambitions bigger than his wallet. Nephtes let the word hang. A low murmur, calculating. Simon raised a fist to his mouth, grinning, and offered a tip. Somewhere off-panel, someone flinched. That kind of offer rarely came free. Minutes later, he was shoulder to shoulder with classmates at the academy notice board, scanning for postings that paid. Nephtes asked the dark blue-haired boy what he'd found, and the answer came back hollow, nothing on the boards worth taking. Which made him explode right next to Fear's floating skull, cursing the whole continent for being too peaceful. Because buried between the bland postings was grim news, a body found torn apart, the kind of work that paid and bled. So the Dark Blazer crew huddled up by the wall and decided. This time, they were chasing the generous rewards, not the grunt work. Which sent our boy sprawling face first across the pink bench. Dreams of fat payouts shattered by two classmates who told him his expectations were sky-high delusion. Fear's skull emblem cut in with the cold truth. Rich earnings early only paint a target on your back. And that was enough to drain the fight right out of him, flat on the table, sweating through the regret. Meanwhile, a voice drifted in over a blood-splattered white. Another day, another desperate plea for help. Back in the lecture hall, Simon, the blue-haired girl, sat beside the wrecked dark blue-haired boy as a 15-minute break was announced for Class A. Her sideways glance and his startled, sweating stare both saying this semester was moving way too fast. At the front, the purple-haired, bespectacled assistant murmured confirmation to a coughing old man in a brown cloak, the room still full of uniformed backs waiting on instructions. Then Simon leaned in, chin on hand, and admitted something uncomfortable while his seatmate listened with that serious, sidelong intensity. Through the doorway, Nephtes' mom suggested Professor Lang lacked the edge to survive a real shakeup, and the purple-haired assistant teacher pushed the double doors wide to answer her. In her blue-haired disguise, our boy rested his cheek on one hand and warned his seatmates it wasn't as simple as swapping one instructor for another. The room hung on the implication. 2 rows back, a blonde classmate flipped a book open to compare notes with pink-haired Kami, both wondering out loud how anyone was supposed to handle a teaching swap mid-semester. He grabbed the dark blue-haired boy by the back of the head to hammer the point home, voice climbing, because this wasn't just a new prof. It was a whole new administration walking through those doors. Hand on his chest, voice rising to the rafters, the blonde laid it all out like a man delivering prophecy. A wash of red slammed the scene sideways. The dark blue-haired boy went stiff as a board, sweat beading up, while beside him, the blonde choked on his own sentence the instant he noticed the open book on the desk. Across the aisle, the purple-haired classmate with rectangular glasses stared straight ahead, the room's dark red mood crushing her from all sides, because she just figured out who those double doors were bringing in, the assistant teacher. Arms folded, the purple-haired bespectacled woman stood there like she'd been expecting the silence. Our boy grabbed his own head in mock agony, groaning that it was way too complicated, which didn't help the short purple-haired boy watching him from one seat over. Meanwhile, 2 academy legends in chibi form, a cloaked grandma with a cane and a beret-wearing woman in glasses, bowed the new regime in. A stray sound effect popped under the silence. And somewhere in the rafters, A chibi blue-haired girl gritted her teeth like she'd already seen the whole mess coming. Because in that classroom, the kid was mid-brag when a classmate stepped up behind him, her shadow falling cold, and her eyes burned red, daring him to keep running his mouth. 4 students stood frozen at the door, sweating through the same nightmare. Their professor waited at the front of the hall, glasses catching the light, amused before she'd even started. She crossed the floor in measured steps, every click of her heel pulling the class back to attention, including those 4 who'd hoped they were late enough to vanish. The purple-haired professor watched the room with quiet intensity, and every student felt the gaze settle on them like a quiet warning. Our boy Shun shifted in his seat, the picture of a kid who already knew this lecture was about to ruin his afternoon. Because the lesson kept rolling forward anyway, the professor cracking a smile and signaling that the day's real topic was only just beginning to bite. Then a heavy book slammed the lectern, and the whole room flinched. Her arm swung up toward the chalkboard, voice rising to match the gesture, and she laid the topic bare. Today was about poison. She underlined the ancient line of German on the board, the old alchemist's truth that nothing is poison until the dose makes it one, and translated it into something the class couldn't dodge. Which meant the spices in any kitchen cabinet were technically poison too, just waiting on the right amount to kill, and that little fact landed like a slow knife in the back of the room. So why didn't every dinner end in a body? The professor posed the question, and the silence that followed was deafening. The green-haired girl with the red bow shot her hand up like she'd been waiting her whole life for this moment, while her pink-haired neighbor looked ready to nap through the answer. And the professor walked the class toward the punchline, circling the word amount like a hawk, dangling the word therefore in front of a girl who didn't want to catch it. But when that eager hand got called on, the green-haired girl suddenly found her certainty evaporating, stammering into the silence like she'd bitten off more than she could chew. So the professor took chalk to the board and sketched a circle, a rough little diagram that meant one wrong mouthful of the wrong thing at the wrong quantity, and somebody wasn't getting up from dinner. The professor crossed her arms, tapped the chalkboard, and drove her point home. Divide the dose wrong and 4 kilos becomes 4 tons. Beside Simon, Malin leaned on her pen and grinned. The math was clicking, the lecture was landing, and she was eating it up. But she noticed him drifting, leaned across the desk, and called his name to pull him back. He flinched sideways, masked whatever was eating him behind a polite nothing, and slid the question away. Cut to the ornate hall, chandeliers overhead. Simon and Malin caught mid-stride with the rest of the cohort, until a woman in black and gold stepped into their path from the right. A warm voice singled him out by title. Malin and Kami flanking him both froze with a question mark over their heads, blindsided right alongside their friend. Neftiz's mother smiled with her eyes closed, raised a black-gloved hand in greeting, and the whole hallway tilted toward Simon without her saying a word more. Meanwhile, at a paneled door, a blue-haired girl and a dark blue-haired boy nearly jumped out of their skins when Lauren Arkbold appeared out of nowhere. Her smile was bright, her clap was louder, and whatever the two of them were up to had just earned her wholehearted approval. A pale hand pressed flat against a sealed yellow envelope on a desk, the kind of pause that comes right before someone's whole afternoon changes. The dark blue-haired boy leaned across to his partner, asked about a designated mission, with a tall stack of paperwork looming at his elbow. He confirmed it calmly, standing by the bookshelf like a kid who'd already decided this was going to be a good idea. So the seal got torn and the envelope opened. Inside, a D-grade security request, 1,000 gold payday, and a location tagged Territory Bluehane bodyguard duty during the Undead exhibition. His jaw dropped. 1,000 gold for a D rank. The math was screaming at him, sweat beading, golden sparkles popping around his head. This was either a gift or a trap, and he couldn't tell which. Another mission request landed on his desk, and a sharp no cracked through the comm like a whip. Which meant nothing to Shun, because that envelope held 1,000 golds and Shun had already decided this was payday. Simon exhaled at his own paperwork. Fine, the exhibition, glad the kid jumped on it, a small what, drifting up from somewhere off-panel. An off-panel voice kept laying out the philosophy. Modern necromancers are made by studying what others build, and Shun soaked up every word like gospel. Back at the office, Simon pressed his seal into the stack and looked up with a quiet welcome back, for whoever had just walked in. Shun's eyes went wide, clutching that yellow envelope tight, all of it, and the answer came back a clean, joyful yes. His whole face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Down the hall, the blue-haired Valencia girl laughed at Simon's predicament, and Nefty's eyes flicked down from above the doorframe. Go, handle him. But up in Shun's briefing room, the mood shifted. Kizan had sent only one attendee to this exhibition, and the instruction was simple: represent the whole school out there. His hands tightened around that thick yellow envelope, exhibition materials gathered and good as shipped. And somewhere across town, Simon sat with hands pressed to his face, the weight of it all pressing back. Then blue harbor, blue water, bright ships, and Simon's grin splitting wide, because a new harbor meant new territory and new bodies for the Legion. Cut to the beach, and the pink-haired girl was already sprinting toward the surf with arms flung wide, leaving Shun caught flat-footed in her wake. She squeezed her eyes shut and punched the air with a triumphant yes, fear's silver plate gleaming huge and silent right behind her like a wall of armor. She hit the sand and squealed about a sting but waved it off. No way were they skipping the swim on a beach this pretty, while Shun and the armored Reaper just watched her spin. Shun's resistance lasted about 2 seconds. She was already sparkling again, and he gave in with the softest smile. All right, fine, you win, let's go swimming. Shun looked up, grinning at the towering knight of bone and silver. Fear gave him that curt little acknowledgement: business accepted. So Shun hit the streets of Blue Harbor, paper mission envelope in hand, and the kid couldn't stop gawking. Every brick, every tree, the whole city gleamed. Then he stopped at a wrought iron gate in front of some estate way too fancy for a D-rank job, and confirmed he'd found his mark. Except nobody answered. A blond boy in white peeked around, called out into the empty yard, startled by his own silence. Shun froze mid-knock as the gate swung open, and a cheerful voice rang out to welcome him. The kid looked ready to bolt. But the boy behind the gate was younger than expected, grinning wide, throwing both hands on the iron like he'd been waiting all day for a guest. Shun dropped to the kid's level with a smile, and the two exchanged greetings through the bars like old friends reunited. Then came the reveal. The little blonde introduced himself as the Viscount himself, starry-eyed and proud, and Shun's whole mission briefing just got flipped on its head. White jacket, black lapels, orange tie. This kid was dressed like nobility and acting like it too. And somewhere in the dark, a blue-haired kid mouthed a question nobody answered, confused out of his mind. Because privacy loosens tongues, our boy's host dropped the formality in 2 seconds flat. He smiled bright, pulled him close, told him to drop the count act entirely, and the name he wanted, Shun. Which made sense the second the mask came off, because that kid Shun was barely old enough to hold a title, let alone a barony. So when a proper white jacket landed on the kid's shoulders, our boy in the count disguise almost tripped over himself backing up. This whole young lord routine was getting heavier by the minute. Shun didn't help. He bolted down the stone steps like the estate was his playground, dust scattering under his loafers. White socks flying down the staircase. Except something snagged his shoulder from behind and froze him dead. Our boy's count mask was already cracking, sweating through a polite smile, clinging to the kid's arm because the act was getting thin. He forced out a meek yes, which only made Shun beam harder, because the kid was about to give him the VIP tour a whole day early, on a dare, apparently. Then a hard pivot at the grand double doors. The count mask clicked back on long enough to warn Shun not to fumble this. Shun clung to the deal like he'd been waiting his whole short life for it. So when our boy stepped inside and saw it, jaw slack, eyes blown wide, every carefully rehearsed noble word died in his throat. A hall the size of a cathedral, columns flanking red carpet, and towering over both of them like a god of bone. A colossal skeletal dragon, ribcage lit blue, skull markings sharp against the rafters. That's what the Blue Harbor exhibition was really hiding. And the banner hanging between those grand windows made it official. The next generation undead exhibition of Blue Harbor. Which meant every showcase in that vaulted hall was a monster, and Shun was already losing it, arms thrown wide at a towering T-Rex skeleton like a kid who'd been handed the keys to a dragon zoo. Our boy stood planted on the polished marble, blazer crisp again, staring up at the whole assembled nightmare of bone. And every rib, every fused vertebrae was real bone that could move, think, kill. Our boy's tour guide moment got cut short, because the skull looming over him turned out to be a lot closer than a fossil should be. And something was about to make that very, very clear. Yeah, that mental image of a tiny shun cowering before the bone beast. Pretty accurate to how our boy felt right about now, trying to keep his composure while his brain short-circuited. Because this kid had zero fear and 100% enthusiasm, launching himself onto the T-Rex's snout like it was a playground slide. Somebody needed to stop this before. Before that eye socket lit up green, and the dead thing suddenly remembered it was supposed to be alive. Applied, the construct had been triggered. This wasn't a museum piece, it was a weapon with a switch. And the kid riding its face had about 2 seconds to figure that out before the skull decided to introduce him to the ceiling. Which meant the next few seconds were about to become a screaming, bone-crunching rodeo for an audience of one very freaked-out count. Except our boy wasn't running, boots planted, purple flames licking at his stride. He was moving in. Dick dangling over a snapping maw of ancient teeth, Simon lunging with everything he had, fingers stretched, teeth gritted, reaching for a baron who was about to become a snack. He grabbed the kid mid-fall, yanked him clear, and shut the whole situation down with a single sharp word: quiet. But not before the landing knocked the wind clean out of him. Dick ended up hanging upside down, wrapped in some glowing green goo, and beneath them stood the one man who actually ran this bone circus, watching the chaos with the flat patience of a necromancer who'd seen worse. Uncle Finch Nickerman, Blue Harbor's famous undead researcher, taking mental notes on exactly how not to behave in his exhibit hall. Dick hung upside down in spectral goo, grinning wide. "It's okay," reassuring the panicked crowd like he hadn't just set off a cathedral-sized bone construct. Simon breathed out slow, a relieved smile finally settling in. The little skeletal beast nuzzled his head like a loyal puppy, because of course it did. Finch Nickerman, Dick's uncle and the hall's stern owner, cut through the chaos. He announced himself also a necromancer, and Simon bowed respectfully toward the man while Dick watched from the sidelines. Their handshake sealed it, professional, cold, coated in green slime. The tense, cooperative grip said everything, mutual recognition between two who spoke bone. But Finch's laugh came easy and dismissive. A lowly first year trying to earn pocket money, he assumed, sizing up the dark-haired kid in the blazer like he was nothing. Simon didn't flinch. That single golden amber eye slid sideways, calm and unreadable, silent realization settling in behind the stare. Which meant Finch Nickerman, the famous Blue Harbor necromancer, now stood stiff as a board, apologizing. "Forgive my mistake, Count," the Count, because Simon Valencia held a title this man hadn't bothered to check. Dick grabbed his uncle's coat leg, big blue eyes wide. Even the kid caught the whiplash. 1 minute his uncle was mocking, the next he was groveling. And Finch's teal blue eye went cold, scrutinizing. "You weren't the one at fault earlier," shifting blame fast, trying to dig himself out of the hole he'd just dug. Simon smiled with closed eyes, pure, amused satisfaction, while Dick clung to him, crying out loud. The little baron knew exactly how deep his uncle had just stepped in it. "So you're the special first-year student from Kiezen?" Finch asked, scrambling for footing. "Yes," Simon answered, simple, quiet, devastating. Finch smiled, blue aura flickering, gesturing at crooked data lines like the last 30 seconds hadn't happened. Classic deflection. Pretend the humiliation was just a data irregularity. But that deflection crumbled fast. Finch grimaced, defensive, knowing exactly how bad that gaffe had been. Simon just beamed, bright, cheerful, innocent. Total victory wrapped in a smile that gave nothing away. Finch wiped his brow, hand to chin, and pivoted hard, the public necromancer school of Allen, dropping credentials like a shield. "Oh, I see," Dick chirped from off-panel, the kid smoothing things over. Dick's eyes went wide. The transfer system, so that was how a Count ended up enrolled as just another first year, the pieces clicking behind those big blue eyes. Because Finch wasn't done softening the mood. The old necromancer stood tall in the chandelier-lit hall, eyes closed, smile practiced as a bishop's. Which meant Simon's bright, open laugh, loud, easy, impossible to fake, hit the room like a window thrown open. Finch held that gentle smile through the warmth, easing the boy's guard with practiced warmth. Because chatting up a student's pedigree in public was bad optics, and Finch knew it, so he pivoted fast, black-gloved hands sweeping the topic off the table. And Dick's sharp little fox he was, Watch the redirect land. Finch turned sharp in profile, every trace of mirth gone. Now he was the lecturer, and his guest was the pupil. Dick blinked up at the hand, suddenly settling on his shoulder, working out whose it was. Which meant Simon's quiet warning hit harder for being gentle, the kind of scolding that actually lands. Finch swept a gloved hand toward the glass case full of skulls and ribs, bragging that every bone inside came from the island's own nightmares. 100 undead works, and all of them his. Dick beamed up at his uncle's showcase, bragging like a proud nephew, which meant Dick Haywood was family, and Finch's empire in Blue Harbor had a name behind it. So Simon leaned into the broken bone glowing gold above them, half grinning, half teasing, force it back together and watch what happens. And the crowd around them was listening now, hungry for the trick. Because Finch heard the riff and bristled, jabbing a black-gloved finger at the dark-haired count in the blazer. Just a first year, didn't know a thing and should pipe down. A placard on a wooden stand answered the room's quiet how, with a meek yes, Finch Nickerman's handiwork right there in print. And the floor between exhibits opened up like a held breath. So Finch swung the curtain wide, bathing them in blue, and promised them the highlight of his life's work, and our boy already felt the temperature drop. Rising through that dark water was a mountain of jagged turquoise bone, the label read Kraken, a deep-sea monster displayed like a trophy. Which meant Dick's uncle hadn't just dug up a few crabs. This man had bound a leviathan into his undead collection, and Simon could only mouth the word delinquent at the spectacle before him. Somewhere off-panel, a voice whispered another name for it, the Overlord, because of course it had one. Finch stood bathed in that eerie blue glow, smirking down at the two students like a man who knew exactly how rare his catch was, and how it made him untouchable in this town. Just the lapels of his coat, lit from the side by the monster tank. No face needed, the pose said it all. A thorned skeletal leviathan hung suspended in the blue depths, every bone a weapon, every joint a weapon waiting to be aimed, because the core of any creature is just bone begging to be reassembled. The lead researcher raised a teal-gloved hand, and an orange sigil bloomed through the water, lighting the beast from the inside. Ironically fast, ironically sharp. That's what the brass behind her kept whispering, because speed and cutting power were exactly what this carcass had in spades. She smiled, pointed forward, and the little twink of her sigil sealed the verdict. This one was a keeper. Then the live demo started, and an angular blue and white barrier went up just as a green impact slammed into it from the other side. A caged skull turned toward the surface, and a slab of blue ice crashed down on it hard enough to buckle the frame. The tail thrashed through the water, scattering bubbles in every direction. A full-charged blue blast punched into the beast, and red light burst across the seabed where the hit landed. Then came a red slash tearing diagonally across the water, clean and impossibly fast. Someone's jaw dropped on the other side of the glass. And our boy's face went red as a beat mid-shout, arm raised, asking the only question that actually mattered, what's the sell price on this thing? Meanwhile, in the tiled hall upstairs, Simon was scratching the back of his head trying to look casual, while the rich kid clung to his leg and a blonde girl turned her back to watch. Brother was throwing the word interest around like he had any of it. Then the offer came in, at least 10,000 gold. Our boy did the animated coin-spinning animation around his head, peak protagonist moment, the kind that gets a whole episode in the anime adaptation. But before he could say yes, somebody cut through the noise hollering boy from across the hall. Then, hey boy, louder. The size of a dinner plate. That's our boy's face when he recognized the voice peer, his armor instructor, calling him out at full volume in a public hall. Zero chill. Down on the sunlit sand, Fear watched our boy get slapped upside the helmet by his armored instructor, and the man was not in the mood. No progress on the bone armor training, and Peer was letting him hear about it. Classic boot camp energy, beach edition. But then the lecture cut off mid-rant with a question that mattered. Something had gone down back in that exhibition hall. Simon just smiled, because what he'd seen in there had genuinely stunned him. Some undead so wild it rattled even a kid who already commands a grim Reaper battalion. So Peer pressed him. What kind of creature could do that? Our boy got flustered fast, grabbing the instructor's arm and shouting over the question like the answer would somehow tumble out louder. Peer just stood there, stoic as a fridge, a single question mark hovering above his helmet. So Simon apologized, deep bow in the forest clearing, while Pierre processed the news with two flat replies, state, and I'm sorry to hear that. That's armored friend for tell me everything now. Then the visor snapped up against the sky. What is it? And the tone shifted. This wasn't small talk anymore. Meanwhile on the sand, Fear was trembling in his seat, the other skeleton flat on its back with its skull rattling off, do-do-do. And the punchline, it's not impossible, but which is skeleton for you're going to hate this. The dark blue-haired boy stepped in next to Pierre, laying down the rule. No fancy summons until you've mastered the regular ones, which meant whatever Simon saw in that exhibition had to wait its turn behind the grind. Bad habits get ingrained, Pierre warned, staring up at the palm leaves. Bad habits, the words hung there like a threat, because mastery starts at the boring basics. Back in the clearing, the debrief got interrupted by a tiny voice, Commander Tilda, and a long pink-haired girl in a white dress strolled up from behind, humming like she owned the place. She hummed a lazy hem tilde with musical notes floating around her, all mysterious melody. The dark blue-haired boy squinted, completely lost. What's wrong? Bro had no read on this one. She cut straight to the point. Was he really attending a banquet tomorrow evening, and what kind of banquet was it? The little blonde boy piped up from below to explain. A reception hosted by the Old One family. She tilted her head and laid it out. If he was VIP, that room would be packed with high-ranking names worth knowing. And with his reputation already doing the talking, subtitle didn't even need to finish. She pressed her palms together, a flush creeping up as the banquet invitation hung in the air, and every implication of it landed with a smile that said way too much. Pierre stared a hole through her from under that visor, and the dark-haired boy beside him just stood there sweating, waiting for somebody to explain. Because the dark-haired boy cut in, polite as anything, greeting the Count with a long-overdue warmth that turned the whole mood around. The blonde kid grabbed the woman's hand and shook it like his life depended on it, hollering at his aunt like this was the best day of his life. The Countess in lavender thanked the Kijin student for gracing her family's exhibition, and Simon gave the kind of answer that made it clear he knew exactly who he was standing next to. Up close, Simon smiled warm against the stars and called him Count Shun, which earned him a bright little of course from his brother, because of course Simon knew exactly how to play this. Senior Finch watched from the doorway, taking in the dark tailcoat and peach-dress pair greeting the two boys on the gravel, and something about the whole picture caught his eye. The maid beside him leaned in cheerful, chatting about where these Kijin guests had come from, like the foreign names were just a fun little detail. Beneath a chandelier heavy with crystal, the conversation drifted toward recommending a student from Kijin, and someone made sure to address him as Senior Finch. Finch's eyes slid sideways, the tiniest smirk pulling at his mouth, and he let the silence do the talking. Because old nobles speak loudest when they say nothing at all. And Simon, finally alone with his brother, let out the longest relieved sigh of the night, because that whole greeting had been a minefield he'd just walked through clean. He smiled against the stars, grateful the hard part was over and he'd actually pulled it off. His little brother bounced on his heels, beaming up at him with the kind of pride that made all of it worth it. The young baron wandered through the glittering hall, half bored, until his gaze snagged on a familiar face across the room. A cluster of nobles traded laughter near the chandelier, every one of them a power player in this town's web. Then the kid spotted Senior Finch himself, and the color drained from his face. Miles away, beneath a sky thick with cold stars, a window caught the silhouette of branches like a warning scratched in glass. A man in white lifted a glowing blue orb to the dark and spoke into it, testing whether anyone on the other end was still alive. The orb answered with silence. Blue Harbor would fall into their laps the day after tomorrow. The timing was too clean to be coincidence. Every key member of the family gathered in one banquet hall without exception, and no one suspected a thing yet. A bearded lackey looked down at his boots, jaw tight, already tasting the blood that hadn't been spilled yet. Back in the hall, a Kijin student overheard a dangerous whisper that one of their own had just arrived at Blue Harbor. And far from the feast, the man in white smiled with his eyes closed, savoring the kill before it happened. And he'd handle it personally, because by now the trap had a heartbeat all its own. But the orb answered to a different voice. one that spat contempt at necromancers and swore to crush every last ant beneath their heel. Someone on the other end gripped their face, teeth bared, swallowing something ugly. Everything on this island belonged to them, and the night hadn't even started bleeding yet. The blonde cradled the orb like a trophy, every tooth bared in that grin, because Blue Harbor was going to be his, every skull and stone of it. And he held it close, certain nobody on that island could stop what was coming. But back at the party, one cheerful little guest had no idea the storm was already on its way. The body armor catalog lay open, and the dark blue-haired boy could hardly believe what he was seeing. Because whatever was coming next, the clouds rolling in overhead didn't look friendly. Which meant trouble already had a name, Simon, 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 echoing through the halls. Dick Haywood blinked back, clueless. Classic little brother, totally lost. He'd been like that since earlier, the dark blue-haired boy teasing, poking, refusing to let up. So he grabbed the kid's hand and hauled him toward the big window, something worth seeing. The view made the dark blue-haired boy pause. "I see," he murmured, weighing what it meant. Then the sky broke open. Heavy rain slammed down in sheets, and the world outside went gray and cold in an instant. Elizabeth's head jerked as a raindrop hit her like a slap, mid-sentence. The rumble overhead deepened. This wasn't going to pass. She stood at the shoreline in that white dress, her back to everyone, one hand raised toward the darkening sea. Dick cupped his hands and shouted down from the balcony, "Sea fog," the warning cutting through the storm. Elizabeth spun toward Simon, eyes wide, because something had just appeared behind them all. Out past the rain-lashed shore, dark shapes slid from the fog like sharks. She raised a hand against the downpour, squinting hard at the water. Whatever it was moving. Then the sky itself seemed to buckle under the weight of what came next. A pirate ship carved through the storm, skull and crossbones snapping in the wind, crashing straight toward the city like it owned the place. On the rain-slicked stone, a tall figure in a tricorn hat stood waiting, sword resting easy on one shoulder, smoke curling at his boots like a promise. Two pirates grinned on deck, teeth bared, voices rising over the gale, the city, the loot, all of it, they swore would soon be theirs. And their captain stepped forward into the rain, mustache bristling, blade raised high, roaring a battle cry that split the storm, the kind of entrance that told everyone watching exactly how tonight was going to go. But inside the estate, the war had already started without them. Simon stood in the drizzle with Dick pressed close beside him, sweat on his brow and horror in his eyes as flames devoured everything they owned. The iron gates were a skeleton now, roaring red, coughing black smoke, raining sparks into the courtyard while the children watched from behind their butler and wondered how it had come to this. Dick's small hand closed on Simon's sleeve, tears brimming, voice cracking, "Somebody please do something, brother." Simon didn't answer. His face had gone blank as stone, and behind him the captain in the red-brimmed hat seized a glowing blue orb and screamed into it, "Respond, guard post, this is the commander now." The orb pulsed once. A flat voice answered that help was coming right away, then blood sprayed across the glass. The captain stared at the smear, sweat crawling down his temple, the butler grim beside him, and Simon, still facing those burning gates, finally understanding what that red stain meant. He stared down at nothing, rain streaking his cheek, and for one long breath said absolutely nothing. When the words finally came, they were the worst kind of truth. They'd already been hit. Two academy cadets slumped against the reception desk, drenched in their own blood. The guard post wasn't just breached, it was erased. A captain in the rain listed the toll in flat, clipped words. Even the top-floor garrison had fallen, every last defender was gone. Simon stared into the downpour, finishing the officer's thought. The word landed like a verdict, base. Every road out was already covered. Guests and the count herded onto boats. That was the plan that died the moment the horned sails showed up. Elizabeth's voice cut through the rain, sharp and searching. Her commander was right there, and she needed him to hear her. Dick clung to Simon's coat, voice rising in panic. Barracks gates, every line of communication all severed, all in the same breath. A gloved hand pressed to his chin. Simon turned the pieces over in the downpour. Something about this was too clean, too deliberate. The word dropped like a stone, collapsed. Not stormed, collapsed. Elizabeth and the butler stared as the sky itself seemed to crack open behind them. The civilians watched from the courtyard, frozen. Whatever was unfolding through that doorway was bigger than a raid. Simon stood with his back to the world, watching the wounded building breathe. He turned his head over his shoulder, voice low and certain. Whoever did this wasn't improvising, they had been thoroughly prepared. Dick's face went pale, betrayal, the word hung between them like smoke. His grip tightened on Simon's coat as the next piece clicked into place. Someone had handed the enemy the location. Elizabeth's voice rang out over the courtyard, rallying the panicked crowd. Everyone gather now before the next wave hit. 5 cadets in white shirts dropped hands to their heads and snapped to order. She'd found her squad. Dick pressed himself against the wall, every breath shaking loose. Then a hat-wearing officer cut through the smoke, demanding to know why 2 cadets were clinging to him in the rain. He turned fully reddish-purple hair, a thin mustache, sweat cutting through the rain on his cheek as he began to answer. But Dick's grip on Shun's jacket only tightened, because somewhere through that smoke, a face Dick trusted more than any officer was finally closing in. Shun called out his name, one word, cutting clean through the downpour. Dick's hand fisted in the dark lapel, tears spilling, everything he'd held together since the first blade finally breaking loose. Shun dropped to his knees on the wet stone, looking up at the boy he'd sworn to protect, the full weight of failure settling in. And Dick screamed it out, raw, wordless grief tearing through the rain, because someone he'd loved was gone. Shun caught both his shoulders at the iron gate, holding the kid together while promising he'd carry the weight of what happened here. "Regret," he said, voice low and steady, meaning every syllable of it. Dick bowed under it, rain washing his cheeks, while a broadcast boomed across Blue Harbor demanding every resident hear what came next. Then Shun whispered a name into the rain, soft, broken, meant for someone who'd already answered. Simon stood in the downpour, purple hair plastered dark, one hand pressed to his chest, and the look on his face said he'd heard every word of it. A dark-haired young man in the courtyard barked the order everyone needed: rescue civilians, split the forces into 3, and ship the Count and the distinguished guests to the mansion. Laid out clean and fast while the rain kept falling. Hard to call it fine when the whole coast was burning, but the work split wide anyway. Mr. Finch kept one gloved hand on the little blonde boy's shoulder, swore the mansion was ready, its own defenses up, former knights among the staff. The Count would be safe. The maroon tricorn officer accepted that, then pivoted straight to the next problem on his list, the keys and students. The beach became the next destination on someone's map. Across the rain, the enemy captain with the pinkish mauve hair and thin mustache set his own plan in motion: head for the beach, grab him, and the rest of the riffraff would fold. Rain hammered what was left of the city, red and white awnings buried under their own rubble, smoke climbing into the sky. And somewhere in that mess, a voice trying to cut through the static to reach Pier. That name got louder, more desperate: "Pier, please respond," while legs in dark trousers pushed through the smoke and ruined toward whoever was still out there. He sprinted across a burning rooftop, mouth open, screaming the call sign into the rain: "Come on, Pier, give me something." But the only thing that came back was a cackle from someone who already thought this was easy, and the silence that followed turned his stomach, because no response meant they'd been taken out before him. Then a mocking voice drifted from the ruins, dismissing the Navy like it was nothing, and a vampire kid with amber eyes realized the enemy wasn't hiding anymore. Because hiding wasn't the plan. Black shoes ground into a bleeding body on cracked tile, while the aggressor snarled that war and kindness don't share a language, and ordered his men to kill every last prisoner who tried to surrender. 2 thugs stood over the result, laughing that easy living had softened the dead man's reflexes. Because mercy was a luxury, these pirates had decided to retire. That kind of cruelty stayed on Simon's face like grease. The sweat, the glare, the recognition that softness had hollowed out these enemies from the inside, and he was the one who'd have to carve it clean. Somewhere in the rain-soaked trees, a skeletal knight in silver plate leaned on his greatsword and casually informed Pier that the opposition over here had been sorted, no challenge at all, which meant the real fight was already moving to Simon's end of the city. Which was where the civilians lay bleeding in the gutter, and Simon's voice cracked as he shouted at whoever was still listening. No reason, no warning, just bodies everywhere the rain hadn't reached yet. He was already asking himself the only question that mattered, and the answer was small and certain, barely a whisper. Yeah, he wanted to save them. Back in the tree line, a blue-haired ally checked a device and calmly ordered the core armor onto the civilians. Because Professor Turtle's specs had turned defense into something even a frightened crowd could wear. Simon turned toward the next building, and the numbers hit him cold. This fight would run 10 times harder than anything he'd drilled. But practice was over now. He reached out, touched the bone, and the dead rose at his command, a tide of cyan flame skeletons flooding the rain-soaked street. Understood, Pierre. He was done rehearsing. His skeletons answered in chatter and clatter, jawbones clicking the same fierce promise in the rain. We will. We have to rescue the people. Across the rooftops, Elizabeth crouched over a child she'd sworn to protect, blade hovering above her as she begged. We have to rescue the people, with a monster's steel inches from her skull. And Simon answered every cry in the city at once, driving his hand forward with a snarl that split the rain. Rescue them all. The dark-haired attacker swung his curved blade down to finish her, grinning through the downpour, sure the child was already dead. Steel screamed on steel mid-swing. Elizabeth curled tighter around the child, two blade tips grazing her hair by a breath's width, close enough to taste the edge, not close enough to cut. SHWK. Then she was on her feet with her own blade raised, eye wide because the strike meant for the child had been caught, just like that. The attacker stared at his stopped sword, mind cracking how. Why had his killing blow turned into a standoff? Elizabeth's grip tightened, and her silence said everything the attacker didn't want to hear. Somewhere in that burning street, the fight ended one way for one of those pirate grunts. A blast of violet-pink energy ripped clean through his skull, black and pink tendrils shredding upward into the rain. Kami had planted herself between the dead and the living, a little girl in a blue cloak clinging to her waist, while an olive-clad attacker bled out at her feet. She called over her shoulder through the downpour, checking that the rescue had actually counted for something. And one more of them learned what happens when you touch a half-vampire's kid. She hauled the groggy bastard up by his collar and let him see the bat wings he'd missed before, the part of her that doesn't forgive. The man stared, blood on his lip, and choked on a single horrified word about what she was. Her grip tightened and her teeth bared. Kami wasn't asking. She was sentencing, her voice cracking the air with a battle cry that bounced off every wet stone wall in the alley. Edgar whipped around mid-stride, sweat freezing on his cheek, because that scream meant somebody close was about to have a very bad second. A purple-haired fighter reared back, fist raised and shouting in alarm as crimson mist sprayed the scene, and Kami's own voice pitched sharp beside him, two people reacting to the same ugly turn. A brown cloak hit the cobblestones and our boy stepped out of a doorway like he'd been waiting for the cue, calm as a man ordering tea while pirates bled around him. The voices off-panel kept screaming about legs moving on their own, which was exactly the point. A slow grin crept across Simon's face, one sweat drop the only hint he'd worked for it. Someone else's legs had been his choreography, and the routine had landed clean. Fear's voice cut through the noise from somewhere close, telling his boy the dead were finally organized enough to be worth field testing, and that his sloppy habits wouldn't doom the fight this time. A fist hit stone, knuckles pale, and the order snapped out like a lock engaging. Legion now. A blue-haired young Valencia roared an answer into the storm, and the skeleton legion answered back, blades rising in a purple swirl of bone and fury as the organized dead surged forward at last. A boot slammed down on the tile, and the fight ahead just got louder. The kid's eye went wide because commanding these skeletons was nothing like the regular kind. Much easier, even. A teal-haired girl in pink caught the picture quick. Once you draw the outline, the Legion-formed skeletons just slot themselves into place. Fear wasn't having it. The blue-haired boy braced as the skeletal master reminded him practice from scratch was forbidden. Simon flinched, a tear caught on his cheek, hands up like the whole room had just flipped on him. A hand reached out his, still in that ridiculous uniform. Then an armored knight lunged past him with a grin, calling out a challenge to whoever thought they could slip away. Two Kizan fighters crashed in behind, one snarling about a kicked shin, the other screaming for the kill. Dick Haywood answered by hoisting two grown men over his head like groceries, cheerful as anything. And old Mr. Finch just laughed through it. So that was how it was. Simon finally snapped, shouting that whoever dressed him in this outfit had a lot to answer for. Simon stood beside Nephtes, still stuck in the uniform someone had forced on him. Mr. Finch grinned like a man 20 years younger. Simon warned him not to overdo it, but the steward just laughed it off. He'd caught Simon chatting with the Viscount earlier and wasn't letting that go. Malin and Kami threw their fists in the air, cheering that Kizan had come to save them. Simon watched calmly from the edge of the chaos, letting the relief wash through the room without adding his own voice. Their purple-haired leader stepped forward with a grin and laid it out plain. Wearing this armor meant no major injuries, so they could fight hard and stay alive. Malin stood among the squad, armored up and ready for what came next. 3 civilians pressed themselves against the nearest wall, bald, bearded, and brown-haired, all of them gasping and soaked in cold sweat. They'd wandered straight into a war zone, and every instinct in their bodies was screaming at them to run. Which meant the Kizan squad had to go through them to reach the real enemy. The armored unit charged down the ruined street, hoisting a slab of broken wood and a barrel overhead like a battering ram, voices raised in a ragged shout to keep pushing back. The brown-haired kid broke down completely, tears streaming as he screamed. Treasure chests split open across the sand, gold spilling like the ocean had vomited coins, a great golden jar, and someone was about to learn that greed is a very expensive habit. A green jewel caught the light, and our pirate boss held it up like he'd already won the world. The captain sat on his golden throne, bare chest open under that coat, sword on his hip, teeth bared in the kind of grin that says he's never lost a fight he didn't start. He brought the jewel close to his eye, admiring its fire, because rich men always want richer confirmation. But before the captain could toast himself, his black-haired boy came crashing in, sweating through his shirt, screaming that the city folk were pushing back and reinforcements were needed. Right now. Yesterday. The captain didn't even flinch, just waved the jewel and told him he didn't care. And the poor kid choked on his own report, stammering like a man about to deliver his own execution order. So he finally spit it out. It wasn't soldiers coming. It was the residents themselves, the whole town, and the captain just stared from atop his gold pile like the word had been spoken in a dead language. Except that silence snapped fast. He came up roaring, "Have you lost your mind, residents? Should they beg civilians for mercy now?" While his sweating subordinate tripped over his own tongue trying to explain, the captain was done listening. Then the real news hit, and his eye narrowed to a slit. The necromancer had been helping them. His mouth pressed shut, the blood drained from the grin. And just like that, somewhere across the harbor, a white building cracked down the middle, black shards shrieking through smoke, someone's voice cutting through the ruin. "Leave it to me." Our boy crouched low in the wreckage, snapping his head back at the call, and a purple-haired armored comrade behind him answered, crisp and ready. A gloved finger pointed down into the square, and there stood Loring, that crimson-eyed protector, jacket half off her shoulder, flanked by armored cadets young enough to make any decent man's stomach turn. An off-panel voice cracked, "They're just kids." Which was exactly why an olive-haired thug caught a red impact blast square in the face, blood spraying, while he still screamed for his boys to grab that target first. Because Simon answered. Purple-black flame tore through the frame, jagged slashes eating the screaming man alive. The captain's crew had just learned what happens when you wake up the wrong necromancer. Loring slammed herself over a downed comrade, blood streaking her jacket, as she called out for the kid to hold on, because nobody else was getting lost on her watch. Fear popped up with a cheerful little wave, announcing the civilians had all made it out, which meant the harbor was officially theirs. That was the cue to push forward, and Fear pumped his fist like a charge was already won, except Simon's voice cut clean through the noise with a flat refusal. He stood there measured and calm, weighing the moment, and gave his armored squad one quiet verdict. The trainees caught the word and recoiled. A reckless charge into pirates meant corpses, and they knew it. A golden wash of memory broke through. A brown-collared young Fear laughing about his reckless youth, back when charging in was the whole point. Simon didn't flinch at the explosion of bone beside him, just let the faint, confident smile stay, because the field was his now. Another skeleton hit the cobblestones and shattered, his blade's red arc still hanging in the air while his boots never moved. Someone up top caved with a reluctant warning to be careful, but Simon only glanced back over his shoulder with a half-smile as a skeletal servant rose at his side ready. The pirate captain hunched over his scattered treasure, and Simon stood tall facing the bare-chested brute, the implication hanging like poison in the air. These pirates had been played by someone on the inside. His profile sharpened, amber eye locked forward, the unfinished thought sitting heavy behind his teeth. Blue-white flame licked up the blade in his grip as the question landed. Who was the real hand behind this betrayal? And someone called that guess naive. The white-haired captain answered by swinging a blue aura blade, refusing to give up a single name, choosing steel over surrender. Purple-black force collided with the pirate's slash, and the air itself cracked, two warriors trading a blow that warped the world around them. The harbor detonated, gold scattering through a white-hot blast, dust and shockwaves swallowing the scene, and whatever those pirates had been guarding was buried in the wreckage. The blast echo faded into nothing. Simon was already through the smoke, jaw tight and dripping, pressing fear on a claim he suddenly doubted, because that dark pulse didn't feel like nothing. Gold dripped down the broken armor beside him. But the white-haired captain stood wreathed in crackling blue flame, teeth bared in a savage grin, his first time seeing a real aura user, and his first instinct was not fear. It was joy. So Simon's fist answered, glowing blue around the knuckles. The captain knew aura in the context of the necromancer. The captain's face cut close, dead serious. Aura was rare these days. Which meant the captain's next swing carried everything. The pirate thrust a blazing blue weapon forward, snarling that the necromancers were the problem, dividing mainstream from non-mainstream without a shred of evidence. Simon answered with a torrent of swirling white-blue aura, because the outcasts were simply different, and he knew that feeling in his bones. The captain reeled backward from the blow, but his grin only widened, belittled his whole life, and now he'd seen something amazing in aura, and he would not stop. Those eyes were getting annoying. The pirate came down with both hands on his blade, slamming it towards Simon's skull, and Simon caught it on a shield of blue aura, sparks screaming off the impact. Simon held, one amber eye burning under his bangs, teeth clenched. And the captain just laughed harder, pressing down knights. Two massive cyan swords crossed in the sky behind him. He came from a lineage of knights. Dust exploded around his boots as cyan-green slashes raked across him, staggering the pirate backward. Noble bloodlines, Simon snarled through bared teeth, had been declining for generations, a slow rot dressed in crests and ceremony. Cloth snapped taut, and a crimson burst ripped through the air between them. The mustached captain answered with a cold grin. 200 souls had come to this island, and 198 of them were core-awakened necromancers. Steel hovered an inch from Simon's cheek. A sliver of dark uniform, nothing more. Back turned to the storm. The captain seethed at being called outdated by a generation that only chased efficiency. Simon stood calm in the dust, voice level. The man had thrown it all away and sailed to the sea in nothing but misery. Two figures squared off across the barren sand, the shirtless captain with a sword on his back, and Simon in his dark blazer, the gray sky pressing down on them both. Pale ground, waiting. Simon stared through the spiral haze, and the word left him like a verdict: crime. Then the desert detonated, a column of sand roaring skyward. A jagged voice cut through the blast. Sin doesn't vanish just because you buried it, and something colossal stirred behind the dust, a vast eye unblinking through the debris. The captain braced coat first against the howling storm as that monstrous gaze fixed on him, sound swallowing the world. A black and red cleaving streak screamed across the sand and slammed into him square. The hit landed, boots skidded. Nearby, blue-haired girl's eyes went wide as a bushy-bearded knight spun toward them in panic, muttering that he recognized the face in front of him. A shard of blue-pink light kissed his throat, thwack. A purple energy slash carved the air clean, the arc trailing wispy smoke as it flew. Simon lunged with a fist cocked back, and the bushy-bearded knight buckled behind him, blue-white shards punching straight through his uniform. Fear sat grinning atop a mountain of shattered skulls, while glass beakers of glowing green death burst around him. The floorboard split apart under green and pinkish slashes, splinters spinning loose as someone cursed the mess. The mustachioed knight winced hard as a wave of corrosive green liquid splashed across his beard and face. He clenched his fist through the dripping green and bellowed for his knights. Sweat pouring, teeth bared, the knight roared that they never falter, rallying every ally within earshot. His jaw hung open, dripping, the shout still echoing into white space. Simon came down in a blur, one glowing white eye burning through the shadow of his face, the strike already mid-swing while the mustached knight braced for it. The hit landed square across the knight's cheek, blood spraying across the frame in a brutal impact. Another blow crashed home with a spray of red, and a voice laid out the old rules: swordsmanship, strength, aura. Simon stood over the fallen knight, a red whip-like aura trailing from his fist, and told him outright that his way of thinking was outdated. "Your thinking is outdated," he repeated, cold and final. Simon stared forward, mouth open, shouting the verdict with everything he had. His academy uniform sat crisp beneath the fury, red tie, skull pin, dark collar, every inch the count of keys in. Once the captain catches you, there's no coming back, and these pirates just learned that the hard way, bound tight on cold cobblestone. "I have some questions for you." The afro-haired pirate got the friendly warning first. Piracy was a serious crime, and cooperation might buy mercy. A promise floated in the air, answer up, and leniency was on the table. Simon stepped forward, arms crossed, amber eyes locked on. He wanted names specifically, the Blue Harbor official who'd helped storm the gate. The pirate's only answer was a hard HMPH and a defiant stare. Fear loomed at Simon's shoulder, bone and shadow, while the bound men groaned about wishing they'd never picked this career. Nobody was cracking yet. So the boy made it personal. Two skeletons rose behind him, hollow eyes glowing. "Feed them." A skeletal hand jammed a flask of pink liquid past a prisoner's lips. The sentence finished itself. "Necromancer." The bearded pirate choked, coughing hard. "What did you feed me?" And our boy just stood there calm as death. "What do you think? Poison." Our boy smiled, calm as anything, the way only someone holding every card knows how to smile, with 15 seconds ticking down on the man's life. 15 seconds. That was the math he laid out plain, poison already spreading through every vein in that man's body. The deal hung in the air like bait, a name for a cure, and if the man stayed stubborn, 5 more minutes of agony before the end. Then the antidote came out. A teal vial spun lazily between pale fingers, glinting where the bearded prisoner could see it. The man grit his teeth, jaw locked, and gave nothing back but silence. Which meant the boy's smile didn't waver, just shrugged the offer away. "Your move, friend." So the pirate cracked, shouting up at the kid that the traitor had a name. Nicky the Fincher, a necromancer riding alongside the captain himself. The informant named his betrayer to save his own neck, Nicky the Fincher, that necromancer working with the captain. And Simon froze on it, sweat on his brow, because a name like that doesn't drop without reshaping everything he thought he knew about tonight. Really? The word came out small, half disbelieving, because a pirate's last-second confession is a dangerous thing to trust. Because the pirate captain needed Blue Harbor's naval layout, and the curly-haired informant knew every dock and garrison on the island. So Simon went quiet, calculating what that intel could buy him. The betrayal cut deep. Malin couldn't fathom why a sworn lord would sell his own harbor to pirates. Which left Simon cold in the rain, hood drawn, the pieces clicking into place. The name hit him like a blade. Nicky the Fincher, the insider. No way. Simon kicked the bound pirate across the plaza, green sigils flaring at the man's ropes as he crumpled and shouted in agony. "You sold us out and you sold yourself with it. A seasickness potion, not poison, because the kid had never planned to kill him." The pirate blinked, the fight draining out of him. Cross-legged on a sunny balcony, sparkle marks drifting around him like confetti, the informant sat locked in a 2-hour cure, and a cell waiting after. 2 maids cornered 2 intruders in a palace hallway, one gripping a broom like a spear, the other clutching a child close. Their warning was generous: cooperate and you walk out breathing. Because mercy was never on the table. A gray-gloved hand punched clean through the blue-haired maid's stomach, sparks spraying off the strike, and the attacker yelped at his own work. Somewhere between panels, a single word screamed: "Fight." A voice rang out, "Lord Simon." And there he was, reeling backward into the grand red-carpeted hall, face slack, one leg kicked out like his balance had died. 2 intruders closed on him, shouting. Which meant whatever caught Simon wasn't a punch. It was a grip, pale fingers on his chin, his amber eyes blown wide, sweat beating down like he was staring into a nightmare. Except the blue-haired maid wasn't down. Broom raised, voice cracking, she called for him anyway. "Lord Simon." But Simon didn't answer because a knife was rising behind him, the dark-haired attacker screaming behind you, as steel caught the light. So Simon answered with his whole body. He dropped into a stance, and dark blue lightning erupted down his arms, which meant the swing that was meant for his back landed instead across a jaw, someone's face crumpling under that crackling force. And the moment the dust cleared, a voice was already calling Lord Simon, "You're safe," as Simon stood there, eyes wide, still catching his breath. He answered steady, "I'm fine. What about you, Count?" The gray-haired maid sagging in relief behind him, child still pressed to her chest, the room holding its breath around them. Across the grand hall, Count Shun reached urgently for a small blonde boy in a lab coat, the boy's bad feeling confirmed at last. Kid raised his hands, "Fine, fine," and someone shouted to evacuate now. An armored guard tumbled past, screaming, and the white columns swallowed the sound. A blonde boy stood frozen in the wrecked hallway, hands clutching tight, confusion written across his face as the world tilted into chaos. Simon staggered toward the stone balcony, smoke curling past the railing, and a voice cut the noise. He was the last one. Because an armored figure clung to a crumbling balcony ledge, and behind him Shun barked through his panic. The armor would hold, just move, move now. But inside the red-carpeted hall, the call for the Count dragged Shun's attention as debris shifted under braced arms, and the blonde boy sprinted toward him, fists clenched. Then the wall burst inward with a bang, and a bandana-wearing brute came crashing through, grinning, finally found his target. He dropped from above with murder in his grin, spiked weapon raised high, and the blonde boy could only look up into the coming blow. The attacker roared for the Count to follow him, and the boy's blue eyes went wide as falling debris closed the gap. Dark streaks filled the air, and the boy screamed Shun's name. Except a skeletal grip clamped the spiked weapon mid-swing, bones scraping metal with a sound that froze the moment. Which meant fear had arrived. Shun thrust his arm forward and barked the order, and the boy sprawled backward on the red carpet as the Reaper's blade crashed down between them. The boy sat stunned on the floor, sweat dripping, one skeletal arm planted inches from his face, alive by a thread. Because a dark blue-haired boy in a jacket cut through the wreckage, yelling for Shun to follow him toward the escape route. The blonde boy dropped to his knees beside the bone-arm wreckage and finally understood what had just saved his life. Two pale hands reached across the gap, and the larger one closed around the smaller, pulling the boy to safety. The blonde kid doubled over as watery, spectral limbs erupted around him in a messy burst, and the dark blue-haired boy watched, caught flat-footed. He spun toward the hallway, shouting for Shun. But a silver-haired face answered, parted lips, the calm before a kill, announcing the fierce dragon formation. Black and purple geometry slammed into existence, edges blazing green, a sliver of pale blue caught inside like a trapped scream. Glowing green and pale blue liquid detonated upward in a tower of corrosive spray, and a small figure in a green coat hunched beneath it, arms over their head, taking the brunt. The blast ripped through the hall with a jagged roar. The blue-haired boy reeled, fist clenching his tie, sweat beading on his cheek as the shock hit him in full. Green slime wept down from the ornate ceiling, dripping into the grand hall, and he groaned at the mess. So he turned, surveying the glowing puddle spreading across the red and gold floor, framed by white columns. "Didn't I tell you before?" And the slime kept melting through the tiles, ruining everything nearby the purple rug, while a voice somewhere noted the damage, drop by corrosive drop. Because somewhere in the wreckage, the blonde boy leaned against a blob of green goo and smiled through a streak of blush, mocking whoever was supposed to be guarding him. How can a so-called bodyguard let his guard down? Then a tall man in a white lab coat, gray-brown hair, thin goatee, eyes wide, stumbled into view, and a voice cut through the chaos. "We're saved now." Others shouted his name. Mr. Pinch, the one person nobody had expected. Shun's hand clamped the purple-haired woman's shoulder as a blue-haired figure stepped through the ruined wall, and a distant voice rang out that they were saved. Then a tall man in a white coat dropped from above onto the rubble, green slime clinging to his arm, and announced himself as the cavalry. The kid in the blue blazer just stared, one eyebrow up, and wondered out loud how anyone was supposed to feel assured by that entrance. But the Count was already caught in the slime, blue eyes wide and pleading for the blonde to let him go. The refusal came back flat. That wasn't possible, so the kid demanded to know how a bodyguard had abandoned his post in the first place. The white-coated man didn't flinch, calm face, slime dripping beside his cheek, and a cold verdict hanging in the air. He couldn't trust anyone here. Somewhere in that wreckage, a fist tightened until the knuckles popped, rage barely held in check. And Simon's voice cut through, teeth clenched, dragging the room back to the only question that mattered now. Why had anyone betrayed the Count in the first place? The young Count blinked through the slime at his chest, confused mouth forming the word betray, like he'd never even heard it. One beat of silence from the blonde, lips barely parted. Then the grin came out, teeth bared, red aura coiling, and a single word screamed across the hall that made the betrayal very, very official. Nicky the Fincher stood there grinning, that same sinister calm, still reeking of dark red menace. Laskin's promo text floats across the panel. The pirates confessed, and the whole island heard it. Pinch, the Count, had betrayed them, and the shock rippled through the Navy soldiers and residents of Blue Harbor like a cold wind through a warm room. Simon stood among the servants and guards, his face gone still. Something had shifted, and he felt it land. Because the confession had a face, Uncle Pinch, white coat immaculate, goatee sharp as a blade, demanding proof from his accusers, while his own nephew hung bound above him in green slime, weakly calling out for the man strangling him. The boy asked to be let down, and the refusal came back without hesitation. Pinch's gloved hand came up, those green gems pulsing on his knuckles, and he opened his mouth to speak again, power already gathering in his fingers. He launched the strike downward without warning, and the bound boy flinched as the green slash split the stone beneath him, but a burst of cyan-green magic rocketed up to meet it. Simon was already moving. He crossed the grand hall in a lunge, fist wreathed in green and teal, and threw everything he had into the counter. A blue-haired ally nearby caught the overflow and staggered, a black-purple slash carving across him as Pinch's stray magic punished anyone standing close. From below, Simon looked up through the shattered window and called out he would pursue them, spread the word of the betrayal everywhere and fast, because the Count had just made his treason undeniable. Simon stood frozen in his black suit, that one word, Navy and other officials, landing like a verdict. The betrayal had gone public. And in the hall, a polished shoe slammed down through the mist. The only Count they had left was begging for rescue. But Simon was already crouched low on the red carpet, one palm braced on the stone, green energy still curling off his knuckles. His amber eyes burned upward, fierce and focused, because someone upstairs was getting away, and the whole island needed to hear the truth before he did. And that was where the legend rewound itself. Back to the night everything started bleeding. Years ago, on a ship under cover of dark, Uncle Pinch, the same man who just betrayed Blue Harbor, stood over a blond boy bound on the deck. "Stay put," he told him, and hurled a fresh wave of green slime into the writhing ropes. The child grunted in pain, and the ropes only tightened. The uncle straightened, snapping his fingers, green ooze dripping from his coat like a promise of worse to come. Which meant the next thing the boy saw was a glowing red circle of runes igniting beneath him, and the order to set sail, sealing his fate. Because out of the dark, two skeletons crawled up onto the deck, their bones humming with sick green light, and through his tears the bound boy whispered the only name he had left. "Uncle Pinch, why are you doing this to me?" Then, broken, "Skeletons, they're sending skeletons." The ashy blonde man smiled down at the bound child, cold, deliberate, and twisted the family knife by reminding him he still had the nerve to call him uncle. The rope-bound boy sobbed through his tears, begging to know what he had done, because Pinch had just cursed his father as the root of every evil in their bloodline. And that word struck him dumb, the sheer cruelty of blaming a son for the sins of a man he barely knew, with the green rope still biting into his ribs and no answers coming. Then Pinch named the real wound, his sister's death. And the portrait on the wall confirmed it. His mother in blue, his father behind her in white, holding a baby that was him before everything shattered. So the truth landed clean and merciless. Pinch and his sister had been kids themselves when their family was devoured, and the man she'd been forced to marry carried every ounce of the blame. But before any of that, the story needs rewinding. In the present, Fear, gray-haired, pale, weeping in human form, channeled violet magic around a summoned skeleton, tagging their charge as admission candidate number 1. Way back to where this nightmare started. Back in the memory, Pinch named the architects of the arranged marriage, the old ones of Blue Harbor, the elders who traded his sister like currency for power. Young Simon got folded into a deal that wasn't his. His sister married into the old ones, and he became their property, a purchased asset wrapped in a wedding smile. 1 year later, though, he'd flunked the special admission, then the Kaizen entrance exam right behind it. And the old one's investment came back in pieces, rejection letters torn apart, the laughingstock they'd paid a fortune for. He studied himself raw, hunched over a candle in the dark, grinding for the family that owned him and the sister who'd married into them. One crumpled note finally broke the silence, a plea to come home. But the one who answered wasn't her, it was her husband, and his face said everything words wouldn't. His sister lay unconscious on the floor, scratches circling her throat, and that was the last letter anyone ever sent her. Because every failure of his was a beating she paid for, every rejection a shadow standing over her in the dark. And he knew it, knew all of it, carried every bruise she couldn't hide. All he could do was take the dead and make them move again. Coffins and skeletons, that was the whole of his power, and all he could offer while his sister suffered and waited for Kaizen's summons that never came soon enough. But while the Count grieved, fear wept in human form, tears cutting silent tracks across a pale cheek, because what that boy didn't know was what his father had been doing in those same hours. At the sister's funeral, the husband wasn't grieving. He was tangled up with a lady from another family, like the death meant nothing, like the whole marriage had been a prop from the start. The Count's single pale eye blazed wide, with a fury that had been sharpening behind every smile for years. They'd even dressed her death up as an illness. Her body barely cold, and the man was already in another woman's arms, which meant every whispered comfort, every bedside vigil had been a lie the whole family had rehearsed together. How could any husband do such a thing? So the vow was carved, cold and clean. He would bring that family to ruin and strip them of every last thing they'd stolen. The Count towered over his trembling nephew and asked if the boy remembered how his father died. The boy shook his head, insisting through trembling lips that his father passed away from an illness, nothing more. The lie landed like a slap, and the boy flinched, sweat beading on his forehead as the truth of it all refused to settle. Because Uncle Pinch wasn't hiding anymore. He was the enemy of the boy's father, and the one who avenged the mother's death, and he'd waited years to say it out loud. Every old one representative gathered in one place meant the window had finally opened. One strike, and the entire bloodline would be erased from the world. Blue Harbor's rule, the old one fortune, the whole legacy, all of it funneling to the only family member left standing. But the bound boy shook his head, voice breaking as he refused to accept a single word of it. Because Simon would come to stop it, tears streaming, fists clenched, the boy invoked his own name like a shield against the dark. Pinch smiled that wide, knowing smile. The only variable had been a commoner called Kaizen number 1, and that commoner was already closer than the boy knew. Jump back to the ship. A small blonde kid, bound in green rope on the deck, looks up at his uncle's boots with wide, terrified eyes. Pinch loomed over him, grumbling, ready to haul the boy somewhere he didn't want to go. The plan was simple: take the kid and strip whatever was left in the old one ruins, wherever those were. But the kid piped up with a stubborn little scream. Simon wouldn't die. Pinch poked him hard in the forehead for the defiance, purple flame curling at his coat, annoyed, but not half as worried as he should have been. Because panic doesn't come from nowhere, and someone on that deck was screaming the impossible before the seal even finished forming. Up on the rail of the pink-hulled ship, a small dark figure shouted the obvious, and the calm voice that answered was the Count's own, stepping forward with white coat and blue eyes narrowed. So the trap had sprung early, and Pinch didn't like that one bit. Because whoever climbed aboard knew exactly who they were hunting, and the white-haired newcomer answered with the obvious story, a reunion nobody asked for. Which meant the pirate captain on the balcony had been waiting for this moment, arm raised, bellowing the order to bring the Count without a scratch and bury anyone who interfered. The pirate captain stood on the railing and made it official: capture the Count alive, and kill anyone dumb enough to stand in the way. The crew erupted in cheers, fists and blades punching the air, because their captain had finally given them permission to be monsters. But the captain himself wasn't celebrating. He'd expected a betrayal from the High Necromancer any moment, and now it was here, sooner than anyone wanted. So he decided to settle it right here on the deck, trusting his pale-haired sorcerer who cradled a swirling pool of green magic, smiling like he already knew how this ended. Which left the captain flicking a coin across his knuckles, smug. Catching the count was just a matter of time. Except something behind him just changed, because the captain's face went white and dripping with sweat, eyes wide and wild. Something had struck him square at the waist, and Kami's voice cracked through the chaos, screaming the only question that mattered now: what do we do? And somewhere in that dark, something old answered the chaos with a grin of its own. One enemy standing between them and victory, and these pirates couldn't wait to throw themselves at it. Their scarred leader called the rush. The dark-haired youth threw his arms wide with eagerness, and the whole crew bared steel. Their target didn't even flinch, just clicked her tongue at the lot of them, a vial of blue liquid dangling from gloved fingers. Because that silver-haired woman was Nefti's, and she didn't need to turn around to let the whole crew know, she'd already counted every blade at her back. Curved swords drawn, ring of pirates closing in, and she just tucked one arm behind her head like she was stretching. Which was right around when the swagger drained out of their faces and the sweat started pouring. A blonde researcher nearby grabbed his skull at the sight, howling that this wasn't how the target was supposed to behave. Neftis answered with cold, narrowed eyes as a forest of green thorns erupted upward behind her, the kind of growth that doesn't come from any garden. She spread her stance wide against the red sky, daring them to keep coming. Glowing green ichor pooled and shrieked across the deck where Elizabeth stood. Her voice cut through the acid burn hiss with a single question. First time facing a necromancer, was it? But the grin behind those fangs belonged to a predator who'd been playing dead the whole time. Elizabeth uncoiled from her crouch, and green necrotic whips lashed out across the deck. Two of the rushers barely staggered back in time. One of them didn't. Which meant the bald man in the suit learned next. Clawed shadows snapped his sword clean in half and dragged him down in a spray of red. She rose from the wreckage calm as a surgeon, surveying what her tendrils had carved into the deck. Because that was only the appetizer. A dripping green horror swelled up from her magic and swallowed two more pirates whole, and inside the translucent mass, a bald man and a cap-wearing fool were screaming for their lives. Their captain got an earful from his own trembling crew. How in any hell are we supposed to kill that thing, Captain? And even the bald spearman barked back that anyone who didn't fight would die by his hand. But the captain's face had gone white and soaked with sweat, his mind already on the only math that mattered: escape, even if it meant dragging the Earl out by his collar. Across the ship, a silver-haired youth with green-scaled sleeves staggered back against the wall, the shockwave catching him cold. Because the captain never got the chance to run. Black corruption erupted through his own body, and he crumpled face first onto the planks, the rot he'd unleashed on others finally coming home. How does it feel to be on the wrong end of undeath? A long-haired blonde researcher loomed over the fallen pirate captain, green tentacles coiling behind his lab coat like a specimen brought back from the dead, and the question in his mouth was pure venom. How does it feel to be undead? Beneath that skull-emblazoned hat, the captain braced himself because the researcher wasn't bluffing. There was a smell only the undead give off. Because the blonde researcher had cooked up a special cocktail for this exact moment. An odorless, colorless fog that built up in the body over time and turned the living into the dead. Except this pirate captain wasn't some fodder shambling along. 4,760 parts per million should have knocked any undead flat. And the fact he was still standing meant the researcher had walked into a stronger opponent than he'd budgeted for. Which meant something in his formula had gone sideways, and the blonde researcher felt the math shift under him like a tower leaning toward collapse. Because right beside him, a pink-haired girl with crimson eyes and clawed hands was already snarling through the dark mist, probably him. She planted her boots and locked her stance. And while the blonde researcher erupted into his own half-dead form, green vines tearing from his back, a spectral fanged skull rising at his shoulder, the pink-haired predator behind him had only one use left for the man he'd become. His exceptional body dissected for the sake of finishing her research. Something came screaming in, and Elizabeth's first reaction was to dissect it, pink hair whipping as a green bolt grazed past her. Clawed hands dug in. and the whole deck caved in, planks and railing bursting skyward in a red flash that rattled every bone in the frame. Green tendrils whipped through the air, thrashing the gray-haired man sideways while Elizabeth buried her face into his back. The corruption was spreading, and nobody on the ship knew what they were fighting anymore. From above, a voice laughed through the smoke. "Ha, coming all the way here. You're inviting your own death." Simon stared up, jaw tight, every word landing like a challenge. And the reply came back cold. "Well, we'll see about that." Fear's voice cut through. "Elsa, take shun and fall back," but Elizabeth just glanced back, too shocked to move. That was when the Reaper loomed behind Simon like a dark cathedral, cyan flames licking its skull, ready to finally shine. But the figure in the smoke wasn't retreating. It warned Simon off by name and told him not to come any closer. Elsa screamed at Simon like the ship itself was burning. Even a little exposure would hijack his body, and the contagion was spreading across the deck. She dove back from a green blast that cratered the wood, yelling at him to keep any interesting undeads with him, meaning the poison could turn even allies into weapons. The next strike punched a hole straight through the floor. Something out there knew exactly who it was hunting. Elsa staggered upright on the cracked stone, the green tendril still lashing toward her, every recoil line in her body screaming retreat. Fear carved through the green wave with a rune-lit blade and ordered her out. "Elsa, take shun and run," because the whole ship was already dosed with the concoction and neither of them could survive much more. The Reaper's cyan core blazed as he confirmed what Elsa had warned. At this rate, both Elizabeth and Fear would be neutralized by the spreading poison, while Simon launched himself forward into the chaos. Elsa had already made her choice, hoisting the bound blonde boy in her arms and calling herself a capable subordinate of Lord Simon, while the kid stared up at her and asked who she was. The boy looked over his shoulder, startled by this stranger who promised to free him. Simon grimaced as a green shard screamed past his jaw, and the ugly truth landed clean. Those tentacles were poisoned. Green poison splashed across his shoulder, and the kid realized a clean escape wasn't on the menu. Simon leapt clear as green tentacles punched clean through the deck, fear planted between him and the writhing mass, and even Nephtes hung back in the chaos, because brute force alone wasn't going to handle this. Fear hauled his scythe overhead, blue eye sockets blazing, and laid it out plain. They were running out of options and fast. Because the one method left was the kind you didn't come back from. Fear detonated a blast of blue-violet force through the deck, shattering wood and thorn alike, buying seconds, nothing more, as the poison vines kept whipping through the ruin. Elizabeth's back bristled with green tendrils of her own as she wheeled on the Reaper, demanding to know which method, and Fear only had eyes for the boy behind her. The dark-haired classmate sat slumped against the floor, smoke curling past his face, one hand raised like he was reassuring nobody in particular, eyes shut, muttering that he was, oh dear, very much not fine. "I'm fine," he insisted from the ground. Fear bellowed the order to run, head that way now, and the kid scrambled across the cracked deck, thorns screaming past his heels. More green thorns slammed home behind him, one after another. The boy clenched his fist, grit his teeth, and braced against every impact, because stopping meant becoming another corpse on this deck. His boots pounded the ruined floor, debris scattering in his wake, while somewhere off-page a voice noted that an intelligent undead this powerful had never been seen before. Thorn vines clogged every exit and crushed any hope of retreat. The blonde researcher mocked the skeletal fighter for serving a weakling. Why would an undead like you serve such a weakling? Green slime coiled behind him as the threat to suppress healing grew worse. Fear answered with pure contempt, reddish mist bleeding off his bones. The only thing filling the researcher's head was an inferiority complex. An intelligent undead who could think and target their weaknesses. Chat, that was a terrifying escalation. Someone off-panel called out to Fear, urgently demanding the method he'd mentioned, pair. Simon sprinted across the deck, fist clenched, shouting over his shoulder about earlier. A cold sweat broke across Simon's face, mouth slack, eyes wide, as something demanded he wear it. The voice cut back in with the stakes. In the current situation, neither Elizabeth nor anyone else could fully protect him. Elizabeth knelt on the stone, hugging herself in agony, and the dark command landed. So wear me, use my power and defeat that thing, pinning her as Elizabeth, the one whose body Simon would have to take. Fear's skull grinned wide, glowing eyes blazing, and laid out the cost. Connecting to his psyche was more arduous than Simon could imagine, and one misstep could collapse his mind into a vegetable. A red banner scrolled across the screen, and Simon's eye snapped sideways, amber burning with the hardest decision of his life. The kid answered without hesitation, of course, because of course he would, and his fist shot forward like he'd already won. He dropped low, hollering that he wouldn't fail, even as ghostly green tendrils closed in overhead like a verdict he hadn't seen yet. Red banner, a breath between hits. Bone armor, the kid barked it like a command, bracing under a massive green hand slamming down, refusing to blink. He lunged forward, hand outstretched, screaming through the haze of black debris. Dark smoke and ash swirled in the void, and somewhere in that chaos a new shape was taking form. A skull of pale bone burst into being, wreathed in cyan flame and trailing floating shards, a weapon made of sheer stubborn will. But the retaliation hit like a hammer through a window. Simon was hurled backward, arms pinwheeling, blue fire screaming past him. A sliver of motion, a breath that cost too much. And when he rose, he wasn't the same boy who'd fallen. A skeletal jaw mask fused across his face, a spectral knight of black armor and blue flame standing at his back. His eyes closed, the mask grinned for him, and somewhere off-panel the words burned, summoning genius. The kid went down hard, and the space swallowing him was bigger than any ocean, vast enough to belong to someone else entirely. This was Pierre's mind. But Pierre wasn't attacking. Those half-lidded eyes held something colder than malice, a lesson being delivered one way or another. Concentrate, boy. A warning echoed through the churning water. Don't get swallowed by my consciousness, because staying whole inside another person's mind was a fight in itself. Simon floated limp in the dark, arms spread wide, already losing the battle for his own thoughts. Pierre's voice cut back through the roar. Focus the mind, hold your will inside the will of the other entity, or vanish into it. Then Pierre reached forward with intent, fingers closing around something invisible, pulling the kid back from the edge. A blade swept through the mental tide, and the wave split clean. A pale hand extended into the rippling dark, offering one final instruction, and accept to become one. The void cracked open in a burst of dark, watery light, and two wills collided. The void swallowed him, falling through nothing, one hand grasping at light that wouldn't stay. Black rushed past, a streak of nothing between one breath and the next. Then a face cut through the dark, sharp, furious, pale blue eyes locked onto something our boy couldn't see yet. A crimson flash, a whisper of words, and the name that mattered most surfaced above the chaos. Two words landed like a blade between them, Richard's son, and Fear's bony hand descended toward Simon's fallen body, seizing him by the collar of fate itself. Those skeletal fingers closed in with a heavy, grinding creak. No mercy, no hesitation, just bone reclaiming what belonged to it. Flame-blue hair blazed to life as Fear stood wreathed in spectral ghost fire, every inch the battalion master, flawless, fearsome, and finally unleashed. His tattered robe swept the wooden platform, cyan core pulsing at the hip, blue flame coiling up black bone like a second heartbeat ready to strike. One burning blue eye snapped forward, the order was clear. Let's go, boy. Across the void Nefty stood surrounded by writhing green tendrils, magic circles blazing, yes, Pierre, as a dark blade carved toward him through the air. Fear reared back, scythe hand gripping tight against crackling blue light, every bone in him coiled for the swing. That glowing ribcore pulsed once, cold, quiet, and entirely unbothered by the fool who just called a skeleton nothing. Fear didn't flinch. He just wound up the scythe and brought it down like Judgment Day, telling Pierre exactly what kind of undead stood before him. The blade carved through the void in one clean arc, blue fire screaming in its wake, and Nefty's held her ground across the rift. Across the ship, Pierre's calm finally cracked, green tendrils whipped past him in a corridor that used to feel like his own mind. He caught one in his glove on pure reflex, but the purple slash tearing in behind it meant someone had already outdrawn him. The tendril didn't hold, something severed it clean through. And the next one hit him square across the chest, hard enough to wipe the smirk off a man who owned worlds in his head. A fresh tentacle screamed past, too fast to track, and Pierre's disbelief broke into the open. Out of the blur stepped a stranger in a skeletal jaw mask, slamming a black tome through the green like it was paper. No words, no warning, just a kick that closed the distance before Pier could blink, purple slashes trailing the strike. A clawed black glove came down on Pier's face, and the terror in that single blue eye told the whole story. The blow landed flush across his chest, and the scream that tore out of him echoed through the corridor like a man who just lost the right to be smug. The masked attacker stood over the wreckage in calm profile, cyan fire licking his shoulders, and a distant voice wailed about an arm that wasn't coming back. Nefti staggered back as her right arm peeled away from her shoulder in a single wet slice, and the silver-masked figure looming across from her hadn't even flinched. Every step of that recovery had been bought with blood, and now the debt was due in full. The silver-haired girl barely felt the next threat land before it was spoken her head if she moved again. So she grinned through it, bloodied and unblinking, because some part of Nefti's had always known this fight ended in pieces. Nefti's finally let the weight of her missing arm pull her forward, hunched and leaking, and conceded the only thing left worth conceding. He was stronger than any 17-year-old genius she had ever been. Which explained, the masked figure noted to himself, why a monster like her never made it through Kaizen's doors in the first place. But Nefti's wasn't thinking about academics anymore. She was thinking about the civilians who burned because of him and Shun, the man who'd sold out his own blood. Our boy heard every syllable. Cyan flames scattered off his hair like sparks off a blade, because Shun's name in that mouth was a fuse someone had finally lit. He didn't answer. He just stood there, skull pauldrons high, ready to move. Nefti's turned back, a gaping wound blackened across her side, and called death a peaceful sleep, the calm of a girl whose sister's passing had killed every feeling she had left. She turned to face him with a composed little smile, raising one black-gloved hand to her chest, even complimenting his undead, like she was enjoying this. That snapped something loose in Simon. He launched forward, fist wreathed in cyan fire, throwing everything he had into a single desperate strike. The blond man just grinned and declared it, an eternal truth. He bared the blue circle carved across his chest, purple energy swirling at his hips, and dared Simon to compare his monster against the undead standing in front of him. The two forces crashed together, purple-black tendrils slamming into blue-white energy, the sound of it tearing through the whole frame. Aftermath ripped across the scene in a flash of dark purple and white. Simon lunged again, skeletal jaw flaring cyan but staggered, and the realization hit him like a blade. No way. The blond kid staggered as tendrils tore through him, blood spraying wide. An ally screamed at him to fall back before he died on his feet. Erzabet answered with the finishing blow, a red-black slash roaring down on the teal-haired figure who'd pushed them to the edge. The red streak carved clean through the dark, and silence swallowed what came next. A pale hand hit the floor, and a stunned voice cracked, begging to know what any of this meant. The blond monster bared his jagged grin and dared them forward, amber eye blazing through the ropes. Fear's skeletal frame loomed on the left, cyan ribs glowing like a furnace, while Kami clutched a silver-haired child against her chest, and that child whispered the word uncle like it was the last word she knew. The little girl buried her face in Kami's dress, sobbing, because the man she called uncle had just ended his own life, and Kami held her tighter, whispering for her not to look. Blood burst across the deck in a red starburst, the kind of splatter that only comes from something final. A caption warned it plain, something is coming. The sea answered with a massive blue whirlpool spiraling open beneath them, swallowing the light. Two ships pitched on churning whitecaps, dragged toward the vortex like toys in a drain. A ship the size of a fortress rose out of the black water, its hull coiled in glowing green tentacles, and whatever had grabbed it was bigger than anything the Academy had ever put in a textbook. The thing wasn't even grown yet. Full-grown kraken. No records existed because nobody who'd seen one had lived to write them down. Then a blade of fin split the spray like a scythe from the deep, and every jaw on deck went slack. Somewhere above the chaos, Kami's voice cracked through the static. Are you seeing this, Simon? Because a full-grown kraken wasn't supposed to be anywhere near that water, and she was already sweating. But the creature wasn't listening, because it was done pretending, tentacles slamming down hard while it bragged that it had surpassed Kaizen. That grin told the whole story. It had stopped running from the old powers and started hunting them. And the ship beneath those coils was a toy in comparison. Its voice rolled across the swells with the certainty of a god declaring a new age, the strongest being in this sea, fused with the kraken and finally whole. Which is when those wide, frozen eyes locked onto something only it could see. And it screamed like the sea itself had split open. Erzsébet caught the edge of that roar and went flying, the blast shoving her aside in a rush of black flame and bruised air. Erzsébet's warning hit like a slap. Attackers were closing from behind while our boy was already surrounded. He swung anyway, Cyan claw tearing into the dark, but the red burst told him what he already knew. The kid was outgunned and boxed in. Lauren's voice cut through the spray. "Keep the pressure on," she screamed, because the only way out was through. The sea answered with a wall of its own, a curling turquoise beast that swallowed the deck whole and turned the whole fight into a baptism. "Finish him off," the command rang out as green and red blades carved downward. Simon answered with a full-body detonation of cyan-green light, his silhouette erupting through the red and white blast as he drove the killing blow home. "Quiet." He didn't stop there. The spear arm drove clean through the wreckage, a dark lance of intent punching past wood and wave alike. The sea churned on, whitecaps rolling over a battlefield nobody could see anymore, and somewhere in the spray a voice declared it was over. Except it wasn't. Simon burst back through the water, skull painted and grinning, already swinging for more. Fierce skeletal hands surged up beside him through the surf, cyan-lit and reaching, shouting "Kid," like a lifeline thrown across the chaos. Then the kraken rose, teal-skinned, gold-eyed, toothy, calling the kid lackey with the smugness of something that had already won. White water boiled across the frame. Even fear flinched at that grin, bony fingers pressing into the wet deck like the ocean itself had just told them who was boss. Simon caught the word in his skull like a bell. "Kid." The kraken had named him, and fear's voice cracked calling for him. But Simon answered for himself, low and trailing. His strength wasn't in the deck, the wave, or the meat he'd already torn. He was falling through a dark sky, limbs flailing, smoke trailing behind him, and way down in the abyss, one furious voice screamed his name. "Kid, if you pass out, it's all over." But our boy was sinking now, half submerged in deep blue water, jaw locked into that skeletal cyan grin as the current pulled him under. Through the bubbles he could see it, a colossal green cephalophase looming right above him, and fear's voice cracked with disbelief. "No way, you ended up like this." Simon reached up anyway, one gloved hand thrust through the water like a dare, because if he passed out now, everything he'd bled for died with him. His only lifeline came hurtling down, a black anchor blade trailing smoke, cyan runes screaming gold, and our boy lunged for it. Then the creature grinned wide and declared, "Be a second chance," and pivoted to a lesson about true power delivered exactly once. Because a true swordsman doesn't just strike what's in front of them. The lesson drilled in, a greatsword doesn't need to touch you to end you. Blue hair whipping, runes blazing along the blade, our boy launched himself into the demo like the ghost he was born to be. Because the trick was never reach. It was sensing the gap between you and your enemy, then cutting space itself apart to close it. So the kid made his declaration through gritted teeth. He'd transcend that limit. The mask couldn't hide the fire in that single sharp eye. Every ounce of focus poured into one imagined strike, one impossible line drawn through the void. And space answered. A colossal blue arc carved the sky wide open. Light scattered. Color ripped through mist in violent ribbons of purple and turquoise, the sound almost visible, a slash that hit harder than any blade ever could. The shockwave hit like a tidal bomb, white-blue energy crashing outward in a roar that swallowed the dark. But somewhere far above, a pink-haired girl clutched her young master tight, both staring up in shock at what he'd unleashed. Down in the deep, the grinning cephalophase reeled, and for the first time the lesson cut both ways. The question hung in the dark: how is this power even possible when the lesson was supposed to cut only one way? The teal cephalophase loomed above with fury twisting every tentacle. Its student had drawn first blood, and it was not amused. Which meant the counter lesson came fast, and our boy went rocketing up through the spray. Bubbles and speed lines, nothing but the ocean's silence answered back. But the real cost was paid below. A blue-haired girl reeled underwater as a searing green beam sliced clean across her face, bubbles churning in the wake of the hit. Then came the red blood streaking through the blue, one wide eye blown wide as the wound opened, the ocean suddenly tasting like iron. Above the surface, the shockwave still hadn't faded, even possible, someone whispered into the black voice cracking at the seams. And beneath it all, a hooded figure drifted limp and face down in the deep, a trail of bubbles marking the only proof he'd been alive at all. Because Simon couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, couldn't hold on, just a strangled gasp and a hand at his throat while the dark closed in. His glove went slack against the sky, fingers curling loose, and somewhere above, a voice screamed for him to breathe. Then silence and the deep. Shun called after him as they plummeted through the deep, two figures drifting apart in the dark, one limp and trailing teal fire, both swallowed by the current. Because the kid wasn't done reaching. A pale arm lunged downward through the murk, desperate for anything solid, for the one friend who'd just thrown himself into the abyss for them. One hand pale, one hand black, closing the gap inch by inch through the bubbles. And a dark-gloved hand rose to meet it, teal flame licking at the wrist. Teal fire wrapped around the pale figure's waist, dragging him upward toward the surface. Then a pale grip found the railing, and aboard the ship, Shun staggered back gasping, soaking, while Kami clutched what she'd just hauled in. Kami hurled a wooden plank across the water, screaming the Viscount to catch it before the sea stole him for good. But exhaustion had already taken the vampire commander. The blonde youth clung to the wreckage beside him, shouting, "You all right?" as black waves rolled over his master's limp body. So when Erzabet's silk rope dragged them to the rocky shore, the kid was alive, bruised, panicked, but fine. The Viscount had simply burned out. A wrecked boat sat half-sunken in the shallows, an octopus Earl's handiwork, and looming overhead, a familiar shape on the wall froze the kid in his tracks. Fear's rescue plan was already running. She'd scooped up the unconscious dark-haired boy bridal style in her arms and aimed for the spider's spare boat, leaving the blonde kid sputtering on the platform behind them. Because apparently the kid had no fear response left in him, just pure admiration, because that smile and salute said he'd already decided the giant horror spider was family now. Fear's expression stayed perfectly blank as she cradled him close, bridal style. The limp weight of him settled in her arms like he belonged there. The kid grinned at the other big spider and thanked it for its work. Because Fear, in full Grim Reaper mode and absolutely soaked, didn't look like he agreed that saltwater was the good kind of tingle. And Kami, because of course that was Kami, same hair, same terrifying sunshine smile, cheerfully promised the saltwater misery would fade once they hit dry land. A voice cracked across the sky, "Let's go back to Blue Harbor." Kami hauled our boy across the dock, while Shun waved from the boat yelling, "Hurry up, Nuna." And just like that the chapter turned, because back at the academy, the dust hadn't even settled from the sea battle. The academy stood pale and gleaming against a perfect sky, every window catching the light like nothing had ever burned, like no one had ever screamed. And somewhere inside, a single voice whimpered, "EU." Candlelight swayed through dusty air, and a servant's voice called out, "Master, are you awake?" Erzabet leaned in with that fanged grin of hers, eyes bright as hellfire. "Do you know who I am?" She purred because of course she did. Simon jolted upright in bed, drenched and half aware. "That's good," he heard, and Viscount, "Yes, Erz." But the name caught in his throat. He'd forgotten just for a second who he'd become. A blue-haired kid bolted upright in bed, and Erzabet announced that Simon had finally woken up. Dick Haywood came scrambling through the door, eyes wide, calling out for his Hyung to confirm he was okay. But Simon pushed the gratitude right back. Shun had saved him, and everyone else first, even if someone from Kaizen had already arrived asking questions. Simon reminded them it was the final day of the mission, and they needed to move, so Dick offered to fetch a change of clothes and slipped out, leaving Erzabet's maid getup hanging in the air. He told the kid to get some rest himself, because the clock was already ticking. Erzabet twirled in that borrowed uniform and explained the whole thing with a grin. She couldn't exactly summon him as a commander, so she called him master instead, and some guy assumed they were in the same line of work and lent her the outfit. Erzabet leaned in, grinning from ear to ear, and asked the blue-haired man if the maid outfit suited her. Because apparently he told her it did, and our spider girl absolutely short-circuited, spiraling on the spot while a blonde boy waved her off with a cheerful, "Yeah, it's pretty." Then the mood snapped back to business. A Kaizen liaison was prepping to teleport to the meeting point, and the kid wanted to make sure Simon remembered what he'd said earlier. So Simon floated back to campus a hero, confetti drifting past his framed portrait, the word Kizan hanging in the air like an unfinished sentence. And the farewells started hitting one sharp QK at a time. A dark-haired hand reached for a blonde one, a voice thanking him for saving Blue Harbor before they vanished in a flash. Someone's fist pumped in a final celebratory cheer, still calling him back to visit sometime. And an older mustachioed man laughed the whole thing off for the crowd. Nuna had snuck aboard their ships and wrecked the pirates. Hyung had dropped their captain, and catching them both had been a cakewalk. And then Uncle Pinch stepped in, and the telling finally caught up with our boy. That story ended different than he'd hoped. Dick's boy thanked him across years, calling him Hyung, a promise to dig up every wrong their family ever did the woman they lost together this time. So the Blue Harbor reward was waiting at the Undead Exhibition Hall, as promised. Finally, a faint tremor of shoes on stone, someone was already there. Elizabeth in that borrowed-made outfit leaned in close, and Simon nearly jumped out of his skin. Dick's boy was already leading the way, grinning back over his shoulder. Overload time. Simon stared, mouth dry, caught somewhere between shell-shocked and running on autopilot. The reward waited, and with it, a whole new chapter he hadn't ordered. One crimson tie over a white shirt, Andre, the third prince himself. The title alone left the kid short-circuiting. "Oh, Overlord," he sputtered, voice cracking on the name. And Shun just stood there, caught mid-step against that pale stone, offering the kind of nervous little grin that meant he absolutely knew what he'd just dropped. Because the actual ask came next. They were being sent to pick up Overlord, and the dark-haired boy flushed scarlet while the pink-haired maid beside him gaped like she'd been slapped. Elizabeth gasped, and the sound was almost a yelp, like she'd forgotten how to breathe. So the kid voiced the obvious catch right there in the marble hall. Didn't the mission reward cap at 1,000 gold? And Shun, bright-eyed and untroubled, lit right up. That's right. Now the real number was sitting in the open. Which meant somebody was getting a discount of catastrophic size, because Overlord usually ran north of 10,000 gold, and this kid wasn't stupid. But the logic was already handled. The exhibition's creators and organizers had greenlit it, and there was a quiet weight underneath the words, because giving Overlord meant giving a piece of themselves, not just gold. Shun threw his arms wide against the blue-lit archway like he was gifting the whole sky. The Old One family and every resident of Blue Harbor meant every word of it. Simon heard the single word slip out, soft and aimed at no one in particular. Everyone. Then he closed his eyes, and the gratitude hit somewhere behind them where it actually counted. An aura snapped into existence, dark and spiky as a corona of black stars. The force of it burst outward, jagged and cold, swallowing the light. Fear lifted the squirming little skull creature like a trophy, its confusion plain as day, while the dark blue-haired boy at the edge of the room just smiled and muttered that his whole body was tingling from what he'd just witnessed. Fear, for his part, wasn't about to let the moment get sentimental, denying any knowledge of what the heck the kid was even talking about, though he couldn't hide how glad he was to see Simon whole. And then Simon stepped forward onto the runic circle, one dark dress shoe finding the glowing blue lines carved into the stone floor, the magic waiting underneath his soul like a held breath. Somewhere behind him, a voice swore a quiet oath. No matter what came next, that person had his back. Hyung. Simon smiled with his eyes closed, the kind of grin that only comes when somebody means every word, the title, Hyung, landing on him like a weight he'd been waiting to carry. He turned, opened his amber eyes, and thanked Shun straight from the heart, because what had unfolded in Blue Harbor would be carved into him for as long as he drew breath. Above the clouds now, the farewell hung between them, two words, a promise to meet again someday. Simon rose in a cascade of glowing blue squares, lifted by the transport spell back toward the academy's stone parapets, where a silver-haired kid in a lab coat waved and yelled that Simon better take care of himself until they crossed paths again. Then the chapter header split the screen, purple and white glyphs that announced this was only the beginning of the title, Necromancer Academy and the Summoning Genius. Back at the academy grounds, a gray-haired figure cracked a knuckle and breathed deep, grinning, missed this air more than words could cover. Simon rolled in with arms thrown wide and chest puffed out, drunk on the calm of a mission period where nothing was trying to kill him, while classmates milled around the stone railings and a bare-masked someone lurked at the corner of his vision. His eyes squeezed shut in a wide, blissful grin, pure joy frame by frame. And it was perfect until chaos answered. Paper rained from nowhere, megaphones blared, a flag waved, the whole campus had lost its mind. Simon stood there, bewildered at the noise. Then a brown bare head with X-stitched eyes landed on his shoulder. The thing inside it asked if he was a freshman. It claimed the Dungeon Research Club, cheerful as anything, and shoved a flyer into his hands before he could blink, calling him Sunbeam like that was a totally normal thing to do to him. The bear gestured wide, inviting him to come take a look whenever he was interested. The flyer promised danger, monsters, treasure, and club points, all crammed onto one piece of paper with a cat on it. Someone shouted his name, "Yo, Simon." Dick Haywood swung an arm around his shoulders, grinning bright, white as ever, back early and already holding a flyer of his own. Dick spotted the paper in Simon's hand and lit up like a firework. Simon just stared at it, mildly lost. A voice in the crowd finally explained it. The hard-working seniors had come down. A puppet, a cactus, and a boy with cat ears, because of course club season had a mascot. Dick was already grinning like he'd just won a tournament, while the blue-haired boy behind him sweated through the confusion. The Dungeon Research Club was selling glory and treasure, and the dark blue-haired boy saw right through the pitch. Simon gave a flat, tired correct, because extra credit was the only treasure he trusted. Then Malin swooped in and latched onto Dick, leaving him bright red and useless while Simon quietly slipped away from the chaos. 3 students knelt before a glasses-wearing classmate begging for help, and somewhere above it all, the title Special Case Number 1 hung over Simon like a target. Back near Dick, the dark blue-haired boy felt the spotlight swing toward him and immediately regretted existing. Dick cheered, raised a fist, and announced it was the professors backing him, which meant the shadows had already noticed. Those shadows whispered, "Freshman," like wolves circling a deer, and the poor boy's soul left his body. The Physical Fitness Club hit him with a shirtless grin and a single word: power. The Practical Black Magic Club countered with a witch hat salute. Intelligence, she insisted, beat raw muscle every time. The Transformation Club fired back, calling practicality a daydream, and dragged him toward their banner mid-sentence. Practicality, the pitch trailed off, somewhere between a sermon and a kidnapping. The dark blue-haired kid just stood there, face blank and brain buffering, while a panicked voice screamed Sunbeam at whoever had just shown up wearing that black glove. Simon's own thoughts raced through Black, Sword, and Dow, the whole starter pack of trouble, before some other onlooker whispered recognition. 2 of the recruiters lay sprawled on the grass, knocked clean out, and from somewhere behind Simon, a cheerful new voice called out his full name like a kid who'd been hunting him all morning. The newcomer was a silver-haired kid with cold purple eyes and a high-collared uniform, looking down at Simon like a verdict. Simon spun around, dark purple hair catching the light, hand pressed to his chest in that nervous way of his. The bat and sword crest on his blazer caught the sun. Before he could answer, the silver-haired kid dropped flat on his face in the grass, groveling like his life depended on it, because, by his own admission, it literally did. Simon crouched there, eyes wide, utterly short-circuiting at the scene unfolding on the lawn in front of him. His aura flared purple with indignation, because apparently Professor Bahil was gunning for him, and this stranger had the nerve to beg instead of offer sympathy. Nearby, a silver-haired junior clutched his chest, sweating bullets, begging some upperclassman not to do something unhinged in public. And then the dark blue-haired kid took a glowing red slash clean across the chest, sprawling backward on the floor with that shocked look of a man who had absolutely not signed up for this. The chaos got cut short by a sky-blue voice floating down through the cherry blossoms, somebody introducing herself as president of the Circulatory System Research Society. A blonde girl with blue eyes and a red sweater stepped onto the grass, confident, mouth already open, ready to pitch. Her opening read was sharp. She clocked his mana depletion the moment she saw his face. And her pitch landed clean. Join her research group and she'd handle the mana problem for him. Saddam leaned in, eyes bright with academic hunger, and dangled the one thing a drained necromancer couldn't refuse, a fix for his mana problem, backed by her entire research society. The offer landed heavy. Simon stood rigid, sweat beading, a small startled mark the only sound in his head. Before he could answer, the sky split, a red blur screaming down like a meteor, and every neck on the lawn craned upward. The impact cracked the air itself. Crimson cape billowing, golden crown catching the light, a prince touched down like he'd been aiming for this exact patch of grass. He settled onto a throne. Nobody questioned where it came from. The posture made it clear it belonged to him by birthright. His voice cut through the chaos, asking for special case number 1 by name, and poor Dick, already on his knees with a glowing book, barely squeaked an "oh my" before the wind was stolen from him. And the prince smiled wide, finger to his chest. Andre, 3rd Prince of Dresden, dropping his name like a verdict. Chairman of the Noble Club, perched on his throne with a quill at the ready, and a black cat, because of course there was a black cat. Because that scroll promised a seat at the table where the Dark Federation's future rulers are forged, and asked for his name in ink. Which meant Simon had no time to react before his 2 allies lit up behind him, pentagrams and all Lauren's red circle spinning on one side, Dick's purple-blue array on the other. So the grass answered them with a jagged, screaming detonation of violet and crimson that punched straight up through the field, a silhouette of raw magical force tearing the air apart. Simon sent a violet ring of energy rocketing skyward from his hand, tracking something our eyes couldn't follow yet. Then he looked up, stunned blank, whispering a single wow at whatever he'd just hit. But something up there clicked its tongue at an interloper, and the next response was already on its way down, which answered in the form of a jagged crimson rift, splitting the ground right where he'd been standing, Lorraine and Dick frozen behind it. And the crack in the air itself had one question: who dared interrupt them here? Lorraine snapped first, turning on Dick and asking if he couldn't see she was already mid-conversation, while a nervous bowl-cut kid in red and white sweated beside them, trying to squeak out that this was interference. And a royal voice from above barked, "Commoner," furious at being cut off mid-recruitment. Then a beat of empty air, the kind that comes right before the hammer drops. But the spiky blonde prince just wanted to go play Overlord, and now he was planted on the checkered floor in full cape and combat stance, glaring down at 3 students who hadn't asked to be part of this. Simon blinked at the shouting, same tired amber eyes, same short purple hair, but the half-lidded look on his face said he'd aged about 10 years in the last 5 minutes of club recruitment. Because the next chapter was about to start, and whatever came next, this kid clearly hadn't signed up for it. Simon stood frozen by the fence. The noble contingent wanted him to choose on the spot, and that, like this, carried the weight of a verdict. 3 of them ringed him now. A crowned blonde with his arms crossed like he already owned the room, a silver-haired man in a dark suit, and a frustrated Malin. But before the pitch could land, Elizabeth stepped in with a grin and introduced herself again, same elvish charm, same unshakable calm. She laid it out clean. SM1, a unique blood type that amplifies darkness by consuming blood, and his name was Simon Valencia, branding him like a discovery in a textbook. Simon blinked outside the clinic, stunned by the implications, a theoretical powerhouse tagged to his veins, and the whole academy was about to find out. Which meant the blonde researcher's warning cut straight to bone. If you come into our affairs, the rest was a blade she didn't need to finish. 2 researchers plotted behind the scenes, the blonde woman already scheming to slap her name next to his on a SM1 paper, calling his very blood a world-shaking discovery. Her colleague grinned like he'd already won, musing that snagging Simon as his direct disciple would make the whole research practically right itself. The blonde woman wasn't about to let that slide. Her hematology career was just as much on the line, and she wore it like a battle flag. But the silver-haired man cut them both off with something far better, a rare cursed undead secured, a dead baron ready for delivery. The blonde researcher's smirk shattered into a gasp of fury. Back in the field, Simon caught the tail end of that name, Dead Baron, and his whole face went pale with shock. Because standing over him was a recruiting squad with an offer tailor-made for his summonology major, a free Dead Baron, plus full training, plus curse sub-research on the side. The silver-haired disciple leaned in, sweating, eyes wide with desperate hunger. Please, please, please just say yes. And the reason for that desperation stood revealed. Neftis had ordered him to land Simon at any cost, or lose his place in the club entirely. Nephthys' disciple stood in that stone hallway, sweat dripping, because his mentor had already laid down the ultimatum. Fail this recruitment, Nephthys told him with a smile that carried no warmth, and his position as her direct disciple was finished. Somewhere nearby, a voice dismissed research as pointless noise, and the disciple nearly broke, begging not to be cast out. Dick Haywood's jaw hit the floor because the announcement landed like a bomb. One noble student carried enough weight to shift the whole continent. And Simon got the full download: baronial blood, serious wealth, or the kind of power that bends nations, and right in his class, a girl named Alyssa. Kami's smirk sharpened, because she'd clocked Alyssa on the island special case No. 7, and this was about to get very interesting. Simon tried to sell it, special case, no one had its perks, but his family's claim was just a quiet patch of countryside nobody had ever heard of. Dick Haywood raised one finger, all calm skepticism, and let the word confidence hang in the air like a verdict. Because to the crowned kid the whole answer was brutal and simple: power is everything, and power solved everything. The blonde noble poster boy threw his arms wide and laughed like he'd already won, his cape flaring, his 2 followers beaming behind him, a recruitment pitch built on one single idea, that siding with Noble meant seizing power tomorrow. And our boy Simon, dark-haired and stone-still in the foreground, watched the whole circus with one quiet, exhausted question: what was the point of all this fuss? Then the courtyard floor trembled, and a cloaked silhouette with a golden crest loomed into frame, Dick Haywood stepping in. The courtyard kids froze in mid-breath. Simon just shook his head and asked for time to think it over, which landed about as well as a slap, because the blonde prince's followers snapped, grabbing him by the hair while Nephthys and the silver disciple screamed for Simon to please save him. And Simon, smiling with his eyes shut and a hand over his heart, breezed past the chaos with a cheerful yeah, think about it long and hard. Except the noble faction wasn't taking "think about it" for an answer. They burst forward all at once, the blue-haired girl eager, the silver disciple grinning, Nephthys yelling with a clenched fist, while Dick himself shouted that there was no need to hesitate because they were the best, and to keep up. So our boy walked, stone path under his shoes, cherry blossoms drifting past, and every recruiter he dodged still staring at his back like he owed them an answer. But the noble faction didn't flinch. 3 of them squared up, grinning like the answer was already written. Blue hair, Dick, Nephthys, all certain their side was the one he'd land on. Cut to dungeon dark, and an order cracked through the silence. Elizabeth hurled the shard skyward with a triumphant shout, her arm reaching for something massive she'd just ripped from the wall. Which meant the next thing to greet her was the Kraken itself, bursting up from the rune-carved stone, and her jaw dropped in pure shock. Simon stood beside the bone titan, tapping the floor and watching the tentacled skull sway like it had a mind he hadn't bought yet, and the summon clock had run faster than either of them expected. Because the Kraken looked incredible. Glowing eyes, jagged jaw, a cage of bone, which made the apology sting even harder, since the kid still couldn't tame the thing he just built. Elizabeth stared at the tentacled nightmare and finally said the quiet part loud. This monster was grown from bones, an octopus forged from a necromancer's worst dream. Elizabeth stared up at the towering bone Kraken and admitted the reality. No matter how hard it hit, it felt like swatting an ordinary octopus. The Overlord was an upgraded version, mithril infused in bulk after cryogenic prep, but bones alone weren't enough. Fear cut in with the gospel on mithril, a metal so light, so sturdy, and so elastic it looked like a gift from the gods themselves. This was the miracle that let their skeletons move like living things. So the Legion had gained remarkable strength thanks to it, and Simon reached out to touch the curved lattice of gray-green mithril webbing, feeling exactly what his men could now weave. But Fear caught the look on his summoner's face and called it out. Fear was upset, and the skeletal reaper laughed, cyan jaw flames flickering, because the kid's reaction said everything. Then the laughter stopped. Fear added a sharp keck and dropped the word that turned the room cold: a fatal flaw. Simon went still in profile. Elizabeth planted her hands on her hips, and the only question left was what kind of flaw could ruin a god-tier skeleton. Fear tapped his temple and laid it out. The main body's defense was almost non-existent, and no amount of patch job restoration could fix it. A Kraken-turned skeleton had lost the one thing Kraken were famous for, and no spell could bring it back. Destroy the head, no second chances. The 3 of them stood over the sprawled wreckage of the Overlord, Its skull detached and tentacles scattered across the flagstones, and fear drove the lesson home. Unique undead demanded real trial and error, and the only way through was to accept the grind. Erzsébet, eyeing the fallen giant, threw her first idea out there. What about covering the Overlord's body? Because dressing a Kraken skeleton in spider-silk clothes or forging it custom armor sounded ridiculous, and that was exactly why she was grinning when she pitched it. Simon spun on Erzsébet in a panic, because Erz had dropped into another dimension mid-conversation, and only her voice was left behind to explain the trick. She peeked back through a crack in reality, eyes wide, as purple-black flame licked the stone, because her hiding trick had triggered something neither of them expected. Then the skeletal reaper fear peeled out of the shadow above her, because the dimensional phase had torn a hole in the dark, just big enough for an old teacher to step through. Erzsébet grabbed the cloak and tried to pull just her legs out of the void, because apparently phasing was a partial off-offer, and the rest of her was stuck in another world. Simon grabbed for her, sweat running, demanding to know why a pair of legs refused to listen to a necromancer, any necromancer, let alone one ranked 458. His hand strained harder, because the answer refused to come with it. Our boy squeezed his eyes shut and screamed for the legs to obey him, every fiber of his being poured into one ridiculous, desperate command. The shout ripped through the chamber, because desperate times called for desperate phrasing, and he had officially run out of options. Then the floor answered. Pale thorned pillars erupted upward trailing blue fire, and the dungeon shook with the sound of something forcing its way out, because apparently in this academy, even a demand for legs could wake whatever was buried below. The room exploded, thorn-covered pillars erupting through stone, blue energy tearing the chamber apart. Debris hung frozen in red light, the ruined space dominated by those jagged growths reaching toward the ceiling like grasping fingers. More impact flashes cracked across the pillar tips, stone shards still suspended in the blast. Silence fell over the wreckage. Loring, Fear's shadow, our boy, and a tiny skeletal figure stood amid the smoke, and the small one could only manage a stunned "Ewa" at what lay before them. The Reaper's voice cut through the quiet, a clinical observation that being trapped in the astral space had fractured Simon's thread of thought, leaving his mind scattered. And the diagnosis only got worse. Being forcibly remade as a skeleton had eroded his mental capacity too. Simon tapped his temple with a half-lidded grin, cheerfully noting that fighting that sounded pretty rough too. Fear straightened, cyan ribs flaring. Well then, he said, preparing to conjure something, and Erzsébet's eyes went wide. The Reaper suggested they try wearing it, promised it might give them an edge, as another voice cut in saying they'd already been trying since earlier. The offer trailed into nothing. Nobody answered. Simon and Erzsébet stood flanking the towering Reaper in the vine-strangled hall, the silence heavier than the wreckage behind them. The plaza was drowning in flyers, free herbs, potion-making, artifact research, every club on campus hunting for fresh blood. But Simon couldn't care less. Nothing grabbed him, not a single booth, not a single pitch. He was just drifting through the noise, mind elsewhere. Until Fitzgerald Ingle appeared behind him with a casual, "Hey there." Fitzgerald nearly jumped out of his skin, a full-body recoil, hands up, the whole dramatic startle, while Simon just stood there, perfectly calm. Heart still hammering, Fitzgerald tried to recover his dignity, but Simon was already holding something out. A flyer, for a club, and he wasn't about to take no for an answer. Fitzgerald hesitated, took it, and then tried to hand it back, but Simon wasn't letting him wiggle out of this one. Simon turned with a slight smile, the words hanging between them, "But you don't have to if you don't." Which was basically permission to refuse, and Simon clearly didn't want to force a thing. So he just told him to relax, think it over, and not stress about it. Simon bowed off easy, smile still warm, telling Fitzgerald he'd understand if the club wasn't his thing. But he'd barely turned his back when a spiky thought popped the kid wide awake. I'm really intrigued. And all that polite indifference cracked clean in half. So much for a calm exit. Because that flyer wasn't just paper. The card shimmered apart, and the special Undead Club name burned through in bold, stylized letters. Yeah, that kind of detail makes a passerby stop mid-stride. Plot twist, Simon never made it 10 steps before Erzsébet's palm cracked him between the shoulders with a cheerful little assault. "What are you doing here?" she asked, grinning like she hadn't just rearranged his spine. And our boy, still holding the club card, called it a summoning team unlike anything he'd seen before. Next thing he knew, Simon was flat on his back on the stone plaza, Kami hovering over him with hands on her thighs asking if he was breathing, Malin lunging forward with his name in her mouth, and Dick standing politely above the disaster wondering if he'd just broken from a mission and gotten jumped by his own teammate. Somewhere off-screen the verdict landed, "No, you're crazy." And the recruits kept screaming because club season waits for no one, not even our boy bleeding on the pavement. Meanwhile, across the plaza, Erzebet swapped into a pink ponytail and sailor uniform, and a blue-haired senior bent over the same envelope, wondering out loud why she loved tinkering so much. An empty bubble hung in the air, waiting for words that never came. Another one, same silence, same unfinished thought trailing off. Because picking wrong meant becoming useless, and everybody at that table knew it. Gather bodies, sure, but gather the right ones or the whole thing collapses. Dick laid it out across the scattered papers like a field general, and the rest leaned in to weigh it. Elsewhere in the library, a dark blue-haired kid pawed through something on the shelf, completely unaware of the chaos he was about to walk into. But the real drama was 3 tables over, where Dick Haywood, Valencia, and a pink-haired bat-winged girl named Kami were deep in club debate mode, and Kami had just announced her pick with the energy of someone who'd never once doubted herself. Her choice, the Blood Research Club. Except Kami pivoted on a dime, fist pumped, full of conviction, and declared she was joining the Pure Magic Research Society instead, which earned an immediate unimpressed hand from Malin Villing, the pale blue ponytail watching her like a teacher waiting for a student to realize their mistake. And Malin's logic was airtight. Pure magic means drawing circles with mana, not ink. Which made Kami's actual motive crack wide open. She didn't want pure magic for itself. She wanted it because the ivory tower was her real goal, and old-school magic was the root of the dark element she'd need to wield there. Kami's excuse, pure inspiration from studying the ancient stuff. Dick turned to his friend with the flattest possible stare. "So, how about you, Dick?" A golden emblem flared between them, scales of justice stamped into a ledger, and Dick dropped the bomb. He'd already founded something. The Raucous Startup Support Society. Funding cuts had everyone scrambling for shelter, and Dick rode that wave with his fist in the air, but the grin faded fast. Sure, people were interested, except a club needed at least 3 members, and right now he had 1. They crowded the kitchen counter, Kami and Malin leaning in across the cards, while Fitzgerald stood beside Dick looking distinctly cornered. Simon hadn't decided yet either, and the silence around his name said everything. Dick nearly choked. The Prince of Dresden, Kami had assumed his little startup pitch came straight from Noble's own roster. Lucky or not, that club came with perks nobody else could touch. Simon stared into nothing, jaw tight. A club of nobles playing power games with each other, pathetic. Kami set both hands flat on the flyer. For kids with nothing, that backing mattered more than pride. It was still dependency, and having a silver spoon in your mouth meant you'd never understand that. Kami held up the flyer with wide eyes, demanding to know where Simon had picked it up on his way there. Because the title alone had her grinning. A special undead society was right up his alley, and they both knew it. But Simon shrugged it off, guessing at it without really feeling the pull. Which left Kami tapping a finger to her lip, turning the idea over. He couldn't recall a single time someone had actually explained anything to him first. Down the corridor, Fitzgerald looked up from his own folded paper, surprised Simon had shown it all. Then someone tall swept through the door behind him, and Fitzgerald wheeled around with a sharp shout to hold. A grinning blonde leaned into frame from below, certain any visitor meant a decision had been made. From 1,000 meters off you could clock that senior by the outfit alone, goggles on her head, boots laced to the knee, and she was already pointing like the club room belonged to her, which it did. And somewhere just past the page, a brand new conversation was already waiting. But Fitzgerald Ingle had walked up first, and politely asked for a rundown of the club he'd walked into. Benya blinked like he'd just asked her what breathing was. Papers slammed down, a messy stack of flyers and doodles hitting the surface with the force of someone who'd skipped the pitch and gone straight to the close. He tried again, asked her to actually explain what the mutant club did, which was the wrong move, because Benya's eyes lit up like golden stars and she grabbed his shoulder, shouting that he was trying to join. But the recruit she'd latched onto wasn't Fitzgerald, it was Simon, who'd been standing right there. Her hand slammed into his face mid-sentence, and she cheerfully announced herself as Benya. Simon, head snapping back from the impact, croaked out a startled ack. Before he could even ask what was happening, Benya had his wrist and was dragging him across the marble floor, pulling him toward her club. Simon stumbled along behind her, trying to squeeze in a word about needing some kind of explanation first. They arrived at a taped-up handmade poster reading Mutant Club, stuck crooked on a grand building wall, which was either charming or a warning sign. Benya threw her arm up in a grand presentation gesture, welcoming Simon to the Mutant Club room, striped brown walls, a skeletal ribcage chandelier, papers pinned everywhere, and a bone sculpture sitting in the corner like it had been there forever. Simon hit the floor, staring up at the chaos, and managed nothing but a stunned "ah." This was not the grand Keys Club experience he'd been bracing for. The workbench inside only confirmed it, cluttered with scattered papers, a feather quill, tongs, yellow stone fragments, and a small red-clasped box. Less legendary club, more mad scientist's garage. And the bone workshop doubled as a cozy hideout. Pinned skeletons, tagged fragments, the whole surgical setup. A dark-haired classmate stood there, eyes blank, and Simon, cool as ever, smiled like he'd been expecting him all along. Their recruiter problem was a crisis in real time. One freshman showed up after a war of flyers, and Benya was using him as a human shield against the tall senior screaming about outreach. Which meant Simon, our boy, had walked straight into vanilla family chaos on day one. A voice cut through the noise above the frame. Benya, goggle-pushed, ponytail swinging, zero chill, was already loaded up for round two, a poor freshman slung over her shoulder like she was heading back to the hunt. Another cut-off voice from the edge of the scene. Simon just stood there, sweating, and gave the only honest answer he had. Then the curtain parted and he saw the real operation, industrial coils, bending machines, the whole smithy setup gleaming behind the mess. Yeah, that hideout was hiding some serious firepower. Across campus, a tall figure in a dark hooded coat and red diamond clasp stood in conversation when a brown-haired boy politely interrupted. The hooded stranger's reply was exactly as warm as you'd expect. Two boys, side by side, one hidden under a clasp and glasses, the other beaming like recruiting Simon was the best idea he'd ever had. The brown-haired boy identified the hooded one with zero hesitation, addressed him as Simon, plain as day. The class was so big they never had a real chance to talk, and the hooded boy with the glasses finally broke the ice with a flat, cautious, "Are we acquainted?" The brown-haired boy offered his name like an open door, Toto Amori. Then the quiet third piped up, hand on his chest, grinning like he'd been waiting for this moment, Fitzgerald Ingle, also aiming for summoning magic, same year, same track, same dream. The surname landed exactly like a dropped pin. Our boy behind the glasses adjusted them once, twice, a small click of mild surprise, because the Ingle family was famous, and he just hadn't known the kid sitting 2 rows over was royalty. And Toto's eyes went wide as dinner plates. Fitzgerald just blinked back, half-lidded and sweating, like celebrity status was news to him too. A beat of silence, which meant the three of them wound up on the same dusty couch, pinned to a wall of scattered papers, a decorative skeleton watching over them like a bored chaperone, and Toto turned to the real celebrity of the group with wide-eyed disbelief. Simon hadn't committed yet, not fully. Toto leaned in, worried voice tumbling out. He'd assumed Simon chased the rumors about Dick President, and the glasses on that hooded face gave nothing away. The famous senior who runs this club, Toto dropped the name like bait. A sophomore special case number 5, sitting on the student council herself. Because the name on every tongue back in the Mutant Club workshop was Benya Vanilla. Vanilla as in the vanillas. Simon broke his careful silence with a sharp, startled blink. The name had landed harder than the hood could hide. And there she was, the granddaughter of the undead brand Vanilla Group, blonde and goggled, checking her phone like royalty on a coffee run. A briefcase stamped with the purple V logo, a tiny skeleton with a red bow trailing her. This girl didn't just inherit a brand, she paraded it. Those boots crossing the glowlit tile told the whole story. The Vanilla Heiress, president of the Mutant Club, and the Summoning Genius chapter closing on her shadow. Word had already spread through the club that something was off about their president, and chat, this is where it gets good. Because that rumor was about to get a name. A name with serious weight behind it. One kid leaned in, dropped it like a bomb, Benya Vanilla. The dark blue-haired boy froze, Vanilla as in the Vanilla group, and once that clicked, the rest of the picture came into focus way too fast. Because Benya Vanilla wasn't just some sophomore club president. She was the granddaughter of the undead brand Vanilla group itself. Briefcase in hand, skeleton escorts flanking her, she walked in like royalty, every step a reminder that this club had a sugar mommy with an army of the dead. Heels on stone, bones clicking behind her. That heiress, their club president, same person. The room went silent, the kind where everyone suddenly remembers they have somewhere else to be. But the dark blue-haired boy wasn't stunned, he was calculating. Already scheming, already running the numbers on what a connection like that was worth. That is, until the door behind him opened. A bespectacled woman stepped in, locked eyes with him, and smiled, already exposed, she said, and the poor kid realized he'd been recognized on sight. A long frozen silence. Then a hooded figure slipped into view, pale eyes glinting from the shadow, and a blue-haired boy beside him just stood there, confused. The brown-haired boy across the room could only manage one stunned word, cool. The hood goes up, the glasses slide on, and that smug little grin says it all. Simon just pulled the oldest trick in the playbook. Both freshmen bought it hook, line, and sinker, one fist pumping with excitement, the other sweating through pure second-hand embarrassment. Silence hung in the room for a beat too long. Simon leaned in from behind the dark-haired boy, calm as ever, and asked what the kid's actual ranking was. Two fists clenched against dark trousers, trembling with sweat, the answer came out barely above a whisper. An off-panel voice sized him up and delivered the verdict with zero sugarcoating. That verdict landed like a brick, and the kid hunched over with a strangled act. But he refused to quit. And that's when the brown-haired kid latched onto Simon like a drowning man grabbing driftwood, teary eyes and all, begging to live with him. The kid's tears hadn't even dried before his expression flipped to pure, determined joy, fist raised like he'd just won the lottery. An awkward silence filled the gap. The hooded figure pushed their glasses up with pale, deliberate fingers and smiled, the kind of smile that meant they knew something nobody else in the room did. Which is exactly when the door slammed open, and a blue-haired girl dragged someone in yelling apologies for being late, leaving both Simon and the cloaked figure reeling. 3 people on the couch stared up at her like deer in headlights, while another student rushed in from behind, arms flailing. She planted her feet, puffed her chest, and introduced herself to the whole stunned room. Benya Vanilla stepped into the light, struck a pose, and laid it all out. Her dream was world domination, delivered like a thesis defense. Our boy's eyes went flat, zero enthusiasm, pure exhaustion. Because someone in the crowd had scrawled a hand-lettered run sign and was holding it up like a warning flare, dead-eyed and done. Benya answered that diss with a flying kick to the face, sign and all, and Simon could only watch the carnage unfold from the front row. And that was the last thing Simon saw before he hit the floor, a crumpled run note pinned to his chest, wavy line over his head like a cartoon KO. A voice from off-panel was screaming a warning, either of them, which meant even the audience was picking sides. From the wreckage, the bespectacled kid in the black hoodie raised a hand, calm as anything, and addressed Simon as Sunby with a question. The question was about world domination itself, and the answer came back hard. No hero had ever seized the planet through brute force alone. The great Nephthys herself was proof. Which meant even a god-tier conqueror hit a wall at the Holy Federation and its 7 saints, a sharp observation from a kid who looked like he belonged in a library, not a war council. The off-panel voice praised him for it, then swore off loving force. Sure, buddy. Elizabeth cut in, arms crossed, eyes lit up. She'd been waiting to pile on, and she was not holding back. 3 freshmen stood pinned against the wall, trapped between Elizabeth and the hooded figure looming beside her. And the kid with the blue hair couldn't keep his mouth shut. It hung open like he'd just realized he'd wandered into the wrong club meeting. Because Elizabeth's whole pitch boiled down to one line, finger raised like a professor mid-lecture. Conquest through force is not true conquest. Hand on hip, bow tie crisp, the vanilla heiress posing like she'd already won. Our boy Benya spread her arms wide at the club table, welcoming the hooded stranger with a shout to come sit down, two freshmen already trailing in behind her. Back on the couch, the brown-haired kid leaned into Simon with sparkling eyes, murmuring about the club president, and Simon, deadpan, called her a bit unusual while fear loomed quiet in the corner. But the kid's face was already glowing, cheeks pink, hands clasped tight, the look of a fanboy who just found his Oshi. Which meant Benya didn't even have to pitch hard. A junior stumbled in calling her Sunby, begging to join, and our protagonist stood in the back watching the vanilla heiress run his club for him. Then she got her hands on the blue-haired freshman, shaking him by the shoulders like a chew toy. The poor kids faced pure chibai panic while the hooded figure observed. Membership requirement: prove you can possess and control special undead. A dark-haired kid volunteered first, stepping up to the plate while Benya watched with an evaluating grin. From behind the bookshelves, clawed little hands peeked out, and a voice cooed at the reveal. What crawled out of the mound was a siren, a muscular, gray-skinned, one-eyed beast dripping gold hoops and fins, perched on a little cart like a king on a throne. The verdict hung there in the air, waiting to land. Benya studied the creature with her goggles pushed up, impressed, because binding a siren's fractured consciousness was no easy contract. 5 minutes was the kid's whole window before the leash snapped. She laughed it off, and the dark-haired kid behind her smirked. 5 minutes was plenty if you knew what you were doing. But the hooded man with the rectangular glasses half lowered his purple eyes, mouth parting just slightly, that quiet, dangerous tell of someone recalculating everything they just witnessed. Except the next audition was a different beast entirely. A dark-skinned, six-armed fish fiend bursting clean out of its wheelchair, 6 colored magic circles flaring to life around it like a fireworks display. Because the audition room exploded. Water and fire slammed through the bookshelves, and Lorraine Arkbold went flying backward alongside the dark-haired kid, both of them tossed like dolls in a typhoon. The 6-armed creature sat in its shattered chair and opened up 6 spells at once, red and green and blue beams tearing across the room, while the dark-haired kid scrambled up a glowing sword just to survive. Someone off-panel lost it. 6 simultaneous casts was unheard of, and the room hadn't stopped shaking yet. The dark-haired boy in the black jacket clutched a burning paper and grinned through the pain, declaring the audition a pass. Fists clenched, tears already welling up, the blue-haired freshman answered the call like a man who'd been waiting his whole life for it. A white dog panted, tongue lolling, watching in silence. 2 dogs stood side by side in the fading light, cream and black and white, both smiling like this was the best day of their short little lives. Rather than summoning undead, this summoner's preference ran a little warmer and a lot furrier. A beaded bracelet reached up to scratch the collie's chin, and the big soft-eyed dog leaned into it like it had found heaven. A swirling purple silhouette formed, and the announcer breathlessly named it. A parasitic undead that lived inside a living animal, ate its heart, and built itself a core from the remains. The room went dark, and the animal, wherever it was, fell into unconsciousness. Lorraine Arkbold tilted her head, smile sharpening, as she questioned whether the summoner was really just a first year, while the dark-haired student beside her kept his face carefully neutral. The brown-haired boy beamed and scratched the back of his head, a horned skeleton looming behind him, and 2 loyal dogs gazing up from his feet like he'd hung the moon for them. 2 pairs of paws framed their summoner's shoes, planted steady on the ground. Simon stood with his back to the room, calm and unhurried, and gave a single word, understood, while Lorraine and the dark-haired student watched from below. Eyes closed, the faintest smile on his lips, our boy looked like a man who'd already seen the punchline. A voice called out for the next to come forward, which left Lorraine and her companion blinking in confusion, still trying to figure out what exactly Simon had just agreed to. Simon clenched every muscle through it, refusing to let the pain win. Benya exploded forward with a green-impacted roar, demanding whatever was hiding to reveal itself, right in the face of the dark-haired student. She came blasting up through a pile of shattered wood and paper, blinking through the debris, demanding to know what in the world just happened. A black-gloved finger pointed at the wreckage, incredulous. The remains were crawling with legs built from cephalopods, and nobody could explain why. Somewhere off-panel, a voice caught on its own disbelief. Simon smiled through closed eyes and told the nervous student the control was rough around the edges but more than earned its pass. And the stammered, tearful thank you that came back said everything about how badly that kid needed to hear it. Egir's jaw dropped when he spotted Mithril folded into the construct, calling the proportions brilliant, while Erzabet gawked beside him, and Simon explained the body itself was tucked away in a subspace, which only made their eyes go wider. A breath of silence. Pale skeletal fingers scraped upward, and the verdict landed flat. No defense at all. Stuffing a construct into a subspace didn't solve the consciousness problem hiding underneath. Which meant the real answer had to wake up on its own. And with a grinding roar, a massive horned skull tore free of its bone cage, eye sockets blazing blue through the purple mist. Erzabet's mouth fell open, and her words died somewhere in her throat. She hummed thoughtfully, finger tapping her chin like she was already 3 moves ahead, and Simon watched her with a quiet, bewildered little question mark, because whatever she was cooking up, he hadn't been invited to the recipe yet. He turned sharp and called everyone in, and a voice answered right back, ready. Erzabet lit up, hand extended with an offer too good to ignore. There was a subspace artisan she wanted to introduce, and she was already selling the meeting before Simon could object. Just the trim of her skirt as she stepped forward, already mid-deal. A spiky bone construct lay splayed across the floor of a wood-paneled room, and every eye in the room was fixed on our boy in the hooded disguise. The goggled girl Kami, perpetually unable to just look at a bone monster without interrogating its origin, fired the obvious question. Did he create this thing? Simon played it cool. Blue Harbor exhibition, he said. Just something he picked up on a mission. Which, yeah, was technically true in the same way that saying, I inherited the keys, is technically true when your family used to own the kingdom. The admission that he couldn't just crack the thing open and rebuild it without its original creator hung in the air. So Simon pivoted. The man's whole career was built on pivots, and offered a solution wrapped in a nervous smile. They'd store it in a subspace. Because, of course, when your undead is too illegal to keep on campus, the answer is always a pocket dimension. Kami's face lit up like a kid who just remembered Christmas existed. A subspace craftsman was on Rock Island right now, name of Galen Eclipse, apparently a rising star wonderkind of the dimension-building scene, which was convenient in the way that screamed, someone arranged this on purpose. The blue-haired kid's eyes went wide enough to file a missing persons report. Word was, Galen Eclipse's latest work packed a full 4,000 universal beings of subspace, a monster capacity in a bottle. The kid practically levitated with recognition. I know him. Because of course he did, the kid knew every craftsman, every contractor, every shadowy deal-maker within a 6-island radius. Behind him, 2 figures drifted off into smoke, the conversation already moving faster than they could follow. The kid's whole body lit up because Galen built his own subspace. Lorraine offered after school tomorrow, Galen safely under vanilla contract, and then she poked fear like he was a house cat. That earned a startled scolding from Simon. Pure relief and a smile, because a master craftsman was about to save them a massive headache. The summoning results were officially posted. Dick and the kid caught wind of an announcement and leaned in. They swapped a knowing laugh. Whatever was coming, class rankings obviously had everybody on edge. The professor's quiet entrance and the sealed envelope on her desk screamed that the midterm scores had finally arrived. Midterm scores and rankings were dropping today, written exams only, no performance points. Kami sweated through her braids while Dick watched the sealed envelope like it might bite. The professor warned them halfway through the semester, no more fumbling in the dark. Malin's eyes flicked sideways, catching Dick mid-thought. Dick sat hands clasped, working the math behind his eyes, because by now every student should have forged their own style. But Simon heard a different frequency in those words, a dark bubble curling off his aura as the lesson landed somewhere colder. You need to survive what came next. And that smile said scary. Class broke into a chorus of nervous yes professors, while the bracket waited on every desk, ready to turn relief into dread. Our boy sat frozen, envelope in hand, dreading whatever number waited inside. A classmate asked Simon flat out what he scored in summoning studies, and the results sheet answered for him. Summoning arts, 87, tactical command, 44, Average a 65.375, rank 458, a near 30-point jump from the first test, and a score of 37 suddenly looked like a different student entirely. But the blue-haired girl wasn't letting him off easy. She wanted his number first. Static beat the moment hung there. She leaned in closer, grinning, because honestly, a low score was way more embarrassing for him than for her. So Simon finally cracked, 87 in summoning. Now it was her turn. Across the room, Malin watched the whole thing in stunned silence. Malin's name hung in the air, and the boy beside her sat turned away, still nameless in the room's chatter. So Kami lit up the whole hallway, clasping her hands, grinning behind Simon and Dick, ecstatic that his climb to rank 458 meant they were staying together at Kizan, while somewhere nearby a student groaned at an 85. Simon blinked, still processing, and Dick's jaw hit the floor beside him. Which meant the celebration was on. Simon laughing, ruffling Dick's hair, Kami clapping behind them. Except Malin sat slumped at her desk with her face buried in her hands, every subject above 90 and an average to match, and somehow still the one who lost. Because 92 average put Malin second in the entire school, and even Kami peeked out from behind her wondering why the rank number didn't match the score. It didn't. Kizan weighted practical kills over paper tests, and those monsters with real combat scores would shove her out of the top 10 before she could blink. So if Malin wanted to hold her ground, this final assessment was everything, and she turned the question right back at Simon, asking who he was fighting. The kid stared at the slip in his hand, stomach already dropping. This draw was going to hurt. Round 1, Match 6, second arena. His name on one side, Malcolm Randolph on the other, and his name just kept climbing into fights he hadn't asked for. So that meeting in a candle-lit cafe downtown was about to decide whether he walked into that arena with anything besides his bones and his nerve. Kami was already on her feet the second the door chimed, waving a suited silhouette across the room with a bright, easy "Galen, I'm here." Because Vanilla Group didn't send just anyone to negotiate a masterpiece. And the man who walked over tipped his fedora with a kind of grin that said he already knew exactly what this meeting was worth. Except Simon and Kami froze the second he got close enough to count the gray in his beard, because this guy wasn't some nervous apprentice. He was a grown adult, a famous one at that. And the craftsman himself leaned in, delighted to meet the kid who just bought his greatest work, Kizan's special case number 1. Galen Eclipse grabbed the boy's hand and shook it like he just met his favorite athlete, grinning ear to ear because his best work had finally found its biggest fan. Then the craftsman got down to business. Our kid wanted a custom subspace built around Overlord's body, something that let him deploy only the legs outside while the rest stayed safely tucked away, because right now the connection to his undead was clunky and dangerous. But Galen stroked his chin and asked the only question that mattered: when did our boy need it finished? 4 days was the answer, and Galen asked for a moment to think it over, his lemonade sweating on the marble between them. Which left our kid standing there with a question mark over his head, watching the man who built Pocket Dimensions pause to weigh a deadline. And then a bag split open, and gold spilled across the table in a glittering avalanche. Some of it was pending, some of it wasn't, and our kid stared at the pile, asking the obvious question: just where did all this money come from? Galen swore a craftsman's oath. He never builds the same space twice. Building from scratch was the textbook approach, and he'd tried these prototypes on a whim, but never in the field. That uncertainty hit our boy like cold water. Time was the enemy, so Galen's gloved hand swept the spilled gold aside and made his call. He'd retrofit one of his experimental pieces into a personal subspace, custom-fit to Simon's needs. No from-scratch rebuild, no wasted days, just raw craft bent to a deadline. Confidence in every gesture. Somewhere in Kizan, the curriculum hadn't even touched what Simon was about to carry. But the real world wasn't waiting on a syllabus, and in a dim storage room, Malcolm Randolph sat bound and bleeding, laughing through his teeth at whoever had dragged him there. The question hanging over him was simple. Was this fear of revenge, fear that he'd purge more kids, fear CERN had already abandoned him? A gun barrel answered before he could. Somewhere under a black city sky, a blonde kid who looked way too much like Dick grinned like he'd already won. But the grin was wearing a barcode across its jaw, and the kid was answering a question nobody on our side had asked. Did our boy not stop to think he could get backstabbed too? Because whatever humiliation he was carrying, it was still fresh. Back in the storage room, Malcolm Randolph cracked. A green eye welled up, his face flushed and scratched, and the bravado finally ran out. A broken little plea slipped out before he could swallow it back. Except Malcolm wasn't begging for mercy. The cut-off line slammed back together, the red-haired kid choosing to live, and something loud and violent detonated across the frame like the room itself said no. Meanwhile, down a dim academy hallway, two boys stood over the aftermath of their own mess. A brown-haired kid wiped out and sweating, and our blue-haired classmate from the audition floor glaring down at him like he'd just learned a lesson the hard way. One more flash of impact, and the point was hammered home. Gray fabric darkened with a fresh splash of red. Somebody paid for that lesson in blood. And cut to the punchline. The barcode blonde stood over a captive Malcolm, the red braid bound, and the only thing the red-haired kid wanted out of this whole nightmare was to be a normal student again. The blonde kid smiled like he'd already decided whether that was an option. A custom subspace was a private product. The disclaimer ran long, warning of risks the buyer had to approve before touching the thing. A gloved hand hovered over a gold ring cradling a faceted blue gem, and the fine print kept going. The second concern hit harder. Abnormal use could overload it, and nobody could predict what that looked like until it was too late. So there they were, our boy Simon face to face with Jelen, the fedora-wearing subspace craftsman Benya's family had vouched for, the deal hanging on a single blue stone and a handshake that hadn't landed yet. And the honest truth was nobody could fully map the risks until the work was done. Jelen asked if those terms were acceptable, and Simon, smiling just enough to sell it, agreed. Overload he could live with. A true malfunction was a different story. But before a price could leave the craftsman's mouth, a blonde blur slammed between them. Goggles, side ponytail, red bow blazing, shrieking his name like she'd been personally victimized by his markup. Our boy's alarm was instant. The vanilla heiress wanted a discount, and her sparkle-pink sincerity was already working overtime. She winked through the negotiation, called his pricing impossible, and tried to charm the number down before anyone else could speak. And somewhere off-panel, a senior was already groaning. Jelen just smiled, hands clasped, and hummed like a man who'd seen this exact play 100 times. Jelen laughed it off, already spinning the deal, roping in Keesan's #1 student was going to do wonders for his promo reel. The kid froze, eyes wide, jaw dropped. That was all Benya needed. She threw both fists in the air and crowned him the best. The price would rise with materials and effects, capped at 1,000 gold, with a 500 deposit on top. Simon did the math on the fly. His off-the-shelf private subspace had cost him 5,000 gold, but a custom one ran somewhere between 500 and 1,000. Custom subspace, dirt cheap. He let out a little ooh-tilde, yeah, that was a steal. Decision made. He smiled wide and closed the deal on the spot. Hands met across the table, a firm grip, glove to suit, sealing it. Under the full moon, he turned it over one more time. Benya Sunby was vanilla family, and she'd arranged the meeting, so trustworthy enough. He still hadn't told Pierre about her, though. Leaning back under the full moon, our boy reasoned that a craftsman endorsed by the vanilla family shouldn't have trouble with any Keesan students. The tail end of that question still hung in the air. But the dark blue-haired boy had different worries. Would they even reach the subspace in time? Then a dark box cut across the cityscape, spelling it out in cold white letters, "Is it because?" That question dragged Simon's mind straight back to that day, to a blonde kid named Malcolm Randolph, special condition rank #10, pressing his hand against a cracked wall and demanding answers. Because the real target was Malcolm all along. Rick had warned him about the Randolph gang, one of the three main powers choking the Dark Alliance from the inside. The Randolphs were one of three major gangs under the Dark Alliance's banner, and that painted a target on their heir's back. Standing at center in his dark blazer and purple vest, the boy with the dark blue hair had no idea the storm was already aimed at him, flanked by a suited shadow and a man in a green jacket, purple rain streaking the world behind them like a warning nobody could read in time. And Malcolm was the head son, smirking, metal bat in hand, flanked by grinning shadows behind him. Because Malcolm wasn't just any member of the Randolphs, he was the head son. Simon stood frozen, realizing the midterm's difference between first and 10th place was razor-thin, and Malcolm sat on the wrong side of that razor. Their confidence cut both ways, and only a fool would read Malcolm's certainty as anything less than a warning shot. Malcolm Randolph walked away into the night, folder tucked at his side, carrying whatever leverage he'd need for their duel in that quiet, easy grip. Those shoes didn't pause once. Back outside the building, Simon promised himself Overlord wasn't ready, not even close, and the next 4 days of training would have to fix that. His spider undead clung to the doorframe beside him, loyal and waiting. He turned to check on it, asked if something was off, and got his answer from off-panel before the spider could speak. The spider dragged one leg across the stone, scratching out a jagged warning. The shape of it hit Simon a half-second late. That mark wasn't random, it was a sigil priest class. His face went white as the implication landed, because if a priest was anywhere near Rock Island right now, every plan he'd just made was already burning. Half a forest away, Erzabet's head whipped around something fast, something wrong, cutting through the dark toward her. She dropped low as a tattered black hood surged past her like a blade through silk, close enough that she felt the chill of whatever hid beneath that cowl. And she'd sent that spider to warn her commander the moment she'd felt the approach, which meant Simon already knew, or he was about to. A bandaged fist slammed wood, with enough force to split the night itself. Erzabet's eyes blew wide, sweat crawling down her cheek. Something had just gone very wrong very fast. Purple energy lashed the air as the hooded attacker carved a brutal arc through the dark. So he launched again, blade swinging wide, and Erzabet dropped flat just in time to dodge. She was already gassed, crouched low, hair draped over her face, gasping for purchase, and she couldn't tell how many rounds she had left in her. His blade bit deep into trunk and earth, carving through the forest like it owed him money. Erzabet had one card left. She hurled herself through the canopy, trailing thick web strands, building speed as gravity and silk conspired together. The hooded figure plunged, wrapped in white, kicking uselessly against the sticky cage dragging him down. A single pale eye blazed from under the hood, pure fury, and zero clue what had just hit him. She swung through the canopy like a pink-haired ghost, web trailing behind her like a battle line. Erzabet closed her fist on the strands, face locked in cold resolve, and demanded to know why he was doing this. She had him. Glowing pink energy lanced down from the canopy, stabbing into the trapped cloak, and Erzabet held the attack from midair like a spider reeling in prey. The fake pin to her web crumbled, smoke instead of a body, every strand of silk suddenly a trap for nothing. But before the dust cleared, the real predator had already moved. A pale-eyed ghost in a dark cloak materialized behind Kami, and her blood ran cold. She spun too late. The bandaged fist arced down with brutal force, red and black impact lines screaming across the dark canopy. And Kami caught the full weight of it, a single devastating blow to the face that echoed through the silent trees. The shockwave blasted her off her feet, her wounded cry swallowed by the forest. The hooded shape loomed in the foreground, already raising for the next strike. She hit the base of a tree hard, cheeks split open, the world swimming. Every breath came ragged, every muscle screamed to quit. But the attacker wasn't done. He surged forward, bandaged fist cocked high, white fringe spilling beneath the hood, moving like he wanted her dead. She looked up at the monster above her, and the words fell out on their own. One amber-pink eye wide, sweat dripping, Kami saw something in that hood that froze her to the marrow. His fist trembled midair, because she'd seen his face, and that meant everything unraveled from here. But rage moved faster than calculation, and he swung again, a blur of speed lines and desperate fury. Blood sprayed across the clearing, the blow landed clean. Those bandaged fingers belonged to one man, and our boy had seen that hand bury Kami's face into a tree trunk not 3 minutes ago. So when those same pale digits reached for the mask now, the fist tightened, cyan energy flared at his hip, a warning to whatever was about to happen next. But Kami's protector was already snarling, a hooded, armored figure screaming something raw, furious, with a long ponytailed silhouette flanking him in the dark. One distressed whisper broke from Simon's own chest. My face, because the bandaged man had just seen the damage he'd left on someone he cared about. The hooded figure pressed a wrapped hand to his masked jaw, warning Kami off, I asked you not to touch it, and a stare-down locked them in place against the dark stone. Kami stood perfectly still, her pink and magenta hair a curtain against whatever she was about to do. Then the mask slipped from her rage, slit pupils blown wide, dark cracks splitting her cheeks, a jagged grin of fangs baring itself as she screamed, "You son of a bitch!" at the man who'd split her face open. She lunged before he could answer, a blur of pink and fury across the dark. But those pale, claw-tipped fingers caught her mid-leap, slamming Kami by the shirt front with a grip that promised worse, your dead meat ringing from her lips even as she dangled. One bandaged fist drove upward in answer, hard, fast, retaliating. The hooded figure went sailing backward through the forest, tumbling end over end as chains shrieked through the air around him. Which left Erzabet wide open, a jagged projectile streaking straight for her as she raised a hand and screamed, staggering under the hit. Distant and small in the moonlit trees, Erzabet in her white cloak squared up against the tall black-coated figure, Erze, cutting through the forest as the next round of their fight began. Erzabet snapped her head toward the sound, pink eyes wide, and the worst kind of recognition flooded in. Because the moment that thought landed, she was already moving, a violet-cracked fist slamming clean into the hooded man's jaw mid-taunt. Simon stood alone on the forest path, the night air stirring past him like a warning he couldn't quite name. He turned sharply, instinct screaming before his brain caught up. Something fast had just whipped past his ear. Then the panic hit. If the hooded man really was a priest, the commander was walking straight into a trap. He never got to finish the thought. The tall black-coated figure materialized above him and drove a brutal strike down into his ribs, sending him tumbling through red-streaked air. He hit the ground cowering beneath that looming shadow, too stunned to even breathe, the weight of the blow still ringing through every bone. And then the shadow followed him down, slamming into him again with a force that drove the stars out of the sky. He gritted his teeth against the pain, another crushing blow already crashing toward him. This fight was ending before it began. But between his legs, a jagged black silhouette peered up through the dark, skull mask glowing cyan at the edges. Fear's hollow blue eye socket locked onto him, and the Reaper's voice cut through the dark. The skull-faced silhouette tore its hood back, and the thing beneath was no phantom, a muscular man with spiky pale blue hair, glowing cyan-green eyes, and a black bodysuit scarred with a white skull and bones emblem. That skeletal hand squeezed the cloak like wet paper, liquid dripping between its fingers, while Simon could only manage a stunned, in the dark. Not even a word out of him. Fear stood framed by a swirling blue portal, fist raised, every ounce of intent locked onto his commander. His boot hit the rock, blue energy splashing outward, and feathers scattered across a pale expanse as his voice cut through, "Why are you here?" The question wasn't for Simon. A different hooded figure crouched against a misty blue backdrop, leaves drifting past a single icy eye peering from the dark, bandaged, silver-haired, wounded and bracing, as if the speaker already knew he wasn't supposed to be there. That bandaged hand splayed against the earth, cloak pooling around him, every inch of him trembling with the effort of staying upright. Nobody in those woods knew it yet, but our boy Simon was about to get an audience with death itself. Fear's skull face burned cyan in the dark, and he wanted to know why Simon was even there. Simon stood silent, bandaged hands clasped, scar catching the moonlight, buying time with his heartbeat. Fear grinned through bone, the kind of smile that promised a lesson. He'd come to catch his breath himself, and if Simon had arrived a second later, his skull would have been splinters. So, did the kid know this stranger lurking in the trees? That question answered itself, because a pink-haired girl was crashing through the brush toward them, and her eyes screamed wrong. Her mission was kill. That was the word she'd been sent here to carry out, and Simon was the target. Fear's grin widened into something hungry, and Simon forced the only word that mattered, who. He needed a name, a chain of command, anyone pulling this assassin's strings because somebody had ordered her to end him. Darkness streaked, the forest exhaled. Steel answered before she could, a single teal slash, and a black-gloved hand reaching up from the impact. The blue-haired girl who'd been tailing them hit the stone hard, pinned by the same strike, and suddenly our boy was very curious whose orders she'd been following, too. Then Simon came apart at the seams, skull mask bared, cyan runes lighting his throat, dark coat flaring as he brought that massive blade around for the follow-through. And chat, the blue-haired girl's eyes flicked up from behind that wall, barely visible through the mask. 2 hunters, 1 night, and Simon had just barely cleared the first one. which meant the second one came in swinging, a downward strike meant to end him on the ground. But our boy caught it. Mask bared, runes blazing, he met her blade midair with his own, and the forest lit up with the clash. He dropped low, blade planted, and ripped the demand out of his chest like a wound, "Answer me." Except the masked girl didn't freeze. She pushed forward through the speed lines like the question meant nothing to her at all. So Simon wound up for the killing blow, blue aura screaming around his shoulders, "You." And then everything stopped, because the shape behind that question answered it for him. Short blue hair, hood up, turning into the light. One question dropped into the silence like a blade, "Are you a priest?" A pale-haired figure slammed down between them in a corona of cyan flame, and the whole clearing buckled under the shockwave. Whatever this was, it wasn't Simon's fight anymore. Malin had been watching from the tree line, and her face went white the second she saw who landed. Because a spear came for her before she could run. She twisted, blocked, and paid for it, a thin red line opened across her arm. She clutched the wound, blood seeping through her bandaged fingers, smoke curling around her in the dark. And when she looked up, there was a blue blade already resting at her cheek. So she asked the only thing left to ask, voice flat, "Do you think I am a priest?" The masked figure told her plainly, "There is only one answer that comes from me. No jokes, speak correctly," which meant the wrong word was going to cost her everything. Fear wasn't hiding behind a collar or a creed, just bone and fire, a reaper admitting he was no priest, the judgment left for someone else to swing. Come to think of it, power had flipped mid-fight. Malin stood over the kneeling reaper, boot pinning his pauldron into the dirt, daring him to end her or let her walk. Spare or kill, either was fine. A blade offered back to its wielder. Considering Ur's wounds and Kazan's street-fighting style, this man was already rearranging the night's evidence in his head. Kazan fought close. Kazan fought brutal. That was the whole profile, and in a teal-lit chamber thick with chains, the masked figure filed it away like a fresh page in a casebook. Of course, Kazan could have used a decoy, but the priest Kami had been watching work dark magic, which meant something else entirely. Then please answer, because maybe the whole point had been deception, a completely different fighting style planted just long enough to fool a careful eye. Nephtes stood rigid in his dark cloak, bandaged hands curled, unraveling his own conclusions. Something he couldn't forget flickered behind those amber eyes. A name, a face, a thread he refused to drop. While tracking the priest through the forbidden forest, Nephtes had been hunting an infiltrator buried inside Kizan itself. Erzabet laid it flat. Some girl walked up to her, claimed she was a priestess, and asked if Simon understood what that meant. Fear cut through the riddle. Who Simon was after and why was the only thing that mattered now. Because the second that seal touched his palm, Fear's whole frame lit up, a single cyan flare that said everything words couldn't. Nephtes, the name on the seal in Simon's hand, closed the loop on every shadow Kazan had cast. Simon held the mark up between them, bandaged fingers steady, and told Fear the doubts were cleared. Nephtes stuffed his mouth full, green vial in his grip, and finally asked why the boy had pulled his strikes. Which was exactly when the girl at his back lost her nerve. Erzabet stood shoulder to shoulder with the dark blue-haired boy, and Nephtes named what the picture already confirmed. Those two had been working together the whole time. His bandaged hand swung toward the boy's chest, pointing straight at that glint of silver chain like he'd just found the last piece of a confession. Up close, the chain held a pocket watch relic laced with Nephtes' signature, something the priests couldn't fake no matter how hard they prayed. Erzabet leaned in and whispered something into Kazan's ear, the kind of warning you only give a friend before the floor drops out. Kazan just stood there, pin held forward in a trembling palm, every word dying in his throat before it reached his lips. Nephtes ran the math out loud. Kazan had seen the Legion, and if word reached the rest of Kizan, there'd be no untangling it. The only window to silence him was now. Nephtes tipped a vial of green acid over his own torn arm, the burn buying him clarity while the clock kept running. Then the shadow behind them flared, and Kazan locked onto it, horrified. Nephtes didn't flinch at the blood on his hands. Apologies meant nothing in a fight like this. Malin's voice drifted from the shadows, half question, half warning, and trailed into silence. Nephtes turned toward her with a quiet surprise, calm eyes catching hers through the dark. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Then came the question that cracked the room in half, the son of the head of the Information Guild himself. Kazan's jaw hit the floor, amber eyes blown wide, the color draining from his face as he processed it. And before he could recover, the second blow landed, of course. Because it wasn't just lineage, this boy had walked through professional necromancers and crushed them with a myth that never lost. Kazan's voice came out strangled, yes, and the silence after tasted like a dropped blade. The Information Guild's heir opened his arms like a man done hiding. He was the monster that guild built, and the root of it all didn't matter enough to explain. Nephthys ran cold. The priest hunted only under cover of dark, so Nephthys would too, already inside Kizan, buried under a student disguise, waiting for nightfall. Kazan blinked, sweat creeping down his temple. This wasn't some old legend. The kid sitting across from him had actually graduated last year. And with that, the silver-haired youth closed the briefing. Every question Kazan had brought to this path had been answered, clean and complete. So Kazan offered the only counter he had, a bright grin and a vote of confidence, while Nephthys could only stand there in speechless, heavy silence. But the advice to enjoy school life, to savor the happy moments with friends, that landed wrong. Because Nephthys was the reason those friends were in danger, and a priest wanted Nephthys dead. And Simon, watching the whole thing settle into his chest, gripped the blazer over his heart. This priest was Nephthys' problem, and Nephthys wasn't going to back down, so neither could he. Of course, Nephthys had seen this coming from the start. The offer landed blunt. Let Nephthys talk, it was expected of Richard's son. But Erzsébet fixed Kazan with a stern look that said this plan had better hold together. Because the play was simple, unite their forces and turn the priest's ambush into a trap of their own. Kazan laid it out under the trees. The undead would blanket the forest, and once that noisy boy cleared out, they'd pool everything they'd learned. Nephthys caught the nickname and almost smiled. "Rick," he murmured, the pieces clicking into place. Across the grounds, Kami pressed the new ally for his backstory, but Simon's reply died on his lips. Kami shut it down cold. For a guild agent, identity was the sharpest blade, and he wasn't about to hand one over. His face stayed carved stone, pale eyes watching the tree line like a man who'd already paid for every secret he kept. Dick Haywood burst through the door, pajamas and all, thrilled to find Simon awake. Simon scrambled for a cover. "We met by chance," he offered, standing stiff next to Kazan in the corridor. Dick was watching the whole thing unfold, and his jaw hit the floor. Simon and the silver-haired kid acting like old allies. Yeah, that broke his brain. A voice off-screen was equally losing it, wondering the same thing. So Dick scrambled up and shouted across the courtyard, wanted in on the friendship too, because apparently missing out on alliances was not in his playbook tonight. But a smarter head told him the better move was shutting up and waiting for the kid to pass out first. The professor stood under the stone archway, caught mid-thought, because that silver-haired little gremlin was not on his schedule today. Turned out Simon had come crawling back with the most cheerful smile in the world, kneeling in the hall like he'd done nothing wrong. And that grin spelled trouble because the kid wasn't here to chat, he wanted a lesson, and he wanted it now. Apparently, he'd cracked something on his last mission, and he wanted the professor to grade it. The professor stared down, skeptical. "You mean the one? FWIP. But the kid was already vibrating with eagerness, fists clenched, flushed face begging for feedback, and honestly, refusing him was harder than the lesson itself. So the professor caved. Empty schedule, blue sky, no excuses, might as well get it over with. And the moment passed, the world exhaling between breaths. One wardrobe malfunction later, and Simon was half-naked in the training yard, trying to figure out why his shirt had abandoned him at the worst possible moment. Because the professor had already stripped down too, bone in hand, calm as a man ordering lunch, which meant this wasn't a chat anymore, it was a spar. Try to block it. Simon barely had time to process before something came screaming at his face out of nowhere, caught flat-footed, zero warning. Bright death streaking straight at his jaw, closing the gap fast. So he planted his feet and called the bones up, skeletal claws punching out of the dirt to shield him. But chat, the lesson escalated fast. A bone caught our boy clean in the forehead, his eye blazing white from the hit and blood streaking down his face. That's the tuition for learning from the professor. He turned into a full-on bone storm, white projectiles raining down in a red haze, every shard aimed at the kid standing in gray trousers with nothing but instinct to protect him. They came horizontal, fast, relentless, a wall of skeletal death streaking across a dark sky with nothing but the snap of air behind them. Then sharper, segmented blades carved through orange light, the sound alone telling you these weren't training dummies anymore. So he answered. Bone met bone, red impact flashes bursting around him as he wove a cage of deflection, and somewhere off-panel, a voice noted, "You blocked it well. First test passed." Then came the professor's check, calm, almost smug, asking if Simon actually knew what he was doing. One bone to the chest later, the kid's answer was blunt, "Yes." Which meant the real lesson started. Steel screamed against bone in a fiery blue-black clash. The professor wasn't holding back anymore, and neither was our boy. Two curved blades collided midair, explosions of orange and yellow tearing through red as the professor pushed harder. This had stopped being drill work and started being a conversation between equals. Because Simon was feeling it, that focused grin, the kind a guy wears when the final piece of a technique finally clicks into place. The final touch is amazing. And then another bone caught him in the forehead. Hard, that's the tax for celebrating early. By the end, our boy was face down in the dirt, gasping, gray pants, shirt off, completely emptied out. The professor stood over him, hip-shoved and smug, Fear's giant skull looming behind them both like a bored referee. Simon looked up, sweating, half-coherent, "What?" While that towering skeletal beast murmured, that was fun behind his head, like it hadn't just watched him get demolished. Then the professor crossed his arms and dropped a line that made our boy's soul leave his body. "Professor, what do you mean by that? But the end will be decided by me." So Simon blinked up at the skull resting beside his face, asked, "Yes," and got his answer, "Come again tomorrow." The gauntlet had been thrown and the real test hadn't even started yet. Our boy lay face down in the dirt, every muscle screaming, but the professor was already walking off, promising to dig up dirt on the other unruly undead in the meantime. The man grinned back over his shoulder, every inch of him satisfied with a morning's worth of free sparring. Useful and enjoyable, he called it, for both of them. But Fear hadn't taken a single step. He just hovered there, all cloak and hollow grin, greeting the half-dead kid sprawled behind the professor with a cheerful hello, and a complaint that training with that turtle was extremely boring. Which meant the real lesson hadn't started yet. Fear emerged from his shadow with Ursula beside him, towering bone-white behind them both, and laid down a truth. Raw skill and summoned stats would never unlock true undead power. His clawed hand crackled with dark purple aura, and he lifted a bony finger like a lecturer about to ruin someone's day. This, he announced with theatrical glee, was the natural movement of the Overlord. He gestured, and the massive bone construct behind him rippled awake, skull glowing, spines bristling, a living siege engine wrapped in a grin. Then he swung the arm. No warning, no mercy. Ursula caught the blur edge on and screamed. That thing was fast, and her dignity was the first casualty. Dark blue-haired boy stood frozen, sweat on his brow, watching the impossible unfold. This was not what he'd pictured when he signed up. And the skull just turned its hollow gaze on all of them, spiky crown bristling. The next swing hit the stone wall and the wall lost. Rocks shattered, dust screamed, and even a twitch of those blade limbs was enough to threaten a battlefield. Because every blade on that frame was a weapon. Fear leaned in close, one burning socket filling the frame, and asked with a grin whether they felt the movement in their heads yet. Another crack split the wall. Next came the body, Fear promised, and Ursula was already begging for a 5-second warning before the next demonstration. But the bone arms answered only with another strike. Ursula's scream ripped through the room, pure unfiltered terror. But Simon, cool as ever, standing there with the faintest smile like he hadn't just witnessed a wall get murdered. That's when the blonde with goggles on her head stormed over, ready to strangle answers out of him. Simon barely got a word out, just a nervous training, like that explained anything. Time folded over itself, a clean break in the current. She wasn't buying it, not even a little. Whatever the professor had been drilling into him all day, she was holding the cracked proof in her hands, a bone pulled straight from the chimera, blue eyes still glowing in the wreckage. And she let him have it. This wasn't training, it was exhaustion. The joint was already worn out. Fear blinked, one clean what? and tapped his own skull with a lazy knuckle knock. Like the concept of an overlord applying limits was the funniest joke he'd heard all century. So the blonde grabbed Simon by the collar, shouting that this was necessary, and Simon, eyes closed and dripping sweat, just sighed and asked how he was supposed to handle it. Bro was fully cooked. Before he could answer, the door swung open behind them. A dark-haired figure in glasses, black hooded cloak, and a sun-emblazoned book tucked under one arm stepped in with a polite thank you for the hard work. Then his gaze landed on the blonde. "Oh, you're here to adjust the chimera too." Simon answered a quick yes before she could speak, which meant the next round was already loading in. But the newcomer turned to Simon first, calling his name, and the room went quiet. Long pale fingers lifted the lid off a brown ornate box, golden trim catching the light as it opened. Inside, a glowing yellow-green patterned interior with matching golden pieces. The figure said they should work through this together and dropped the name Malcolm. Same class as Simon, same tournament bracket, same target on someone's back. Simon stood perfectly still across that table, amber eyes locked on the hooded figure. The warning in his voice was unmistakable. Their clasped hands rested on the closed brown box between them, jagged bone spurs from the chimera still jutting up from the floor in the foreground. "Someone is ready to kill anyone who competes with him this time," the hooded figure said, then added, quieter and letting the weight of whatever came next hang in the silence. But chat, this warning had teeth. Malcolm could already see through every fake play Simon had been running. The hooded figure knew it, and the silence after said more than the words did. So that's where the plan stalled, hanging on an ellipsis and the weight of what hadn't been said yet. Except the hooded figure wasn't done. He cut the tension with a grin, claiming there was already a way, and gestured toward the towering bone construct like it was the answer to the whole tournament bracket. And Simon turned back toward him, a surprised little O slipping out, because if someone had a play against Malcolm, he needed to hear it now. Even the skeleton itself seemed to tilt its head, one bony brow raised. And fear loomed close, pale fire in those empty sockets, the whole armored skull radiating an intensity that said the next lesson was about to hurt. Footsteps echoed down a dim purple corridor, the old stone groaning beneath them like it knew something was coming. Two visitors stood before a pair of ornate red doors, shoulders tense, waiting to meet the first grade's leader. The doors creaked open on the room beyond. A voice from inside confirmed it. The person behind those doors ran the entire first grade, and these two were about to have a seat with him. The blonde visitor's eyes went wide, a nervous sweat beading on his cheek as he stepped inside. An unlit chandelier groaned overhead, candles cold, the whole room dressed for an audience. A crowned blonde noble lounged on his chair like a young king, ordered them to sit, while a maid hovered with tea. Pink-cushioned chairs waited empty, facing the throne. A simple yes, permission granted. A floral teacup slid into view, and the visitor just blinked at it, lost. Processing that a crown-wearing kid had just commanded him to sit, and offered tea like this was a royal summons, sweat dripped down his cheek. Meanwhile, the maid clutched her folder tight, glancing nervously toward someone whose name was about to drop like a hammer. That name, Malcolm Randolph. Another blonde, red-trimmed blazer smirk resting on his knuckles here. Malcolm. Oh, sorry, no idea who that is. Smooth as hell deflection. And the hooded visitor didn't buy a single word of it, calling him out with a nervous grin. Beat dropped. The blonde's eye cut sideways, sharp with warning. No ties between them, not now, not ever. Silence hung. A smirk twitched at the corner of someone's mouth. That same blonde youth stepped forward against a stormy purple sky, offering a seat in the noble faction, the kind of invitation that sounded generous until you asked what it cost. Fingers curled tight in someone's lap. The pitch kept coming, smooth as poison. Their life would change for the better, naturally, and the blonde leaned in like he meant every word. A black-gloved hand seized fabric. But the youth brushed it off with practiced cool, claiming there was nothing special about himself, while a sweat drop betrayed exactly how special he knew he was. Back on the throne, the crowned noble lounged mid-sentence, hand draped at his neck like the whole recruitment circus was a private joke. He gestured dismissively toward the door. Other standouts existed, he admitted, but special admission number one. That was the only case worth the trouble. A blue-haired candidate turned his back and walked out. 20 years of this tradition. An ornate brass fixture caught the light. Old money, old games, same gilded cage. Those hands clenched hard. Whoever they belonged to, this was a wound that ran deeper than the offer on the table. But the crowned noble cut in, wide-eyed and shadowed, pointing out this exact nightmare scenario had played out under his watch alone, one single presidency bearing the weight of it all. He gritted his teeth through the memory and pressed on regardless. Because the blonde recruit sat across the table from him beneath 20 years of painted tradition, and the crown asked flatly what he actually wanted: revenge. The noble smirked against a blood-red backdrop. No revenge. Just tradition. Just the customs of Kizan doing what customs do. A pale hand rested against dark fabric, waiting. Then the crowned noble stood center stage, halo blazing, flanked by his blonde right hand and silver-haired left, and laid down the proverb every first year learned to fear. Beware of nobles, because when they got upset things worsened, when they got hit things spiraled, and even good times ended in failure. Old saying, common as dirt. So a glowing gold coin hit the dark table with a crisp TK, confirmation of those very customs, paid up front. Silence hung over the room, which left the blonde recruit echoing one word: borrowing. He smiled it off. No borrowing, just an advance payment. The noble's cravat shifted, hesitation. And that was the line: chapter break, chat, take a breath. A silver seal glinted on the dark table. The crowned noble settled into his throne like he owned the air around it, gold trim catching the light, red cape spilling across the stone like spilled wine. He angled his profile and laid down the proof, the insignia of his royal line, the one piece of paper that opened every locked door in the kingdom. Royal legal matters weren't his usual playground, but the seal in his gloved hand would do the talking for him. Dick tossed the same seal up with a smirk that said he'd already solved the real puzzle, because royal lineage meant nothing if the noble wearing it wasn't breathing, and that paperwork guaranteed it. The seal disappeared into a white pocket, filed and finished. Then Malcolm's name landed like a stone in still water. His skill was called doubling. The bespectacled kid stood behind a wall of jagged white spikes, his doubling already manifesting in skeletal architecture that climbed behind him. But the kid wasn't done talking, because he had one more thing to add. He finished his thought with a single cold word: smell, and the room got quieter. Except Kami cut him off before the last word even landed. Simon stood arms crossed between a hooded shadow and a spiked skeletal figure, the speech bubble's tail aimed at someone who clearly wasn't him. His amber eyes cut sideways, processing every implication at once. His answer came clipped and certain. None of the three applied to him. He squared up to the hooded figure, the empty bubble hanging like a held breath between them. Dick Haywood stood still, the Chiba-style portrait catching him mid-confirmation. 3 snapshots of the same boy turned in sequence, and only the last one bothered to show his face. The hooded informant raised 3 fingers close to the lens, and every one of them was a condition Simon needed to deny. Simon processed the warning with his eyes shut, one hand on his chin, and the answer hit him before he finished breathing. His black aura would drain first in front of Malcolm. Eyes wide, he fired back. None of those 3 conditions applied to him, and the hooded figure behind that dark fringe demanded to know why. But the truth clicked mid-sentence, leaving only a stunned little "ah" as Simon stared at the thorny bone structure between them. Fear's skullface answered first, the skeletal commander confirming in a single cold word that yes, this was the counter they needed. The hooded crouched beside Fear's spiked leg and pointed out the obvious. Those arms looked strange and mismatched, so which one was the real template? A gauntleted hand gripped the bone, already mid-correction. No, that arm wasn't the right one, it needed adjusting. Later, in a classroom lined with skeleton models and posted notices, the dark-haired freshman smiled and agreed. All right, he was in. On a blue, gridded training floor, Simon knelt beside the towering skeletal commander and waited for instruction. The dark blue-haired boy stood over the creature and ordered him to extend his arm, feeding magic into the bone. Both boys leaned close as the ribbed forelimb glowed hot blue, and a gloved hand reached out to test just how sharp the new growth had become. Simon pulled his hood back, glasses catching the light, and confirmed from the floor, that's right, That's exactly what he meant. The freshman above him asked, "This?" The bone shot forward with a snap, spikes jutting out on command while an unseen voice cheered them not to give up, to keep pushing. Kami burst through the door mid-experiment, ash-blonde hair whipping, goggles on her forehead, a cardboard box hoisted in her arms. "Hey guys, she had the ingredients right here." They stared down at the result, an arm so long it stretched across the whole floor, spiked and freshly grown. The freshman whispered that it got longer, and Simon, still hooded, asked if he'd been right. The dark blue-haired boy throws his fists up in triumph, grinning wide, because the limb they grew together had actually worked, and Simon looked up at him from below the monstrous bone. Exhausted and seated beside Fear's coiled, spiked tail, Simon took the boy's earnest promise in stride. When he had money, he'd buy something back. Narrator box be damned. The kid meant every word. A dialogue bubble just barely peeked into frame. Kami swept in and dropped a cardboard box onto the round wooden table, announcing the materials had arrived along with a gentleman's bet, and Simon, still catching his breath, thanked his sunbee. But Kami wasn't done. She whipped around and pointed at the dark blue-haired boy, inviting him to Rochester, while Simon watched the outburst from behind his glasses, caught between gratitude and mild alarm. Which meant the boy barely had time to process before his eyes blew wide with new excitement. A call had come in, the subspace was complete, and the whole deal just accelerated past anything they'd planned. Two figures traded a startled double-take at the news. The subspace ring was finally done, and our boy was about to see what Benya's bargain-down deal actually bought him. Jelen smiled the smile of a craftsman who'd beaten his own deadline, gloves adjusted, ready for the handoff. This was the exclusive subspace, built specifically for Simon. A velvet box cracked open, and inside sat a gold ring cradling one round blue gem, the whole thing glowing like it had a heartbeat. Jelen walked our boy through the controls, grabbed the hand, opened it twice, simple as a bone knuckle snap. The ring slid onto Simon's finger, and he tested the trick, close it twice, half expecting nothing. The purple-blue energy erupted over the cobblestones in a swirling, smoky bloom. A massive rune-carved circle projected from the ground, ringed by smaller sigils, and the blonde goggle girl could only mouth wow. They stood at the edge, staring in. Something small and pale clawed its way out of the portal, a little skull-faced creature with enormous black eyes, and our boy just nodded. Okay then. Inside the main subspace, Jelen laid out the rules, will reading, simple function, stay within 5 meters, while the goggle girl peeked in asking if they were really going in. The primary function read the user's will, 5 meters was the leash, remember both. Jelen walked him through the range, 5 meters in every direction, a bubble of private space carved around the wielder. Simon took it in with a quiet nod. He closed his eyes and let the ring learn him. Because the subspace responded to will alone, that first summoning tore a glowing blue circle right out of the cobblestones, and Benya nearly tripped over herself, gasping at the sight. Inside, a second smaller circle hovered beneath the Overlord's feet, locking the connect between the two pockets of space. Simon flexed against the bone-thorn grip Jelen had conjured for the test, and the field held his mind perfectly together. The two subspaces linked clean through that bridge circle, meaning the Overlord could finally step from one pocket into the other. That confirmed it. Even the Bone General figured the ring out on his own. Somewhere in the field, a wide-eyed white cat creature blinked up at the cat creature's hooded handler and was told it could move freely now. Chibai Benya popped in for a sales pitch, grinning ear to ear. Simon blinked at the next instruction, the ground, and repeated the word like a man double-checking a riddle. He pressed his left heel down onto the cracked stone, registered the faint click beneath the sole, and Jelen asked if something felt solid underfoot. It did, like a button buried in the street. Simon said so out loud, and Jelen just smirked like a man who'd already won the trick. Because there was still more to show, and Jelen told him to look up at the pale tower rising over them. The courtyard stared back at our boy, blue circles everywhere, drawn into the stone like a language only his ring could read, and Jelen wanted him to light them up. Black aura was the key. Pour it into the circle and the ring would answer. Simon pressed the cracked stone with his boot and the arrows pulsed, but did the energy channel itself, or would he have to feed it by hand? It didn't need feeding. A dark flame tore up out of the ground at his feet, raw and hungry, and our boy confirmed it. Yeah, that was his aura, all right, responding to the ring like it had been waiting for him. Jelen smiled like a man who just sold a masterpiece, because he had. Lifting his left foot locked the system into designated mode, meaning Simon could now anchor up to 6 subspaces at once, all running off that one cursed aura of his. 6 pockets of personal space, and all it cost was 2 words. The keyword was door open, spoken, and the circle answered. Jelen asked if he could test the thing himself. Fair enough, the craftsman built it, but the look in Simon's amber eyes said that ring wasn't leaving his finger twice. Then the kid spoke the words, and dark blue fire swallowed the courtyard whole. Door open, he shouted, and the world cracked open beneath him. Reality split, once, twice, purple-blue rifts screaming across the air. They stepped through into a cathedral of pale spiked pillars, runes hanging like constellations overhead, and the goggle girl nearly lost her mind. The subspace craftsman had outdone himself, and everyone in that circle knew it. Jelen tipped his hat with a craftsman's grin, revealing the subspace was never meant for Simon at all, originally built to crack open multiple dimensions, then quietly retrofitted for one specific wielder, the Overlord. But the custom job came with custom rules, and Jelen's black-gloved hand extended towards Simon like a warning. This pocket dimension didn't behave like a normal one. And then came the heat. Because the moment Simon's skin touched the ring, a warmth bled through his fingers, faint at first, the kind a man could ignore, until the temperature climbed with every activation and his hands started to burn. So Jelen laid out the math cold. Cap it at 4 subspaces and the heat stayed manageable, but push all 6 and the cost could be a finger, a hand, maybe worse, and the chibi cackle above Simon's head made it land like a joke that wasn't one. Except the ring had one last trick worth mentioning. Once worn, it turned invisible, so nobody in Simon's daily life would ever know he was carrying a pocket dimension on his finger. Jelen ran through the final quirks of that custom ring, and the kid's eyes went wide. With this kind of edge, power alone might be enough. But the questions kept coming, and the craftsman smiled, patient as a man who'd already said the hard part. Simon raised his fist against the light, the ring catching the sun, and a grin spread across his face that said everything. He was ready, and the line to enter had better move. The guards at the gate didn't budge. No outsiders passed the field, no exceptions. The rules were carved in stone, and a desperate voice begged for just a moment with her son. Dick Haywood stood firm at the gate, gloved hand raised like a wall, refusing to bend the rules for anyone, not even for Neftis, the silver-haired mother who only wanted to see her boy. Then 2 figures streaked over the walls, blue-haired, gray-haired, bypassing the whole line of defense, and the courtyard erupted. A necromancer among them. Stop them, someone screamed, but the guards could only watch them fly. They landed hard inside the stone hall, and the floor answered. Glowing purple chains erupted upward, snapping around their wrists and torsos like a trap sprung by the building itself. The intruders thrashed, grimacing, snarling at the bindings as the chains only tightened, purple sigils burning bright while dark red impact lines marked every desperate wrench against the floor. The chains slammed them flat, and a figure in dark tights stepped into frame to deliver the verdict. They would take good care of the children, the words landing like a threat dressed up as a promise, while Dick, Neftis, and the brown-haired woman watched from the edge of the wreckage. Neftis and Dick froze at the claim. The captured intruder belonged to Kizan, and that name landed like a blade. Even truth wouldn't save anyone now. A young man stared at 2 floating vials of glowing purple, the words "so" dying on his lips. A pale hand lifted a twin-necked flask pulsing with violet light, pink liquid swirling inside. Jane held the same glowing vessel high, her verdict cutting clean. Disqualification confirmed. The purple flare behind her sealed the ruling. Gold buttons gleamed against the dark uniform. Outside, a blonde student paled beside his sweating friend while Jane stood behind them, hands on hips, hoping they'd enjoy the show. Jane turned with a smile toward the silver-haired newcomer, welcoming the princess. Molly Dresden, the little princess of the Dresden Kingdom, beamed with pure excitement. Attending a Kizan event was, for her, the joy of a lifetime. Special case number 1 made today unprecedented, and she could barely contain herself. She asked breathlessly if a certain someone would be playing today. Jane's eye twitched at the royal enthusiasm. The princess's joy curdled into annoyance. That strange noble faction her brother had built was just like the palace days, and Special Case Number One's duel loomed over everything. Jane laid it down clean. This kid was under his personal care. Someone up top had personally cleared him for evaluation, and that meant the rest of the field needed to step in line. But the little princess from Dresden caught the weight of that word, and her eyes went wide, because a personal evaluation meant someone bigger than the academy itself had their eyes on this tournament. Jane walked it off like it was nothing, halo of sweat the only tell, while the princess stared after him wondering what exactly she'd just stumbled into. Even she couldn't quite believe he'd said it out loud. So the princess drifted after him down that sunlit path, the crown on her head heavier than it had been a minute ago. That golden tiara caught every ounce of light, and beneath it, a slow, knowing smile, like a kid who just realized she was watching something far bigger than a school tournament. Simon Valencia stood in the tunnel beneath the arena, arms crossed tight, sweating through his skull-pinned blazer, every reason he shouldn't be here written across his face. Up top, Kami and Dick flanked him, three backs to a wall of monitors showing a crowd so big it swallowed the arena whole. Dick turned with that warm, closed-eye grin and broke the silence. Only one match today was worth watching, and it was theirs. A beat passed, just the ghost of a sentence and a thin curved line, nothing else. Simon stared flat into nothing, a Korean boring floating off his temple. So the three of them stood there on bare white tile, and Simon finally dropped the verdict. He put his bet down too. Mid-fight, the page wipes to a title card, chapter divider. His annoyance cracked into something sharper, mouth open mid-protest. Meanwhile, Kami clasped her hands over a swirly purple dizzy backdrop, dollar signs practically tattooed on her grin. She'd been scheming from the jump. Dick, deadpan beside her, sweated it out as she dragged him in too, and Kami wasn't about to be left out of the betting pool either. Kami pitched herself forward, ribbon-tied hair swinging, cheeks flushed, eyes wide as dinner plates, pure begging energy aimed at Simon. Then she turned it sincere, finding the dark blue-haired boy and telling him straight. He deserved recognition more than anyone standing in that arena today, because he'd worked harder than any of them. Kami's fists clenched at her chest, joy spilling out of her in a single bright cry. Simon laughed, the tension finally breaking, and Dick joined in beside him with that same easy golden-eyed warmth. Our boy squared his shoulders and told them flat out, he was winning this thing, no question about it. But a dark-haired girl cut in from the side, asking him something offhand. Her question trailed into the empty hall, bouncing off those empty blue seats. And a voice answered back from the stands no, he hadn't. Then the light blue-haired Valencia girl locked eyes with Dick and snapped a sharp no-nonsense okay that ended that whole sidetrack cold. Which meant a bright window full of sun and arguing drifted in, somebody calling out about greed, and somebody else getting real defensive real fast. Our boy just smiled at that window, a quiet, knowing little sideways grin, like he'd heard every bit of it and filed it away. Then the camera lifted to open sky, and a voice announced the ritual, both players shake hands. Stone arches, banners, a blank magic scoreboard hanging in the clouds, the arena stretched out massive and waiting. Simon stepped out into the roar, clasped his rival's hand, and called it destiny. They'd been fated to meet in this ring, and the whole crowd heard him say so. Malcolm's reply cut in from below. The blond boy smiled easy and confident, telling the kid there was nothing left to misunderstand. His smirk kept going. Just the grin and the hood and the gold button. Malcolm knew exactly what he was walking into. And our boy read every ounce of it, telling Malcolm straight he already understood, no explanation required. An announcer spread his arms wide and christened the match by full name in class, Simon Valencia versus Malcolm Randolph. Both fighters were ready. Malcolm gripped a polearm across the ring and our boy stood opposite him, fist raised, calm as a man who'd already won. Malcolm raised his weapon high against the open sky, voice cracking with anticipation. He'd been looking forward to this match more than he'd ever admit out loud. Because to Malcolm, this wasn't an evaluation, it was a date with destiny. He swung first. A massive vertical purple blade screamed down on Simon's position with a roar that shook the stone. Which meant it was on because purple magic circles flooded the arena floor, multiplying, overlapping, the whole ground turning into a summoning grid. Simon whispered one word, creation, and the duel stopped being a sword fight. Malcolm noticed. His hooded eyes widened with recognition, asking if Simon was a specialist, and the grin on the dark blue-haired boy told him he already knew the answer. Up in the stands, Dick broke into a cold sweat because he saw what was about to happen. Elizabeth's hand flew to her mouth, calling Simon's name in alarm. Malcolm answered with a taunt, slamming down and daring Simon to last without long-range magic, as if range was ever what our boy needed. But Malcolm's counter came in numbers, a swarm of identical blonde fighters pouring towards Simon from every side, weapons up, surrounding him at point-blank range. Simon took one step forward through the dust, calm as someone walking into his own living room. Bone-colored chains erupted from the ground around him, coiling like a nest, and then blue energy slashes carved straight through every link, shattering the bind in one clean breath. The broken chains and stray energy exploded outward in every direction, and the blonde duplicates staggered at the edges of the blast, drowned by a counter they hadn't read coming. Blue slashes tore across blonde hair and uniform, shredding cloth and ripping through fabric, because the counter didn't miss. Malcolm looked up with wide, sweating eyes and gritted teeth, the fear finally hitting him. He was in it now, and there was no taking it back. Dick Haywood stood his ground in the grand hall, spear in hand, as massive bone-spiked tendrils erupted from the stone around him. A full-scale war zone the duel had become. His weapon met one of the pale spiked appendages head-on, the red flash of impact tearing through the air as Dick refused to give an inch. Swinging wide, Dick carved a pink energy slash through the coil of bone, though somewhere up those stairs a lone figure was watching it all unfold. And there stood Simon, perfectly calm in the middle of the writhing spikes, smirking like the whole arena belonged to him, because tonight it did. But Dick was forced back step by step, teeth clenched, as dark tendrils whipped past his face and the counter he had planned evaporated. Simon raised one hand. Unhurried and fresh purple circles bloomed along every spike, layered enchantment stacking on layered cruelty. Dick called his duplicates out to swarm the construct, but the bone pillar ahead of them dwarfed every copy he could muster, a wall of white spines mocking the odds. A spike came down hard on Dick's circle. That bastard. Then a blue slash ripped clean across the magic formation, debris scattering. Dick dropped to one knee, a spike pinning him through his own array, and the terrible truth hit him. Simon wasn't aiming for him, he was dismantling his magic circle itself. From the stands, Dick barked at Kami to keep the pressure on, and Kami locked in, every nerve firing. There must. Dick froze mid-shout as a tall figure in pale blue stepped between him and Kami. He leaned over Kami, sweating, caught completely off guard. From below, a blonde girl in a tiara declared it loud. His name was worth remembering, Simon Polenshaw. She threw her fists up, cheering, and Dick and Kami could only stare, question marks floating over both their heads. A bespectacled woman sweated through her jacket, torn between relief and dread at what she just witnessed unfold. The blonde boy turned to a tall figure in white, calling him Professor, and asked whether talent and potential had a ceiling, because that kid on the arena floor was shredding through it. The white-coated man only smiled wider, one gloved hand pressed to his chest like a man who'd already won a private bet. The bespectacled woman's jaw dropped open, her eyes blown wide. And that smile carried across a packed coliseum, the professor announcing to the tiered crowd that this genius would be coming home with him, no matter the result. The woman pinched the bridge of her glasses, muttering curses under her breath. Back on the cracked arena floor, a lone blonde survivor crouched low beside his dark blade, the air still thick with smoke and bad luck. But a gloved hand surged with cyan green and violet energy, twisting it into a forming core, a last desperate gamble. Then a swarm of identical blonde fighters poured in from every corridor, uniforms barred with signatures, roaring in unison that they'd end this in one final push. One of them reeled backward from a crimson slash tearing across his chest, but the next brother was already swinging through the gap. Bone spikes erupted skyward beneath the dark-haired boy in the long coat, catching the charging line and detonating them sideways into the stands. Then a red diagonal scar split the sky, a finishing arc tearing through the air. But the dark-haired man stood unharmed in a graveyard of shattered bone and called his battered opponent out for stalling, hunting, waiting to ambush. That blonde attacker grinned through torn cloth, bone growths crawling across his ribs, his eyes sharpening into something predatory. Simon Valencia glanced down, confused, at a green-blue spear tip pressing up against him from beneath the stone. His amber eye blew wide, because whatever had just breached the arena floor he hadn't predicted at all. 3 black claw marks carved the air itself, the kind of slash that only comes when someone means it. Then the arena floor detonated, dust and dark purple magic swallowing whatever was left of Malcolm in one final, merciless blast. Simon stood in the arena dust, staring down at something he didn't understand yet, a flash of green and blue, and a question mark he couldn't answer. Because whatever it was, it made even him freeze. That eye went wide and the breath in his chest caught. Which was the exact wrong moment for the sky to split open. Purple-black claws of force ripped down out of nowhere, and the arena floor detonated in a ring of dirt and shrapnel, the kind of blast that ends careers and lives alike. Up in the stands, 3 hearts dropped at once. Dick gaped. The little crown girl screamed his name, and the half-vampire beside her clapped both hands over her mouth, too horrified to breathe. Which meant the crowd had already written him off, and the blonde attacker standing in his own settling smoke, grinning like he just signed Simon's death warrant, clearly agreed. Every spectator in those stands was thinking the same thing. Even a special admission monster takes a hit from a blast that size. There was no surviving that clean. Except no way. The blonde turned toward the stadium, and his smug little smile shattered, because the crowd was already screaming about something wrong with his math. The dust was full of bone-white fragments, not debris, but pieces of something that had shielded Simon from the worst of it, and the crowd couldn't believe their eyes. He looked uninjured, completely, impossibly uninjured. Simon stood there in the settling haze, calm as a man who'd ordered the explosion himself, jacket crisp, not a scratch on him, the only survivor in a circle of ruin. Then something pale and segmented came slithering out of the debris. Dick's eye met Simon's across the arena, one burning amber slit of predator, the other wide with a fear he couldn't explain. And every nerve in that blonde's body screamed at him to run. Dick's gloved hand trembled mid-reach, his mouth still shaping a boast he'd never finish, and terror flooded him before he understood why. Then the arena floor answered with a shrieking purple sigil, and pale bone tendrils erupted skyward like the fingers of something buried alive. And something dark cracked loose from Simon's bones, a raw blast of purple-black force that ripped through the Colosseum air. Dick staggered as bone shards rained across the field, catching the dark-haired kid dead center with a hit that should have ended any normal fight. But the blonde wasn't done playing God. He was grinning through the dust, cackling that he'd already mapped the exact range of every tendril Simon had. He strutted just past the bone's reach, certain he was safe, certain the broken spine pieces at his feet proved Simon was running dry. Except Simon's bones don't run dry, they redirect. A segmented tail whipped across the Colosseum and caught the blonde clean across the face. Dick's head snapped sideways from the shockwave. Before the crowd could gasp, Simon's spiraling tails launched the blonde airborne, and the sound Simon ripped out of him was pure disbelief, tossed aside like chaff by his own construction. Then down, hard, cracked tiles dust plume, the arena shuddering under the impact. Simon stood calm amid his coiling bone forest, watching a fresh bone fist rocket forward through the smoke, because one hit was never the whole plan. A quiet hum of calculation behind those amber eyes. He raised one hand, fingers open, gaze fixed on the ruined ground ahead, and knew the real damage was just beginning, because his bone was slowly reaching its limit. Simon held his ground at the center of the shattered Colosseum, bone tails still curling in the air around him as the cost of every writhing spike crept up his arms. The strain was real, and it was climbing. From across the tiles, Dick's laugh cracked the dust loud, mocking, convinced. But the real game starts now. Simon's eye caught the outburst, and behind his calm expression something shifted, anticipation, sharp and hungry, because Dick had just told him exactly what he needed to hear. Dick sat slumped against cracked stone, hood pulled forward, gloves dark against the ruin, the prideful grin already fading into something else. Somewhere behind him, a golden seal stamped with a cursive R took a brutal hit, the wall splintering inward like it was hiding something nobody was supposed to find. Dark purple-black tendrils punched out of that broken wall and hurled him backward through the debris, because Dick had just cracked open something far worse than a hiding spot. Up in the stands, the tiara girl lit up in crackling blue lightning, fists clenched, screaming how that treasure could possibly be in the hands of a gangmaster's son. She knew what Dick had just unleashed, and she was terrified. Through the dust, a dark-armored figure landed heavy on the cracked stone, red cape snapping, and the laughter rolling out of that helmet wasn't fear. It was someone who had been waiting for exactly this. The chest plate caught the light, gauntlet flexing, dust still curling off the plating like the armor itself was breathing. Long dark hair whipping behind the helm, the figure swung, a white slash carving clean across the cracked wall, and the full silhouette of Dresden's royal armor stood, revealed in the ruin. A panicked voice cracked from the crowd. That was Dresden's. Somebody's stupid brother had just kicked the hornet's nest. And the crowned girl looked up in awe, mouth open, calling Simon's full name across the arena, because the heir to Dresden had just stepped into his duel. The heir of Dresden planted himself in Simon's dust with one palm raised, grandstanding, karma, he called it, vengeance for a rejected offer, while the bone magic kid behind him just blinked a confused sweat drop. He owned it too, grinning inside that royal helm, threw a challenge on top of the grudge, because a prince who'd fly across a continent for payback doesn't show up without making it interesting. Behind Simon, his dark-haired classmate kicked a pair of skeletons into scrap mid-stride. Simon heard it all and smiled, claws raised, eager. Which suit is better? This man was trying on the armor as a fashion question. Purple-black aura burst to life around those clawed gauntlets, the bone knight ready to rise. Face to face, red cape against white armor, Simon bared his teeth and dared the prince. Come at him with everything. Dresden's helm snapped sideways. No hesitation, no posturing, just a blur of plume and red cloth and the sound of a cape cutting air. That blur became a fist, cinder-heavy and screaming forward, aimed straight at the kid's skull, the prince throwing the first real punch of his life. A curved blade met white claw-tip mid-swing, steel kissing bone edge. Then the gauntlet hit. A red-white flash detonated the frame, the sound eating everything around it. Simon's head snapped sideways, neck wrenched by the blow, and every watcher in that coliseum felt the air leave the arena with him. He threw defense out the window. All in was the only play. The overhead shot made it clear. Two tiny figures tearing each other apart in the sand, and the whole coliseum screaming woe. Up close it looked even worse. Dresden loomed huge, dark hair streaming, red cape snapping, fist cocked back like a verdict already written. He'd bone-armored through Blue Harbor before, but this was a battle of attack, and it seemed like they'd end up buried under it. Except this time the kid flexed something new, strengthened the muscles, defend himself. Dresden answered with a horned helm and a teal claw swinging down in a blur. The strike hit dirt, kicking up a plume of dust where Simon should have been. Then the teal gauntlet caught him from behind, locking him in a full Nelson he couldn't muscle out of. Simon thrashed in the grip, shouting in disbelief. The prince had him dead to rights and wasn't letting go. Dresden leaned in close, gauntlet raised, daring him. Think he could win like this? But Simon wrenched free and bolted across the dirt, leaving the prince with a stunned, empty grip. The prince's roar chased him down the arena, a coward. Him. Running was the whole plan. Dresden snarled, frothing at the mouth, calling him a crazy son of a bitch for making the heir of Dresden look that stupid. The armored prince stomped after him, red cape snapping with every furious stride. Simon glanced back, eyes wide, because something about that armor had just changed. The knight seized his own arm, the plate locked frozen against the joint, no longer a fist but a cage he couldn't open. A white-purple bone slash had grazed the gauntlet, and now the royal heir, top 10 Dark Alliance, deadliest suit in the kingdom, couldn't move his own sword hand. Simon didn't give him time to process it, planting a brutal kick square into the prince's chest. The armored giant staggered backward, boots dragging furrows in the dirt. The prince roared from under his cloak, voice cracking between fury and something closer to fear. His own body was turning against him. Those gauntlets weren't just frozen. Bone had grown through the joints, fused into the metal, his armor now a prison. Because Simon had stacked his suit on top of the royal one, two armors fighting for the same arm, and the prince stuck in the middle. Our boy stood in the archway with his hands in his pockets, laughing like he'd just gotten away with something delicious. The prince's eye twitched behind his helm, the rest of his face gone rigid with hate. Simon closed the distance, fist cocked, and drove it clean into the frozen gauntlet's elbow. White glove against dark plate, and the crack rang out like a bell. Pain bled through the armor joint, because the suit was no longer answering to its wearer. A shudder rolled across the arena, dust and debris lifting skyward as the bone-fused gauntlet finally gave. Simon stood in the archway holding a torn strip of cloth, already planning what he was going to wear next. Nobody in that arena knew it yet, but the duel was about to flip on its head. Our boy came in mid-strike, clawed gauntlet leading, scarf tearing through the dust, because that bone armor wasn't just for show. The punch landed like a verdict and the whole crowd felt it. Insane. One clean hit, no debate. Spires and red flags watched the shockwave roll across the sky. Simon stood in the courtyard afterward, bandaged fist still raised, daring anyone to call it luck. Because somewhere in that dying sky, the next nightmare was already watching. Dick Haywood broke the silence first, naming the two things Simon was built for, restoration and control. Kami just stared, half horrified, half awed. Dick caught himself grinning, then laid it out. The bone armor hadn't just tanked the hit, it had frozen his whole opponent in place. And Kami's little pink-haired partner, Erzabet, popped up wide-eyed at the carnage. But Malcolm hadn't quit. A blast of blue-violet energy caught the Black Knight square in the chest and launched him into the arena wall, armor screaming against stone. He shoved himself upright, shaking, the horned helm snapping forward as every curse he had left poured out at once. Damn it, damn it, damn it all, you damn bastard. Simon stood in the settling dust, jaw set, one hand white-knuckled around a fragment he'd pried free because he had sworn to himself, no matter what it took, he would not lose this one. And now that bastard across the sand was completely unarmed. There was no way he could withstand what came next. So Malcolm did the only thing his corner had left. He hurled a poison bottle, glass and skull-marked venom blazing towards Simon, screaming that he'd make him regret every bone he'd attached to his body. The knight cradled the rest of his cursed glass against his chest, reading his enemy like a book, certain he had the rhythm of every move figured out. Simon answered the taunt in person, spitting a shard from his mouth, sweat running, daring the armored man to try. Which was when a bone-spiked whip cracked across the sand at Malcolm's feet, a chain of jagged vertebrae lashing just shy of his greaves. The Black Knight flinched backward, sweat beading on his helm, the swing landing a beat faster than he'd read. The arena wall cratered under the force, decorative shields and hanging banners reduced to shards of stone. The Black Knight was hurled clean off his feet, poison bottles scattering from his grip like shed teeth. Simon stood alone on the dusty floor, back to the viewer, calm as a man taking a walk, as the bone-spiked whip stretched across the arena behind him. Dust swirled around its base where it had carved through stone and night alike. The remaining poison bottles smashed together mid-flight, glass splitting apart, and neutralizing the toxic payload before it could find a target. A massive yellow-orange detonation tore across the pale sky, the shockwave ripping outward in a bloom of raw power. Two figures stood small against the pale stone arena, a blonde and white beside a shorter orange-haired companion, as a massive bone tendril arced overhead toward the pink-spired castle behind them. Debris rained from above, and a sick, strained sound cut through the aftermath. Then came the sharp, clean slice of a cutting sound, a single blade stroke through the silence. The armored knight tumbled through the air, upside down, red cape streaming behind him in a long dark arc, and far below Simon's lone silhouette watched him fall. Simon stood with his eyes closed, face utterly calm, and flicked the crumpled cloth from his black-gloved hand. A quiet dismissal. A massive spiked bone tendril crashed into the arena floor at his feet, the impact punching red and white through the dust as debris sprayed upward, and the whole Colosseum shook. A vertical white-blue energy slash tore clean through the ground, brown rock and dust erupting skyward from the gouge. Simon stood with amber eyes steady, a bone tendril curling at his shoulder, the arena spires rising behind him, and a hexagonal box overhead announced the obvious. The match was over. The official verdict, the winner Simon Valencia Class A. Then the scene cut to a dim, gray-bricked room where a dark-coated figure lingered at the edge of the frame, and the only sound was a long, loaded silence. Simon spotted the Dresden prince in the corridor and opened with a courtesy greeting, "Hello, Sunby." The crowned boy stared back, arms crossed and smirking, one word hanging between them like a thrown gauntlet, "You." Simon kept his hands in his pockets and confirmed the obvious. He just finished his dual evaluation. The prince's response came sharp and incredulous. Did he even realize what he'd done? Andre's fist drove into the stone wall, cracking it clean, and the boy bared his teeth like a dog who'd been bit. He swung again at the ruined masonry, snarling that Simon should have known better the instant he saw Dresden armor, because no one was supposed to put the symbol of the royal house down in such a lowly brawl. Simon held his ground and answered that he, the Dresden royals, and Malcolm were on the same side of this, so swallow the pride already, because surrendering wasn't in the cards. The prince's composure shattered, mouth open, hand white-knuckled at his collar, fury pouring out of him like steam. Simon found the whole tantrum the most nonsensical thing he'd ever heard, apologized anyway, and admitted he genuinely couldn't parse why beating a dual opponent humiliated an entire royal bloodline. This was Kizan, Simon reminded the prince, so the crown boy should act accordingly and not throw tantrums at a school. Defeating the armor was his duty as a Kizan student, and giving that armor to the Black Knight had been the prince's own call. The blonde royal could only gape, "What?" because Simon had just dared to lecture a prince about family honor. Simon squared his shoulders and bit back at the furious prince, refusing to let royal outrage bully him into silence. But the boy in the crown wasn't getting the last word. His little sister was already glaring down at him, scandalized by his outburst. Princess Molly wasn't having it. How much more disgraceful did her brother plan to be, shouting in a public hall like a spoiled child? Andre stammered, blindsided by his own sister's arrival. Andre's composure cracked, smiling through sweat, scrambling to explain handing stolen armor to a gang leader's son. Molly cut him down with one cold truth. He was the one humiliating the royal brother, pretending it was the family's will. Andre seized his sister's wrist, stammering it was a misunderstanding, but the princess had already turned the corridor against him. Our boy's eye narrowed. What punishment did the Black Knight suffer because of this prince losing his armor? Andre's nerve broke completely, threatening to drag the whole disgrace before their father in front of foreign vassals. Molly's blue eye went ice cold. This wasn't a scolding anymore. It was a princess delivering judgment on her own brother. He grabbed her wrist, begging her not to tell father, but Molly didn't even flinch, calm, untouchable, done. Andre's forced smile said everything his mouth wouldn't, that he knew he'd lost this round the second his sister showed up. Because Molly's calm was the worst kind of punishment, a princess who didn't need to raise her voice. Molly turned that composure on a brown-haired student and named the girl's father, a man working in the Dresden royal garden, out loud in a stone corridor. The brown-haired girl grabbed her own blazer so hard her knuckles went white, trembling as Molly strolled past without even looking back. Andre panicked, scrambling to pin the blame on the girl who dragged Kizan into this. Anything but his own mistake, face dripping sweat as he choked out a frantic denial. Then Molly promised Neftis a full apology and the truth behind this whole incident, and the brown-haired girl's fury cracked wide open at the sheer nerve of it. Somewhere nearby, Simon caught a pale hand reaching for his own, a quiet anchor in all this royal wreckage. Because Molly had name-dropped Neftis and the Talhern Empire, and our boy stood in that corridor, hearing every word, knowing this wasn't over. Andre lunged after her through the stone corridor, calling her name, but Molly kept walking, serene, untouchable, done listening. Her eyes snapped wide. That was the sound of a princess choosing violence. Steele sang once as Molly came around swinging. The slash kept coming, red arcs carving the air, because baby brother had babbled his last nerve clean out, and Molly answered with the blade. A torn scroll hit the tile at her feet. She told him to shut up, told him Dresden had already buried itself past 1 or 2 apologies, and she wasn't here to dig it out for him. Andre stood red-cheeked, blazer crisp, pride bleeding, forced to choke out Simon Falench's name like it tasted of ash, while his sister's command to stay silent rang in his skull. Simon raised both hands toward the princess, bowing his head on behalf of his brother, on behalf of Dresden, the whole royal house bending its knee in a corridor. Somewhere off-panel, a boy panicked. Molly just flushed and kept her eyes down. The princess closed her eyes, weight dragging her gaze to the floor, a crown heavy with the mess her brother had just made of their name. 3 figures filed down the long stone corridor toward the door, the prince, his sister, and a brown-haired girl trailing behind like a witness. The princess didn't look back. Then, a single word and the Dresden royals exited Simon's life for now. Simon stood there, amber eyes wide against the gray, every thought caught between his ears and unable to land. He exhaled slow, shoulders dropping under the blazer, the kind of tired that comes from winning a fight you never wanted. A week later, the smoke hadn't cleared, not really, it just moved somewhere else. A blood-red sky bled over black mountains, and somewhere off-panel a voice was trailing off, "Guys, I really enjoyed meeting you, and the kind of goodbye nobody asks for." Group 7 stood in the wreckage, Simon front and center with a sweat drop on his jaw, Kami tense to his left, Dick smiling like he already knew the punchline, and Malin burning a low flame in her palm. Nobody was done talking yet. But the undead had heard enough. Bones and ogres ringed them in a tightening circle, and Malin's "Can you shut up, please?" was aimed at groaning that didn't take requests. The sky itself looked sick, pale, washed out, fading into black tree-line below. Then the clouds bled red over a mountain ridge, and somewhere onomatopoeia screamed the title card for what was coming. Simon stood in the middle of that clearing, sweating, with Kami glancing back, Dick grinning like an idiot, and a blue-haired teammate holding a flame ready. A full ring of shambling dead closed in around them, skeletons flanking their master, and somehow, impossibly, one of the corpses found the breath to thank Simon for ending it. A bystander immediately begged it to shut up. But to understand how 4 students ended up surrounded by grateful undead, you had to rewind a week, back to a sunlit study room after the dual evaluations. Dark blue-haired boy sat at the head of a round wooden table, nodding yes, with Neftis across from him and Simon's back to the viewer, while a skeletal vine creature curled across the wood between them. Simon stared up blankly as Neftis short-circuited, goggles sliding up her head, question marks orbiting her, because the project proposal on the table was zombies. Dark blue-haired boy sweated through a nervous, "Why yeah," knuckles white on the skeletal vine, fully aware he just detonated a bomb in the room. Simon grabbed his skull in a full panic yell, while Neftis leaned in beside him grinning like she'd just been handed Christmas. Dark blue-haired boy pushed on in profile, where exactly, and dropped the location. At the end of Professor Aaron's zombie class, something was waiting. Simon wordlessly held up a handwritten "run" sign behind Neftis's bright, oblivious smile, dead-eyed with dread, as she chirped at 11. Cut to Professor Aaron himself, papers in hand, as Neftis hovered behind him trying to explain badly that something definitely was not her fault. And that was how Simon ended up here, a dead forest of blackened branches under a bleeding red sky, thorns clawing the foreground. Our boy stood in profile, already sweating, lined up with classmates in uniform, because Professor Aaron's field trip had officially gone to hell. Nobody in that dead forest knew it yet, but this field trip was about to turn into a graveyard. The skeletal reaper had brought them here on purpose. This rotting paradise was exactly where the Legion's prince liked to hunt, and fear wanted the boy to find him. Our boy stared ahead, deadpan, taking that in. Just like his name, he didn't love the sound of that. Kami, watching from somewhere nearby, just giggled. She clearly wasn't taking any of this seriously. Before the dread could settle, a sharp voice cut through the gloom. Boots on broken dirt, coat sweeping the dust, their professor had arrived, commanding the silence like he owned it. The students froze. That was Professor Aaron, their lecture hall professor, standing in this nightmare, calling it Deathland. He raised one hand, lazy as anything, like he hadn't just dropped them into a death trap for homework. Fingers flexed, and magic ripped through the dirt, rock and bone shattering midair, shaping the ground like clay. Up on the cliff, a pale Gothic academy loomed under a bruised red sky. Aaron's lecture echoed. In this place, the dead didn't rot, didn't decay, didn't follow the natural order of things. Which meant one thing to any necromancer in earshot: this land was a buffet, the perfect hunting ground, the paradise. Their smirking classmate laid it out for them. This was a group project. And our boy, wearing the most unhinged grin his face had ever made, fired off the assignment: bring him the ultimate summoned zombie. Malin, grinning behind him, was already on board. Simon dropped the theatrics and got to work. Natural undead wouldn't cut it. They'd need an actual corpse and a summoning circle. Kami teased him for getting way too into it. The blue-haired girl from his house folded her arms, already running the numbers on magic circles and materials. This was happening. The whole class stood beneath a blood-red sky, looking up at the professor who had just made a graveyard their classroom. Obedient voices rang out across the field, every student ready to dive headfirst into a graveyard assignment. Our boy Simon pulled the core team into a tight huddle. Him, Kami, Malin, and the blonde kid, skulls bent together against that bleeding sky, plotting their perfect zombie. He sighed, eyes shut, a single sweat drop rolling down his temple, already regretting whatever chaos they had just agreed to. Dick unrolled his notes and broke the huddle, telling the blue-haired Valencia girl they should move on. The territory was vast, and the odds of stumbling onto anything useful were slim. Kami's jaw dropped and the blue-haired girl went pale, the two of them suddenly realizing just how deep into enemy territory they had wandered. Near a crumbling brick wall, Neftis covered her face, while two classmates huddled over a rolled map beside her, none of them exactly radiating confidence. Kami admitted she was a little scared, but found comfort in sticking together, and the blue-haired girl puffed up, daring anyone to look down on a Kizan necromancer. Then everything cut to white, and the wasteland they'd been promised was gone, replaced by Gothic towers and arched windows beneath that cursed red sky. The class stood frozen at the threshold of a stone archway, staring up at towering ruins, every single one of them thinking the same thing. This was not the barren wasteland the textbooks had warned them about. The blue-haired Valencia girl lingered at a wooden doorframe, eyes darting sideways, every nerve in her body screaming that something was watching. Dick stepped into view from the edge of the frame, and the two girls gawked at him as he insisted, with full dignity, that he was not completely clueless about what they had just walked into. Sweat beading on his temple, Dick pressed a finger to his chin, mind racing, and the girls refused to let him stall, demanding answers now. The dark blue-haired classmate cut in from behind, eyes wide. He had a theory about the evaluation, and something about this place wasn't adding up. Dick's golden eye narrowed, the empty speech bubble doing all the talking. Whatever that classmate just said, it had hit a nerve. So this cursed ground beneath that bleeding sky was once the heart of the Talhern Empire, a city of towers and stone walls, now reduced to ember and ruin. And yet the emperor himself escaped the fall of the capital, slipping out under cover of that monstrous moon with only a handful of loyal shadows at his back. Because surrender was never an option, his skeletal legions kept marching through the flames, hunting for any ground where Kizan's invasion couldn't follow. That ground turned out to be Deathland itself, where the last sovereign of a dead empire planted his crown and raised his banner, gambling everything on a stronghold the living world had long forgotten. The territory answered to a blade master of the old empire, and an army stood ready to defend it. Dick picked up the thread, laying it out plain. Kizan hadn't come to negotiate, they'd come to crush the empire completely. Which is exactly why this place is on every list of the 10 great mysteries of the continent. Bizarre phenomena, layered dark magic, and a curse that keeps the dead standing for centuries. The blue-haired Valencia girl paled at the weight of it, and Erzsébet quietly pointed out the obvious. If the emperor had actually reached Deathland alive, history might have ended very differently. Erzsébet tightened her grip on her tie, the old empire's fate suddenly feeling a lot less like a lecture and a lot more like a warning. The dark blue-haired classmate agreed with a quiet, uneasy nod. That's true, hanging in the air, followed by a silence that said even more. Which is when Dick dropped the real bomb. They were standing in the middle of it, and whatever happened next counted toward the evaluation. He scanned the ruined rooftops under that red sky and asked the only question that mattered. Shall we start by searching the city? He was already moving, squinting through a fogged window for any sign of movement, while a darker figure waited in the shadows of the room behind him. The dark blue-haired boy leaned over the railing to warn Kami below, mouth open in alarm, and whatever he'd just spotted turned her pointed ears toward him fast. Dick's fist clenched at a half-open door spilling red light across the floor, and the blue-haired Valencia girl stepped up beside him, ready for whatever came through. So the four of them crowded around a heavy wooden table inside, the whole room exhaling a single tense sigh, as they braced themselves for what Deathland was about to throw at them next. The blue-haired Valencia girl squared up to the door, jaw set, and volunteered for the worst job in the room, opening it herself. She pulled it open, red light spilled through, and something inside lashed straight for her before she could blink, dark tendrils snapping out of the dark like hooked wire. They caught Malin by the throat. Her scream was a choked-off, teeth-bared thing, and someone's voice tore through the room screaming her name. The vines dragged her down hard, yanking her toward whatever waited behind that door. A pale hand gripped the handle and eased the door open, but whatever waited on the other side was already moving. Malin had half a heartbeat to register the shape before bark, and rot lashed straight at her throat. The wood-like tendril clamped around her neck and slammed her back against the door, and the sound she let out was pure, ugly fear. Before anyone could react, she was ripped backward through the air, yanked clean off her feet and into the room's black belly. Simon lunged for her with everything he had, fingers stretching toward her, her name tearing out of him because watching and not acting was not something his body knew how to do. The wooden claw came down from above and claimed her anyway, swallowing her whole in the frame as she screamed. Dick hit Simon sideways like a linebacker, hauling him back from the same grip that had just taken Malin. Because one grab was tragedy, two was a death sentence. Dick was already moving, boots hammering the floor. Purple mana coiled around his outstretched hand as he snapped the trigger word, the enchantment flaring to life right on cue. Through the shattered window they could see the shape of what they were up against, and Dick laid it out flat, trapped if this kept going, and yeah, that was exactly the nightmare he was picturing. The other side of the door answered with a chorus of snarls, pale faces, glowing eyes, and hands already testing every inch of the wood. Simon planted both hands on the back of a chair and exhaled once, calm settling over him like a switch had flipped. All right, he'd play this one out. The first one showed up at the window, that awful grin stretched ear to ear, and somebody started the countdown. 2. The Valencia girl clutched her collar white-knuckled, and right beside her Kami stood frozen mid-breath, bat wings tight against her back. Then the barricade exploded inward. Splintered wood, reaching hands, those pale dead faces pouring through the gap with nowhere left to hide. Simon and Dick braced the last chair against the swarm, shoulders pinned to wood, teeth clenched. Simon barked the cue and threw the barrier forward like a battering ram. Full commitment, no looking back. He hurled the chair straight into the horde, smashing it across snarling faces, buying half a second of chaos to run. That half second was enough. The Valencia girl bolted, Kami on her heels, Simon cutting the gap behind them through the stone corridor, and every one of them knew, don't stop. Dick sprinted flat out through the panicked crowd, boots hammering cobblestone. Then Malin answered the swarm with fire and crimson fury, a rolling wall of blast that lit the ruins orange. Dick, Malin, Kami, and the dark-haired boy stood back-to-back in a cobblestone plaza under a blood-red sky, surrounded on every side, flame and red blast crashing into the endless tide of groaning dead. Dick gritted his teeth, drew steel, and carved a clean white arc through the nearest zombie, one less, 1,000 to go. He held the line beside his teammate, sword leveled at a street packed wall to wall with undead, and the dark-haired boy shouted that more were spilling in from the front, that this had tipped clean past hopeless. They were surrounded, crimson sky overhead, nowhere to fall back to. Two pale, blood-smeared corpses clawed through a window Kami had sworn was clear, and she hit the deck shrieking. Dick spun on the sound and his face went white. That was their safe house, the one they just swept top to bottom. Malin threw herself over Kami and hauled up her pentacle shield, catching the lunge on glowing gold while fire streaked past the gap she'd left open. Back to back, the two girls braced as a wall of orange flame and black smoke swallowed the street behind them, a tall armored shape flickering somewhere deep inside it. Orange flame slashes tore across the sky, and then a voice cut through the chaos. Simon, they needed a place to breathe, even just for a heartbeat. But the dead walked straight through the inferno like it wasn't there. Fire meant nothing to meat that had forgotten how to burn. Kami pointed past Simon's shoulder with wide red eyes, sweat rolling down her cheek, screaming that something worse was coming. An overhead view showed the courtyard turning into an oven, sweeping waves of orange flame, crawling dead scattered across the stones, and 3 students standing dead center with nowhere left to fall back to. Then the ground erupted in a column of blood-red fire, and bodies pinwheeled backward through the blast. Dick cupped a hand to his mouth and shouted for the group to follow him, already backing toward a side passage while the dark-haired boy and Kami covered the retreat. One corpse lunged, but the students were already gone, boots hammering the floorboards under that bruised red sky. Kami snapped a kick into a crawler's chest and sent it skidding, her face caught between terror and the grim satisfaction of something that needed to die. More of them dragged themselves across the planks, a cloaked corpse clawing forward on broken fingernails. The dark-haired boy turned and froze, because the smoke overhead had thickened into something that looked almost like a shape. Malin cried out as skeletal hands closed around her waist from behind, and Dick whipped toward her, already too far to reach in time. Simon wheeled back through the smoke, jaw tight, and owned it was him, whatever came next. A voice cut in from nowhere, "Hey, Simon, whatever he's planning, they needed to move now." Dick glanced back, sweat beading, warning Simon the swarm was still pouring from the front. Behind him, Malin and Kami stood with Simon, civilians crowding a doorway behind, every hand about to matter. So they linked up, wrists seized first, then fingers locking tight across the stone floor beside a coil of skeletal spines, bone scraping bone in a desperate clasp. Which meant they jumped together. Simon, Dick, and Erzabet's winged form plunged through a red-orange void, door open, gravity swallowing the three of them whole. Because the next instant the void erupted. Skeletal serpents and bone spikes twisted through the space like a living cage, and somewhere in the chaos, a stunned voice cracked, "Whoa." 1 second slower, and they'd have been buried alive inside it. Above the carnage, townspeople piled against a stone ledge, hands clawing upward, every face begging for another way out. Dick flashed a reckless grin against the red sky and called for one more jump, then caught the terrified "huh" of whoever wasn't ready. A blast of blue-purple magic tore through the dark, and a scream began to rise beneath it. Voice over the chaos, over the roof, "Get ready." Then Malin and Dick were airborne, tumbling past jagged bones and rings of light, falling toward whatever waited below. But the ceiling was the last thing on their minds now. A purple blast tore upward through it, and a voice shouted that it might just work. Dick and Malin came down hard, crashing onto a wooden floor together with a strangled scream. Red impact burst around them. They'd made it through, but landing clean was a whole other fight. Except Kami hadn't made it down with them. She clung to the rooftop edge by her fingertips, bat wings flared in panic, crying out as someone shouted her name from above. Then a hand caught her wrist before gravity won. A dark sleeve, a pink sweater, a red jolt of motion, and an apology hung in the air for startling her. Simon pulled her onto solid stone and knelt beside her, asking if she was hurt. She shook her head, voice shaking but alive, and breathed out that Simon was the reason she still was. Which meant the relief lasted about half a second, because Simon was already on his feet telling everyone they had to move, right now, no time to breathe. Dick wiped sweat from his forehead with the world's most awkward grin and broke the news gently. The horde below had heard the noise and was already lurching their way. Kami blinked, processing, caught somewhere between relief and dread under that blood-red sky. And sure enough, 2 of them were already on the move, ragged, barefoot, groaning their way along the cobblestones like the dead don't need a reason, only a direction. Up above, a crimson sky stretched over jagged peaks and a silhouetted castle, and Dick barked the only sensible order left, new position, now. The 3 of them stood small against the rooftop tiles below that wounded horizon. 3 figures on the rooftop edge, a black bubble approving the chaos. Dick stood there in his red coat, smirking like a man who'd already survived worse this week, one hand held out casual. Then a gaunt, hollow-eyed man in a white shirt joined him at the ledge, fangs glinting as the horde below filled the street, and the man flatly replied he was busy, which, in Deathland, was its own kind of warning. The gaunt man stared down at Dick, hollow eyes narrowing on the one name he hadn't expected, Magnus, dragged into this mess too. But whatever the kid wanted, the man brushed it off. Bigger prey was already circling, and he didn't have time for rooftop gossip. Below them, the ruined town sprawled under a bleeding sky, and the truth settled in like a stone. The Legion commander was here, fear was here, and anyone with eyes could see why they'd come. But in the silence after, a single vow echoed out across the crimson dark. The Legion would fall, and by their own hands. Somewhere in that blood-soaked horizon, Simon's true self surfaced, blonde hair, one burning red eye, the vampire form he'd buried waking up just in time for a war. Steel sang under a bruised red sky, and somewhere in the dark, two old ghosts were about to start a war. Deep in the stone guts of Deathland, Fear stood with his back turned, red cloak heavy with dust, and told his visitor it was far too loud in here. The gray-haired man in the tailored suit didn't flinch, just let the cigarette dangle and dropped a name like a lit fuse: the Zombie Prince. Beyond the walls, half-timbered roofs bled into a crimson haze, and the suit laid it out clean. Somewhere in Deathland, the prince's body slept, and whoever wore his crown could command every rotting thing in the territory. Every zombie in Deathland, answering to one hand. Fear's hollow grin caught the torchlight from behind the bars. Own the Deathland itself, he crooned, the whole rotten kingdom gift-wrapped. But the skeletal battalion master didn't even glance up. He didn't care about a kingdom. Then a polished black shoe pressed down onto cracked stone, deliberate as a verdict. The gray-haired man planted that shoe on Fear's cloak, pinning him flat, and asked the only question that mattered: didn't he want revenge? His eyes went hard, cigarettes smoldering, waiting for the answer he already knew was coming. Fear tilted his skull back, eye sockets burning pink, and waved the gift aside. But the suit pressed the wound deeper, pointing to a pale, broken young man sprawled on the flagstones, ex-scarred cheeks still glowing with the last dregs of empire. The heir of old Tarhern, he said, dead at their feet. The gray-haired man turned his head with a slow, knowing smile, the drag of steel echoing off the stone, a man who'd already done the math. He turned back to the crimson-cloaked skeleton and laid it out. With that kind of power, they could reshape the world, and Kizan's little rules be damned. Fear's skull split into a grin that had nothing friendly in it. So, what was the old man waiting for? The suit straightened on his cane, voice quiet in the torchlit hall he'd handle the crown. And Fear, for once, just repeated the word back, like he'd finally heard something worth listening to. The stranger shrank, half there, half gone, and laid it out plain. 10 years was long enough to nurse a grudge, and Fear needed to put his regrets behind him. But the skeleton turned, eye socket blazing red, fixed on something neither of them had named yet. The weight of it settled in. Every old ghost turned undead owed Kizan the same blood debt. Round him, red eyes bloomed in the dark like embers catching, an army waiting for the word. Then Fear asked the only question that mattered: why was this man helping him at all, and what did he want when the dust settled? The gray-suited stranger looked up, worn thin by years, and named it clean: a grudge against Kizan, older than either of them. Scene's done. Two grins split the frame, the man's quiet, Fear's savage, and the pact locked into place, revenge signed in red. High above the swarm, our crew held the rooftop. Dick, Simon, the Valencia girl, Kami somewhere in the flood below them, as pale hands clawed at the brick and the dead kept climbing. Dick stared down at the gnashing tide while Malin sagged beside him, cursing whoever designed a test that lasted a week straight. He kicked a ghoul back into the meat of the horde. Simon hauled Kami up over the ledge, and Malin bent double, sucking air, all of them running on fumes and that Chibai Senior's thumbs up. Below them, the mass just kept churning, groaning, piling on itself like a living thing trying to climb out of its own grave. Simon wiped his brow and let it slip. Yeah, this had officially escalated past anything they planned for. He and Kami stood shoulder to shoulder, both frozen, both realizing the horde had changed tactics. 3 of the dead flashed ugly grins and started cheering Kami on like she was the main act, and that was somehow worse than the biting. Malin whipped around with a strangled "what?" while the horde milled beneath them, because a zombie fan club was a new one. Dick held up a floating square of violet black light, the device humming to life, while Malin, Simon, and Kami stared like he'd just pulled a relic from thin air. Grinning that insufferable grin, he flicked it between his fingers and announced it was just a prototype he'd be flogging to the highest bidder once the chaos died down. An off-screen voice cut in 2 words, bright and sure: it was good. Kami's eyes went nuclear, fury radiating off those bat wings, while Malin cowered behind her, thoroughly done with whatever Dick was selling. But the moment of glory collapsed fast. Dick slammed his palm down on Fear's skull-casing control box, screaming for help, and the skeletal commander rattled back a broken, static-laced KKK. So Malin stepped forward, feet planted wide, and the group gave her the green light, a single decisive strike to end the siege. 1 beat of silence, just her shoe on the brick. She bit down hard, jaw set, every ounce of focus narrowing to a point. And then the rooftop detonated, a wall of orange flame ripping outward with a roar that shook the bones of the dead. The blast hurled the silhouette tumbling end over end, while Dick, Malin, the dark blue-haired boy, and fierce skeletons watched the inferno sweep past them. The shockwave kept rolling, red and black thunder streaking through the smoke as the figure pinwheeled on. A cracked, gray-skinned ghoul staggered into frame, shrieking, claws outstretched, swallowed whole by Kami's cleansing fire. Through the haze, Fear's control unit blinked red and shrieked an alarm of its own. The old Reaper clutched the device tight as a fresh wave of flaming undead bore down on him from behind, the horde shrieking louder than the alarm. Then the swarm just dropped. Bodies collapsed mid-charge, piling across the brick, while Fear knelt alone at the edge, the device pulsing in his grip like a heartbeat that had killed them all. A pale hand drew a blade against the rain-dark sky, and the war for the rooftop was just getting started. 4 students huddled in a cracked stone corridor, dust still settling from whatever had just chased them in. A shaky voice asked if everyone was all right, and a distant, frightened yes came echoing back. Dick Haywood was clinging to the wall like a scared cat, sweating bullets, screaming about how terrifying this all was. The blue-haired girl and the pink-haired girl stared up at him, wide-eyed, because the loudest one in the room was losing it the hardest. So the dark blue-haired boy stepped to the center of the broken floor, hands on his hips, and posed the only question that mattered now. What next? Retreat or push deeper into the dark? His voice bounced off the stone, an empty, waiting echo. The blue-haired girl cut in fast, alarm written all over her face. Going back outside meant the horde again. She'd watched her classmates nearly get torn apart up there. But the pink-haired girl clasped her hands together, eyes bright with a desperate kind of hope. If they went further, surely they'd find something, a way out, a weapon. Anything was better than crawling back to the swarm. The dark blue-haired boy grinned, some old camp story fueling his nerve, and turned to Dick with a proposal. Forget retreat, they were going in. And so the 4 of them moved deeper, lanterns swaying in the black, web-draped corridor. Every footstep echoed back twice, the walls breathing dust and old dread. He paused mid-step, chin on his hand, and asked the group what they really thought, because once they crossed this threshold, retreat stopped being an option. A skull pin caught the lantern light, and an unseen voice broke in, old and amused. Zombies were a strange breed among the undead, hard to read, but the prince really was the one pulling their strings. A crown gleamed under a cold blue spotlight, red gems pulsing like a heartbeat. Because the power to command every shambling corpse in Deathland wasn't in a wand or a word, it lived in that little gold circlet. And the boy who wore it, red eyes burning under platinum hair, gloved fist raised like a young king, could link himself to every zombie within range the moment it touched his head. Which meant the horde massing beneath that blood-red fortress wall answered to a single kid. And that kid was somewhere inside these very ruins with them. A blonde girl with a small red horn stood in the courtyard, her back to the viewer, arm outstretched as if presenting an army. Ragged figures filled the stone staircase behind her, silent, waiting, hers to command. That was why she could move them like chess pieces. A blond boy in a red coat pointed forward with the calm authority of someone who'd already won, because in this Deathland he had. An ocean of zombies shambled against the fortress wall, rotting hands clawing at ancient stone. The prince stood with his back to his army, small hand outstretched, commanding every shambling corpse in the valley below without raising his voice. A single fact explained everything: he could dominate zombies. Simon Valencia watched the display and understood the shape of it. In raw terms, this kid was a lesser echo of the Legion commander's own terrifying gift, a budget version of the power that once held Deathland in an iron grip. Look down into that pit, and the math was obvious. With 90% of the undead being zombies, this boy could crown himself the only king the Deathland ever needed. Kami, Dick, and Malin stood shoulder to shoulder at the arena's edge, processing the same impossible question. Was this little tyrant a friend to the Legion, or a death sentence wearing a red coat? Nobody had an answer. Then the context hit, and it was worse than anyone guessed. Back when Richard wore the Legion commander's mantle, this red-coated kid had been one of his most loyal princes, a remnant of the old war, still standing, still dangerous. That truth landed like a ghost light in the dark, a memory of the prince's doing, flickering where it shouldn't be. Old ghosts have a habit of refusing to stay buried. And there he was, the Legion commander himself, a blond boy in a red jacket standing on the parapet of a medieval town draped in red banners, gazing down at a kingdom that still remembered his name. Richard hadn't moved, the town hadn't forgotten, and neither had the prince. Jellin felt it too, a heavy pressure, wrong and sourceless, hanging in the air like a held breath. His mouth opened but nothing came. A trapdoor blew open at the base of a sprawling tree, and Jellin came scrambling out into the red-tinged daylight, dust still clinging to his sleeves, completely lost. Malin crouched over a small kid with purple hair who sat in the grass, calm as anything, while Dick and Jellin hovered close behind, rifles of tension in every shoulder. Jellin's face went pure chibi shock, eyes saucers, jaw dropped, the whole world suddenly way bigger than he'd signed up for. Up ahead, a Gothic stone keep with twin blue-roofed towers punched into that bruised red sky, waiting. Malin's face matched his, wide-eyed, half a word from a scream. And that was only the start of the nightmare. Our boy Simon turned toward the green canopy, voice low, asking what kind of barrier could smother a whole stretch of Deathland this quiet. The castle loomed against a sky of swirling red and drifting pink embers, and the truth settled in. Something up there was dampening magic across miles, swallowing every signal clean. Currently dormant, but whoever rigged it meant for this place to vanish off every map. Then a raw, ragged scream tore across the sky, K-A-H-A, and Simon's amber eye blew wide. Dick was already running, shouting Cammy's name, boots hammering stone, because there was Cammy, kneeling over a maid crumpled face down in black and white. The maid's back was torn open by something with claws, a brutal red gash through dress and apron, and the brown hair pooled around her face wasn't moving. Simon stood beside the blue-haired Valencia girl under that bleeding sky, and she said it plain, whoever this was, they'd been dead a long time. Her profile tightened, a sweat drop tracing her cheek, gaze fixed downward at whatever truth Simon hadn't yet braced for. Because Kami's little maid had been dead long before tonight, and that fact just turned the whole trip on its head. Simon broke the silence with something sharp. Dick cut in with that easy Haywood grin, already steering the conversation toward what came next. And that's when someone shouted up at the sky, because the ember-red clouds had just lit up with something worth looking at. Slumped against a stone wall with blood on his chin, the brown-haired man grinned up at them and asked if this wasn't A+ material. An off-panel voice agreed, best conditions they'd ever had. The four of them stood over him in a tight ring, Kami peeking out from behind the dark blue-haired kid, not a single one of them willing to say the obvious thing first. But the narration in their heads was already colder than that. The man on the ground wasn't a rescue anymore. He was material, and the clock had started. Kami's eyes went wide, sweat beating at her temples, because she understood exactly what that meant. Valencia stepped forward with a flat, serious look, and named it out loud, zombie summoning magic. Her voice carried the weight of someone who knew exactly what they were asking the dark blue-haired boy to do. Then a pale hand slammed down on the man's chest, and the sound cracked across the stone. The dark blue-haired boy knelt with his eyes closed, summoning every drop of focus he had, because this was the essence of what a necromancer actually was. Dick stood over both of them, watching the ritual begin. This is essential for a necromancer. To dissect, to separate into pieces, was the entire point of the craft. A violet circle of runes blazed to life beneath the man's outstretched arms, and the word hanging over it was simple: inevitable. The smoke curled across the tiles as the lesson landed. Raising zombies came in two flavors, and tonight they were about to learn both. Dick's jaw dropped, and the blue-haired Valencia girl beside him went white as a sheet, all three frozen on what the dark-haired boy below was doing. Because the girl lunged forward, mouth open to stop him, but Simon was already crouched over the body, scuttling into position like the ritual was a done deal. Elizabeth hit the stone tiles on trembling hands, the word battlefields rattling through her skull, and the cold truth of it made her flinch. So Dick squared up beside Simon, both of them staring down the glowing circle under that crimson sky, waiting to see what kind of monster their classmate was about to birth. And down those pale hands pressed flat, a purple sigil flared to life beneath the body, the declaration that something was about to be dragged back from the far side. Every formula tied to decomposition got rewritten in a single breath, the old rules thrown out, the new ones slammed in. and the spell kept climbing higher, the circle shrieking toward its peak summit. Dick's hands shot up, voice cracking with warning, because once it activated, the thing's aggression would be cranked to maximum. Which was the exact moment fear staggered into view, skeletal frame swaying like a puppet on broken strings. 4 pairs of eyes locked on the Reaper, dread crawling up every spine in that courtyard. Even fear groaned, hollow, pained, his stitched mouth barely holding shape as the summoning tore at whatever held him together. Then a white slash split the dark, silent, brutal final. And the brown-haired man lurched upright on blood-red earth, rasping the question everyone needed answered: did it work? While Simon, Kami, and the Valencia girl stood behind him with matching faces of dread. A pale finger pointed at a flowering tree. The order was simple: attack that. The man's eyes blew wide, flooding white, and he snapped upright like he'd touched a live wire. Dick, already mid-recoil, bit clean into the trunk face first, splinters exploding off his skull in a dazed, splattering crunch. Because of course that was the first thing to come back, a shoved-at trunk and a hollow knock that echoed wrong through the ruin. Every swing of his arms was muscle memory testing a body that used to be a stranger's. Dick blinked at Simon like a man who had just watched someone restart a lawnmower with their bare hands, and the silence was louder than the spell that got them here. Simon, for his part, was already grinning, the grin of a kid who just made a terrible idea work. Dick yawned like the apocalypse was a scheduled nap, rubbing one eye while the courtyard still reeked of magic. And that yawn earned him exactly what it deserved, face down on tile, drooling, with Malin's boot planted square on his back and a smirk that said she'd been waiting for this since orientation. Kami and Simon watched from behind, trying very hard not to laugh. The smirk didn't last long, because the courtyard answered with a burst of dark magenta light slamming outward, and the brown-haired man staggered back with wide eyes as the shockwave chewed the stones. Dick snapped awake to a, hovering over his head, wide-eyed, the kind of awake that hits you like cold water. And then the price came due. The man who'd just been tested was getting torn apart by the very spell meant to wake him, shirtless, scarred, fangs bared, screaming into the dark red slashes ripping through him. Every face in the ruin went pale at once. The Valencia girl, Kami with both hands clamped over her mouth, Simon frozen mid-breath. Because behind them the reanimation had gone feral and 2 monstrous figures were already lunging, roaring, while Dick howled in pure panic from the ground. And over all of it, one jagged, horrified voice cut through the chaos. There are zombies here too. The blood-red sky over Deathland was about to get louder, because deep beneath that cursed ground, our boy was screaming for backup, begging his skeletal battalion master to come out swinging. Which was a terrible idea, because this wasteland ran on 2 rules: undead kill undead and nobody leaves alive. The zombies already knew what skeletons smelled like, and they were not in a chatty mood. Up at the gate, 4 students stood frozen, the blue-haired Valencia girl gripping her partner's hand tight, a blonde smirker and a bat-winged pink-haired girl flanking them, with the horde pressing close behind. And somewhere above them, a voice was wrapping up a farewell nobody wanted to hear. Our boy's face said everything the words didn't: jaw tight, eyes hard, fully aware that this was about to go sideways in front of everyone he cared about. Which meant the only play left was to back into a circle, draw the enemy in from every direction, and trust that whatever came next hit the horde harder than it hit them. Until the ground itself answered with a crack that made even the dead stop and listen. Dick and Erzabet caught the first hit of something massive slamming down behind them through a curtain of red haze, something big, something skeletal, something that had no business being that fast. Erzabet's face said what words couldn't even start. And then Deathland got its answer. The skeletal battalion master himself crashed in like a meteor, tattered cloak snapping, cyan core blazing, and the horde finally had a reason to be afraid. Kami's hands were clasped tight, nerves eating her alive, a territorial dispute breaking out right on top of them, while beside her the dark blue-haired kid saw only one thing: an opening. Their window had cracked open. But the skeleton standing in those ruins was no simple ally. Towering, hooded, cyan-cored fear loomed over a kneeling bone soldier while onlookers scrambled back in fear. Using him once meant crossing a line no one could uncross. Dick pushed the moment further, eager and open-mouthed, swearing the timing was perfect. The dark blue-haired boy could only stare, sweat drop forming, voice catching on the impossible. The impact hit like a detonation, blue Korean thunder ripping through the red sky. And then Dick was airborne, launched backward, eyes wide, while Simon stood with his arms still extended from the strike. The blue-haired Valencia girl dropped to her knees beside the fallen blonde, voice quiet and steady. Caution, confirmation, fear's name hanging heavy in the air above them both. And Simon, our boy, just smiled, closed eyes and a little blush, like he'd been waiting for that exact moment all along. Then fear chimed in, cute chibi skull, cyan eyes gleaming, reminding everyone they were alive on his account, and promising boy to attack in moderation next time. Dick led the way down the dark corridor, lantern in hand, Malin and Kami falling into step behind him and the dark blue-haired boy. Their boots echoed off the stone, and somewhere overhead, a voice was losing its mind over a skeleton. Dick flashed that insufferable grin, bragging about how cool it all was, until Malin told him to shut it before something killed them. Elizabeth's imagination had already drifted off, posing beside Fear's sword with sparkles and stars, conceding that, yeah, the blade was something special. Back in the corridor, the blue-haired Valencia girl and Kami caught a sharper stench rolling through the dark, maybe because they were outsiders, maybe because something dead was close. The dark blue-haired boy side-eyed the claim, one raised brow doing all the talking. Dick pressed a finger to his lips, hissing for quiet, and both girls froze, Kami's hand clamped over her mouth. All four of them drifted toward the lit doorway at the tunnel's end, Kami catching it first. Someone was out there. Not a classmate, something heavier. More boots answered back. One person couldn't make that much noise. The blue-haired Valencia girl voiced the worry hanging over all of them. What if Hector had wandered into the danger zone alone? One fragile name, one cold possibility, and a warning she barely got out before the air turned warm and wrong. Around the corner, something was already waiting, a small pair of legs in shorts and stockings, standing next to a dark wolf with its teeth bared. Those dark shoes stepped slow and deliberate across the stone, and a voice trailed off mid-question, a kind, as if sizing up what stood in front of him. Dick Haywood stood face-to-face with the boy in the maroon jacket and that ridiculous striped bow, a tiny red bird perched on his crown like a living accessory. The prince held his dark wolf by the scruff and asked, calm as poison, what kind of creature Dick thought he was. But the prince was already walking forward, wolf padding alongside, tongue lolling, unhurried, amused, totally in control of the corridor. Dick's head snapped sideways. Whatever he just heard hit him like a slap. Then the voice filled the hall, "My name is Prince," and the dark declared itself. Simon stood beside Dick, Malin, and a trembling Elizabeth as a monstrous shape lunged at them from the shadows. Dick's scream tore through the corridor, and everything became teeth. "I'm the ruler of Dhland," the creature's voice rumbled through close hide and bone. Dick's red eye caught the torchlight, wide and unblinking, a thin trail of blood marking his cheek, the look of a boy who just realized he was outmatched. Malin whipped her head back, sweat beading at her temple, the word ruler, leaving her lips like she couldn't believe her own ears. Her knees buckled and she hit the stone, hands splayed flat, gasping, ridiculous. And the dark blue-haired boy crashed down beside her, shouting her name like he could pull her back up by sheer volume. Dick reeled backward, one hand clamped over his nose as the stench hit, the smell. And Kami crouched in front of him, mouth covered, eyes wide, hissing both their names at once. The dark blue-haired boy turned sharp at a voice from nowhere. You're holding up really well," and froze, the compliment landing like a threat. The crowned blonde boy tilted his chin up with a sly grin, remarking how familiar the group must be with the stench of corpses. On the stone floor, a sickly gray creature lay sprawled and lifeless. A massive dark claw slammed down and hurled the dark-haired boy backward through the air. Below, the prince's voice cut through the chaos. "Fear, that's the kid we're looking for." And the boy's gasp of disbelief echoed off the walls. A white skull with blazing blue sockets filled the frame, snarling downward with one jagged word, "You are." The dark-haired boy braced on the clawed hand, while below him stood the crowned prince in his red jacket. From above, the skull unleashed a roar that shook the stone, screaming Prince through drool and fury. Dick threw his head back, furious that fear dared attack him, knowing exactly who he was. A voice off-panel named the dark-haired boy as Richard's son, and another demanded he stop wasting time and enlist. The dark-haired boy stood stiff in the dim stone room, while the prince extended a hand toward him, sizing up the resemblance to his father. The prince's eyes shut in a calm, exasperated sigh. Then his face went slack, realizing what the test ahead actually meant. Fear towered over a separate brawl, his tattered robe dripping blood, cyan ribs glowing cold, 20 minutes minimum to reach them, the countdown already ticking. And the question that came with it was worse. How long could their contractor even last? Fear's skull snapped toward a single target, sweat-cold fury bleeding through the bone. That word "you" was aimed like a blade. But the test had already begun. A tiny crowned girl with bat wings threw her fist up and announced it herself. Which meant Richard's son turned to face the smiling dark-haired girl, her closed-eye grin dripping menace from every fold of that bow tie. He bared his teeth in shock, and every anime fan in chat knew that grin was a death flag. Stone cracked under the impact. The boy braced wide, arms thrown out, while behind him the small winged figure went airborne from the blow. His head snapped back, dust raining down. One hit and he knew it, the jagged thought carving through him. If I get hit, it's over. She was already inside his guard, a blur of motion, the boy's grimace frozen mid-recoil as the blonde figure blurred into his space. Sound screamed across the frame. And that grin widened, teeth bared, hungry. The tiny crowned girl cocked her fist, eyes blazing red. She threw the punch. The prince's boot slammed down hard on wet stone, a sick red impact blooming across the panel, debris scattering like the fight had been nothing to him. Then silence, a gray, empty breath between heartbeats. He glanced back over his shoulder with a smirk, pastry still perched on his head, a question dying on his lips, swallowed by curiosity. Polished shoes stepped onto cold stone beside an abandoned spear, and the prince hummed to himself, considering whether the weapon was even worth the trouble. 5 skeletal warriors materialized around Simon, spears and blades raised in salute, their blue-eyed sockets fixed on their commander for orders. Their commander, the title still fresh, still costly. 2 of them lunged without waiting, swords drawn, closing the distance in a blur of motion lines and reckless faith. The prince didn't flinch, stood there calm as a coffin lid, eyes closed, bone blades swinging down on either side of him. When the dust cleared, he hadn't moved. Broken bone lay scattered at his feet, and the skeletons were already gone. He looked down at the wreckage with weary disappointment, voice flat. He had expected more, and the proof was lying in pieces around his socks. But then the smirk returned, sharper now, as a giant skeletal skull behind him split apart from his own counter. That all Simon had. His shoes settled amid the bone dust, motion lines fading, the aftermath of a massacre that lasted seconds. From the low angle, his clenched fists and maroon shorts filled the frame, and behind him a blue-haired figure in uniform knelt on broken stone, stunned. And floating between them, disbelief echoed, was it really over? Simon slumped forward against cracked rubble, lifeless, one hand dangling toward the ground. Below him, a small blonde with a bear clip reached up toward his falling body, the commander of the Legion, unmade. The blonde stared up in shock, skin gone gray under a bleeding red sky, and the words tumbled out of him, Commander of the Legion. A title card flared across the page, Necromancer Academy and the Summoning Genius, and a shadowy claw reached toward a red-coated figure through smoke and debris, the hunt not yet finished. The kid was out cold, slumped against cracked stone, completely still, while the blond boy with the tiny crown stood over him, speaking into that blood-red sky. And the brat wasn't here to gloat. He wanted something because that little word commander meant Simon held a title this crown-wearing punk needed. Simon's fist tightened at his side, debris still falling around him. The boy raised his hands and purple magic circles bloomed between them. A spell, arrogant and unhurried, like a kid playing with matches in a powder room. But the stone floor had other plans. Massive skeletal centipede constructs ripped through the chamber walls and shattered every circle mid-cast. The blond boy watched jagged, spike-covered bone tails surge up around him, dark impact text booming through the hall. Those wide red eyes told the whole story. He had not expected this from a man he thought was already done. Simon rose behind one of those bone constructs, amber eyes locked on, the line landing clean. But that's as far as it goes. The boy tilted his head at the skeletal tail still writhing above him and gave a flat little genuinely recalculating. Those half-lidded red eyes and flat mouth said it all. The prince was no longer mocking. He was measuring. Simon leaned in, sweat on his brow, grin turning greedy. I want it. And that crown was exactly what he meant. But the boy's first move was a question. Why are you hostile towards me? Like he genuinely didn't understand why Simon would rather kill him than kneel. Simon turned, cold mist spilling from his mouth, and let the silence answer before his words did. The answer came low and final, trailing off into nothing. The crown-bearer snapped back like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What misunderstanding? That was the genuine question burning behind those red eyes. Except Simon's cold had already shifted into something quieter, crueler, as a pale figure resolved at his side. The legion wasn't scattered by some enemy. Their own priest had thrown them away. He laid out the simple, ugly history in his own words: a priest gone mad, a legion broken for nothing, and a girl in white who lived every cursed second of it. There was no misunderstanding to find. Then a small gray nail buried itself in the boy's red cloak like a punctuation mark. And the boy screamed it back at all of them. The crown, the ruin, every broken bone in the legion. He would be king of this place. Page broke on the echo of that vow, which meant Simon answered with teeth on paper and bone chains whipping out of the dark like he'd been waiting for the excuse. But Lorraine was already moving, a red blur across the gap, blade out, slamming into the chain strike meant for Simon. Dust kicked under a hard pivot. Simon bounded backward with the chain coiling in his grip. Lorraine planted low and waiting for the next opening. Those legs in the dark skirt braced, rain streaking the stone behind her like the world itself was holding its breath. Which meant the only move left was the one that shouldn't work. Simon slammed a hand to the floor, blue sigils flaring under the rubble, and felt the ground refuse to answer. His own magic stared back at him, shocked, sweating, useless. Pink-gloved hands caught the chain and held, a soft, knowing hum rattling in a dark corridor. Lorraine didn't flinch. Standing tall, she threw the warning back like it cost her nothing. Simon answered her with force, a jagged dark circle ripped from his palm, raw power screaming straight for her. The blast caught her mid-taunt, and Lorraine's voice cracked into disbelief, because a student tier curse should have meant nothing to her. It wasn't nothing. The dark energy slammed her backward into the wall, and she crumpled, the prince watching from the rubble below. And in the haze, a figure drifted closer, a red scarf trailing through the blue mist, one hand outstretched, identity swallowed by the light. Then a streak of raw motion tore across the chamber, too fast to name. The slash came down through the cracked stone, burying itself in the floor, and our boy stood beneath it in the dust and ruin. Someone was already standing over Simon as he choked on the debris, a pair of black thigh-highs and brown loafers planted above his kneeling body. A voice cut straight through the haze, addressing him by the only title that mattered now, and Simon braced himself for what came next. The blond boy loomed over him with that unsettling little smile, hand buried in our boy's hair, making the offer plain: death. The crown-bearer's grip tightened in Simon's hair, owning him from above, because this kid had decided Simon was already finished. But our boy just smirked through the scratches, because something about the whole thing didn't add up. The boy asked if Simon had concussed himself, and our boy gave him nothing back, just dismissal, flat and final. One amber eye stared back from under the bangs, scratched and silent, waiting for the boy to make his next mistake. Except Kami was already there in the background tunnel, battered and panting, and the prince's confidence cracked wide open at the sight of her. Red flames and shadow screamed across the panel, a voice tearing free, begging someone to let go. And the void itself split open, smeared red and raw. Elizabeth stared through the dark, fangs bared and bleeding from her eyes, pure murder burning behind her face. Dick spun on instinct, and blood painted the air as something invisible carved across his back. Bleeding magic. His eye went wide as the realization hit. That wasn't a blade, that was her sorcery. So this was what Richard's bloodline could really do. A clawed fist wreathed in violet fury drove straight through, and Dick screamed as the pain found his ribs. But Simon was already there on his knees in the dark tunnel, gripping Elizabeth by the shoulders to keep her upright, shielding the girl who just saved his life. Then his eyes went wide, jaw dropped mid-shout, because something behind her had just woken up. The air itself detonated in a diagonal column of yellow-orange hellfire, swallowing everything in its path. And the world rang with the sound of burning. Elizabeth stood silhouetted against that towering wall of flame with her arms still outstretched, while Simon crouched at her feet and held on for dear life. Which was when the fire answered back. Somehow the blaze held a face, two glowing eyes glaring through the inferno, fury so thick it spoke. The blond boy in red threw up a hand against the blast, trying to brace against fire and steel at once. And Malin stood frozen, watching the impact roar toward her while Dick lay beside licking flames and Elizabeth held low. The shockwave caught Malin square across the chest, and she flew backward, coughing blood while Dick could only stare. So Dick screamed for the only ally he had left, Cammy. Get up, face white with panic. Dick Haywood got hit with the full force of that blast, arms pinwheeling as he went airborne, Kami flung clear behind him. And Simon was already moving, fist tight, streaks of light and shadow whipping past him mid-evasion. Kami lay face down on the cracked stone, one hand stretched out cold. Malin had taken the worst of it too, sprawled in the dust with her hair fanned across the floor. Dick crumpled against a ruined wall, head bowed, eyes shadowed, the wind gone out of him. Simon stared down at them, and the chill in his voice said enough. He loomed over his fallen allies, cold and commanding, warning them flatly to stay down, because whoever was coming next was not their problem anymore. Then the air split open with glowing red wolf-shaped projectiles screaming out of the smoke, and Dick's blood ran cold. But the little king in red didn't flinch, jaw tight, blue energy slashes tearing past him on every side. He turned, a sweat bead rolling down his cheek, and barely got the word out before the air behind him shattered. That's when fear came tearing through the smoke in a swirl of cyan slashes, and the Reaper's apology was a killing blow. Malin lunged in tandem with the Reaper, skeletal jaw bared, screaming at the boy to get lost as Fear's massive clawed hand smashed down behind her. The skeleton hit the stone like a falling monument, debris blasting outward. And the blade came down, a massive dark edge burning with cyan runes, the air screaming around it. Malin snapped her glare sideways, teeth bared, riding the streak of blue energy like a predator on the hunt. The little king gritted his teeth, eyes wide, as the energy blade carved the air a hair's width from his skull, and the chapter cut cold. The blade was a hair from ending him, and the boy knew it. Cyan fire carved past his collar like a death sentence, close enough to taste. A boy with a crown and a red jacket stood solemn in the ruins, dark tendrils coiling down around him like a sentence being read. Then his head snapped sideways, eyes wide, because something off in the dark had just changed the whole equation. A black-robed skeleton exploded through crumbling stone, blue energy screaming off his blade, Fear, late, furious, and making an entrance. Fear barely had time to roar his own name before a clawed hand of dark blue energy lunged straight for his face, and his eyes went sharp with intent. Bone met shadow on the steps. The crown boy bit down, took the hit of purple energy slashing past him, and refused to fold because folding meant his people died next. His cheeks flushed hot, breath gone. And then a blade sheared clean across his jacket. Glowing red slashes carved down his back, and Fear stood over the kneeling kid, voice booming. It's still not over. Don't you dare drop your guard, boy. Somewhere nearby, a dark-haired head hung limp against the blue, knocked out cold. And a decayed, screaming skullface hit the dirt, eyes hollow, mouth frozen mid-howl. That's when reality itself cracked. A jagged rift split the stone wall, crimson energy punching upward into the storm like a wound that wouldn't close. Two monsters staggered backward, one grinning too wide, the other masked and blank, both slammed by the blast. A weary silhouette bowed over the wreckage and muttered, "Great," the one word that meant this had just gotten so much worse. And down in the middle of it all, a tiny blond boy in a pink jacket yanked his coat open like he had one last card to play. Fear lit up in cyan fire, skull half-mask snarling through the flames, a hard warning aimed at Simon to stay sharp, no freelancing. Down in the haze, the tiny blond boy in pink stood over the fallen blue-haired girl, monstrous silhouettes lurking behind him like a jury. She wasn't moving, face down in the dirt, and his little pink-trousered leg stepped closer to her like he owned the ground she lay on. Then a voice cut through the smoke, naming Simon outright and dangling her life as the price of whatever choice came next. So Simon scooped her up over his shoulder, bridal-style smirk intact, already burning to bolt. Fear's eyes blazed through his mask. He'd read the move before Simon made it and laid down the law. No subspace tricks, not on his watch. He stood framed in the stone corridor, cyan fire licking the floor, a fresh rift flaring white-hot at his side as he set up the next play. Simon just grinned at the chaos, waved cheerful as a goodbye, and vanished into the red sky with the girl slung across his shoulder. Up on a stone ledge, dark-stockinged legs watched the smoke clear, two shadowy men lurking in the haze behind. Back in his tall blue-haired, skull-masked cloak, Simon got a sharp caption across the bow, "Calm down, boy." Fear's skeletal fingers tightened on dark cloak fabric, and the warning landed heavier. The enemy was already using his friend as a hostage, so one wrong twitch made everything harder. Simon raised a gloved hand and reported he'd found a pair of humans while clearing zombies from the mansion, suspicious types, so he detained them for questioning. A brown eye went wide under a stubbled brow, the single stunned thought bleeding out there were humans. Inside the grand hall, the blond boy grabbed Erzabet from behind, absolutely losing it, two people kidnapped. On his watch, the mood went from bad to treason fast. Because over in the smoke, the prince was stammering out an apology. And our boy's jaw dropped so hard you could hear it hit the floor. The prince wheeled on a younger man bowing his head, calling him Javier like a verdict. Then the prince stood by a cart of dark stones, crowbar in hand, admitting he'd made a mistake. Below, Dick was hauling Simon's limp body like luggage. Dick reported it cool as you like, stone delivered, full cart, as requested, because this man was a professional errand boy now. A gloved hand lifted a black, faceted core from the crate, and the prince ordered someone to handle the body. The prince got in Dick's face, asking what was wrong with him. Dick snapped back that it was none of his business. But Dick pivoted on a dime, addressing him as prince like a subordinate, confirming the chain of command. The prince went wide-eyed, jaw tight, because he was not expecting that title in this room. Down on the floor, Simon's eyes cracked open and caught a single red command "pick," without any idea what it meant. The prince bent to lift him while Dick reeled, realizing they'd been operating inside a whole claimed land for years. Dick's profile cut sharp against the smoky sky, confirming it flat. She's a hostage. The prince crouched over Simon's body, studying him with a cold, calculating stare. Dick stood rigid, listening, every muscle locked because whatever came next was the order that decided things. And Simon, flat on his back, caught the worst accusation of all, slavery, landing on the prince like a killing blow. The prince's composure cracked the second that stone was named obsidian, the rarest currency in a wasteland economy and worth a fortune per chunk. But the blond boy caught the math first, and he did not like it. 40 pieces for a mountain of corpses, 20 for one living girl. His outrage hit like a slap across the prince's smug little grin. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. The silence that followed was deafening. Except the prince wasn't rattled. He bit his cigar and smiled like a man who'd already won. Which meant the scene shifted, out to a wasteland under a bleeding sky, 3 tiny figures on a ridge, and the sense that something ugly was about to unfold far from any help. Pale legs dangled nervously above the dust. The prince leaned in, savoring every syllable. Because his captive was the Valencia girl, blue hair, blazer and tie, green cloth gagged tight across her mouth, eyes wide as dinner plates and locked on him. She trembled through the gag, and somewhere behind her the blond boy's ghost lingered. She'd fought Deathland, and she'd lived, and that was exactly why she was valuable. Crows scattered from a dead tree against that blood-red sky, and her muffled plea was simple. The wasteland, the slaughter, she knew it all. Which meant the prince could take his time. Tactical gloves on, cloth in hand, he wiped her leg clean with the casual tenderness of a man grooming livestock. She jerked and gagged against the cloth, trying to demand why her, why now, and the answer wouldn't come. Her eyes squeezed shut, whimpering through the gag. Until finally the cloth came off, and the Valencia girl roared. Her sisters, her crew, her home, she was fighting for every single one of them. She whipped around, fury blazing, and the purple flare at her feet answered back, cold and ancient, as if the wasteland itself was asking if she was ready to come out swinging. Because the Valencia girl wasn't done fighting, even bound, even on her knees, she hurled her defiance at the brother she trusted most. But the prince was done listening. His cigar twitched between his teeth as he leaned in, finally naming what she was and where she came from: Kizan, Ivory Tower, and that made her valuable in a way no ransom could match. He exhaled slow, eyes still on his prize. And the girl felt it, that cold certainty in his stare, the unmistakable look of someone measuring meat. His gloved hand found her chin, lifting her face like a curator inspecting a painting, and his whisper landed like a verdict. He wanted her turned, not freed, because a girl from Ivory Tower was the kind of material that didn't come around twice. Two blue sigils screamed down from above, his voice still coiling around the promised skeleton or banshee. He hadn't decided yet, and that made it worse. Cyan energy curled hungry around his fingers, while the cigar burned down between his teeth, the man practically savoring the blueprint of a girl unmade. Then the magic caught her, a raw blue blast hurling her backward through the wreckage, and she crashed toward the cabinets with nothing to catch her. Somewhere in the chaos, an older man in a white shirt staggered, sweat cutting down his face as a gloved hand closed on him. And a skull-faced boy rose from the smoke, jaw glowing, teal flames licking his hair, demanding to know who had walked into his family's home uninvited. Behind him, the Reaper answered the question for everyone: tall skeletal fear unfolding from the dark, rune sword drawn, blue fire crawling the ribs of his tattered robe, every inch of him built to end whoever stood there. Flame spiraled up around the skull-faced boy like a crown being lit, power flooding him faster than the room could hold. His grin widened through that exposed jaw, cyan light rimming every tooth, and whatever warmth had ever lived in that face was gone. The intruder had just walked into the wrong house, on the wrong night, and the boy was done asking questions. The blood-red sky screamed, and so did Simon Valencia, wreathed in purple and teal fire, his hair gone white-hot and his eyes bleeding crimson. He just walked into something far worse than he'd planned. The teal portal beneath him hummed, the rune-etched sword hanging at his side like a loaded gun. Pyon, the blue-haired Valencia girl, stood frozen, sweat sliding down her temple as the silver-haired legend she'd only heard whispers about stared right through her. The silence Nephtes offered was answer enough. Then came the mother, long dark hair, red eyes burning down from above, demanding to know exactly who had the nerve to invade her home. Simon's glare came back single-eyed and absolute, because the answer to her question was the last thing she'd ever want to hear. The answer arrived fist first, a black and gold knuckle cracking across Nephtes' mom's cheek, so hard the impact shockwave blurred the air around her. A blazing pink slash carved clean through her, and her scream split the sky. Because Simon wasn't done, he surged forward, red magic rings spinning around his knuckles like a loaded weapon, every step a kill shot. Crack after crack after crack. Pyon staggered, clutching her chest, red slashes cutting the air around her, because she'd picked the wrong side of this war and her body was paying the down payment. But Nephtes' mom only got to watch the horror before Simon, glowing red, skull pin catching the light, came crashing through a teal rift right on top of her. And when the smoke tore away, Simon stood in his true form, silver-white hair bristling, teal flame licking his shoulder, glaring down at the woman who'd asked the wrong question at the wrong time. Which meant the brown-haired man in the gray suit had a front-row seat to all of it, pinned to the ground, bleeding from the mouth, a cyan-summoning circle erupting beneath his glove as rage, and panic finally overpowered his survival instinct. Two giant skeletons tore out of the red dust cloud right on top of him, red eye sockets burning, towering like monuments to whoever had just seized his fate. Fear's work, those bone frames detonated into a storm of shattered ribs and femurs before the man's next breath, the skeletal commander sending a message that needed no words. And then a massive white paw appeared right in his face, and the brown-haired suit realized, too late, that the dead weren't the only thing hunting him tonight. Fear descended on the man like a verdict, skeletal wings spreading wide, and the command he spoke was the same word the man was already screaming: restore. Because Simon's hand was already on a blade laced with cyan runes, and even he hadn't expected what that sword was about to do. The stubbled man gritted his teeth and forced one last whisper through gritted teeth, sending something out, something neat. And it hit Simon's neck like a wire pulled taut, a surge of blue agony that buckled his shoulders. But fear was already in the man's face, skeletal frame hovering against that blood-red sky, while the man screamed like a man being unmade. The dark runes climbing his shoulder flared white-hot, and the scream that tore out of him wasn't pain, it was refusal. Except the red took him, a violent blur of force and flying debris, the kind of impact you don't recover from standing up. His silhouette hung motionless against that swirling crimson haze, and for a breath, the field was quiet. Off to the side, Pyon watched with blood on her lip and pure terror in her eyes. Because something was growing inside the man's body, a red pulsing mass, pink-eyed, warm, hungry. It grew up fast, a grotesque tower of fused flesh and faces that made the cloaked Simon look like a candle beneath a cathedral. Kami's voice cracked through the smoke, a single word: run. Then she spun back through the wooden ruin, shouting the one good news they had all day: that thing couldn't move anymore. Simon burst upward, wreathed in green flame, telling whoever was listening they didn't need to throw a single more punch. And Kami was already mid-swing, a white-blue blade whipping through the dark to back him up. White-blue energy lines snapped into a cage around the writhing flesh tower, locking every face and limb in place before it could crawl another inch. Kami crashed in with her red blade screaming, teeth bared, and carved into the immobilized horror like it owed her rent. A gauntlet white as bone closed on the rune-scarred sword hilt, and Simon hauled the weapon free with a low, strained groan that vibrated through the smoke. A white-violet beam punched straight through the monster's skull with a shriek of tearing flesh, driving clean to the back of its skull against that bloody red sky. But the giant still loomed over the dark-cloaked boy at its feet, so a column of blue-white light erupted from below, cleaving the grotesque torso from crotch to crown in one vertical cut. Up close, the monster's hollow eyes flared pink-white, its jaw hanging slack around the blade buried in its skull. It managed what? Then the whole thing came apart, chunks of red flesh and rubble spraying outward against the crimson clouds. Simon floated above the wreckage with his back turned, green flames licking his black coat, while the debris rained down on the shattered wagon wheel below. Malin perched on the broken cart, mouth parting in a soft "oh" as his massive black scythe began its slow, inevitable descent. She glanced back just as a skeletal hand in a black glove settled on her shoulder, and all she could manage was a confused "huh." Then she was up in those skeletal arms bridal style, staring up at the silver-haired, skull-faced figure who just turned a flesh god into confetti. "Oh," she said again, quieter this time. Her cheeks went pink, eyes wide, and she finally found her voice. Excuse-me." Because being scooped up by a reaper mid-apocalypse warranted some comment. His scythe trailed a long purple arc through the crimson sky as he carried her away from the carnage, and she called after the moment with a breathless "th, thank you." The blade slammed down near the ruined cart, kicking up dust and shattered wood. Bound hands trembled beneath a blue-purple summoning circle as Simon's dark scythe hovered just above, its activation rune flaring to life. Magic circles shattered outward in purple bursts, and through the dying light stepped a white hood, calm amid the ruin. Pyon was thanking him. Fear stood behind her, sword slung easy over one shoulder, tattered robe drifting under a sky still bleeding crimson. Then a greenish skeletal hand reached for her chest, and she squeaked "excuse me" like a student who'd forgotten to raise her hand. Because beneath their feet, half buried in the dust, sat a rusted manhole cover, the sewer entrance, and whatever answers were rotting down there. Fear loomed in front of her, cyan flames licking his jaw, and Pyon's eyes went wide, because whatever was down there had her shouting, "Wait a moment." She clasped her hands, smiled through the sweat, and started bargaining, words tumbling out like she was negotiating with a very tall landlord. Fear just stared down at her, eye socket glowing, flames curling around his teeth, giving exactly nothing away. So he told her flat and final, "Whatever you wish," and the narration spelled out the stakes, 2 bodies unconscious in the sewer below them. 1 woman, 1 man. One had already been dragged off and the other had crawled out on their own. A rescue or a crime scene, Pyon had to choose which. 2 unconscious, 1 taken, 1 escaped on their own, and every answer to who did what was buried under that manhole. She exhaled, eyes shut, relief softening her face, because if Simon was the one who'd walked out, maybe the nightmare was already over. Except Fear hadn't moved, hadn't blinked, hadn't done a thing, and that towering skull glow against the red haze was enough to wrench a scream out of her. Somewhere a fist clenched tight inside a formal sleeve white cuffling, catching what little light there was, restrained, deliberate, furious. Then fear turned his skull on her, runes glowing down his spine, and the demand hit like a blade. Your name. Pyon looked up at the towering reaper, lips scraped, voice cracking, begging please, because whatever secret she carried had just become the most expensive thing in the room. Fear didn't flinch, didn't move, just let the silence hang over the wasteland like a sentence. Until one word broke it, Pyon, her name thrown like a last card on the table. But the towering reaper only stared her down, cyan flames licking bone and robe, patient as a grave. Then the ground answered for him, a blinding white pillar ripping skyward, and Pyon staggered, eyes wide. She clutched her tie like a lifeline, knuckles white, whispering that word to herself, again. And something in her gaze softened, not fear anymore, but the quiet ache of someone who'd already lost too much. Her grip on the academy crest tightened, that little gold eye burning against the pink haze like a promise she wasn't ready to break. Pyon stood her ground, light pouring around her, hair spilling down in pale blue. Paya's name and Pyon's had collided in her mouth, and the summons she meant to brand forever came out tangled with someone else's. Simon caught the slip and gritted his teeth, because she had rushed the incantation and fused both names into one. She meant to say Paya, the summon heard Pyon, and Simon called her on it before the mistake could set. A bubble sat there, cut clean off, carrying whatever the skull was about to cackle next. Another half-formed thought barely peeked over the line. And the Chibai skull was already losing it over how fun its undead afterlife was turning out. Malin let the noise wash past and exhaled, the calm center of a roomful of idiots asking what came next. A silver-haired cloaked figure lingered at the edge of the bare red trees, and the only words that surfaced were that they had saved Malin, but something was coming. One word hung in the void like a death sentence: war. Two captives knelt rope-bound on dusty ground, accused of being a schoolgirl in Kizan uniform, and worse, bait for a retired necromancer named Javier running a corpse delivery empire. Simon stepped into their line of sight, the Chibai skull cackling over one shoulder, and flatly answered, "No, never." He had no idea who they meant. The nervous blonde stammered that he hadn't seen her, then his face drained of color, because if she had fallen into Javier's grip, she would have been dragged to the mansion, and that place was about to become a battlefield. Simon knew the names sitting behind that warning, ancient undead called Prince and Manus, buried somewhere in Deathland. But who Javier really was, that secret he could not give. Javier was playing both sides, allied with Prince and Manus at once, using one to kill the other so he could snatch that crown for himself. Fear held up a dark, jagged heart-shaped relic between his skeletal fingers, and Simon went rigid, because he already knew whose soul was sealed inside that thing. That Reaper's grin split wide, cyan light bleeding from his throat as he leaned in close and ordered Simon to move. No time for questions, no room for doubt. Hurry, boy, because whatever Javier had just set in motion was already spilling past the tree line. And spilling was right. The whole horizon was on fire, a wall of orange flame roaring across scorched earth under a blood-red sky, black smoke choking the clouds above a battlefield nobody in that academy was ready for. It seems like the war had begun. Fear's battalion answered the call before the echo died, a staff-wielding skeleton driving its weapon down through a pinned enemy, grinning like death had personally handed it an invitation. Two more rows above the carnage, blue-eyed skulls posing triumphant on a pile of broken bodies, swords raised like they were rallying the whole damned legion behind them. Then the real violence started, a massive white and red blade trail carved clean through a row of stitched-together flesh horrors, spraying blood across the frame as those Frankenstein nightmares got parted from their borrowed heads. What was left behind was just meat and stone, severed limbs, a pale corpse sprawled in its own blood, nothing still twitching. Up above it all, the crowned blonde boy watched his enhanced undead get dismantled and cursed through his teeth. Because those weren't ordinary skeletons he was looking at, they were hardened, buffed, and eating his horde alive. A pained scream tore through the haze, and underneath it, a tide of stitched, flayed horrors crawled over a mountain of reinforced shell flesh built for one purpose: zombie slaughter. Neftys' mom lurched forward, desperate, she knew something had to give before the trap closed on her daughter. The crowned blonde prince turned toward her in silence. No words, no mercy, just that small gold crown glinting against a sky the color of old blood. His answer landed like a blade never, and on his throne the prince sat corrupted and snarling, fanged and drooling, the boy's face swallowed by something that wore a crown and called itself king. That crown cradled a burgundy orb of raw hunger, and the order had already gone out. Chain him, bury him, take the plate. Nephthys' mom flinched at the verdict, gasping because she was the leash, and they all knew it would make him hesitate. The prince groaned, startled, gaze snapping toward a figure at the edge of the frame. Something was coming, and it wasn't part of his script. A black boot slammed the stone floor like a verdict, and a small red-caped boy watched from the railing as death rolled in below. A purple crown, a purple mask, blonde hair spilling free, and beneath it, one red eye burning like a loaded gun, twin faces of something that used to be human. A pale chin, a white collar, a mouth pressed shut in cold patience. Then the small, red-caped figure launched skyward, red energy carving a violent arc into the crimson dark. The battlefield had just learned to be afraid. Rosa Valencia dove from the balcony and streaked through the blood-red sky like a crimson comet, trailing fire toward the stone fortress below. And thanks to the meat golem's carnage, the battlefield had finally tilted in their favor. A skull-headed warrior in a flowing red cape held the ridge, sword at the ready, staring down a horizon crawling with the walking dead. Because even with the golem buying them time, the zombie aggression hadn't broken yet. A golden gun roared, spitting a multicolor blast into the horde. Then the skull warrior lunged, blade carving red arcs through panicked gray flesh, hacking a corridor straight through the swarm. Bodies flew, blood misted. The impact frame froze, the aftermath of a finishing blow that turned the front line into a red smear. Back on the ridge, a sweating brown-haired man watched the carnage and grinned through his nerves because the war had begun, but where was Javier? Impressive, he called, and shouted for Manus to step up next. Fear stood against the blood-red sky, tattered cloak snapping, and answered the unspoken question about Javier himself, but a slight issue had surfaced. Which meant something was very wrong, because a dark hand closed on the brown-haired man's shoulder, and his face went white with a gasp that had no answer behind it. The gray-haired Javier, the retired necromancer these men had been counting on, stood rigid, mouth slack in a horrified grin. A black glove locked onto his shoulder while his ally screamed behind him, because a crimson sigil lit up reading Life Drain, and someone's plan had just become someone else's meal. Fear stood there in his red cloak, shadow rising from the dirt, calling out the one name that shouldn't have gone unanswered, Javier. Javier stood rigid, fists clenched, the dark hand still on him and the Life Drain sigil burning bright. Below him, his own subordinates swayed on their feet, hollow-eyed and gone, emptied of what little they'd been left with. He'd meant to drain them all along. That was the apology on his lips, cold as the grave. Fear faced the retired necromancer and gave his report on schedule, just like he'd promised, though late thanks to interference that neither of them could ignore. The prince's barrier had fallen, and Christ had slipped through the gap just in time. But the sky over Deathland was a blood-red wound, and below it stood a monster stitched from the dead, a flesh giant grinning with a skull's malice, towering over cowering onlookers as Fear turned to face it. He hit it from above with the full weight of the power of destruction, a single catastrophic slam that buckled the golem's knees and sent soldiers scrambling for their lives. And then again, and again, bone-shattering blows lighting up the creature's face in purple agony, its skull grin twisting into something closer to a scream. Nephthys flew backward, hurled by the shockwave of a massive red slash tearing across the battlefield above her, while the towering flesh golem's skullhead loomed beneath. That crimson streak carved the air like a killing line drawn by God. The colossal stitched giant bared a grinning mouth full of fangs, fluid dripping from its jaws, as Nephthys planted her feet, and a bright vertical slash screamed between her and the monster's face. Silver hair whipped sideways, and the golem's eye socket went wide with the shock of a cut it never saw coming. 15 enemies left, and a small blonde girl in a red hooded coat raised her fist as a massive dark red aura erupted skyward from the field of bones, rallying the undead horde around her with a battle cry only a child commander could deliver. The order rang out, "Now's the time, forward." She stood atop the fallen giant's corpse with arms spread wide, shouting down at the surging ranks below, while the burning red sky lit her silhouette like a war banner. Those little red eyes narrowed cold, sharpened pupils locked on the remaining 15, every trace of childhood buried beneath the commander's glare. And the horde answered, gaunt jaws open, bone spears raised, the zombie line crashing forward under that hazy crimson sky to finish him off. But before the ranks could close, a heavy black slash streaked down across them, and skeletal soldiers that were charging one breath ago were suddenly cleaved apart, their shock hanging in the air like static. The flesh golem loomed back into frame, grinning wide over a red-cloaked warrior and a smaller hooded figure who could only manage a stunned double-take at the beast's impossible return. Behind the red-cloaked warrior, blood burst where a small head used to be. Upside down and grinning with fury, the blonde prince snarled at whoever had just done that. And from the dark, a crackbone skeletal figure in tattered red robes watched it all with glowing red eye sockets, ancient and amused. The ancient undead in cracked red robes readied himself, gold and teal blade rising as those wolf-emblazoned boots planted firm, centuries of death compressed into a single grip. And someone screamed his name like a death sentence. A pillar of red-black fire punched into a bruised sky, corpses twisting at its base like kindling in a furnace. And somewhere inside that inferno, a kid was still standing. Because the thing watching it burn wore a red hood over bone, and it had not been ready for what hit it. Fear turned his back to the blast, blade still singing, and admitted it plain caught off guard earlier. Chilhawk never left the sheath. A severed skull tumbled past on a ribbon of red light, and Fear told the sky it was okay. Which was the exact wrong thing to say in front of the little crown brat. Fear turned to face him in full, cracked cranium, red eyes blazing, that jagged grin splitting the dark like a wound that learned to smile. So he swung, a red slash carved across the frame toward the blond boy, sound and fury compressed into a single arc. The kid caught it on his bandaged wrist, speed lines screaming around him. Which sent him crashing to cracked red ground, shoulder clutched, face gone slack, because Fear had fought him decades back and never landed a real cut, until now. Fear stepped through the pink-magenta fire grinning, blade raised, skull lit from below like a lantern over a battlefield. Fear owned up to the loss that rewired his whole approach. He stopped chasing fancy sword techniques, stopped trying to fake aura with Chilhawk, and the flames behind him showed exactly how much he'd changed. The blond kid heard the concession and froze, fist tight to his chest, sweating through the realization that his old rival had finally leveled up. So Fear poured everything into raw cutting power through Chilhawk, convinced the technique outclassed aura entirely, and a monstrous horned construct erupted from the inferno to prove it. He told the boy plainly, "I can cut you now, and that wound on your body is the receipt." Dark red-black energy erupted from Fear's skull-faced chest like a second heartbeat, the cloak snapping as power bled off him in waves. But the blond prince lunged anyway, furious, snarling that one scratch didn't make Fear untouchable, calling him trash to his masked face. Which was a mistake, because Fear answered with both arms raised, and red slashes screamed across the frame in a storm. The kid's red eyes went wide as blood flew, a clawed hand already descending through the cutting trails. He clutched his chest, teeth bared in pain. The blond prince dropped from above, fist driven straight through the skeletal masked figure's torso. Crimson erupted where bone met flesh. But the strike barely landed. Fear had not changed his tactics in decades. A red slash screamed past the boy's cheek, and suddenly the prince was the one bleeding. Fear spoke without looking back, a pink projection flickering to life behind him. A brown-haired man stared back in shock. Blood dripped down the prince's face beside a single red rose, his body framed against a wall of petals, the picture of someone who just realized they were outmatched. His foot stumbled backward into the splatter. The surprise on his face said everything his mouth couldn't. Fear stood wreathed in red energy, Magnus hovering behind him, and explained it plainly. He'd spent decades honing blood flow techniques, and the boy's curse immunity couldn't save him from a blade tuned to his own biology. Magnus smiled, dark sky behind him, and choked out a single stunned word, because the man who was supposed to be winning was the one coughing blood. The prince spat crimson and screamed one name, Javier, and asked the only question that mattered: had his old ally betrayed him? Magnus answered for Fear with a smug grin and a glowing red formation. Their arrangement had been business, nothing more. Fear raised a golden weapon crackling with red energy, the skeletal battalion master confirming it out loud, 7 strikes left, and this one was going to count. Blood hit the floor, and the prince's curses filled the dark, because losing to the same trick twice was the one insult his pride couldn't swallow. Already on his feet, already retreating through the haze, the boy counted his remaining uses like coins in a dying purse and felt every one slip away. Blood on his lip, fury in his eyes, and one name burning hotter than the rest: Simon. Finish the objective before that man arrives, whatever the cost. Then a new complication staggered into frame, the brown-haired subordinate, combat-ready and bandaged, claiming Magnus was already on him. The prince's composure cracked clean in half. The blast hurled the man backward across the floorboards, and through the smoke came a taunt almost paternal in its cruelty: "Relax, kid," which only made the prince's teeth grind harder. A pale boot struck stone, dust blooming, and fear descended in skeletal glory wreathed in teal flame, his greeting landing like a verdict: "Prince." Black coat, rib-bone armor, claws at his sides, and the cold stillness of a man who had already won. The crown boy's glare locked on, recognition and rage wrestling for the same pair of red eyes. Fear turned his skull mask just enough to ask the one question that mattered: how many strikes did the boy have left to give? A title card blooms across the screen: Necromancer Academy and the Genius Summoner, and the title hangs in the air like a challenge waiting to be answered. The title box asked its real question: is the crown the prize? And the silver-haired ghost in his skull mask answered it for both of them with a flat, absolute no. Because he wasn't here for trinkets, he was here for the kid wearing it. A decade-old offer dripped off his teeth: join the Legion, kneel, swear obedience, and the power was his. The crown boy's face went slack, caught between old memory and present dread. But he'd swallowed that poison once and didn't plan to choke on it twice. His answer came back hot and loud: no second contract, never, not with a necromancer, not ever. So the little prince grinned through the sweat, rolled one fist, and chose to fight on his own terms. Which was a mistake the masked veteran saw coming from a mile out, clawed hand already raised, already reading the boy's stance, already bored. But the veteran wasn't just tracking fists. He was tracking nerves, tracking breath, watching the corners tighten, excited, on edge, mentally cornered, exactly where he wanted him. The gate opened, and Fear's eye narrowed to a slit. Bones erupted from the floor in towering spiked serpents, circling the crown boy as he flinched back with one arm raised, his little frame swallowed by jagged ribs and dread. One of them coiled tight around his torso, and the prince's shock was plain as a cartoon punch to the air. Pain ripped out of the boy in a raw scream, and from above, a massive purple cleave came crashing down to finish what the serpent started, tearing through the air like a verdict. Except Fear was already there. New mask, billowing cape, dark uniform laced with cyan runes, and he slammed a black blade into the floor hard enough to split the wood, blocking the killing blow with a sound that shook the room. Steel met bone and detonated, blue and dark energy shredding outward in red claw marks across the frame, while the prince groaned beneath the serpent's grip, realizing his own armor was the last thing standing between him and the end. Fear grinned through that jagged skull mask, wild-haired and burning with dark blue force, daring the boy to answer for every desperate swing he'd thrown. The prince looked up, purple eyes wide and sweating, the veteran's skull face inches from his own, and every answer he'd rehearsed died in his throat. The answer came anyway, in a colossal blast of blue force and a red sound effect that swallowed the frame. A single, merciless demonstration of what 30 years of mastery looks like. Blue streaks tore across the blur of impact. The prince's eyes squeezed shut, mouth open in a strangled cry as the bone serpent ground into his shoulder, and the hit rang through him like a bell. The shockwave split the dark, purple streaks of raw force, tearing through the air with a sound like the world itself cracking open, and someone laughed through the carnage. Our boy was folded in half, a massive book punched clean through his chest, bone wings jutting from his back like broken crucifixes, and all he could manage was a broken name for someone who wasn't there anymore. Fear stood over him through drifting ash and fallen pillars, that jagged grin still carved across his skull, savoring it, and the captured prince could only croak out his refusal, groaning that this wasn't the moment for any of it. One eye blown wide, blood pouring from his nose, the kid snarled through gritted teeth, demanding answers, terrified, every breath a fresh piece of him breaking. Fear reached a bony hand toward that ruined chest, and the prince screamed like a man having his soul peeled back, begging him not to touch, not to claim another inch of what was left. But footsteps hammered the floor like a war drum, the swarm closing in, and from inside that shadowed hood a single yellow eye flicked toward a waiting subordinate, who answered with a crisp understood, and the plan shifted gears. They came pouring through the archway, gaunt and rabid, a tide of hollow-eyed ferals screaming for blood, and someone in the middle of it all barked at the rest to stand back. Fear answered by erupting from a column of purple smoke, chest blazing with that cold cyan core, and asked them one quiet question: "Do you want to see your master die?" While his battered subordinates looked up in pure shock. Back inside the mansion, Simon planted his feet by the window and hurled a savage burst of purple-black energy into a kneeling figure, a brown-haired onlooker frozen at the edge of the blast. The hit landed clean, and the prince howled, wreathed in violet fire. Nobody was welcome in his house, and Simon Valencia made that unmistakably clear with a roar aimed straight at the intruder. So he threw everything he had, a screaming column of white and violet force meant to end the fight then and there. The blast swallowed the crowned prince whole, light and shadow tangling around his twisting body as Simon's arm drove the killing strike home. A house in ruins. Simon Valencia stood over a body while purple-black magic erupted from the corpse, and the owner was screaming for someone to be seized. Because some blonde kid was losing his mind about it, cursing whoever had done the damage. Which meant the mansion owner himself was ready to throw everyone out. But the body on the floor answered first. A monstrous surge of energy tore upward through the stone, howling like something born from the dead. Simon watched from the edge as the vortex swallowed the fallen figure whole, violet-black tendrils coiling where a man had been. He didn't flinch. He just stood there, arms crossed, breathing steady while the flames licked at his coat. Then a red flash ripped across the room, and whoever that masked man had been, the dark flames had him now. Even Simon blinked. Because someone else was watching, green eyes cold and flat as a knife. The blond boy in the navy uniform stood rigid, fists shaking, veins popping, with a bat perched on his head like a bad omen, and the word that crawled out of him was barely a whisper. Just trembling legs and black socks, planted like they wanted to bolt. Which was the cue for a certain dark blue-haired boy to laugh, right beside Fear, the skeletal battalion master, who wasn't laughing at all. And somewhere in the mess, the prince himself, chiba-faced, goofy, completely unbothered. But Fear wasn't playing. He reminded Simon, flat and cold, that if the Legion commander fell, Simon fell with him, while that blonde kid in the tracksuit sprinted past, panic in his eyes, shouting back at nobody in particular to shut up. He didn't get far. One pink-blue impact slammed him airborne, lowering Arcbold's absolute command, dropping him mid-stride like a puppet whose strings had just been cut. The blast cratered the room in a single white-hot instant, a winged skull sigil blazing through the smoke. Pierre hit the floor on his knees, the air punched out of him, because that little girl had just dropped an absolute command on the prince himself. Someone offered to help, and Lauren's fury came back hot and instantaneous, because she was nobody's rescue project. But Simon's eyes flicked upward with quiet surprise. Help was the last thing she intended to accept. Because the prince, tears streaking his face, was screaming that the situation was unsalvageable, and Simon could only stare, because this kid had absolutely no clue what was actually coming. So Simon cut through the panic with one calm order, telling him to look outside, because whatever the prince thought was the worst-case scenario had already been eclipsed. And Simon hauled the tall window open himself, the old frame groaning, because he needed to show the boy exactly what was climbing the walls. The view answered. A skeleton under Fear's command was driving a polearm straight through a zombie's throat, and the dying thing managed one final gurgling accusation. Because the crown's hold over the horde had been cut the instant Pierre became a legionnaire. Which meant the entire zombie horde, suddenly ownerless and starving, had swarmed the nearest living thing they could find, which happened to be the prince himself. It was over. Except it wasn't, because the prince dragged himself up off the stone, crown wobbling on his head, and named the real deadline. Magnus and Javier were already en route to the mansion, and he hadn't even stabilized yet. Simon stood over him in total silence, calm where the boy was chaos, because the math was simple: no crown, no control, and two monsters incoming. So Simon reached down and lifted the heavy golden crown off the prince's head in one steady motion, because someone had to wear it. The prince screamed at him to stop, because that thing would burn through a normal human being in seconds, and even started to ask if Simon actually planned to. Simon raised it to his own crown, eyes closed, and answered coolly, "You don't, do you?" Because he had never once claimed to be one of them. The crown settled, and a single bead of sweat was the only argument his body made. He stood still in the dust and let the weight find him. The crown slammed onto his skull, and Simon's eye blew wide, pupils shrinking to pinpricks as raw power screamed through his skull like voltage through wet wire. He tipped his head back and the crown answered. A fat pillar of purple light punched straight up into the storm, and the zombies ringed around him lit up like paper lanterns in the wash of it. His jacket trembled in the shockwave as the blast kept pouring out of him. Then the gold tumbled off his head, hit stone with a brittle clatter, and rolled, leaving the prince kneeling where Simon had been standing. The falling crown stared up at him with its little blue gem eyes. The prince crossed his arms, eyes shut tight, and pushed the obvious question. No human could have eaten that surge and stayed standing. The suited man beside him only gave a half-smiled, "Well, that is true, but—" and never finished. Because Simon rose behind him, crown dangling loose in one hand, sweat rolling down his cheek, grinning the kind of grin that makes bystanders check for the nearest exit. "What the— Peer?" A shadowed hand closed around the crown and reached straight for the kneeling prince. The whole sky had become a battlefield. And somewhere off-panel, the verdict landed soft and lethal. That guy is more dangerous than Richard, just in a different way. Simon pressed 2 fingers to his lips, scheming, the gold glinting just above them, and bit down on his own finger until it bled. The prince's eyes went saucer-wide, the word dangerous catching in his throat like a bone. Simon straightened by the tall window, breathing hard, crown loose at his side. "Let's go, Prince." Simon Valencia, a bead of sweat beading on his cheek, spoke the only thing on his mind, how to win this godforsaken war. But outside, under a sky bleeding red, the horde drew a single shared breath, groaning toward the mansion like they smelled something worth eating. Javier stood over the carnage in that pale blue overcoat, arms folded, drop of regret in his voice, unfortunate, like he'd just lost a bet on a horse race. And a grinning skull, bone lit pink from within, swiveled at something in the night. "Wait." Lorraine Arkbold stepped onto the balcony in a long black coat, framed by the glow of the doorway behind her, and a wall of groaning dead looked up at her like she'd rung the dinner bell. Fear held aloft the golden crown with its dark orb, cyan flame licking his jaw, and grinned. The horde was going limp because that little relic had just severed the chain. Javier whipped around in a cold sweat, because the skeleton had been behind him this whole time, and someone was not supposed to be there. Bony fingers tightened on a bone mask. Fear dropped the mask's silver hair catching the firelight, the crown heavy in his palm, and his next words named the target. And the prince. A pink-lit skull turned sideways against the red sky, locking on. Magnus rose like a bad omen against the haze, that long silver hair, those claw gauntlets, pure death under a blood moon. Because what filled the sky next wasn't a man, it was a vast black silhouette, 2 cyan crescents for eyes, wreathed in purple-red malice. One amber eye went wide. And Simon went flying backward, jaw slack, blue-purple fire ripping up his chest like something had just punched a hole through reality and found him standing in it. And then that strike finally landed, splitting the air with a sharp blue rip. Because inside that column of violet flame stood a figure, arms thrown wide, wreathed in teal fire, summoning a phantom the size of a god. Lorraine Arkbold had stopped playing nice. So Fear planted himself in front of the blazing pillar, arms spread, and barked a single brutal truth. If the Legion commander dies, he dies too. Think fast, Beau Prince. The blonde prince, that small golden-crowned kid with the pink and blue flame pin in his hair, just stared, blue eyes wide, the word stuck in his throat. Which meant when Magnus's dark armored body finally clashed with what was coming, a jagged blue-black slash tore across the red flesh of the nightmare behind him, buying seconds that shouldn't have existed. And the world cracked downward, speedlines ripping past, red surface splitting under the force of it. Magnus just grinned through it, sharp-toothed and hungry against the red flare, while below him something wailed out of the black smoke, mouth stretched in a scream that hadn't finished yet. And then the view snapped to inside the pupil of a colossal teal eye, a jagged crimson silhouette filling the foreground with violent red kanji marks. Far, far below, Two tiny figures stood on the stone floor of a chamber too vast for them. Speed turned into noise, cyan streaks, black motion lines, red smeared straight down the center, nothing readable, just pure impact. The blur kept tearing forward, layers of cyan and black over a skeletal shape glimpsed through the mess, the red slash still cutting down the middle like a wound that wouldn't close. Meanwhile, outside under that blood-red sky, the zombie horde stood frozen, a bald, skull-faced creature in front, a gray-haired corpse baring its teeth beside him, every one of them gazing up at something with a low, collective groan. And the gray-haired child zombie with those glowing golden eyes just gaped, mouth hanging slack, addressing the crowd in one hollow syllable, everyone. Then he appeared, Simon Valencia, unleashed. Wild, spiky silver-white hair, a gold crown ornament crowning his head, a stitched scar carved across his cheek, eyes lit violet, that grinning skull pin on his cloak blazing with teal fire, and a smile that wasn't quite human anymore. One command, two words cut clean against the black: follow me. The horde answered with open mouths and awed shouts, bald undead, and the golden-eyed child alike, as a dark silhouette studded with more pairs of glowing golden eyes rose behind them, an army waking up under that bleeding sky. A boot hit the stone, and the sky turned red. Above a screaming mound of bone, Simon hovered in tattered black and cyan flame, a knight of a dead empire surveying the carnage his legend had wrought. The crimson sky belonged to him now. Sharp amber eyes cut sideways, framed by gold trim and cyan fire, daring whatever came next. Behind him, Fear's hollow voice cracked like a whip. Move. And Simon was already gone, sword drawn, a blur of teal fire tearing through red shockwaves over the pile of the dead, a ragged Enno still ringing in his wake. He carved straight into the horde, cyan flames scorching the screaming ranks apart as the shock of his arrival froze even the dead. What the hell is that echoing through bone jaws? From somewhere off the wall, a sweating suited man could only sputter in disbelief. This wasn't the same undead control anyone had ever seen, and he knew it. Simon turned at the pile's crest, and a stitched red colossus filled the sky ahead, blank-faced and waiting. Then a bald, red-skinned brute exploded into a roar, red and white energy tearing from his scarred chest, with a dark-haired body crumpled beneath the blast. And behind him, a tide of gaunt, yellow-eyed corpses surged in their thousands. Simon stepped forward, crowned in dark fire, and the Empire answered. The bald, red-skinned brute took that slash straight across the shoulder, stitched flesh parting under the strike. Next, Simon came down on the horde in a sweep of red steel and green-black flame, his crown blazing against the blood-red sky. Dark purple slashes carved clean through the pale zombie ranks below. He grinned at what he'd done, mouth open in something between a laugh and a war cry. This was a knight of the Tarhern Empire feeding his blade. But three of those red-skinned brutes were still crawling forward through the dust, torn and snarling, and the shadow behind them was getting bigger. Darkness, a breath between cuts. A red-skinned head went spinning through the air, bulging eyes and bared teeth frozen in a grimace. Then it split clean in two, a purple-white slash flash severing the skull down the middle. His blade kept tearing through the stitch-flesh horde, skull-faced monsters losing limbs and heads in the same brutal arc. The purple-edged greatsword slammed deep into a stitched skull brute's body and ripped it apart from the force alone. Simon burst forward, wreathed in dark cyan-green flame, that slight grin still on his face. He came down on them with the massive blade in a killing arc, and somewhere in the chaos, someone screamed, "Kill him," but the undead kept dying faster than they could be replaced. Back on the rise, the suited man wheeled on his bald, red-cloaked ally. "Manus, what are you doing?" That brat, but he never finished the sentence. I should have known it from the start. Manus' hand cracked across the suited man's face, blood spraying as his own ally went sideways, betrayal landing before the dust even settled. The betrayer's mask fell away, skeletal face, a single red eye burning in the socket, the red cape billowing behind him like a funeral banner. The suited man hit the dirt, blood pooling beneath his skull, one broken question left dying in his mouth: that you were just using him. And then the ground split open. A massive armored giant erupted from the smoke and rubble, launching a small cyan flame figure skyward like loose change. But on the rise, the red-caped figure planted himself before a throne of skulls and called for the silver-haired man perched above, demanding his name, hailing him as young king. cracked skull answered from the dark Fear, the skeletal battalion master, declaring his own name with bared teeth. And Simon Valencia matched it, a knight of the Tarhern Empire, cyan energy crackling at his shoulders like a promise. Because his purpose and faith weren't negotiable, he existed to take revenge on Kizan, and the skeletal master looming above him now knew exactly who knelt before him. Fear planted his massive sword before his face and weighed the knight's vow in silence, while a dark-cloaked witness watched from the smoke. So Simon just grinned, blade resting easy on his shoulders like he'd already won. Somewhere beyond the corpse-littered dark, a voice laid out the whole reckless plan, leading the undead of Deathland against Kizan for revenge. Fear's cracked skull tilted toward that burning horizon, one red eye weighing whether a march on Kizan was even remotely survivable. But our boy just grinned, wide amber eyes daring the impossible, and named the one opponent nobody had ever beaten. The voice in the smoke pushed back. This wasn't justice, it was slaughter, and a continent would bleed under his battalion's boots. Fear stood planted, spear in the dirt, his cloak snapping in a wind that smelled like ash and old empires. Nephthys knelt in the crimson haze, teal fire curling around her grip, daring to wonder out loud if this madness could actually topple Kizan, or maybe, just maybe, ignite a revolution. The verdict landed between them, impossible, right? And a golden crossbow snapped clean across someone's lap, the sound of a promise breaking. So Simon answered with that fanged grin, skeletal fingers raised, cyan shards orbiting his head like a crown being built in real time. Two faces locked in close, Fear's lone red eye burning through shadow, Simon's stern mouth set hard, while the accusation hung unfinished. Everything he'd done so far was just threatening the descendants of an empire that didn't even know its own name. But to Fear, that word justice was just meaningless. Our boy lunged straight at his old mentor through a blood-red sky, blade raised, and threw the counter back. The imperial citizens' Kizan ground under heel, their ghosts didn't get a vote in this, meaningless. Fear fired back that Simon had only made chaos. And the skeletal commander's grin twisted into something rower, because the families of the dead were still out there waiting for someone to tell them it was worth it, and Fear had no comfort left to give. Simon sliced through the accusation with one clean answer: he's fighting for the people. Then he shut the argument down cold. Any more talk was meaningless, because the dead were already clawing up behind him, and red power was surging through their new commander. Fear stood against the bruised sky and channeled pink ruin from his palm. And the answer he finally gave was the heaviest word he'd ever carried: everyone. Then the cloak turned, the skull tilted under its hood, and the embers burned like a decision being made. One armored foot came down, the ground answered. And our boy, silver-haired, blue flame-eyed, fully transformed, stared straight through the smoke with one question burning behind his eyes. Did you feel this way too? Because the charge had already begun and Kizan was next. The dead kept coming, cracked faces and hollow yellow eyes, clawing forward like the war hadn't ended, only restarted. And Fear answered them, the only way a battalion master knew how. He drove straight into the horde, red cloak tearing the air behind him, swinging for the head that wore a crown, because that crown was Kizan's, and Kizan had to fall. Steel carved crimson across the field. The skeletal commander drew his ornate blade across his body, every motion a promise of ruin. That single sweep launched a tide of corpses skyward, Kizan's fodder flung apart by a power they weren't built to survive. Fresh blood streaked the commander's skull, and the grin beneath it never wavered. He pivoted, cloak snapping, and carved another wide arc of pink-white ruin straight through what remained of the horde. From above, silver-white hair caught the red-stained sky. Nephthys descended, massive blade trailing green runes, and Fear held the flank below. They carved a pincer through the corpses together, the skeletal commander hovering with sword pointed down, Nephthys pressed forward on the ground. Then the cutting attack came, 3 blue-white claw slashes tearing straight down through the red. The slashes looped, swirled, and a dark figure was hurled straight into the killing arc. A radial shockwave erupted outward, bodies flung in every direction, Fear at the eye of the blast, a dark mass tearing overhead through the ringing air. And there, in the wreckage, Fear and Nephthys collided blade to weapon, their clash bursting in pink-white and teal-green sparks that lit the whole field on fire. Smoke swallowed the aftermath in pink-red haze. A dark blade carved through the air, its edge shimmering with stolen colors, red, gold, cyan, and the narration overhead read that necromancers excel in many ways, and seem to have. Fear's skull took the hit dead on, a single red eye flaring through the crack in his bone, because, the narration finished, they seemed to have no weakness. Simon reeled from the trade, teeth bared through the red haze of the strike, every muscle locked against the shock traveling up his arms. But the kid had given his whole life to the sword, and that's exactly what he swung back with, pink light trailing his blade as he dashed straight at the skeletal commander. Then he stopped, amber eyes cool and focused, and opened his mouth to ask something. All right, then I'll ask a question. And the smile that crept across his face said he already knew the answer before the words left him. Backlit by a wall of crimson flame, he leveled the question at the towering undead before him. Why are you so proud of yourself? Fear stood in his crimson cloak and gold-trimmed armor, wreathed in black smoke and pink fire, the picture of dark necromantic authority, the perfect answer to a question he hadn't earned. An angry voice ripped across the dark. Fear had spotted someone, and he was done being polite about it. Simon met the accusation with a fanged little grin, because in his mind being good at everything was just another word for strong. Strong, that was the whole philosophy, delivered like a verdict on the world. And a chorus of screaming, faceless souls seemed to recoil from the declaration, like even the dead knew a flex when they heard one. He stood taller for it, teal fire licking the hem of his cape, skeletal claws curling at his sleeves, one hand raised like he was issuing the dead a challenge. The hall fell into a hard, ringing silence, because the dead weren't buying it, and a voice warned that stoking their resentment any further would be the last mistake anyone made. Simon's amber eye narrowed in profile. He was already at his limit, and everybody knew it. That amber eye went sharp as glass, and the kid made his call. Pushing past the line was the only play he had left. Fear caught the declaration and rose with it, massive gauntlets swinging wide through the blood-red haze. Every corpse on that field caught his will at once, and the order rang out cold, bring me his head. He threw himself into the wall of the dead, low and savage, because the only path to his boy was through their rotting hands. But the dead had grown teeth of their own tonight, and steel found his ribs before he could clear the first row. Pinned under a mountain of grasping hands, even Fear's crimson claws couldn't push them back, and a stunned, Hal tore out of his skull at the betrayal of his own legion. Bodies crushed down, flameshade markings crawling the arms trying to hold them off, and what had been an army became the thing burying him alive. Dick watched it all from the balcony against a sky gone the color of old blood, and the same question hung over him. How was any of this possible, when the dead had formed a full legion, stacked with raw physical buffs their old bones never carried? And somewhere in that carnage, a pink-haired figure with tribal flame marks laughed, manic, delighted, drinking in the sight of the battalion master going down. The blonde prince read the truth in the wreckage of shattered bones and torn banners. This was what the crown was built for, and the dead had just swept clean what their meat golems and skeletons never could. Dick Haywood's crown crested through the carnage, glowing teal. Even Fear had to tip his skull. Good work, boy, the dead battalion master croaked. But Simon's lone amber eye was already somewhere else, calculating. Then the voice in his skull cut through. This won't kill him. So the power surged, crackling, and a challenger asked, what will you do now? Simon blinked, soft, almost human, at whatever he'd just unleashed. And the voice in his head buckled under the weight of it all, sanity fraying. The dust settled, and Simon stood crowned and still, fear towering at his back, bone fingers already twitching toward the gold. Boy, Fear snapped, skeletal claws closing on the crown itself, because if anyone was going to rip that thing off, it would be his battalion master. But the skull recoiled, eye sockets blown wide in shock. The crown sat firm on Simon's head, refusing to budge. Fear's bony fingers hovered, caught between fury and awe. The boy is rejecting it. Because Fear answered the call, sliding out of the dark behind our boy like he'd always been there waiting. And then Simon raised his hand over a sea of undead, and a pink circle bloomed beneath his feet, pure black magic. Even Fear's old bones went cold because the boy had never touched magic before. Never. So where on earth had this come from? A dome of runes roared overhead, and somewhere below, two tiny silhouettes pointed up in raw, wide-eyed shock. The signature on that circle wasn't random. Fear recognized it from centuries ago. The mark of the one necromancer the old wars had every right to fear. The 100-Year War's nightmare, alive and wearing a schoolboy's crown. 2 zombies screamed for him, and the half-circle of his hand told the whole story. This was the pinnacle of undead sorcery, the kind of magic empires had burned to bury. His palm out, his eyes locked, Simon held the whole swarm in the cage of his fingers. Then the boy clenched his fist and shouted one word, explosion, and red fire erupted off his knuckles like a forge door blown open. The blast detonated into a wall of crimson, flames streaking straight down, and the world behind it turned to screaming red. A pillar of gold and black fire punched through the sky, and our boy stood beneath it, a single silhouette dwarfed by his own handiwork. 2 dark figures with skull-pale faces ragdolled backward through the dust, blown clear off their feet by the impact. The blast tore clean through a multi-story building, blowing walls apart like paper. Dick staggered back, green eyes wide, sweat drop forming, because no human being should be able to do that. Simon stood facing the wall of dark red smoke he'd just authored, dust still pattering off his shoulders. Someone somewhere in that smoke tried to shield his skull with pure blackness, and Simon's corpse explosion had laughed it away. A crater yawned at his feet, and a cloaked figure with green eyes stumbled out of a portal at its lip, beaten. The taunt echoed back at the cloaked survivor. Blackness had meant nothing here. What lay between Simon and the smoke was a detached skull, a severed leg, and an outstretched hand. Afterward, Simon sat cradling a white cloth bundle, with fear looming behind him, bony hand heavy on his shoulder. Rest peacefully, Swordmaster. The words hung in the red haze like a prayer for whoever had fallen in that crater. A single tear slid free of Simon's amber eye. Fear's robes began to unravel into smoke, wrapping Simon from behind in a final embrace. Concern for the boy, the question of how he'd unleash the corpse explosion, all of it dissolved with the skeleton. Simon's crown tumbled into the dust, and all he could offer was a tired, honest, "I don't know." But fear had one more word for him before the flames died. Reckless fool. Dick stood over Simon's crumpled form, looking down. "Prince." Simon lay sprawled where the blast had thrown him, purple hair fanned out and amber eyes barely open, the cost of that impossible magic carved into every breath. Fear's final vow echoed after him, a promise to teach our boy how to actually win. Because standing there against the smoke was Dick Haywood, the blond boy with the little crown, green eyes locked forward, and jaw set like a prince who'd already chosen his side. And that face held nothing but resolve. The haze thinned, and the world tilted toward something quieter. Down to wet stone, and a pair of dark shoes planted on it. Another pair stepped in from the rain, closer now, stopping right at the edge of frame. Which is when a blue-haired young man materialized under an umbrella, red eyes cutting through the downpour with the calm of someone who'd been searching a long time. He looked down at a small, soaked child huddled near the barrels and offered a single, strange invitation: follow him, if the kid had nothing better to do. Then his hand extended, palm open, the promise half-spoken. He smiled the kind of smile that meant trouble dressed up as opportunity, and promised the one thing a beaten child never expects: fun. And that hand stayed out, waiting, rain drumming the umbrella above it like a metronome counting down to whatever came next. Elizabeth's red eyes went wide, every muscle locked, because the tall Grim Reaper beside her had just materialized out of nowhere. Dick Haywood latched onto Simon's arm like a lifeline, because something in this moment told him the prince had walked straight into danger. Fear held the young prince dangling by his hood, and Elizabeth's spine went rigid watching the battalion master toy with royalty. So Dick scrambled behind Simon's leg for cover, but in the shadows, a skeletal hand was already reaching for Simon's waist. One bright green eye, frozen wide. The kid knew exactly what lurked behind that leg. Because Simon Valencia wasn't scared. He'd been through worse than a few skeletal fingers, and the grin said so. The bravado faded, though, his profile tight against a dark, drifting backdrop. And then someone caught him from behind, arms wrapped tight, nefties, silver hair spilling, clinging like she'd finally found the one person she trusted. Dick's eyelids drooped. Even a prince knew when he was the extra face in the room. So the night found them wrecked. Simon slumped in a chair, sweating through his uniform, while his crowned blonde friend slept curled tight in the background. Dawn brought an angry voice demanding answers, and Simon sat there half dead, accused of wiping out the Magnus group. Simon turned to his skeletal summon with nothing but question marks above his head, weakly asking if he'd actually taken Magnus down. Fear's eye flames blazed, his glare carrying decades of fury, and our boy's jaw dropped at whatever verdict his battalion master was about to deliver. So Simon scratched his head, sweating, muttering about pieces, because apparently this man got the W without remembering any of it. Fear stared our boy down and said they might need a brand new word for whatever he just did. Dick Haywood was lounging on the couch, bored out of his skull, while Simon's chibi head floated overhead yawning. But Simon sat on the floor pointing cheerfully at Fear, secretly proud he'd dropped something cool at the end, and Dick watched the whole flex from the couch. A deadpan black bubble cut in. You remember the oddest things. Dick just grinned from the cushions, chin on his fist, thoroughly enjoying the show. Which meant Simon was on the floor, sweating through his blazer, begging Dick to put the crown back on, and Dick only answered with a quiet, infuriating ah. Our boy looked up, resigned, offering it freely. If you want to take it, I can't stop you, like a man handing over a live grenade. Then Fear loomed close with one burning cyan eye, and Dick recoiled so hard the cushion nearly threw him. What? Simon flinched, sweating harder, the weight of whatever he'd just agreed to settling on his shoulders. Dick squared up, tone suddenly grown. Handle it well or not, he warned. Don't use it again, like he was returning a borrowed weapon and already regretted the loan. And our boy's hands started trembling, pale fingers twitching against a dark sleeve, fighting for control. So Simon crouched on the marble, clutching that shaking hand while Fear hovered beside him, cyan-ribbed and grave, watching Dick watch the fallout. Dick tried again from behind his crown. I told you, he started, but Simon just stared, pale and sweating, asking the only question that mattered. You really don't remember? Which meant Simon raised his own shaking hand, fingers splayed, crackling energy bleeding off him like a bad afterimage. Fear floated in close, cyan eyes locked, and dropped the verdict. Important part, that's right. Dick and Fear stood together in the silence, and our boy just stared at nothing, realizing at last exactly what he'd forgotten. Both of them screamed bloody murder at each other, because of course they did. Our boy nearly jumped out of his own skin. He grabbed his head and spiraled into full panic mode, while some unseen voice barked at him to get it together. He whipped his school bag around like a weapon, flailing for materials, the frantic off-screen voice shrieking for the prince to focus. Dick glanced back with a sly little smile and murmured that someone looked an awful lot like another person in the room. He was staring down a seated figure in a matching uniform and crown, except its face had rotted to the bone, hands decayed into darkness, just a corpse double wearing the prince's face. Somewhere else, a dark-haired boy swung a door open and froze at what waited inside. Dick's eyes went wide, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. But the dark-haired boy was grinning cheerfully at Fear's towering skeletal frame, the Reaper's blue eye flames burning right beside him. Dick's vein popped in rage while Fear cackled at him, the boy's hands on his hips like nothing was wrong. Dick fumed, and a voice reminded him he was part of their core now, no walking away from that. He squared up to confront the grinning pair in the grand hall. But the little prince clutched his chest, eyes shut, something painful catching in his throat. The dark-haired boy flashed a cheerful thumbs up, Fear mirroring him with a bony hand, and together they called out to take good care of Deathland, Prince. Then a black bubble cut through. Wait right there, Prince, and the boy's head whipped around. Because what reached for him next was no living hand at all, rotted skeletal fingers closing around warm flesh, the wet sound of dead skin pressing into living. Dick's jaw set hard, blue flames coiling around his clasped hands as he poured power into that grip, something inside him answering the rot. Dick's hand opened, and a glowing yellow gemstone dropped toward his waiting palm, a gift offered plain. Before he could react, a finger flicked him square on the forehead. Simon stood there, smirking, fist clenched like he just landed the punch, Fear floating behind him, menace and all. Our boy straightened his jacket, buttoned it clean, all easy confidence. He reached down and patted the little prince on the head, grinning. We're off now, see you later. But the moment he turned his back, the hallway wall behind him tore open into a jagged black void. And Simon's face lit up, that wide, reckless grin, like the tear in reality was an invitation, not a warning. The blond boy's eye twitched, frustration spiking. He might have shouted something sharp. Somewhere against a brick wall, 3 classmates waited on a missing friend, and the blue-haired girl demanded to know why Simon was so late. Simon shrugged it off with a sweat-dropped grin, but she muttered something under her breath about his own choices, still refusing to look at him. That set her off. She came up swinging, fists tight, glaring down at our boy with the particular fury of someone who felt owed an explanation. But Simon had already heard it from the source, some chibai accusation, complete with a pointing finger, declaring Payan had saved them from a monster kid zombie. And just like that, the memory conjured the thing itself. A skull-headed giant shambling through old ruins, that same inscribed blade slung across its arm. A silver-haired skeleton knight had stood before the blue-haired girl, its chest core blazing cyan, and when she'd been asked about it, she'd only nodded, yeah, that thing. Which meant Simon and his buddy had caught the full force of its first swing, launched clean off their feet by a sentinel that read them as the enemy. Simon looked wrecked. The blue-haired girl scowled and finished it. It thought they were the invaders. Kami cut in from her seat, wings fluttering, hand raised like a student who absolutely could not wait one more second. A beat of stunned silence hung between them, sparkles and all, as the full implication landed and nobody quite knew what to do with it. Then Kami cracked first from the bench. No way, she gasped. There's no way Simon is Payan, and the whole theory cracked open with her. And the blue-haired girl snapped. Full denial mode, eyes wide, both fists raised, screaming at Simon in 2 overlapping bubbles that absolutely, positively, no way was that little kid their classmate. Still no. She crossed her arms, shut her eyes, and demanded to know what the hell he meant by any of it, voice climbing like she wasn't sure she wanted the answer. Kami, meanwhile, had already leapt to her feet blushing. Considerate, she beamed, like she'd just unlocked a whole new tier of respect for the guy. Dick slouched on the bench while Kami gestured at the blue-haired girl, hashing it out. She pressed for an answer with her chin on her hand, and Kami sweated through her wings, turning away to dodge the question. Because that's when Dick Haywood burst through the door laughing, hand outstretched, with Kami frozen wide-eyed beneath him. Dick stood there between 2 taller classmates, sweating through a very awkward silence. So the blue-haired girl whipped her head left in shock, while Kami blushed and smiled through a half-cut confession. Which meant the door blew open and Simon burst in flushed, fist raised high, apologizing for being late while someone off-panel exhaled pure relief that he was safe. But the entrance landed wrong. 3 teammates hung upside down around him, and Simon just stood there, fists still clenched, completely lost on what he'd walked into. All that comedy cut hard against the next beat. A horned, multi-eyed monster bound in thick ropes, thrashing under purple restraints while someone flatly announced what they were staring at. Malin clasped her hands over her mouth in stunned awe, Kami's pink hair barely peeking in beside her. Dick, the blue-haired girl, Kami, and Edgar stood shoulder to shoulder taking it in, one voice summing it all up with a sarcastic impressed, being captured, impressive. Dark red clouds rolled in across the sky, a command cracking down to submit, and a small, obedient answer came right back. The pale horned beast snarled up at the red sky, teeth bared, as its summoner's voice rolled over it, surprised their pet had actually dragged something back. From the waist down it was all raw muscle, dark skin, clawed hands, crystal spikes jutting from forearms and calves, straps wound tight around the legs. He studied the framed card like it owed him answers, jaw set, expression flat as stone. Which meant the rest of them got to stand in a neat little row and gawk at whatever he just produced. The fluffy beast stood smug at his side, while Edgar Atlier, dead behind the eyes, muttered that the continuous modifier was missing. Blue-haired girl tilted her head up, mouth parting, all blooming across her face against the pale pink sky. Kami threw her arms skyward and cheered, because Kami always cheered. The reddish-brown-haired mentor flipped his folder shut with a calm smirk, that subtle, I told you so, practically glowing behind his teeth. Simon stared down at his own hands, sweating through the uniform, looking like a man who'd passed an exam he didn't remember sitting. And then the whole squad, Dick shouting, Malin beaming, Simon grinning despite himself, Kami practically vibrating, erupted because the word dropped, dismissed. Dark red clouds rolled overhead and a single voice answered, "Well done." But the mentor's arms were crossed, smirk gone, and whatever he'd murmured next had been a terrible thing to say. Simon turned toward the voice, skull pin catching the light, bracing for the catch. Blue-haired girl's gaze drifted sideways, calm curiosity where awe had been a moment ago. The squad reassembled before the Gothic stonework, Dick and Kami drifting in behind the blue-haired girl. But the mentor had turned to a crowd of shadowed figures beneath a blood-red sky, preaching cold and efficient methods, and worse, naming the bomber village as backup stock. He stood in profile before windows burning red, every trace of that earlier smirk scorched away. A ruined cathedral loomed behind the words, and the failed ones. So the lesson shifted to the real world, a dusty red plain where Simon stood shoulder to shoulder with the pale professor above a ring of hollow-faced villagers. The crowd answered with one ragged word of compliance. But the demonstration didn't start with words. It started with a single shoe slamming the earth, hard enough to crack the silence in half. Then the professor raised both arms and wrenched the dead out of the dirt like she was pulling threads, because for her that was all corpses were, obedient threads. Onlookers gawked from behind, and one of them blurted the obvious. The professor had just taken control. A wall of gaunt, groaning bodies answered her call, packed shoulder to shoulder under a sky that bled the color of rust. And those walking dead shuffled barefoot into a glowing crimson circle etched with runes, herded there by an arcane leash they couldn't resist. Which was the moment the red-haired mentor stepped in, calm as you please, one hand extended like he was asking for a handshake instead of a detonation. Simon caught it from the crowd, one wide amber eye, the pupil tightening, because he knew what was coming before the word even landed. Because that hand wasn't reaching for a handshake. It was reaching for a corpse, and the answer exploded across the sky in jagged red letters, explosion. The blast swallowed the plane in a pillar of fire and raw magic, and the red-haired mentor stood silhouetted against it, coat flaring, utterly unbothered by the storm he'd just unleashed. Which chat was the part where every student in attendance lost their minds. Kami's eyes went dinner plate wide behind her pink cardigan, and even Malin's spiky hair practically levitated off her head. Awe delivered at terminal velocity. Simon glanced back over his shoulder with that quiet, surprised expression he wears when the world hands him something even he didn't expect. But then there was the softer version of him, the one drifting through falling embers with half-lidded eyes and a faint smile, still mid-sentence, still the same kid in the same skull-pinned uniform. And his voice landed clean from above, warm and certain. The squad had just taken a real step forward as necromancers. The skull pin and the gold sword and flame crest caught the light as he spoke, proof the man underneath the lesson hadn't changed, even if his power had. The ivory tower loomed against a starless sky, magical dust trailing over its stone facade like a fading signal. Behind those cold walls, every student had retreated to their dorms to sleep off the chaos of the day. Dick Haywood had clearly found the nearest warm body, his own, and was currently wrapped around the blue-haired girl like she was a body pillow, which terrified a little ghost hovering at the bedside. Everyone else was in their own dorms, mostly. Except Simon, who had no intention of sleeping tonight. His hand reached up, and dark magic swirled around his fingers. He lay awake in bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, mind running a loop he couldn't shut off. A breath between scenes, a quiet beat before the next blow. Fear had been crystal clear. The Magnus group hadn't fallen to some elite strike team. Simon had wiped them out himself, with corpse explosion. And fear, looming in the dark of Simon's memory, wasn't letting him look away from that truth. Because fear had followed up with something worse, the image of a dark-haired boy kneeling before a towering, crackling shadow, a sight that meant whatever Simon had become, it was already bigger than the classroom. And then the memory jumped to Professor Aaron's corpse. That single image detonated behind Simon's eyes, debris and dust still floating through the shock of it. And then the world blurred, time folding into memory. And the blue-haired boy jolted upright in his own bed, rattled by the same wave of dread. Dick lay sprawled in the foreground, already half asleep, while Simon hovered a glowing orb above his open palm, wide awake, and clearly not planning to rest anytime soon. He'd been staring at that orb until his arm burned, but sleep still wouldn't come, not with the professor's corpse and that shadow figure chewing holes in his head. So he finally broke the silence with a confession. He was wrecked, running on fumes, and had no business doing what he was about to try next. The orb dimmed into his palm, and a memory slipped through the cracks, a gentler version of himself reaching out from somewhere far away. Long blonde hair, easy smile, feathers drifting around him like the world had nothing sharper in it. That was the true form waiting underneath everything he'd become. And for one breath, Simon forgot to breathe. Morning hit different. A sunlit clearing, Dick groaning in the grass like he'd lost a fight with the ground, while Kami and Malin kept watch under a nearby tree. Simon brought up the obvious. Class A had walked straight into Deathland yesterday, so what exactly was the Ivory Tower's morning training supposed to be? Before anyone could answer, a silver-haired blur kicked Dick flat on his back nefties, scolding him to get up faster. Simon stood off to the side, water bottle halfway to his mouth, genuinely lost on why the blonde boy was getting demolished. But Nefties crossed her arms and turned that famous glare on him next, and suddenly his drink wasn't going down so easy. She said something clipped and final, and Simon glanced back like a kid caught sneaking out past curfew. So he covered his mouth, faked a thoughtful look, and started cooking up some kind of excuse, sweating through every word. Whatever he said worked too well. Nefties went red to her ears, and Kami behind her nearly bit her hands off trying not to laugh. But the warmth died the second that pale-haired nightmare stepped out of the dark, skeletal jaw, skull crest, cloak dragging like a funeral behind him. Nefties stared at the monster Simon was becoming, and a memory cut in, him hauling her out of a wrecked carriage, holding her like the world owed him for it. And the whole point was simple: protect her, no matter what it cost. A dream, a memory, something that felt like both at once. She looked up at him with those flushed, startled eyes, and for one suspended heartbeat, everything else stopped mattering. The boy in the mask had carried her out of the wreckage like she was the only thing left worth saving. Petals fell, the world held its breath. Fairy tale. The blue-haired girl and Kami squealed in unison, knees knocking together as they clapped like kids at a bedtime story come to life. The dark blue-haired kid just stared, dead-eyed, like he'd never seen romance before and sincerely hoped he wouldn't have to again. Which meant the blue-haired girl caught herself blushing at her own outburst and immediately locked it down behind a glare sharp enough to cut glass. Then a feather drifted down, tapped her calf, and the whole flustered composure came apart at the seams. Because Kami launched herself across the field in a full tackle hug, grinning like she'd just been handed the lead role in a rom-com. She glanced back over her shoulder, all flushed and breathless, hand pressed to her chest like Cupid had personally winged her. So the blue-haired girl whipped around ready to throw hands, only to catch a faceful of blonde hair and a very loud eek. Kami hit the grass hard enough to leave a Kami-shaped imprint, dirt smudged across her blazer and one shoe scuffed clean through. She climbed back up sheepish, half-lidded green eyes and a tiny guilty frown, the look of someone who'd already started planning her next ambush. The blue-haired girl stood arms crossed, sweating, staring down at her like she'd just been asked to babysit a golden retriever. Kami's eyes narrowed, flushed, fist clenched tight beneath her chin, a girl plotting her next move and absolutely not sorry about the last one. Simon told Kami, "Let's move," voice flat as stone, but he kept walking and Kami lagged behind watching him from the grass. The gap between them grew, Kami catching glimpses from the side as Simon drew closer. Kami tucked her hair behind her ear, a small tell she was about to make her move. She flinched and scrambled upright, startled by whatever she was about to gamble. Fingers found each other, gentle, a bandage pressed between them. She smiled at him with her whole face, and Simon turned to meet it, their hands joined in the quiet of the trees. Kami beamed, cheeks flushed, the feather in her hair catching the light. They stood inches apart, locked eye to eye, the kind of silence that only happens when something enormous is being decided. A tan boy cupping his mouth ruined it with a shout across the field. An orange-haired woman in a regal skirt grinned, hands on hips, surveying the whole wide training sky like the moment belonged to her. The tan boy laid down the law for a row of academy students, Simon standing among them listening. The buzz-cut assistant teacher stepped in, positioning himself above the recruits. He pointed straight at Simon, singling our boy out for the audience to see. A white tail cracked across his shoulder, ending whatever calm was left. The assistant teacher pointed Simon out and paired him off, and the blonde girl with the feather clip grinned like she just won a raffle. They crossed the grass toward their matchup, the class trailing after. She posed against a sparkly background, cheerful, completely unbothered, radiating the energy of someone who'd been waiting for this arrangement. All sparkle, all confidence, zero chill. Then she closed in on Simon and pressed both hands flat against his chest, and our boy just stood there sweating through it, stuck, because, as she put it, it can't be helped. Official assignment or not, she clung to him like the assistant teacher had personally sworn her to his side for eternity. His face said everything, flat, dead inside, calculating his escape routes. Which of course was the exact moment Malin walked up, arms crossed, scowling at the spectacle like it had personally wronged her. Across the field, the orange-haired instructor planted her hands on her hips and called out, "All right, everyone has a partner, right?" And the rows of matching track jackets confirmed it. Every awkward soul in the class had been paired. Which meant Simon and Cammy were next, hands raised into the warm-up arch, other couples mirroring them, and Cammy tried to pivot the conversation entirely. "Can we talk about something else?" Simon hit the ground on his back, flushed and cornered, and she just kept steamrolling through his objections. So they wandered the grass hand in hand, and she laid it out plainly. Leaning on fellow ivory tower people in this remote post was just what you did. Then came the knife she'd been sharpening this whole time. Malin only sees you as a rival. And just like that, the warmth curdled, because Cammy knew exactly where Simon's deepest wounds hid, and she dropped him straight into one. A small, ragged child in a torn dress, pale and hollow-eyed, while shadows from above pointed down and whispered the word that had defined her. Adopted. But the only one who'd reached out, all those years ago, was Nephthys herself, a silver white-haired girl reaching for him with both hands and the brightest smile he'd ever seen. The open air still lingered with the echo of last chapter's confession, but the world didn't stop for a heartbeat. Simon sat beside Nephthys on the grass, and she was already speaking, beginning a story about someone named Malin. Her words painted a picture of two little girls in the snow. A breath between words. Nephthys' green eye went quiet and heavy. Simon listened, sensing the weight behind whatever came next. A gentle smile crossed her face as she spoke, while Kami sipped from a cup nearby, the blue-haired girl listening beside her. The blue-haired girl crossed her arms, unimpressed, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Nephthys kept her soft smile, choosing her words with care. Simon cut in before she could spin it further, asking if she didn't want to clear up the misunderstanding. But Nephthys just turned that knowing half-smile toward him, completely unbothered. Because in her eyes, Malin's desperate scramble to keep up was too adorable to spoil. Warmth and a light blush colored the memory as Nephthys trailed off, leaving the full picture hanging in the air. Far from that quiet circle, Malin grinned across the grass at Simon, a bandaged fist propped on her hip beside a green-shirted man with something to prove. And before the guy could object, she hoisted him up onto her shoulders like a warm-up weight, playful, brutal, and absolutely not asking permission. Nephthys swept backward through the grass, hair flying loose, and the motion practically sang. Her eyes drifted shut, a lovesick little sigh spilling out. The girl was done for and she knew it. Strands of gold caught the light and glittered against the soft green behind her, just for a beat. Blonde silk curtain framing his face, Simon had become the wallpaper for her daydream. She tipped her chin up, lips parting, and whatever bravado she had left dissolved in that one look. She exhaled against the open field, and the tension in her shoulders finally cracked. Back to back they stood, spines pressed tight, the words the ivory tower hanging in the air between them like a brand. Simon leaned in with that infuriating half-smile, asking how it felt, and she touched her brow, smiling small, and admitted it did. Across the grass, Kami and Simon mirrored that same back-to-back sprawl, her tiny bat wings folded against the morning air. She tilted her face toward the sky and asked what he planned to do after graduation, casual as anything, but the question had teeth. She loomed over him, blonde fall framing his wide amber eyes, and steered the chat straight into his future like a blade wrapped in velvet. Mary Jane stepped onto the grass, rustling, and Kami rose. They stood back to back under open sky, and Kami dropped the bomb. She was going to be the next head of the ivory tower. His hand flew to his chest, shock, pure shock, while she looked away, calm as stone, like she hadn't just declared war on an institution. Her lips kept moving, each word laid down heavy. And that shy little glance down, light orbs drifting past, the boldness folding back into something soft and young. Kami turned her face away, a soft sound escaping her lips, the kind of quiet that follows a wish finally spoken aloud. And then silence, the kind that means the words landed somewhere deep. Simon stared, wide-eyed, jaw loose, every thought in his head vanishing at once. Kami, head of the ivory tower, the kid who fluttered around with bat wings and fairy tale wonder, actually wanted the crown. Still nothing, just the open sky and a brain running on empty. Because before he could recover, Nefti scooped him off the grass without warning, bridle carry, easy as breathing, and looked down at him with that gentle, teasing smile of hers. Simon kept his eyes shut, words tumbling out half steady. Some title she was offering was basically an honorary seat, all the ceremony, none of the actual power. A quiet laugh in his voice. He'd finally worked up the nerve to confess, and this was how she answered it. Neftis looked down at him, something soft and touch settling into her smile, the feather in her hair catching the light. Her green eyes widened brighter, the kind of look that lands somewhere behind the ribs and stays there. Their faces hovered inches apart, his hand on her shoulder, her blush blooming deep, the whole green field glittering around them like the scene had been choreographed by a sentimental god. A single green eye, cheeks flushed, completely undone. Except the moment cracked open, a voice cut in from behind. Someone was watching. Simon's head snapped around, and there stood Dick Haywood, brown jacket, arms crossed, taking in the whole romantic disaster with the patience of a man who had seen far too much. Dick didn't even let them breathe, barked the next drill, and the two of them bent backward in startled unison, romance instantly shelved. Across the field, Malin sat opposite Dick now, stretching her arms forward while he anchored her hands. Next drill, hold back. Flexibility training, and this girl did not look like someone who needed any. She dropped into a full split on the grass without flinching, arms spread wide, every line of her flat against the earth. The ponytail, the patterned skirt, the picture of someone who treated her own body like a weapon and kept it sharp. Backed by Simon, Neftis knelt in the grass with her eyes closed and a serene little smile, perfectly at peace, while he stood over her, leg in frame, still trying to figure out what had just happened to his afternoon. Simon tugged his shirt and asked for a moment, voice low. He knelt behind Neftis on the grass, hands hovering near her shoulders, and startled her with a touch from behind. Simon spoke toward her, words lost to the breeze. Neftis smiled, eyes closed against the sparkling sky, soft in content. He looked at her, caught off guard by her warmth. But Dick's drill kicked in, and suddenly Neftis sat across Simon's splayed legs, gripping his wrists while he pulled her into a stretch, her cry of pain sharp against the field. A flush crept across Neftis's cheeks, flustered and bright, sweat beading her temple. Simon stared back, equally stunned, a nervous drop sliding down his own cheek. The pull broke him, and Simon face-planted into the grass, still clutching her hands. Lifting his head, he asked if anything felt strange, and Neftis tilted the question right back at him. Then a tiny gasp escaped her lips, a realization blooming behind her eyes. Simon sat sideways on the grass, flat expression on his face, silence doing all the talking. Neftis burst out laughing, fist raised to the sky, thoroughly delighted by whatever he wasn't saying. And Simon turned beet red, eyes shut tight, smiling in pure embarrassed defeat. She beamed brighter, one hand raised in playful triumph, pink bubbles blooming around her delighted laughter. Malin Villine called the warm-up dead, because the real lesson was about to begin. Our boy stood there in the grass, wondering what fresh nightmare his instructor had cooked up. Today's curriculum, an advanced application of internal black shadow. Manipulation, the dark stuff, turned up to lethal. Which meant doubling your internal control of darkness or dying very messily, and two students in the crowd already looked ready to bolt. Internal black shadow division, Malin struck her pose, black aura flames roaring off her body, because confidence was half the curriculum and she had it in spades. Easy, she grinned, hand reaching out through swirling red-black shadow, just double your darkness control. Ignore the small detail that failure means your organs detonate from the inside. because that plan sounded insane, and Kami's whole class reacted like they'd been told to swallow a grenade, wide eyes, sweat drops, one boy openly asking if their intestines were really about to burst out. But Malin wasn't bluffing. She planted her feet, arm extended, and let jagged black-purple darkness rip outward from her body, because the only way out of her was through her. Malin Villine leaned into the lesson, eyes blazing pink through dripping black tears, hand outstretched like she was reaching for something only she could grab, because this wasn't a drill anymore. She smiled through the tendrils writhing around her and dropped the second half of the lesson. The internal black shadow division didn't just double your darkness, it turned you into a weapon. While the technique was active, raw martial arts would hit like a KP1 summoner's finishing blow. Smaller body, bigger punch. Malin's fist drove forward in a blur, framed by red impact lines and shattering air, the kind of strike that rewrote what a body could do. Everything behind the hit streaked red. Far across the field her teal aura still glowed, while a jagged spear of darkness slammed the ground and split the earth in white bursts. Purple-black shockwaves rippled through the impact site, dust and debris churning where the strike had landed. A gray-haired classmate reeled back, and Kami Ursula grabbed his face from behind, wings bristling, both of them staring at what they had just witnessed. Even the uniforms caught the edge of it. An orange-haired girl grinned wide at the floating debris, calling it easy, and that was the part that scared the class most. Chapter title card burned across the screen, Necromancer Academy and the Genius Summoner. Back in chibi form, Malin clapped her hands together. Since they were still beginners, their partner would activate the expulsion circle on their back and walk them through internal black energy diffusion step by step. Malin's voice carried the lesson across the field, handle expulsion solo when you're ready, but for now it was about mastering the dark energy inside. The blue-haired boy took his spot, and Kami lit the circle on his back, cyan glow against the grass. Chiba Malin clapped her cheeks and beamed at the class, selling it like a summer camp activity. Then it was Simon's turn, and the second the circle hit his spine, black and blue energy ripped out of his chest like something uncaged. His face twisted, every muscle fighting the surge trying to claw its way free. The air itself went thick with it. A swirling blue and purple vortex erupted from Simon's core, dark tendrils wrapping his arms and ribs as the power swelled past anything the beginner drill was supposed to produce. He gritted his teeth and cried out, because whatever lived inside him had just answered louder than he'd asked. Serene stepped in without hesitation, cyan runes blazing from her palm as she aimed straight at the storm around him. She'd pull it out on her terms. But the second she opened the floodgate, the backlash hit her full force, black smoke crawling up her arms. And kept climbing. She staggered, eyes wide, a breathless laugh escaping her lips. The volume pouring through was way beyond what she'd planned. 2 times the core's usual output, not 3. Even a careful channel couldn't hold back that much raw darkness. Back on the field, Simon's face had gone pale. The darkness pouring off him wouldn't stop, and Serene was still throwing every rune she had at trying to rein it in. Then a blonde classmate stepped forward, palms out, cyan circle blazing, trying to contain what Serene couldn't. But the warning overhead was blunt. Someone like him doesn't transform his darkness that easily. Training years, and this man cracked it in minutes. The instructor's cold stare said everything, because some legacies aren't taught, they're inherited. So Serene stepped in, her blue circle pressed to his back, channeling the surge while darkness bled off him in waves. His knees hit the grass before the roar stopped, hands clawing the dirt as the core inside him kept dumping power he couldn't drain. 5 seconds was all he lasted, and even that wrecked him. He waved her off between gasps, refusing another round of the technique that had just broken him. Because that grin was about to cost him everything. So Serene pivoted, green eyes sharp, and offered something different, not his way, hers. Her voice cut through the chatter with a quiet offer to try it once more, this time by her method. Which made Simon blink, because nobody had coached him through this before, and the smirk behind it didn't help. Then Lorraine Arkbold closed her eyes, and the air changed. Feathers drifted down around her like a promise, soft thumps marking each one as green sparkles curled at her feet. And the grass below glittered with what she'd scattered, a quiet jingle of feathers and light, settling like a spell waiting to be named. One feather drifted through the pale air, slow as a held breath between heartbeats. Lorraine's hem settled on the grass, and another feather kissed the ground beside her. She tilted her head, weighing her options aloud. Is it this one? Two feathers held up to the light. Lorraine compared them with a furrowed brow, and yes, that question came with a warning attached. She wasn't planning to use whatever this was on him, was she? Simon stared back, mouth half open, the color draining as the implication hit him. But the worry died fast. Lorraine had found her feather, and she cradled it to her chest with a grin so pure it hurt. Ah, this is it. Her eyes closed, palms lifted, and the air answered, feathers swarming, the green hum of a power waking up ready to be used. A yellow circle blazed to life beneath her, and the feathers gathered like a small storm at her feet. Then she was right in front of him, a single white plume hovering near his jaw, and all Simon could manage was, "Wait a minute, what are you trying to?" The feather burst into soft white light between them, dust and magic swallowing the space where their hands almost touched. Blue light swallowed Simon whole, and all he had for it was a flat, lost huh. Out on the open field, the feather arced skyward like a launch signal flare, and Lorraine's voice followed it clean. "It's a sleeping pill." Eyes still shut, smile still soft. She asked him to turn around and trust her because she wasn't about to do anything bad, and that was a promise, not a suggestion. Because Lorraine had asked him to turn around and trust her, a tall order from a girl he barely knew. Simon hesitated, ellipses trailing into nothing. But that soft, patient smile of hers promised this wouldn't hurt. At least, that's what she wanted him to believe. She closed the distance before he could argue and pressed herself against his back, cheek flushed against his shoulder blade, and Simon forgot how to breathe. Her arm slid around his waist and held on, warm and deliberate, like she was anchoring him to something. Which was when Simon's brain short-circuited, panicked, and screamed the only name that felt safe, Serene. Except Lorraine wasn't done with him. A voice from somewhere ordered him to look ahead, and Simon could only manage a strangled "what?" His own amber eyes stared back at him, wide, and in that single frozen frame he realized this wasn't affection at all. It was a procedure. Someone had asked, soft and off-panel, if he could do it in this state, and Simon stood alone, fists clenched, preparing to find out. Then the training hit him all at once, because his mouth went slack and dread crawled blue across every inch of his skin. Perfect silence fell over the field. And out of that silence, a vortex of pitch-black shadow erupted from his chest, coiling around a pale blue core like a living thing. Because what he was feeling wasn't a spell at all, it was his own body, rewritten in darkness, the cold, intimate flow of a power he was only now beginning to understand. And the only thing left to see was the aftermath. Her presence lingered against his back, Serene's hand still anchored to him, a warmth he could feel even through the cold. He stood at the front with the emblem burning bright on his chest, and she clung to his waist from behind, smiling like she already knew what they'd become. Shadow curled at their feet, twin anchors to the same storm. The dark kept spinning, swallowing everything around them whole. And then, soft as a knife sliding home, the question arrived, shall we begin? Because the answer had never been in doubt, the shadow answered for them both. It built and built, a pressure that hummed through every vein in his body. Then the world cracked open, double core activation. Simon's eyes blazed back at the dark, amber drowned in something deeper and far older. His grin split wide and the fangs came out, because this felt like finally catching up to who he was supposed to be. Darkness detonated outward in every direction. He planted his stance, let the aura roar, and promised the night he'd take every last sibling power standing between him and the top. His body ran fever-hot, and the voice in his head ordered him to vent the pitch darkness until the balance was clean, so he focused on raising it higher. His teeth bared against the strain, every muscle screaming to hold the flood in place. Simon let the darkness rip free, fists up, stance wide, as a column of pitch-black force screamed skyward behind him. The shockwave hammered the air, and the world fell away in a wash of purple sound and falling rubble. Then silence, a frozen crystal sheen, where the blast had burned itself out. He dropped to one knee, drained to the bone, the blue-black halo still spinning around his shoulders. Nephthys leaned into his back, smiling soft, her warmth the only thing holding him upright. She whispered it was almost over, just hold on, just stay like this. But Malin was already moving, blue flames licking her hairpiece as she squared up across the field, the swish of her stance cutting through the smoke. She stood her ground, Mary Jane's planted in the haze, daring him to flinch first. The world collapsed into speed lines. A hand rose from the dark, and the impact detonated, blue-white streaks tearing outward through the black, her opening strike already on him. The blast caught Simon dead center and hurled him backward, boots off the dirt, Malin standing calm in her blue armor like she'd flicked a switch. The shockwave folded around him, crackling dark and cold. Then the afterimage bled away, blue lines fading into shadow, and whatever came next, he wouldn't see it coming. Simon burst through the smoke grinning wide, shadow flames licking his arms as he pumped a fist at her. He'd done it. But the grin died on his face the second he turned to Serene, and whatever he saw froze him mid-word. Something about her was wrong. She just stood there smiling warmly, completely unbothered, while the system confirmed the technique had landed clean. Light tore through the dark like a vein snapping open. And then the magic hit, a jagged downward strike that split the silence clean in two. It caught Simon dead center and threw him like a ragdoll, the shockwave buckling the air around him while the onomatopoeia screamed louder than he did. Afterimage streaked through the dark motion, not mercy. But the test wasn't punishment, it was graduation. Simon stood wreathed in shadow, dark fire crawling across his shirt, while CERN watched with that infuriating, quiet smile. And the system confirmed it itself, dark flux, successful, congratulations. His hands pressed flat, and the black flame obeyed him now, coiling obedient at his wrists. Residual energy bled off him like smoke off a fresh kill, slow and dark in content. Then Malin's voice cut through the aftermath, stunned, almost offended. Translator, SIMON scholar. Her hand to her chin, her pride clearly wounded. But that surprise flipped fast into a grin. Wow, you already succeeded, the narration crowed, and Malin's cyan-lit smile said what her cut-off words didn't game on. Back on the grass, the whispers broke open. It's already like that, as expected from the special exception number 1, right? While Simon's dark aura kept flaring behind him like a second heartbeat. And then Kami stepped forward, serene as a closing trap, blonde hair catching the sky, and said simply, with this, proposing something that would change the next few hours entirely. Simon grinned, wrapped in dark flame, and took the deal. One more debt on the tab. Because 10 debts like this, he figured, had to cash out into something ridiculous, an actual wish. Then he looked at what she'd handed him and his face went politely blank. A coupon, at a school cafe. He and the blonde girl walked off across the grass, chattering away from the watching crowd, while behind them a voice cracked across the yard screaming his full birth name at the top of its lungs, because the internal dark flux he'd nearly died mastering had just been flexed in a single class period, and everyone knew it. Dick Haywood's jaw clenched, every vein mapped with fury, because he'd warned Simon about that woman, how she manipulates, how she controls, how nobody walks away from her the same. And Malin stood arms folded beside him, tense as a drawn bow, fed up with being mocked by a kid who smiled like he'd already won. Her blue eye met Dick's red one across the frame, and the verdict was the same on both faces, grinning fool, fox's tricks, and a prince who'd bitten off more than he could chew. But the dark blue-haired boy in the foreground didn't hear them. Two shadowed silhouettes with red eyes towered behind him, ringed in flame, closing in. Malin and Dick stood side by side on that grass, both of them refusing to look at the other first. Which meant the staring contest ended exactly how you'd expect, her barking at him telling her to drop the glare. So they parted ways in mutual disgust, leaving Simon's flecks in their dust, because the next lesson was already calling. A full skill breakdown for the students who couldn't stomach the dark flux. The ponytailed girl clapped her hands and called the class to order, practice time. Everyone gather round. Her first reassurance was for the ones who'd failed the internal dark flux. Don't sweat it, this stuff has a learning curve. She walked them through the real lesson in a forest clearing. Hands on hips, grinning, consistent practice was the only path to dark manipulation, and struggling on day one meant nothing. Then she turned the spotlight on him, and the question landed like a live grenade. Simon, you tried the dark flux for the first time today, how'd it feel? Simon froze with a sweat drop, caught flat-footed by the spotlight, and forced out that yeah, the power surge felt incredible. But the teacher wasn't done, because the dark flux was a loan shark, granting raw power fast while it bled the body dry underneath. Malin held up one finger with a grin. Dark Flux was a last resort finisher, nothing more. Without full control, the technique didn't just fail, it handed your opponent the win on a plate. She let that warning ride over a summoned monster rearing its fangs in the sky, while her voice kept going. Nobody serious built a career on a move that inefficient, and the practice window was closing, because she'd cooked up something fun for round 2. Malin dropped the lecture and lit up, announcing the next event with a grin, while a gray-haired proctor waved a glowing portal open behind her. Her boots planted on the grass, the fun was clearly about to start. A nervous blonde classmate started spiraling about hippopotamus rides and hill runs with sandbags, and Kami fretted right alongside him. One leg only, please. The class held its breath. 2 hands passed the ball off. Someone called it ready for the professor. Malin caught the ball, smiled wide, and announced the real event, an A-class versus C-class dodgeball match, flames already licking around her hands. Dodgeball landed like a blessing. Students, who'd been bracing for nightmares, suddenly got a day off. Kami pumped her fist, ears perking up at the chance to actually enjoy herself for once, while Simon grinned like a kid told school was cancelled. Nobody was fooled, though. Fun in this academy had teeth. Our girl with the red ribbon jogged to center field, volleyball raised overhead like it was just any other school match, asking out loud whether they were playing this straight. Then she spun, and the ball erupted with a streak of black magic, enchanted to home in on whoever held the enemy core, no matter where they threw it. Always flying toward the core holder, dodging was off the table. Which meant the second the ball left her hand, it tore across the field on a glowing blue trail aimed dead at the A-class line. Their tall guy with the goatee stepped up and fired a white beam straight at it, trying to blast the cursed ball out of the sky. She just smiled, already knowing dodging was impossible, already knowing they'd panicked into a pure offense or defense stalemate, and the rules even let them wonder aloud if black magic was fair game. Back on C-class's side, the rules allowed self-buffs and ball buffs but no touching the enemy, and the green-haired girl shot her hand up before anyone else could even ask. Malin held up a finger with the kind of smile that meant trouble, laying down the one rule nobody could break. No spirit form cheating in this dodgeball match. Use your body, not your soul, to dodge. Break that rule and you're out on the spot. Best of 3, 10 players aside, which sent the pink-haired girl into full panic mode right there on the court. Because the winners wouldn't just win. They'd get to eat in front of the losers while the losers chugged energy drinks and watched the cruelest prize in academy history. Down on the grass field, the green-haired girl with the glasses cupped her hands around her mouth and called her squad in, a brown-haired boy right behind her echoing the yell. C-class, rally over here. But this wasn't just about food. This was pride, and the perfect shot at every A-class brat who'd been strutting around because their homeroom teacher pulled rank on the staff. One navy-haired kid stood deadpan in the middle of all that screaming, sweat dropping as his classmates lost their minds behind him. What did C-class even do to deserve this war? Then a hand snapped around his wrist and yanked him straight into the chaos. The strategy meeting was calling, and the blue-haired class president wasn't giving him a choice in the matter, yanking our boy into the huddle whether he liked it or not. Malin blinked, surprised, but nodded with a soft little okay, already falling in line. The referee raised his voice, and the games officially kicked off, a class first, C-class first. On the dirt court, a referee in olive tactical gear called the teams to their marks, volleyball tucked under his arm. A class stepped up, the blonde, golden-eyed kid front and center, a blue-haired girl flanking him, and the rest of their squad lining up behind in matching black and purple jackets. All 10 pairs of feet planted on the dirt, ready to move. And across from them, C-class answered, orange-haired kid in front, a honey-blonde girl with wing-shaped hairpin, a dark green ponytail girl, and the rest in red-trimmed uniforms. The court confirmed it. CERN's squad was first on the floor for C-class. But a class had stacked the deck, sending their weakest team to eat CERN's strongest, because if the bottom squad could bruise her, the other 2 rounds handled themselves easy. The blonde kid pumped his fists in triumph, grinning like he'd already won something. The blue-haired girl snapped her head toward him, shouting that they were not the weakest team. The blonde fired back, asking if anyone knew reinforcement-type black magic. Because short of torching every C-class kid with black flames, a low-tier squad wasn't going to make waves in a match like this. And beside him, the blue-haired Valencia girl just stared, utterly dead inside at the logic she'd walked into. Malin folded her arms and snapped at her own team's nerves, every inch the captain who'd sooner die than lose to A-class. And a tiny blonde teammate pumped his fist like the outcome was already settled. But the featherclip girl cut through the noise with a wave and a bright, sing-song call. Malin's name dragged out like she already owned the match. Behind her, 3 track-jacketed classmates stood ready, and the dirt court waited. She was already moving, skirt swaying with that calm, knowing stride, which meant the first grab was seconds away. Then Nefty stepped into frame, silver-white hair catching the light, those blue eyes gone flat and merciless, and the featherclip girl heard the one sentence that turned a friendly game into a death sentence. Today, for real, she was done. 2 gold coins cut through the air against a white sky, spinning on momentum lines like the world was holding its breath, because this toss decided who went first. A black fingerless glove closed around a bare hand and squeezed once. The blue-haired girl stood at the line with a dark-skinned man in a green jacket at her side, the forest behind them silent as a held breath. Her blue eye locked on the falling coins, and she called it clean heads. Rick smiled with his eyes still closed, already claiming the back row like it was his birthright. She pumped her fist, grin breaking wide, because the call was right and the game just tilted her way. But the blonde with the feather in her hair caught that hand and locked it into a pinky promise, smiling like she already knew how this ended. An empty bubble caught the breeze above them, and the blue-haired girl's expression snapped, teeth bared, eye narrowed to a slit, because whatever she just heard through that silence was the opposite of good. Except the dark-skinned man was already mid-motion, one arm up to catch the tossed coin and the other thrust toward the camera like a referee who'd seen this trick before. She spun toward the court and barked the order, shoving the white volleyball into Rick's hands because the clock was already moving and hesitation cost sets. The bottom curve of a speech bubble drifted alone against the frame. And Dick Haywood caught that ball wrapped in dark purple-black flame, golden eyes bright, because he knew exactly what that kind of fire meant. He'd watched Simon Valencia wear that same aura 100 times in his head. He launched it skyward with a shout that carried across the whole dirt field, the volleyball trailing dark fire like a comet nobody asked for. And that was the opening salvo of somebody who'd been waiting all chapter to throw hands. 3 of them tracked the arc in silence, Dick still riding the high of his own release, a silver white-haired girl watching like she was filing this away for later, and a dark-haired figure standing far enough back to claim no part of what came next. Malin Villeen had been watching Dick Haywood torch that ball across the dirt, and something inside her answered with a much louder kind of fire. Because the dark blue-black flames erupted from her sneakers upward, swallowing the whole court in shadow. So she launched, hurling the volleyball overhead wreathed in jet-black flame, the strike landing like a detonation on the far side of the field. The impact swelled into a colossal dark red-black sphere ringed by a glowing white sigil, a hand thrust up beneath it, and the caption roared, "Internal jet-black eruption." Her pale blue fingers reached toward the blazing ball as the attack name tore from her lips. Eyes wide, mouth open, Malin Villeen screamed the command at full volume, every syllable a trigger, shoot. She hurled herself through the air wreathed in swirling blue energy, fist cocked back to drive the kill home. And the final detonation ripped outward, a swirling crimson-red vortex swallowing the frame whole. The blonde feather-hair girl stood dead center beneath the blast, golden light and jagged red aura erupting beneath her feet. Red and white streaks screamed across the frame, the impact painting itself in raw violence. Then the shockwave burst in concentric rings, radial lines screaming outward as the explosion hit its peak. Except the feather-hair girl only smiled, calm as ever, hands clasped, watching the wreckage she just walked through. Rick blinked a question mark at the chaos, and a red energy slash carved across his foreground, black debris whipping past his face. Red and pink shrapnel streaked across the frame, the momentum still unwinding. Massive red slashes tore through the air above the arena. Below, a blonde figure crumpled to the grass as a dark-gloved hand lunged into frame. And Rick hit the dirt hard. A jagged cry ripped out of him as he tumbled across the arena floor. A silver-white sphere slammed into the dirt, and the whole field disappeared under a wall of dust. When it cleared, the crater sat dead center, ringed by scattered onlookers still catching their breath. Malin hit the ground in a braced landing, twin plumes of dust bursting off her sneakers like a hero's entrance. She held that glare jaw set, eyes blazing, daring anyone on that field to step up next. Her squad erupted behind her, 3 matching track jackets screaming in unison, a brown-haired boy cupping his mouth, a dark blue-haired kid pumping his fist, and pink pigtails Erzabet grinning like she just won a blood feud. They all knew whose name to chant. She bowed her head, hair falling like a curtain over a smirk she didn't need anyone to see. Because she'd just proven a point and she wanted it written on the sky. She'd won without any enhancement magic, no borrowed power, just her, and she dared anyone to forget it. Dick Haywood rubbed his hands together, sweating through a smile that said he really should not say the wrong thing right now. Which meant he said it anyway, and Malin answered with a flying knee to his smug face. Simon Valencia nearly crushed his own cheeks, hyped beyond all reason. Dick lay dazed in the dirt. Malin stood over him grinning into the wind, and Simon cupped his hands and hollered that she was absolutely crushing it. Her fists stayed clenched at her side, grounded, certain, the body language of someone who already knew how the next play ended. She let a quiet, private smile settle across her face, sparkles drifting around her like the world itself was clapping. A chibi bald instructor threw a gloved hand skyward, screaming a restart that the whole field had to obey. Erzabet stepped up with the scuffed white ball cradled at her waist, twin tails sharp, pink eyes daring the opposing side to try her. And Malin was already pointing, calling the big ones forward, her grinning brown-haired bruiser, and the scowling reddish-brown tank flanking her like she'd been commanding armies her whole life. Brown side ponytail girl launched the counterattack, arm thrust forward, screaming "Take this," at the enemy line. A white ball screamed downward through blue sky, trailing dark smoke like it had somewhere violent to be. 3 purple-jacketed teammates looked up together, mouths open, grinning, middle brown-haired boy flanked by his orange-haired friend and a dark-haired shadow, all watching that arc descend. Mid-flight the ball caught fire with enchantment, swirling blue-white energy wrapping around it, Korean impact text booming as the magic locked in. Brown-haired boy took the hit clean to the top of his skull, stumbled back, eyes shut with a comic eye, Erzabet's dark silhouette watching from foreground. Malin's chibi head popped up furious, "Hey!" jaw tight, shouting someone down. She tore into the sheepish brown-haired boy. Didn't he hear the professor? Whoever catches that core takes the hit every time. He sweated, rubbed his cheek, apologized small, sorry. Across the court, the blonde feather-haired girl stood calm, navy blazer, arms crossed, watching their chaos with a gentle smile and total composure. Close up on that same blonde girl, silver feather clip catching the light green eyes soft against teal sky, a quiet Korean sigh beside her. Ice cold. Orange-haired boy barked the order, "Rick, reapply the enchantment and throw it up." Malin caught the ball in both hands, strained. Okay. A moody close-up, Malin's profile shadowed, expression grave, softly almost to herself, serene. Green-haired girl opened up from the back line, white and dark jacket flaring, screaming flames shoot as a red fireball launched from above her head. Malin sprinted down the court toward her. But the blonde feather-haired girl was already on it. Black-haired purple-eyed boy took the flame shoot clean to the torso, teeth clenched, staggered while she stood behind him calm-eyed. Same blonde girl watched her handiwork land, arms still crossed, smiling as the red blast tore through him and staggered a green-haired student beside him, no rush, no remorse. Black-haired purple-eyed boy was down for good, flat on the dirt, eyes closed, bloodied nose, a single white feather resting on his collar like a signature. Malin exhaled hard through her teeth, jaw tight, every muscle in her face screaming frustration at the feather girl's flex. And the rival just stood there smiling, fingertip to her lip, humming like she just won the whole tournament on a whim. Crouched low, fist pressed to her mouth, Malin felt her stomach drop. This wasn't a game anymore, it was a statement. Every detail of the rival's outfit got catalogued, from that purple-tipped bow at her waist down to the knife-crease pleats. A violent thought cracked through Malin's head. She wanted to tear that smug little smile clean off the blonde's face and make her eat it. The feather girl held her ground, feet planted, chin tilted up, posture so perfectly composed it felt designed to infuriate. Even her shoes looked like they were daring someone to try something. Malin stood with her arms crossed under the open sky, unimpressed by whatever had just unfolded on the dirt field, a rival queen holding court, refusing to blink first. Then a white ball screaming with a purple spiral came straight for Dick's face, and the boy had half a heartbeat to realize his dodgeball career was about to hit a wall. The impact cracked through him like a bad omen, dust and speed lines swallowing whatever dignity he had left. Three teammates cowered under a dark, warped aura, sweat pouring, absolutely cooked, while Malin watched from the sideline with that quiet, terrifying patience of hers. Dick tried to laugh it off, hands raised like a clown, calling himself a supporter, and Malin did not even grace him with open eyes. But then his hands found the ball on the dirt, and something darker started curling off his knuckles. He stared it down, that cracked blue-black aura wrapping the volleyball like a promise, because nobody laughs at Dick Haywood twice. The detonation ripped outward in a wash of white and violent purple, the kind of impact that bends the air around it. Dick lunged, heaving the cursed ball in a roaring arc of dark blue fire, dust screaming off his sneakers as he put everything behind one throw. His eyes had gone solid white with strain when the payload blew, a great white and purple sun erupting at his fingertips, volleyball and pride fused into one desperate gamble. And the world answered back with a blur of motion and a choked "ugh." A blonde-haired teammate hit the dirt hard, eyes shut, mouth open in a yell, a clean knockout, no appeals. A sneaker planted into the ground, a growl caught in his teeth, and Dick forced himself to stop his skid, still standing barely, but running out of miracles. And then the blue-haired Valencia girl was in his face, glaring, fists raised, absolutely spoiling for a piece of him. Dick cowered with one clenched fist, begging for mercy, while she loomed over him in full fury, a dark-haired silhouette watching from the foreground as the boy who just threw his soul at the wall got thoroughly dressed down for it. Blue-haired Valencia girl stood arms locked, chin high, daring the entire field to try her. A brown-haired boy turned sharply toward her, some word bitten off before it could land. Malin raised a finger to her chin, smiling like she just spotted something delicious. The blue-haired girl caught a stone ball against her chest, a sweet little tap, and her whole face softened for a breath. Three fingers came up from somewhere, accusing those three by name, the brown-haired boy, the feather-haired blonde, and her dark blue-haired partner in matching tracksuits. The feather-haired girl pressed a finger to her lips, blushing, and let slip the obvious one. No way Serene is scared of getting hit. Her sweater at the waist caught the light, plain and unassuming, hiding anything but a girl enjoying herself. Serene's jaw set. The temper flashed hot across her face. She had a reputation to defend. Except three boys in matching jackets had walked right up to her, and their question was aimed like a thrown blade. How long can you last without backup? So she answered with cold, cradling a crackling sphere of cyan ice that frostbit the air between her palms. She raised the sphere in one steady hand, dark and cyan currents swirling behind her like a storm waiting to be born. Her arm drew back, the cold screaming louder with every inch she cocked it. And then she let it loose, cyan pillars erupting skyward around the three boys, who could only stare up from the ruined circle beneath their feet. Far across the field, a long blonde-haired girl in a dark blazer turned toward the display, frostwind catching her hair. The feather-haired Malin met the camera with green eyes and a warm smile, one hand to her chest, already charmed by what she'd just witnessed. Serene froze because the girl she'd just dismissed was smiling right back at her, eyes glittering with something worse than mockery. But she wasn't the type to flinch for long, so she raised that crackling cyan sphere of hers and declared, louder than her fear, that she'd surpass everyone in this field. The feather-haired blonde lit up at that, green eyes warm with something between pity and play, and offered her a special reward for such admirable fire. Serene's pride took the hit clean, ice swirling at her back, voice cracking. She spat back that she wanted nothing from that grin. Her answer came in her own language, a pale hand thrusting forward through a storm of ice and snow. And she was already moving, cutting across the cracked blue field in a dead sprint, screaming for someone to hear her. A jagged shard of ice answered for her, detonating outward in a violent spray of crystal, the kind of explosion that didn't ask permission. Dick Haywood didn't even flinch, stood there smirking on the dirt, twirling a blade between his fingers while ice erupted uselessly at his sneakers. Speed lines streaked the air, freezing the world mid-breath. Then a slender leg in white stockings stepped calmly onto the snow, Kami, arriving right on cue. Which meant a blonde streak came whipping in behind Dick before he could blink, a surprise slash that nearly took his head off. But the blonde attacker paid for her ambush, because she lay dazed on cracked stone a heartbeat later, mumbling okay. Serene poured everything she had left into one final sphere of blue ice energy, dark lines crushing inward around it. The clash screamed across the field, blue sound effects ripping through the white, and then it was over. Kami's teammates erupted, fists in the air, shouting victory to no one in particular. And there at the center of it, Malin pumped her fists for the kill shot, surrounded by her screaming team. They'd won. Ice curled around Serene's legs, swirling bright and lethal. The dark blue-haired boy and his two track jacket boys stood across from her, one flinching at the name, one already done with this whole scene. A blonde opponent lay flat on the dirt, out cold, a crackling blue snowflake sphere still pulsing near an outstretched hand like a signature on a lost bet. Malin's eye went wide. Serene pushed herself upright, calm as ever, a silver leaf hairpin catching the light while the boys behind her short-circuited in real time. She touched her cheek with the softest smile, as if to ask just like that, and the whole field felt the flex. The challengers snapped. One grinned like he'd already accepted his fate, ready to swing and meet the ice. The dark blue-haired boy just looked annoyed, done babysitting this friend group. Then the ref stepped in, and Serene's whole mood flipped into outrage. The blue-haired girl screamed she hadn't done it on purpose while Kami wrapped her up from behind like a pink-haired straitjacket. The dark blue-haired boy dragged along for the ride. The official's verdict came down flat. She'd iced the opposing team, and that was a disqualification. Ice or not, fair play or not, the rules didn't care. Serene and her teammates stomped in unison, fury with nowhere to land. And just like that, the match was over. Dick pumped his fist as the call came down. A-class wins, his whole bench erupting behind him. The kind of team-wide grin that said the bet was already as good as paid. Somewhere on the winning side, a blond boy laughed quietly to himself, arms crossed, savoring it. 3 girls on the A-class squad stood together under a victory flourish, all matching jackets, all matching energy. Fresh bodies stepped up next, new lineup, same dirt, next round about to start. The dark blue-haired boy rallied the kids with a pumped fist, while Dick sweated beside him, nerves already spiking before the first throw. Kami and her lineup stepped onto the dirt ready for round 2, twin buns and the glasses girl flanking each other with ice in their veins. Because the red-haired girl didn't wait for the whistle, she exploded forward in a streak of dark energy, and her own teammate yelped yikes at whatever she just unleashed. Which meant Simon had to answer, and he did it the only way the dark flux knew how: dark hair wild, eyes lit red, shadows tearing off him like a second skin, while the forest behind him went cold. So the energy climbed. It crawled up from the dirt and swallowed his legs whole, wreathing him in a corona of black flame that screamed one thing: touch him and die. Fueling it with everything he had, Simon swung a white-blue energy blade in a vicious arc. His teammates staggered back at the sheer pressure rolling off the swing. And that strike crossed the entire field in a heartbeat, dark shockwaves ripping the dirt apart behind it as it rocketed toward its target. It hit dead center. A class was out, his scream ripping across the field as the impact folded him. The blue-purple-haired player buckled, eyes blown wide, the word out tearing out of him as Simon's attack wrote the final score. Except Simon never got to celebrate. A dark, shadowy fist caught him clean across the face, red sparks bursting on impact. Because someone answered right back, rocketing through the air in a streak of black flame, launching a leaping strike that screamed for blood. Simon cratered into the dirt, dust swallowing him whole. But he was already up, skidding low, one hand planted, a volleyball cocked back, dark aura coiling. Those amber eyes lifted, freckles sharp against pale skin, every inch of him crackling with the kind of determination that refuses to lose twice. From the sideline, Dick threw an arm around Serene and the dark blue-haired boy, grinning like they'd already won. "Are you watching, Simon?" His fist clenched tight, the swing already loading behind it. Nephthys lit up the second she reached him, pure joy radiating as she grabbed his shoulder. And Simon stood there in full academy formal, the crest catching the light. But that warmth vanished the instant her hand rose, because Nephthys unleashed a colossal surge of dark red and black shadow magic, an overwhelming torrent that engulfed the frame and hurled our boy clean across the field. And a caption cut through the chaos: "The defeat you handed me." His jaw tightened, dark energy curling at the edges of his mouth. So Simon bit down on a torn, energy-stained sleeve, amber eyes blazing with a fury that burned hotter than the red sky behind him, because every scar, every loss, every broken bone had built the version of him standing right now. And his answer, ripped out of the dark, is what made me who I am now. Two figures knelt on the dirt, heads bowed, the dust settling around them. Simon came in low, boots scraping dirt, and a black-purple slash carved the earth open right in front of him, close enough to taste. The ground erupted where he'd stood a heartbeat ago, orange and black fire chewing rock. Our boy staggered, a trickle of blood on his cheek, his whole frame trembling under a furious blue-black aura he'd just unleashed and couldn't yet tame. Somewhere behind the trees, a classmate named the move for what it was, internal jet-black eruption, and another wondered aloud how many kills and saves that kid had racked up. But the body had a price. Simon's chest seized, and the next words out of him were a confession he couldn't hold on any longer. Which meant when the shockwave hit, it wasn't aimed at an enemy. It was his own power tearing loose from a frame that couldn't cage it. Then a referee's call cut through the dust, Class C, out, and Simon hit the dirt on his hands and knees, the ball rolling away, the fight finally over. Across the field, Ivan Varshani's squad closed ranks behind him, 5 blazers deep, clapping him forward. Give it your all, now leave the rest to us. Ivan broke, just a little, tears welling as he called out to his team. And those teammates answered the only way that mattered, Ivan walking out arm and shoulder with his buddy, waving high, grinning like they'd already won something bigger than a dodgeball match. Ivan leans in grinning, bragging to the blue-haired girl that he'd made the top squad from the dual evaluation. His declaration echoed across the red-black streaked air, a rematch challenge aimed straight at the one girl who'd already forgotten him. Ivan's glare sharpened, with the weight of a promise he fully intended to keep. He jabbed a finger toward her, grinning, reminding the blue-haired Valencia girl that he had been her very first dual opponent. She stared back with arms crossed, utterly blank. Ivan's chibi silhouette exploded at the bottom of the frame, screaming that she'd remember him. She didn't. A flat narration box delivered the kill shot. She didn't remember every little thing like that. Ivan's wide, sweating eyes betrayed the devastation behind the bravado. Everyone, stay focused, don't give up until the end, and this was not the hill he'd hoped to die on. On the dirt field, a green-haired girl rallied her squad. Stay focused, don't give up until the end. A bat-winged pink-haired teammate answered with a fierce yes. A blonde, red-eyed opponent lunged and unleashed a spiked energy blast straight down the line. Kami's face went white as the dark spike rocketed toward her. A warning shout screamed across the field to watch out. Then a body stepped into the lane. The dark-haired boy took the spike full in the face, a human shield thrown between Kami and the hit she couldn't have survived clean. He crumpled to his knees in the dirt, both hands on his face, blood trailing, and the only words left were a broken complaint about his nose. Kami broke into tears, face buried in trembling hands, and asked over and over if he was okay, blaming herself because they aimed for her. He knelt there, blood trickling down his chin, the picture framed in flowers like a funeral arrangement. But the kid just grinned through the mess on his face and gave her a thumbs up, claiming he was fine, even though he was clearly not. Which only made it worse, because the other side had already marked Kami as the weak link, and the whole enemy squad was lining up to break her. A blonde girl wound up to fire, eyes locked on the pink-haired target. Simon launched himself into the line and caught the ball clean above his head, shielding the startled Kami behind him. And then he was already moving, legs churning the dirt as he outpaced the opposing squad. He landed bashful, hand on his head, sparkle effects popping around him like a shoujo protagonist, while Kami stood behind him open-mouthed and utterly lost for words. Their blonde attacker wasn't charmed, though. She was fuming, vein mark popping, ready to swear Simon's whole performance was mental black magic, because nothing that clean should be legal. But the brown-haired boy beside her just smirked, flushed cheek and all, and called the rescue kind of cute, and her only response was a blistering, silent death glare. Kami clutched that volleyball like it was the last meal she'd ever see, squeezing her eyes shut and gritting through the launch, because Chat was screaming her name and she was done being the weak link. Determination flushed her cheeks pink, and behind her the squad erupted, arms thrown wide, hyping her up like she was the only player on the dirt. She rose above the court, bat wings spread, reaching for the arc, and Kami launched herself clean into the sky. Magenta sigils bloomed from her palm mid-leap, and she howled the hit, every ounce of pent-up guilt from earlier compressed into one strike. The ball came down answering her, a colossal blue-white pillar slamming the court and rattling the trees behind the field. Pink fire surged skyward in a jagged pillar, carrying the volleyball to the stratosphere on pure magical lift. Pure impact, a sphere of magenta heat, warping the air around it. Then gravity remembered it existed, and the ball screamed earthward in a pink flaming meteor with Malin directly underneath it. Malin had a half-second to register the incoming apocalypse, then it cratered her skull clean. And just like that, C-Class was finished. Kami hit the ground already crying, fists at her chest, fangs out, grinning like she'd just been absolved of every sin that afternoon. Her teammate's jacket flashed across the frame. Done, match over. The blonde boy and the blue-haired girl were losing their minds, fists pumping, screaming her name like she'd just won them the whole tournament. The whole crowd took it up, the forest arena ringing with one name, and Kami, the girl who'd cried 10 minutes ago, stood at the center of it all. She'd barely landed before her team piled in the boy, the blue-haired girl, every bodyguard she never asked for. And Malin, our girl, turned her back on the wreckage, gave a single thumbs up to the half-pint who just ended her, and swallowed every ounce of that defeat whole, because a noble wears it clean. The dirt ate up another one, a blonde boy crumpled, gasping, while his teammate stood useless beside him. But Kami's victory lit a fuse. Somewhere in that C-Class wreckage, Malin's rage found its match, and it had been a long, long time since the heir to House Villian had tasted anything but winning. Her fist closed around the next ball like a verdict. And then she uncorked. Because Malin didn't throw that ball, she fed every flame she'd been holding into it, and Kami could only watch her own celebration swallowed by the roar. Pink fire carved the air in a single screaming arc across the dirt. It found Kami's teammate instead, a green-haired girl smashed backward with a sharp crack of impact. She folded at the waist and stayed down. The referee threw the call. And there was Kami, bawling apologies through her fangs, while a teammate squeezed her shoulder and swore she'd fought beautifully, because the girl who'd finally felt like a hero had just dragged her whole crew down with her. The crowd tried to lift her back up, a boy shouting her name like a war cry, a classmate blushing at the praise. But the uniforms kept moving across the dirt in silence, and that hollow feeling crept in. Even with Kami standing, the scoreboard didn't feel like victory. Final round was called, score tied 1-1, one more point and the whole thing was over. The ref blew it clean and confirmed the match result, because the next fight didn't care about the last. Somewhere off the court, fists were already being thrown in sloppy warm-up drills, the kind of outlet that meant someone had lost and needed to hit something. But out past the trees, two boys in matching track jackets sprinted through the woods with their eyes wide, because whatever waited on the other side of that hill had them terrified. Which meant when the blonde kid, Hector, cracked his neck in the clearing, his teammate reading the danger on his face, the calm one already knew this final wasn't going to feel like a game. And just like that, Hector's whole face changed. Brown eyes bled into glowing crimson, and the simmer behind his jaw became a promise of violence. His dark blue-haired teammate glanced back with a peaceful grin and told him to lighten up, like the kid wasn't radiating enough heat to scorch the grass. Hector's only answer was teeth bared in a snarl, crimson locked and murderous. So the two of them stood forehead to forehead, red aura spilling between them, while the blue-haired boy kept his eyes shut and smiled through the heat. And that's when a third teammate wedged himself between them, arms crossed, sweating bullets, shouting that they were on the same side today, because apparently this almost happened before. Back in Hector's corner of the woods, the mood was the opposite of a victory lap. Malin stared blankly, arms crossed, while the pink-haired girl clutched her hands and started to ask if they could even compete with what they'd just witnessed. Class C's turn, and the referee was loving every second of it. Sunlight over the treetops, the arena waiting, someone was about to make their move. Their leader boy didn't wait for the moment. He created it, launching off 1 foot over a rune-carved circle, magic propelling him forward like a launched arrow. The attack landed like a meteor, a pale blue shockwave cratering the court, the ground shaking under its weight. But Miller was already there, both hands thrust out, his own lightning-laced circle roaring to life across his chest. The full force of that blast slammed into him square in the torso, white sneakers skidding, every crackle of the circle screaming against his ribs. And the kid just grinned through it, bloodied, rocked back on his heels, but absolutely thrilled he held the line. Kami nearly popped out of her skin cheering his name, while the green-haired girl behind her clapped a hand over her mouth, because Miller hadn't blocked that ball so much as velcroed it to his stomach with raw enhancement magic. He didn't just catch it. He turned, wound up a gold-veined circle behind his back, and hurled the whole thing right back at them, payback with interest. The return shot detonated off a light green-haired defender's chest like a cannonball, leaves scattering. The kid launched clean off his feet into the sky. Clean hit, no debate. Then Nefty stepped up, silver-white ponytail whipping as she rose into an overhead swing, the racket carving a screaming red arc that erupted into a full-on energy burst. The impact was deafening, a bloom of pink and purple smoke ripping across the page. It caught a blonde boy in a black and red jacket clean across the ribs, sending him stumbling backward with red sparks bursting off the hit. Class C eliminated. These guys were built different. Dick, Malin, and Kami stood at the forest's edge, grinning wide at the carnage their classmates had just unleashed. But that buzz died fast, every head snapping sideways at once, because something on the court had just shifted. Page turn. Simon stood alone at center, cloaked in that black-purple flare, while pale hands reached up toward him from the dirt and shadow figures crowded his back. Then the dark energy detonated outward, and half the court stumbled through the smoke, a dark-haired kid staggering with blue fire spilling from his palms, a blonde reeling, a redhead turning his back to the blast, while Simon watched it all with a predator's half-lidded stare. His face gave nothing away, just that quiet, just-set focus, eyes on the ground like he was counting the seconds before he moved again. Malin's breath caught. The realization forming on her face was one she did not want to finish. Don't tell me he's about to. Across the dirt, the dark-haired leader threw his arms wide and let dark magic pour off him like a second skin, his 4 teammates charging glowing blue runes in their hands, and the horrified question rippled out. Were they actually about to answer Simon's darkness with dark magic of their own? Black wisps coiled around white sneakers planted in the dirt. A gray-haired teammate's eyes went wide as a dark-haired figure materialized at his shoulder, burning red, feeding off the ritual. And the leader himself was already paying the price, sweat pouring, teeth bared, chest heaving through ragged breaths, because if this worked, the cost was going to be his. Dick and Malin stood frozen in the tree line, arms crossed, both reading the same ugly truth. There was something very wrong behind whatever Class C was about to unleash. Nefties wound up and cracked the ball down court with everything she had, her racket screaming through the dust. It caught the dark-haired Class C leader square across the chest, and the impact lit the whole frame white. He staggered, eyes shut, dark energy still curling off him like smoke, but the streak had already flown past. That pink line was moving too fast for anyone in sneakers to chase down. Dick stared, sweat on his temple, because he'd just figured out the ugly truth. Class C was siphoning borrowed darkness from anyone they could latch onto, wrapping themselves in shields that weren't even theirs. And Simon read the chaos the only way a predator reads a battlefield. While the enemy bled itself dry chasing someone else's power, the opening was sitting right there in front of him. Up in the tree line, Malin and Kami traded a wide-eyed look, one last body left on the court, one last chance for somebody to end this. Simon stepped forward, and the blue array behind him spun to life, his own dark fire rising to meet it. And then the end arrived. A blue hexagonal dome bloomed around him, and the whole forest held its breath. But Nefties wasn't waiting for permission. She swung again, that glowing racket slamming into the ball with a scream of pink light. Whoa! The streak slammed into Simon's shield like a comet, a flash so bright it swallowed the whole court. Nefties' eyes burned green through the glare, her blast still tearing into the dome. Kami's eyes popped at the racket, something had just bounced off that frame that shouldn't have. Dick, Malin, and Kami stood locked together at the tree line, jaws tight, because every single one of them had seen the same impossible thing. The racket had deflected magic, and that meant Class C wasn't just leeching power, they were bending it back. Dick Haywood, who'd already been sweating the leech game out, voiced the exact alarm clawing at all three of them. Whatever Class C was running wasn't normal dark magic. Simon grabbed his own collar, smirking, because somewhere in the stands a chorus still screamed the only name that mattered to them, and the floating narration cheering for Rixio wrapped around him like armor. That grin said he wasn't done, wasn't broken, and the next move was already loaded. The chapter card slammed in Summoning Genius, and the same chorus roared their final encouragement into the dark. Nefty stood frozen on the dirt court, ball in one hand and racket in the other, because an off-panel voice had just barked a demand for the volleyball. Her confused little "huh" said she hadn't agreed to anything yet, and she wanted to know whose nerve it was. Dick Haywood stepped forward into the light, red eyes blazing, and reached out with a grin that said he'd take it from here. Simon clutched the ball to his chest, and black-violet fire ripped out of him in a roar that split the air. Nefty stood there with her racket in both hands, jaw clenched, waiting for the hit she knew was coming. Because somebody had to step up, and she volunteered, raising the racket to cover the boy behind her. But the shot blew right past her guard and slammed into him anyway, sending crystal shards spraying as he screamed. When the dust cleared, he was dripping white, gasping, eyes wide with the dawning horror of someone who just realized he was outmatched. Nefty's hit the dirt hard, face down, black aura blooming where her skull met the ground. Miller lay flat on his back, foam on his lips, eyes rolled to nothing, and a voice screamed his name from somewhere in the bleachers. They gathered in the dark for one person, and Dick and Malin finally understood why Hector couldn't break through either. Hector stood rigid, jaw working, sweat crawling down his face as the truth settled in. And then he snapped, screaming raw fury at the man who turned the whole match into a slaughter. Hector launched himself with a scream meant to end the match. The man who'd ruined their game had to bleed for it. But Simon hadn't stopped playing defense. The barrier held, and the strike shattered against it like hail on glass. Yet the bounce back caught someone else, and the force launched that figure across the dirt in a tumble of limbs and cries. Because every ounce of that power had to land somewhere, and Hector's blind swing paid for it in collateral. The barrier hummed like a living thing, refusing to fall. And behind it, that grinning bastard laughed at him, a taunt delivered with the ease of a man who knew he owned this field. Rage did the rest. Hector threw himself flat just to dodge the next shot, fury swallowing every scrap of sense. His teammate took the hit behind him, a grunt, a body ragdolled across the dirt, and Hector didn't even flinch at the cost. His own squad had finally had enough, voices tearing into him, begging him to stop swinging blind before he buried the people he was supposed to protect. Which meant the math turned ugly fast. Two of them left, Hector and one quiet kid in a plain white tee, staring across open dirt at a man who hadn't broken a sweat. Hector held the ball. Simon waited. Nothing else on the field mattered now. And that calm smile, that infuriating calm smile, said everything about how the other side saw this ending. So Hector dropped the grin and let the killing intent settle in. Whatever came next, he'd earned it himself. Power gathered around the ball, dark purple fire swallowing leather, magic building towards something no practice drill had ever prepared them for. He threw with everything he had left, the shot screaming across the field in a streak of burning white. And the dark-haired kid shifted his stance, ready to meet it. A colossal purple and white sigil dropped from the sky, and Simon, a lone figure beneath it, swallowed it whole. Behind him, a hexagonal lattice of blue light lit up, and a giant scissor blade silhouette bloomed across the grid, something built to bisect anything it touched. The blade screamed out across the field, jagged and black against a red sky of impact. A second diagonal slash tore through, rough and savage. And through the maelstrom, Simon's face cut close, amber eyes blazing, murder on his brow. Twin scissor strikes split the air again, crossing each other in a final X of speed. Erzsébet clapped both hands over her mouth, a strangled SIMON, torn out of her, the kind of cry you only make when the person you love walks straight into the fire. A bone-rattling thud split the clearing. Simon reappeared in profile, half his face lost behind a churning vortex of blue-black shadow, that single amber eye fixed cold forward. A pale hand reached into the swirling dark and found a white sphere waiting inside it, roped tight in tendrils of shadow. Dick Haywood grit his teeth, a sweat drop sliding down his cheek. This bastard had just seized the game out of the air. Two hands closed around the flame-wreathed sphere, and gripped it good. He straightened up in the clearing, smile carved on his face. The shadow-soaked ball cradled in his hands, cool as you like, announcing his toss was next. Feet planted, white sneakers locked to the dirt. And Simon hurled the thing forward with everything he had, dark energy screaming off the toss as his whole body lunged into the throw. The sphere launched like a cannon shot. White impact burst, shredding the air behind it as it screamed across the court. A column of blue and white force carved straight through the field, the projectile refusing to slow. Blue hexgrid energy tore across the arena as the ball rocketed on, stylized sound crackling through every panel like thunder. Malin lay flat on his back inside that same blue hex grid, calm smile locked in place, bracing for the dark projectile screaming straight at his face. And in that instant, Simon's true form snapped wide-eyed and open-mouthed, vertical lines screaming behind his head, because he felt what was about to hit him before his eyes could confirm it. The impact landed heavy, a black and blue shockwave slamming across the panel. A white sneaker crushed the dirt, dust bursting up around the strike. Hector lifted the scuffed volleyball to his face, barely visible above the leather, white steam curling off him like a fired-up engine. But he wasn't tired, he was furious, teeth bared inside a dark purple aura, the ball gripped like a grenade, his target one name and one name only: that bastard. Simon stood there in profile, calm, almost smiling, dark smoke curling off him like he'd already decided how this ended. His hand hung loose at his side, wrapped in swirling shadow. And across the field, Hector locked eyes on him, the volleyball clutched tight, because the kid who'd been applying classroom drills mid-match just became the wall between him and the win. That thought burned through Hector like a brand. He had worked earlier, he had worked harder. So he ripped his shirt open, muscles taut, dark aura howling, and asked the only question that mattered. Why did Simon keep overshadowing every drop of sweat he'd earned? And that's when the kid's body betrayed him, veins crawling, black tears streaking his cheeks, his face twisting into something feral and far past sane. Hector roared skyward, blue fire licking his arm, the volleyball raised like a war hammer, demanding to know why this nobody kept eclipsing every drop of blood he'd poured into his craft. Except some grinning specter in white answered first, thorns curling around a pale frame like roots through a grave. A blue hex shield snapped up around the kid, catching dark tendrils mid-strike in a collision that rang across the whole arena. The impact launched somebody backward through the air, motion lines screaming their whole brutal arc. And the energy sphere detonated, pure blue fury swallowing the frame. The brown-haired teammate stood beneath a shimmering blue hexagonal canopy, mouth slack, staring up at a force he hadn't known the match could even hold. The world cracked diagonal, blue against white, a single punctuation mark echoing where words couldn't follow. Dark sound effects tore across the sky, blue flames streaking after them like a tail. Simon braced against the ground as blue energy sheared past him, close enough to taste. But our boy hadn't flinched, both hands locked on the glowing sphere, amber eyes burning cold, channeling every ounce of ruin he still had left in him. One step, white sneaker planting deep. His bench lost their minds, Dick Haywood screaming good work, Malin shouting nice defense, Kami cupping her hands to holler, hey, you crazy bastards, who are you guys fighting with? Inside the hex dome, Simon stood at ground zero, white sparks exploding around him as the defensive shell caught the full brunt of the strike. The spike cracked against the beam, and the arena rang like a struck bell. Raw impact shuddered through the air, the kind of hit that rattled teeth through clenched jaws. Simon blinked, suddenly aware nobody was even looking at him. Alarm flared across his face. Lightning crawled through the dark, and the air tasted like copper. Then Simon's body answered the moment. Honeycomb scales bloomed across his back, gold and orange, hardening muscle into something ancient. He raised a single gauntleted fist, armored and blazing. The scalework crawled down his torso and along one leg, locking into place like a second skeleton made of dragon hide. A red-haired silhouette watched in silence from the edge of the storm. What came back was no quiet summonology student, blonde hair, red eyes bared in a snarl, scales flaring down one arm, pure predator wrapped in a school blazer. Simon, Follenta, the shockwave screamed, as our boy seized a silver orb in his armored grip and hurled it with everything the dragonfire had left. Speed lines tore down the frame, and the dark blur dropped like a falling star. Hector caught the full force midair, launched backward, dark energy crackling off his body on impact. A clawed golden strike slammed down against the last barrier, scale against shield, and the title card for Necromancer Academy and the summoning genius blazed across the aftermath. 3 thunderous impacts, 1 arena left shaking. Blue lightning ripped across the dark, and the forest held its breath. Because the bronze serpent had already answered the call, coiling huge and terrible behind our boy, scales catching every crack of that storm. Simon stood in shadow, fist raised, the snake coiled at his back like a promise. The vortex in his chest was already pulling power through him, whether his body wanted it or not. Except the serpent reared with a roar that shook the trees, golden eyes blazing, and the whole court felt it. Those bronze scales crawled up his arm like living armor, wrapping bone and binding the beast's power to his flesh. His face twisted into a snarl, red eyes burning, because the transformation didn't ask permission, it took. His scaled hand closed around the ball, and he screamed his own name into the storm. Then he launched a full-speed dash, serpent arm cocked back, motion lines screaming around him like the air itself was trying to get out of the way. He hit the ball so hard the world answered with an explosion. White-blue fire bloomed where the court had been, dark energy tendrils whipping outward through the blast. Which meant some poor kid on the back line caught the whole shockwave in his face, standing on a hex field that wasn't built for this kind of violence. But Simon wasn't done yet, hands already gathering swirling white-blue energy, gripping the ball for another strike. And when that next spike landed, the court itself cracked apart under the blast. The shockwave ripped the court apart, jagged cracks splitting the earth under that deafening roar. Another bone shard screamed across the sky, trailing black fire like a missile aimed straight center. And our boy wasn't done, bone armor, gauntlet mode, the second weapon already forming around his fist. Blue portal rings whirled behind Simon as fresh bone shards orbited him like a halo of blades. His hand came down, and the gauntlet closed around a skull-shaped ball, a demon's volleyball. Then a volley of gray bone shards launched together, streaking toward the back line like a swarm. He leapt with a roar, gauntlet drawn back, a colossal blue demonic skull blazing behind him as he swung. His armored leg crashed down and the court splintered, dust and debris exploding outward from the landing. Simon drove his fist into the dirt with everything he had left, force lines bursting from the impact. But the back line answered, 6 people's darkness fused into a massive blue hexagonal barrier, erupting outward with purple energy and sparks, Simon, a tiny silhouette dwarfed beneath it. His strike carved a white slash clean across the shield's face, black debris scattering from the cut. Simon froze, red irises wide, blue energy crackling around his skull like he'd just overtaxed every nerve in his body. AACK, blood flew from his mouth as something inside him broke. Dick Haywood burst onto the court, mask on, ring of fire coiling around him as a white sphere of light gathered between his palms. His sneaker carved the dirt, dust kicking as he shifted into position. Then that white sphere launched skyward past his head, scales of dark armor scattering in its wake. Dick Haywood answered with his own monster, a dark serpent scale coat peeling up off his skin, white light gathering at his palm. Because what unfurled behind him was a titan, a serpent so massive its diamond-scaled body swallowed the sky, eclipsing everything Simon had just thrown. And from beneath that creature came the real threat, thick, muscular coils coiling tight, ready to strike. Which meant the court wasn't done screaming yet. Except the killing blow didn't come from the serpent. It came from Hector, fully transformed, scaled shoulders, horned crown, mane of golden fire blazing off him like a war god answering a prayer. Muscle and plating stacked on plating, golden light leaking through every seam of his dragon body. Clawed feet planted in the arena, thick tail lashing, every inch of him built to end one kid's miracle run. Classmates watched in open horror. Hector's family was legendary, but nobody had ever seen the bloodline answer a call like this. Even from the sidelines, a blonde girl could only watch and exhale awe at what the dragon descendant had become. Back on the sand, Hector stood inside the boundary lines, a fresh blue barrier already conjured at his side, the finishing move loading. And when it hit, the whole arena detoned into gold and orange fire. Hector crouched at the epicenter, a lone figure still standing at the blast's edge refusing to flinch. That figure was Simon, and Hector locked onto him with a snarl, black shadow tendrils crawling across his own face as he called Simon out by name. Simon looked back over his shoulder, calm, silent, the ellipses on his lips heavier than any comeback could have been. Because somewhere off-panel, the dragon was already screaming in agony. Hector surged forward regardless, blue energy streaking his scales, golden sparks peeling off him, built like a weapon refusing to stay down. And he came in for the slash. And even the sidelines couldn't agree on what to make of it. The blue-haired girl pointed up at the chaos, demanding somebody call a foul, while the rulebook kept finding reasons not to. An off-screen voice tried to finish a sentence that nobody had the time to hear. Dick Haywood was already screaming through it. Elizabeth stood rigid at his side, terrified, both of them begging Simon to dodge whatever the dragon was about to unleash. Back out, that was the tactical answer, shouted plain. Run, live, save yourself. But Simon stood his ground inside a swarm of fierce silver bones, dark energy crackling off his skin like a second heartbeat, refusing to flinch from a single inch. His answer was instant. He couldn't back out of this game. Which meant when the vampire face came screaming down from above, wild-haired, red-eyed, fangs bared through a tangle of dark tendrils, Simon charged straight into it. Impact landed like a cathedral bell, the sound itself carving the air. Red and white light detonated against his guard, ink-black shrapnel spraying wide, the clash of predator against bone-deep stubbornness splitting the arena down the middle. He was still standing when the dust half settled. Skeletons rallied at his flank. A blue hexagonal shield held an ally alive behind him, and the attack kept crashing down from above without breaking him yet. And a light-haired classmate cupped her cheeks and howled that no skeleton on this earth was stopping what was coming. Something metallic screamed downward through the dark. A blonde classmate watched, green-eyed and quiet, and breathed his name like a goodbye. Then a white-blue slash carved the world diagonally, every spark and speed line announcing that this was the killing stroke. The shockwave ripped outward in a jagged starburst, white and blue light tearing across the arena like a detonation nobody asked for. The blue lattice barrier around a panicked young man warped and rippled, straining to hold what was coming through. Someone behind the hex field screamed, raw, ugly fear, the kind that meant this was supposed to be over by now. Limbs and debris were swept aside in a blur of dark motion, the energy slash carving straight through anything soft in its path. A skeletal arm reached up to meet it, and was cleaved clean apart by the white blade descending. The hit launched a dark silhouette rocketing backward through the air, the follow-through stroke thick as a coffin lid. But the answer came from below, a glowing white-blue fist erupting upward against the purple dark, refusing the silence. A blade of pure light thrust diagonally to meet it, a counterpierce aimed straight at the heart of the strike. The collision thundered across the field in a single tearing roar, drowning every other sound in the arena. And through the settling chaos, our boy hit the dirt and planted hard, dust spitting beneath his sneakers, and one word ripped out of him. Open! Simon stood beneath a massive chained blue rune circle, the glyphs igniting as he fed his answer into the dark. Then he was airborne, legs wreathed in jagged blue-white tendrils as the circle pulsed behind him like a second heartbeat. Every line of his body screamed forward through the dark aura, the runes still burning to his left as he committed fully. And dark thorny tendrils burst up from the ground, lashing tight around his ankles, the field itself trying to drag him back. The thorny tendrils clamped onto Simon's ankles and dragged him down, the arena itself fighting back, refusing to let him fly. He bowed forward through the dark purple-black chains, head down, wreathed in blue-white energy, refusing to break. Because Simon Valencia did not know how to quit, and the dark smoke streaking across the frame was his answer to every chain. Then he detonated purple-black flare, exploding outward in a corona of white-blue thorns, the whole arena ringing like a struck bell. Which meant Hector's dragon descendant form caught the backlash full force, yanked backward through the air by dark flare chains, boots skidding above a crater that hadn't been there a heartbeat ago. Bone-white shards rained down across the sand and shattered on impact, the skeletal summons breaking apart like a promise kept too long. 2 blue magic circles answered, firing spear-shaped flare projectiles across the sky in a hail of suk-suk whoosh. And the winged demon was still up there. Hovering against the clouds, teeth gritted, pinkish-red eyes burning, and the name on its tongue was the only one that mattered, Simon Valencia. Simon stood in the swirling flare, looked up with the calmest smile he'd ever worn, and invited the creature down. Necromancer Academy, Summoning Department, and our boy already had the battered ball in his left hand. Somewhere inside the cracked hex grid barrier, fear crouched in his human form, lightning crawling up the cage walls around him. 6 souls poured their darkness into that barrier, a wall forged from teamwork and trust, and it shattered anyway, because the kid on the other side had outgrown every limit anyone had placed on him. Simon stood in the rubble of that broken ward, bone pillars groaning around him, fragments scattering like broken teeth, his flare still burning at his shoulders like a promise that hadn't finished being kept. Holding the battered ball at his hip, he walked between the pillars, because this was the last window before his darkness dispersion gave out, and only a strike could buy anything more. His eye locked on, steady and golden, and the word came low, bone armor boots mode. Darkness answered him from above, a column of flare gathering over his head like a storm finally given permission to break. Then skeletal greaves clawed up his shins, bone encasing his legs in a single violent bloom of blue light and shrapnel. From behind, the toss went up, a soft arc into a sky washed white by the sun, his right arm trailing dark flame like a fuse being lit. And our boy wound up with a grin that had no business being that calm, the flare around his drawing arm screaming louder than the wind itself. His hand reached forward, darkness curling around his fingers like it wanted to be thrown. One swing, bone greaves driving, flare streaming off his body, and the ball rocketed out ahead of him, launched into the blue with everything he had left to spend. He followed it down, the sky folding around him into a single bright eye of energy. And the ball detonated, a white eruption of blue and purple light tearing outward in every direction at once. The sphere screamed past him, trailing a corona of force, the air itself ripping apart behind the strike. That ball came down like a verdict, streaking past a body it didn't even bother to touch, the hex grid barrier below buckling under the shockwave of its arrival. The hex barrier held, but only long enough to look like it might. Because the strike carved straight through it, purple-white blades rending every layer, the dome splintering open like glass under a hammer blow. Which meant the payload hit the field behind it, crashing into the last line of defenders standing. And the panicked young man with blue-purple hair had the worst view in the arena, because his own ward was the one failing, and he couldn't block what was already through. So the hex grid shattered into spinning fragments as crimson-black slashes tore across it, and 3 defenders on the back line never saw what hit them. Which meant a white-hot impact slammed into the far barrier, and the dust of the field rose like a curtain dropping on round 3. 3 dark-uniformed defenders went tumbling backward across the dirt, dust bursting where they landed, one voice ripping into the silence with a raw, terrified "AAAACK." And just like that, the Chibai announcer's head popped into the sky with the verdict nobody on one side wanted to hear. Last round over, Class A took it. Which meant the forest erupted in a deafening cheer, students' arms shooting skyward as the word "woohoo" echoed over the canopy. And our boys' teammates were already charging across the glowing pink lines of the court, the blue-haired girl in her white and purple track jacket sprinting hard. A blonde boy in matching colors joined the rush, the blue-haired girl and the dark-haired boy colliding in an excited high-five as they screamed, "We won!" And above it all, one voice cut clear, "Good job, SIMON." But one face on the losing side wasn't celebrating, a blond young man with red eyes and dark scale-like marks on his cheek, jaw clenched so tight the sweat caught the light, rage simmering behind a silence that trailed off into nothing. Until the long blonde-haired figure with green eyes and a white flower in their hair answered it with a calm, knowing smile, hand resting at their chin like the whole thing had already been decided. So the chapter closed on that smirk, and a badge catching the light on the dragon descendant's lapel, a quiet promise that this defeat wasn't the end of anything.